scrims. It's constant back and forth. Those two teams don't really take it to each other, so it's going to be interesting who wins.
I'm just happy to be here, and also I'm very happy that both of you.
I'm happy to be here too.
Still there.
Yeah.
Let's go, regions.
All right, we're
Jake's
done.
awkward smiling. That's okay.
Only like a minute or two late.
So well
Not too
against this. I
bad.
think this is the team that they were built to beat in terms of compositional matchup here. The Sigma, so vulnerable to the rush. And I mean, I think the May Sim that SSG have innovated, have really made their calling card is exactly what they need to just annihilate the Sigma. So to be honest, I think ENCE has a really, really tough compositional matchup here. Maybe with the right map picks.
Bias going on here.
Hey, I'm repping it because I keep betting them. I believe. I believe for this match at least.
They know what they're doing. They just hooked up every talent with SSG merch, and suddenly we're all on board. No, I mean, truth be told, it's going to be a dogfight, as you said, but it's going to be a close one, hopefully, again, as it is a rematch. Can't wait to get all that action started. However, as a bit of a warm-up and a move.
Yo, everybody.
We have a little bit of a challenge going on here on the desk of our own. Listen, the two of you already got ruffle stomped by the audience in a test.
Wow. Bring it back, the old lingo.
Listen, I'm heading towards 40. It's okay.
That's
I
very
can say
late of you.
Thank you, Jake. I'm one of the kids. I speak the language. But yeah, you guys already tested your knowledge.
What's up, Thomas and John Grapp?
Didn't do too hot.
Jake did pretty well.
He did okay.
If Johnny answered the question, we'd have won.
Yeah.
Not to throw anyone under the bus particularly.
No,
but,
I would never.
But this time, you all are on your own. You're going to join in on the fun as we're testing the knowledge and which way to do it better than with Overwatch with Jaws. Can you go over the rules once more?
Pretty simple rules. Just answer the questions.
They're so simple.
Yeah,
just
Don't even
answer the
know.
question
Yeah, we
as
got
correctly as
buzzers.
possible.
We got buzzers.
And there's
Can
also
you see those?
Yeah, so hit the buzzer, buzz in when you think you know the answer.
They got a
there's
buzzer?
No trick questions in this one either. I know they say that.
That's
every time,
crazy, bro.
I promise.
Kappa.
Can you actually see the buzzers? So you're like, I want you to be aware when I hit it
I
first.
can't see the X.
Can you not? So should we
There
turn
we go.
it like
yeah,
this?
you're good. You're good.
Okay.
Roger
Maybe the
that.
camera can kind of see him too. Yeah, we're all
Okay.
good. We're all good.
Good. All right.
Are you guys ready?
It's
I
born
was
ready.
born ready.
I
Jack.
said it
Practice the
first.
warm-ups this morning in the makeup room, just making sure you got the buzzers correct.
NA Cope says that NA is still the tournament because SSG is based in Utah. That is unbelievable levels of
I'll
cope.
get some of these wrong. I'm gonna.
Come on,
You got some just for me.
Come on.
I'm
Let's
locked
get
in.
going.
I'm locked in.
First question.
NA is the worst, unsurprisingly. We all knew they were.
First team.
He's saying first team.
Element Mystic.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Wow.
That one was just for me. That one
Well,
was just for
Avril's
me.
gonna own at this. Bro is an Overwatch historian. He's gonna dominate.
I will take it. We take it.
Okay. Second question. What is, out of many, Astro's
You gotta
Smurf
be
name?
kidding me.
Oh, so he knows.
Zoe.
It's something wolf. Wait, Wild wolf. Wild wolf.
Zoe.
What?
How did she know
How do
that?
you know that? How do you know that?
Because I'm
Wild
watching his
wolf.
stream.
Yeah.
Okay.
Avid
my
stream
support
watcher, Zoe.
inspo.
Okay, this one's a good one. I like this one. How many British players are there left at this major?
Only a
I
few.
think that was Johnny.
Yeah, so I
You didn't
quickly
know, you
thought
just
of
hit.
this answer. So
Okay.
I think
Oh,
it's...
come on, stop
That
stalling.
doesn't
I think
count.
it's three.
Can you name him?
I can name them.
Backbone, Funny Astro, and...
The other guy.
You're so, if you can't get, come on now.
Come on.
I'm joking.
I would like to steal. I would like to
Good,
steal.
good.
Can I steal?
Steal.
Jake.
It's Kai. Come
Yes.
on now.
Okay, one,
How did he forget?
I joke.
How could you miss that?
1 point each to Johnny and Jake. There you go. Okay, next question.
Wait, why does Johnny get a point for that?
Well, he buzzed in first, got the correct
no,
number.
but he,
got two
no,
out
no,
of
no, no, no,
three.
that's
He
0
got 2 out of-
points.
Jake just got one.
Okay,
None of you
point
gets a
5
point.
each then. Point 5 each.
Yeah,
You've
that's
ruined
fair.
it.
Well,
You
we'll
ruined
take
it
it.
for
We take
yourself.
that.
Thanks, Johnny. We
That's
both
not how
have a
points
point.
work.
Appreciate you, man.
Fourth question. Jake, you can't actually answer this one, so don't even bother. What is Jake's team name in the Face It Master League? Oh, Zoe was so quick.
Oh,
Gilbert's
hold on.
Nightmare.
I'm second. I'm stealing if she doesn't get it.
Gilbert's Nightmare.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
So
Go on, go on,
There we
go
go.
on, go on.
true friendship right there.
Shout out to Nightmare Rotation.
Yeah,
appreciate
shout
y'all.
out to those guys.
All right, next question. What was Toronto Defiant's combined record from stages 1 and 2? Jake.
Oh, wait. Sorry, is this including Swiss or
No, just
He's
stage 1 and 2.
stalling for time
Just,
by asking
on broadcast.
questions.
on broadcast?
Yeah.
What, 8-0?
They lost a game to M80.
Oh,
How many games were played? Johnny?
I'm trolling. It was
Combined stage 1 and 2.
combined stage
Combined.
one. Yeah. So I think it's
They're stalling. This
13
doesn't
and
count.
1?
Give it to Avril.
Avril.
8-1.
It's 20-1. None of you got it right.
Oh. No one even got close.
Johnny was close. You're not
and
right,
someone
though.
being sick game.
Okay.
My bad, my bad.
You work on
I
the
got the
broadcast.
one right.
Okay. All right. Next question. Ready?
Okay.
Liar of M80, previously of LFO, previously of WD40, previously of Wisp, previously of LA Valiant, previously of Wisp again, previously of Illinois State, previously of Winthrop, previously of Kratos, previously of Delta Phoenix, previously of Revival, previously of Exalt,
Dude, the question
previously
is
of
on the
Revival
screen.
again,
Oh, I think back
previously
in-
His main hero's
Lunatic.
Lucio.
What is his main hero? Avril.
Wait,
Yeah, Lucio.
I was first off. Can we
That was a long
replay,
question.
please?
I saw the red X go off. That was Avril for sure. All right, not ancient history, but a little bit further back. What team did Smurf play for in 2022?
Oh, Soul Dynasty.
Johnny.
Johnny.
2022?
Johnny.
2022.
2022 Smurf.
Johnny.
San Francisco Shock.
I'm stealing.
Johnny! Come on, man. Dude.
Johnny didn't watch his
Johnny's
race,
also
clearly.
just cheating.
Johnny
He didn't
is
watch
How
it.
did you, brother?
waiting 5
How
minutes.
many
You know what?
points does
Johnny was a
Johnny
big
have?
soul hit.
You're on the desk.
Johnny's at like,
Actually
what, -3? I just want to get a score.
Yeah.
so
Little
true,
press
yeah.
tab.
I wish we were doing negative
Score
score
check,
here.
little score
We
check.
should.
Okay, this next one. Okay, you have to get this one. If you're going to call yourself a friend of mine, who is
I'm a
my
friend.
favorite team in OWCS? So he buzzed in before I even finished.
Because we're true friends, and I'm stalling by repeating the question. Your favorite team in OWCS is
I'll
Slap
accept-
Brothers.
I'm
Slap
stealing.
Brothers. Slap Brothers. That's
I'm
they
stealing.
go by
I'm
that
stealing.
name.
Oh, it's
Oh, GG.
Gucci Brothers.
That is their alternate name.
She,
It's
no,
the
she
ultimate-
didn't.
that-
She didn't.
that's
She didn't
gotta
get it
be-
fully. She didn't
I
get it
just
fully.
said
I'm
it,
stealing.
though. No, I said it. I said it.
So we got it.
Oh,
So we got
okay.
it. It's the alternate name. Namkuchi
Namkuchi
Brothers.
Brothers.
Slug Brothers.
Namkuchi
Yeah.
Brothers, the GOAT.
That was
I'm
correct.
your true friend.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'm
Thank
their
you.
true friend because I know their alt names.
None of you, none
And
of you,
Astra's alt name,
none
I've
of you
heard.
buzzed in apart from Zoe. That sucks. My words.
I buzzed in.
Sucks to suck.
Okay, well, here's
I
some
was
more.
ready.
Here's some more to test your knowledge on this one. Oh, and by the way, there is a prize. Oh my god.
there is-
By the way, I didn't take it seriously till now.
Oh.
It's a prize?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, buddy.
The prize is a signed postcard.
Ooh,
Nice.
By whom?
Okay.
By
Signed
you?
by whom?
Well, you have to wait and find out. Right,
Well.
last question here.
Enticing.
The Namkuchi Brothers are the
These
Japan
Namkuchi
team with
brothers
Wife
can't
Weaver.
hero to
I
the
almost
team.
just said Wife Weaver. Oh my god. Life Weaver in Roadhog.
Nozzle Hog, that is correct. Avril,
Wait.
you are the winner
Thank you
of
so much.
Overwatch.
I-
Here.
Unsurprisingly, Avril wins because he's goaded with the
Wait, what's
knowledge.
score? Did anyone actually keep track of the score? 'Cause
Yes, luckily production did, because I was not paying attention. Avril
Avril got
got
four.
4 in total out of the 10, which is pretty quick.
Nice,
That's
nice.
pretty good.
Pretty good, pretty quick on the...
Emma,
Where did Johnny come? Where was Johnny positioned?
minus 3.
I think, okay, production just told me 1.
No, that's cap. That's like -4. Like
-4.
I
I'm
That's
appreciate
including
you
his
the fact
half
that
point. You
it's-
only got a half a point, remember.
Yeah, so like
I'm more than 0, which
So you're gonna hand over that prize, or
Yeah, so Avril, I'll have to take the headset off for this one, but...
Avril, pick it
pick
up.
it up,
Don't be
pick it
late.
up.
There you go.
Avril,
Hey yo,
you're-
Crimzo got engaged. Let's
There
go.
we go. Like just hold on.
Crimzo joined the married man meta. Let's
JQ
go.
Postcard signed by the one and only me.
Wow.
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 Your prize, sir.
So nice. Thank you. Thank
That's
you. Thank you.
No
crazy.
worries. No
My
worries.
goodness.
Overwatch
Official winner.
DreamHack winner.
Official.
Official winner right here. Dallas Major winner, me.
What a victory! I'm so
Thank you,
glad.
Jack.
I'm so glad we got to witness this in color, 4K, HD. Yeah, beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff. Congratulations to the winner, Johnny. Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
I'm feeling
with
real
you this-
fraudulent right now.
As
Real
you should.
fraudulent hours
As
for
you
me.
should.
Am I washed?
Yes, you're very
Actually,
washed,
I
right,
think you answered
Reinforce.
all my questions.
Gotta get back
Can't
to
believe you
the
said
grind,
shock
man.
for what
There's
team
no
Smurf played for in
substitutes.
2022.
Well, whilst you are watching
Unreal.
the clear winner, our audience, they can also win some stuff. Incentives, viewer incentives. So we got
Drops,
you got
drops,
to cover
drops,
if
drops.
You are actually here in the venue with us. You get Insta drops. That's right, all of that right into your pocket, into your veins. Like it's happening right now. However, if you didn't make it to our Dallas major, don't worry about it. You can still grab those beautiful things at home. All you have to do is, of course, connect your Backnet account to your preferred streaming platform. Now, Avril?
Hello.
Which of these is your favorite?
I gotta say,
What do you want to call?
mean, really the skins is really the best out here. But I'm pretty down for the Porsche drift spray. You know, drifting in the
That was
servers.
good. Good shout. Good shout.
I like these Dallas name cards, honestly. Really getting the Texas theme.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, no, love the incentives. So make sure to connect your account. We've been waffling a bit, giving you some time to do just that. Now let's get into the nitty-gritty of the day. We have 4
All right,
teams
first game of the day
So let's
coming
bring
up around the corner,
our
chat.
rockets to take a
ENCE
look
versus
at how
SSG
we got
battle
to
for
here
EU
at
supremacy.
Starting here with our upper bracket, where we will be seeing no big surprise really with this upper bracket final. Team Falcons taking on Crazy Raccoon.
That's not even the first game of the day,
Also a
though. What is
rematch, of
this?
course. They faced off against each other. However, in this particular tournament here in Dallas, we saw some different looks. Admiral, do you feel like there's a clear favorite here?
There's no clear favorite. I mean, these two teams have been neck and neck so far. They've traded so many games in the past in Asia during the OWCS season. I mean, Crazy Raccoon, I think, have typically come out ahead, though. They did win the actual Asia event that qualified them to this event. They look like an extremely strong team right now. I mean, I picked them as favorites to win the Dallas Majors, so I think they're probably still slightly ahead, but it's a very close call at the moment.
And I think the same can be said about that lower bracket, man. ENCE going up against SSG is going to be a close one. It was in the past. They met each other in the Stage 2 finals. It was a map 7 banger. Will we see a repeat of that based on what we've saw thus far in this tournament, Jake?
Personally, I don't think so. I think SSG has a great matchup right now in terms of comps. So far,
It's gonna be an interesting game. I don't know for sure who's gonna win. This is a tough game to call. These guys are rivals. We've seen them play some intense matches in the past.
Make that Sigma comp work, but come on, a team that has just died in the
I'm not
world,
sure what I think,
Rushers
chat.
In SSG, they are built to destroy a Sigma.
Again, I'm gonna reiterate what I said yesterday heading into that Toronto game for ENCE.
Potentially, we could
If we get a Kevster Kai masterclass, that's really all it takes for them to win that game, I feel like. But as Jake's bringing up, composition-wise, the way SSG plays is pretty good for what ENCE like to play with the SIG.
But looking at both
They can play rush and kind of force them out of that matchup, which I think is good, potentially.
The EMEA teams finding themselves in these situations where both NA teams have been knocked out.
Yes, this is true though. ENCE does have some really good momentum after beating Toronto. We saw SSG almost lose to M80 yesterday. But new day, new you, these two know each other extremely well. I think it could go either way. I'm expecting a good game.
We even discussed yesterday, like, did we even see the best from someone on Toronto Defiant? A tank who
Like,
would
if you're
have
going
some
off purely yesterday, you
possibility
probably
of
favor
beating
ENCE, I
with the
feel
Manga
like.
play or the Ramatra play. So,
But I don't know, man. Like,
now
this
we get to
individual
see these
matchup
really
is just a
are the
really
best
close
teams
one.
that
Yo, what's up,
EU
Keon?
and NA has to offer, if you will. The two teams in the West that could take it to some of the Asian teams. I'm really looking forward to this matchup. I think it's going to be neck and neck. These two teams, they also played each other in Faceit League last week. And that time, it was also Space Station coming out on top. But it was 2-1. So, you know,
Yeah, I think it'll be a
every single time we see
dogfight. These two always play it
they play each
close.
other really close. It goes this distance. And I expect more of the same here today.
Absolutely. Now, Avril, we here on the desk are...
I'm curious to see how SSG go with their comp choice, though. Are they going to embrace more of that Mauga stuff again, or are they going to go for the Rhine? It's so difficult to say.
I mean, they'll certainly play the Ryan if the Sigma comes through. I actually agree with Jake's comments a little bit earlier. The matchup here is probably going to be more difficult for ENCE. Vistola's mainly playing on that Sigma.
I think style-wise, this is a bigger challenge for ENCE than Toronto.
Hardy's not going to bring them out. He's going to bring a combination of Ryan and the Ram.
But ENCE could absolutely beat this team. I mean, we saw them go up 3-1 against them in the Stage 2 final. We've seen them beat them before.
It's also what they've agreed upon almost like in the past, right? It's like, okay, when we play head-to-head, we are going to play a lot of round. Now, there is
Honestly, we need to... The key's probably going to be between that DPS, right? Like, we know Kevster and Kai, after yesterday, they could easily put on a masterclass. But Psycho and Sparker kind of have to go crazy like we saw in that Stage 2 final. That's going to be really, really important in deciding this one. Can they play big enough again? Can they pop off as hard as they did for a second time? I don't know.
It's such a powerful Winston counter. So in my mind, if you're SSG, do you even try to bring out the Winston? I don't think so. And I think we'll see more of Ramatra and Sigma because of that.
Let's take a look at the opposition here, Team Ends. Jake Hardy said in his post-game interview yesterday, that's the team he wants to face off against. Do you think that's mutual? Does Ends want to face off against SSG?
Absolutely.
I mean, there's no doubt these teams behind the scenes, these players are close. They're all friends. And honestly, in my experience, there's no one you want to beat more than your friends when it comes to playing on land, playing on stage. And I mean, these are some of the biggest names in Overwatch esports from Europe. I mean, Kai and Kevster, this is an elite.
This is a tough call, Chad. I'm kind of torn on what I think.
Consistent performers. Ghost, I think, is going to.
I think both teams have certain advantages over the other. It's all about who shows up to play today, man. I'm looking at that back line. I'm looking at Crimzo, or not Crimzo, I'm sorry. I'm looking at Ghost versus Landon. Can Ghost have a great game like he did yesterday? Can him and Maza step up in the clutch against a very dangerous SSG backline? Really, really important in deciding this game as well. There's consistencies from both sides we need to see at certain places for it to go their way. SSG DPS, Ends backline. That's what it comes down to for me.
So I think Psycho is the real wild card in this specific matchup. He has had so much impact in this match, and I expect more from him today.
When I look to go towards Ents as well, you know, I really want to see them go towards the long sideline maps. You want to put the Solar on the Sigma for something like a Circle Rail. If they can force that, they can put SSG in an uncomfortable position. Beyond that, let's see if Ents have really could go.
I guess SSG will pick Gibraltar, knowing that Ents can't play dive very well. Maybe they could. But how comfortable will SSG be will be the question.
That's something Ents can lean into as well.
Well, enough yapping from us. I say it's time for
honestly, if you want my, like, the more likely thing, I feel like would be the SSG DPS to step up compared to the Ents backline, which is rather inconsistent.
Not just because they provided with some
this match will start in a couple of minutes, hopefully. Barring any technical difficulties, shouldn't be much longer.
Things on that very, very high level, whereas from Ents, still feel like they had to find their stride to like really counter.
It's true, okay, yeah. Masa's played pretty well when he's needed to, especially in that game yesterday night.
3-2 SSG, like I said at the start, this is going to be a dog.
Avrol's going SSG.
I think SSG will come in on top, but Ents, they have some map choices that
Jake has made it sound like he wants SSG, but how about Johnny? He's been awfully quiet.
Win some maps, keep it very competitive, but Ents have looked a little bit shakier over the course of this tournament. SSG played Falcons really close, so I think SSG are probably the better team at the moment.
Yeah, I have to agree. I mean, to be honest, I think there's a chance here for Ents to take some maps, but if they win the series, I'll be really surprised. I think strategically...
I wouldn't be surprised. I think that's a bit of a stretch, Mr. Jake.
That's kind of like the worst case scenario against SSG. I think you guys are right. Probably going to go towards a Ram mirror, but when it comes to the Rush mirror...
all it takes is one thing going in the other team's way, and I think that'll be enough to win it in terms of like this positional battle.
I think one of the best.
It's very evenly matched.
Definitely one to watch for the fans at home.
They're rivals. It's going to be intense. There's going to be mistakes and big plays. It'll be scrappy.
Challenge staying alive against that level of aggression from SSG.
I too have SSG winning this one. I think they've earned that respect in this specific matchup because they have played
clean sweep across the board for the desk.
Really turn this narrative around that they are.
First map's going to say a lot. Yeah, really important to set the tone early.
It's all on Ents here to bring it into this one.
Space Station get map pick. We'll see what they do.
Let's see what our viewers think. Are we...
Crimson got engaged, so Ents clears. Maybe.
Well, we had
closer than you expected?
Yeah, well, we had 3-2 predictions, right? Yeah. And I think because we do think it's going to go the distance.
I think it's going to be dogfight. I mean, these two teams are both close. The history says it's going to go close.
What about our crowd here, the audience? Let's hear it. Make some noise for Ents. Okay. What about SSG?
It's louder, sorry.
There may be some players in the crowd, right?
You gotta love Hottie.
They are currently the #1 in EMEA. Let's see if they can continue to establish dominance in this rematch. Maybe Ents will get
all right, chat. I'm a SSG believer. I've been saying it throughout this entire weekend, so I'm locking in SSG. I'm trusting in the Sparker and Psycho to do just a bit more compared to Ghost and Masa, but we shall see. I believe in the consistency of that backline from SSG just a little bit more, Like if you're asking me who to trust between like Landon and Ghost, I'm gonna trust Landon 9 times out of 10 with that BAP matchup, I believe.
Space Station demolish Ents and claim the title as Stage 2 champions. The new kings of EU have been crowned. Twisted Minds take the series.
And it's a 3-0 victory for the Raccoons. The revenge is there.
Toronto Defiant tower over the competition and they are back-to-back stage champions.
It's time for the lower bracket semifinals. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Space Station.
They're the hey yo, what do they got?
Without a doubt,
Are they giving away merch? What's that in their hands? Dude, they're throwing merch into the crowd. That's so base.
To the fans.
Hell yeah.
It's incredible to see.
Love it.
Can't wait to see the level
How'd he
of
toss that one like a frisbee?
that this team brings with their new additions, looking so strong, looking so threatening. This is going to be a tough game for their opponents.
And their opponents, give it up for
I gotta say though, Ents do have the power of the theme song. It's catchy, man.
Chester, one of the best damage players we have in the entire world, flexible on so many different heroes. Festola has put forth some amazing Sigma gameplay, and it is required here again today.
Imagine one of those merch bags is PGE's mouse pad. Oh god. Are they trying to kill someone?
Come in clutch here on stage against the #1 team in Europe, SSG, to claim that crown.
Toronto's flexibility losing reminds you of that kid in Pokemon who thinks super effective coverage always equals KO. Nice.
With one of our Asia teams dropping to the lower bracket, of course, this is a
That's pretty awesome, Thomas. 50% of the proceeds just go to the players. Love that.
Yeah, and like how the desk was talking about.
Hey yo, Uber looking mad spiffy right now.
Sigma-based compositions.
My guy is dripped out to the
Sigma
maximum.
Flat against teams that want to get past that shield, play aggressive right with, you know, SSG. They have Hadi on, whether it's Reinhardt, Ramatra, being able to use Symmetra teleporters, do some really interesting stuff there. So it's really a huge class of styles.
It's a matter of record that this Space Station Gaming roster has tried to exploit some.
So a couple of moments here to get in your vote chat on who you think's gonna win this game. Enter SSG to decide who goes on to the lower bracket final later today.
Coming into this team has allowed them to overcome that to some degree. We saw very, very close Route 66 setup.
Chat has an awfully close poll, 52-48 in favor of SSG. Hey, Crimzo.
To Crimzo. Popping the question.
Let's go.
Good luck in the married man meta.
Hey, there he is.
You're on camera, buddy.
Nice.
He just figured out there's a camera in the coach booth. It's, no, that's awesome.
Show Christopher Gamble, Megalol.
Great to talk with him a little bit earlier in the week.
Poll is turning. It is it's almost even for Ents SSG.
Look, if you have Kai
Wow.
and Kevster, like, you have a pretty good chance in every series. I think it really kind of comes down to the tank play, though, right? I know if we see Festola forced off of that Sigma, what do we see? I think, no, according to Reinforce, and kind of would agree, probably the mirror you would end up seeing is like Ramatra between these two teams, not necessarily like a Maga.
First map of the series, predetermined. The loser will be choosing side and map.
Oh, it's a predetermined first map. I take back my comments from earlier. Oasis? We've not seen any Oasis.
For the most part, can play those rush style compositions. I would say
Easy for Grandpa Masa. Nice. Oh my god, the poll is so close.
To bring her in. To play
It's 50-50.
on the point. We're not headed to City Center first though. So either the other two maps
I'm gonna end the poll in 3,
will allow
2, 1.
and I'm not surprised to see maybe a Ramatra mirror here.
Ents is gonna pull it out from chat just barely.
I think it's more of a thing if you're Ents, right?
The first split decision between me and chat from these streams.
You have a
Alrighty.
pretty good idea of what Space Station's going to be doing on the other side, right? Maybe to give yourself a little bit more even footing at the start rather than try and force it.
Oh my god, funny Astro.
Sees Kai. in the driver's seat with the Cassidy.
They knew that was easily telegraphed. They knew what that guy wanted to go for it, huh?
So far, already 2 eliminations. Care of the Cassidy.
Well, that's a good start.
Into a retreat right off the bat.
Yeah, we've seen Falcons use the Genji to a real
Interesting they want to play an Echo here. I am
good in this meta.
surprised we're not seeing a Psycho Tracer.
As we've gone on throughout the weekend, be a more popular pick. So you put Kempster on that Genji early on, puts a lot of pressure on that Cassidy as Sparker's going to switch over to the Sojourn.
Trying to outrange Kai to some degree. Also, pretty effective in the poke game. Kai a little bit low, takes a railgun, not fully charged though, so he'll have an opportunity to back up, get topped up. They're more than a factor in the fight to come. 70% ult charge on that Cassidy, but crucially I'm looking at the Baptistes here. Ghost very close to that first amp matrix to really take Kai to another level of lethality.
SSG looking for their entry point here. Can't really figure out what they want to do.
There it is. March up towards as Hottie puts his shield down.
You kind of bait out a window. It's not the worst, I guess.
It's going to be the Immortality build used here for Space Station Gaming as well.
Welcome, Wolfenite.
A full fight off the back of that amp matrix, so they buy themselves a little bit of time. Psycho is sneaking though on the ramp. Has a duplicate available.
Ooh, nice shot, nice shot.
Kempster's taken down by a railgun. It's a duplicate of the Baptiste here. An extra immortality field is huge to keep your Ramatra standing in these fights. The Vistola struggling. Immo removed. Funny Asteroid gets rid of it, and eventually Vistola will fall. Space Station reach a critical mass.
Hey, nice.
Yeah, huge fight win there for Space Station Gaming as they're able to use that dupe on the side, but really it's Sparker landing that rail shot onto Kempster. Kempster's the one putting a
Is today the final day? Yes. You're praying that a Swedish player will win. Well, technically not wrong. A Swedish player will win this game.
Going up, trying to break this. They'll have a sound barrier, but it'll be a sound barrier match here for Space Station Gaming.
Bit of poke for now.
Also, a Brit will win this game. A Brit and a Swede will win this game.
They're gonna get run over here. Not in a good position to fight back. And of course, Landon had the later amplification matrix. Arguably gets far more value from it too.
Yeah, really cheap kind of fight win there for Space Station Gaming. That'll get them up near about tying the game. And maybe you can try and get this sound barrier out from Funny Astro, and then end up using the blade after. Do you use blade to draw out the beat and then just kind of like back out for a second, then come back with a big beat advantage of your own? It'll be interesting how they play it.
The Voltex going to be thrown down to the back line of Space Station.
Good delayed beat there from Astro. If that works, that's really good. Hottie needs some help though, desperately. He's gonna die.
Hottie very, very low, and Vistola's eventually able to clean him up with the help of Kai's Deadeye from that low ground. And Landon's an easy pick-off. Ends back in
Close so far.
Even on capture percentage.
Yeah, no, they actually do a nice job. Ends actually pushing all the way up towards that high ground, right? Players end up going to the high ground and then dropping low, kind of out of that corridor.
Since the NA teams are out, does that make Landon the best American player? You know what? Sure, why not? Landon's BAP is insane.
Tracer we talked about throughout the event, whenever we see Echo, always comes into play.
Psycho over the Dupont. Does he go for another Baptiste copy or not? Is the question. So far, slow going for Space Station. Need to respect Kai. Can't expose themselves to that hit scan. Pressure for too long. Was quite low.
Kempster doesn't make a swap here over to Tracer.
Already low. Immortality field has to be used to keep the Duke Ramatra standing, but there are a lot of flying fists right now.
If Psycho could get an ult here, that could be kind of nice. Good blocks though, good blocks.
But Ends still control the high ground, crucially. They are pushed off the point. It's flipped to Space Station. One more fight though. Ends know all they need to do is reclaim to take the round.
Hottie needs help once again. Really don't want to give up this high ground. May need to consider it though.
Space Station will have to challenge this.
Yeah, if you're Ents, you're just building around these support ultimates. You're going to end up getting the amplification.
Big window. Oh my god, massive window.
All right, Sojourn out of the picture now. Deadeye for Kai.
Should be round one going to Ents.
Yes, Psycho brought down. Now Ents have the numbers and they have the points. It'll be an overtime ticking down, and Ents will take the first round in this EMEA clash.
Yeah, we see a rare instance there where Ents controls high ground throughout, like, kind of the point there at the end, but give up the point to SSG. They're holding that high ground. They don't want to give up that advantage, position. And then also they just kind of, like, back out, build those support ultimates, and that's what's huge at the end. Kai ends up using that Deadeye. He's getting quite low. Masa has that beat to be able to use to keep him up. end up kind of cleaning the rest of the members of Space Station Gaming up. So, see, we were kind of interested how this would go in terms of a Matra mirror. Pretty good for End so far.
Space Station maybe taking on a more defensive complexion.
Surely not the Torb,
Psycho is
right?
gonna walk out of spawn on the Torbjorn. Kevster will have a tougher time getting into the back line.
Ooh, a Torb? Yo, okay, they're rolling out the Torb on City Center here.
Find out exactly what he's dealing with. Not uncommon to see the Torb.
Give a little extra help against the Kevster pressure, perhaps.
Torb pretty good against flankers in general. Also, just kind of strong when he can. Use
Not the first time we've seen Torb on this part of the map.
Pretty tanky for a damage dealer. I don't think you're going to see any like response from this from Ents, right? Anything kind of like in terms of a swap as Psycho drops that turret.
Yeah, turret in an anti-flank position, not out on the point. Space Station have a good little bunker to play from now, but they do have to fight out on the point. Psycho now getting that harassment from Kevster. Pops that overload, Kevster having to draw that cooldown out of him, and he gets rid of the turret. Space Station are shoved off of the point for the time being, but it won't be long before they challenge it. Again, there's Kevster, left-hand side. Watch him flank around here. Landon needs
Nice shot by Kai.
Soon too, as Kai brings Psycho down. The Cassidy's so favored in a pitch battle against the Torb.
Yeah, they were like medium range there and actually.
Although Masa feeds here a little bit.
I just turned with double dinks.
But
there, so
looks like they're backing out. Kai's just hitting mad shots.
It's huge here on this point because you can just stall this for so long.
Space Station still want to have a crack at this. They lost Sparker, they were a little late, so waiting for the Cassidy to come in and reinforce it. Now the net matrix a bit of an issue on that left-hand side of the point here. Ghost though makes use of his. It's kind of full first.
This is scrappy.
The mag grenade, he's unbothered. Kempster brought down as he tried to harass the Baptiste here. Space Station well navigated. They stick together.
See, I like that Psycho's back on Tracer. I think you just gotta let it fly, let him do his thing.
Tracer, fantastic on that hero, like Jeff was talking about. And go toe-to-toe with some of the best in the world on it is gonna have to in this series, especially with Kepster on the other side, but we've seen him do it before. It's now Ents, they're on the back foot, right? If they get a 45%. Typically we see teams that get like first control here though, like rack up a lot of percentage. So Space Station able to
For sure, Vulcan. I think it's very possible. Some might even say they prefer him right now, depending on who you're talking to. Oh, this is dangerous. That's an early immo. Lots of things being burned for Space Station here. Beat from Masa. Here it comes. That should be that.
Only had to do at 13 damage. Easy job for the Tracer.
You see that Oswald graph there at the bottom, how the tides shifted as soon as Moss ends up using that sound barrier. They use the Annihilation, and it goes from about a 50-50 in terms of damage and healing done to somewhere like a 80-20. Just a huge advantage there for Ents towards the end of that fight, and you see everybody for Space Station fall rather quickly.
How can M80 improve their team? Move to a different region so they can get more Koreans. Forehead.
Early, Funny Astro potentially a target.
It's the Ant Matrix that might be important for Landon. Last time he turned it into a kill on Kai. And that'll open up a pretty one-sided fight for Space Station. Psycho giving it a tickle now, knows he can work around behind.
Oh, just missed it. That's tragic.
Kai's able to hot skip and jump away from it. Space Station will play around there. Matrix on the point of a Stoller, couldn't quite get away. Caught on the corner by Hardy. And that swing claims his opposite number. Space Station not a moment too soon, flip the point back.
Man, this has been so back and forth. I think like we've expected.
Yeah, on a more serious note though, yeah, they clearly are kind of not on the same page as a team. There are a lot of bad moments in that series against SSG.
Just get a little bit further up. I think with the inclusion of Flash.
Would NA showing in this major be considered disappointing or what we expect? Absolutely what we expected. Toronto, you could argue, probably should have been here today now in terms of their expectations, but generally NA is the worst region out of the three main ones.
Right around this here is Potty that's
It's not new information that they're the worst. It's just Toronto were a bit disappointing.
Gets big damage on Hardy with that Deadeye and forces a sound barrier from Funny Astro. Sparker still trying to make something happen here. They force Kai away, who doesn't seem to benefit from the sound barrier at all, so he has to play safe here. The rest of Ents, though, gonna try and come forward. This is a problem. High ground control for Sparker, and a Deadeye means that all events have to scatter.
Oh, there's a big pick by Hardy. The Annihilation. Keep him up. It's scrappy. Can still go either way. It's a big window. Oh, the stick! What a big stick by Psycho. Round 3 incoming. Man, this is a scrappy map.
And we're even on Oasis.
Oh, so true, Vulcan. So true, man.
So important. He's had like switches to Doom there to a team to get back. But
Sign me and give me money. Smile.
94-95% there towards the annihilation. You would have been able to step up onto that point, contest it for a little bit longer. Would have given them a little bit better position, right? You could have played aggressively around that. So getting the tank out of the equation there for Space Station was massive.
Having 2 consecutive fights. Stoller got caught there by Hardy. Can be tough, especially when Air Matrix is involved. The amount of burst damage coming your way. Same issue, I guess, when you go up against Echo. Really hard to know when to hold them and when to fold them. All right, off to University now for our last round of Oasis. Compositionally, we do see Psycho move back over to the Echo.
Yeah, it was takes a lot of damage here towards the high ground. They actually end up getting monster though, as both teams just like so
Back to this Echo, huh?
that high ground. I know
This time it's the other Lucio that feeds first in a fight. Classic.
Space Station had to go up a gear pretty quickly there as Landon uses a super early regenerative burst.
Hardy's got to be careful here, though. Yeah, there you go.
You're gonna have to do it once more now. Space Station will leave Hardy, I guess, as the fulcrum on the point and play back off it and behind him.
And I was wondering if we see a potential like tracer swap for Kevster, because typically, right?
Damn, Landon.
Against the Echo as he goes there to high ground, no deflect as he kind of crosses back over the point and falls at the hands of Landon. So really good start here for Space Station. Yeah, and here's the tracer. So you see the kind of DPS players just trying to match each other for either team.
Already an Ant Matrix for Landon. Built that awful fast. Ghost, in fairness, not too far behind.
Right there, yeah.
Can he get a good one here, okay? Just throw it in the opening and Kai instantly exploits that to the detriment of Landon. Blown up instantly. Ant Matrix still in the back pocket, so very quick flip back here for Ents.
And Thor, thank you for the super chat. Time to make it official. The real reason the San Diego Hunters aren't competing in OWCS is Blizzard blocking us due to our player wages. Oh, so true. We'll be back. Don't worry. We'll definitely make it to Sweden, Kappa.
Have that opportunity here for Space Station to create the same type of thing.
No pun intended, I'm sure. Low is Pistola, very low. Big hit with the mag grenades. They're trying to back away.
Nasty, dude. Landon is stepping up. These last few rounds, he has been killing it.
As he dragged himself off the point, not nearly fast enough. The Space Station come clapping.
You know, this is how you'd expect this series to go.
In that situation, right?
Every map is, every round is tight. Every fight.
You're really the only one playing on the point there.
He took 2 headshots, I think, early. That's the issue.
Yeah, it's like 2 headshots. Then obviously the Cassie with the roll, gets the reload. Then now the Ant Matrix in your way, even with Nemesis form blocking some of that damage. Overall, not going to be able to live through it.
Marco, aggressive. Annihilation now out from Pistola as the sound barrier gave instant durability to withstand that Cassidy ult. Hardy Foxes as well. Blizzard blocking us due to our player wages.
Yeah, very true, Thor. I appreciate the super chat, and don't worry, we'll work upon an agreement with them.
Psycho eventually parts of some of those cooldowns and the focusing beam will account for Pistola. Big lead now for Space Station.
Yeah, Space Station looking at.
Can't wait for a panic bag throw at Landon from an NA team. I don't think he'd trade away playing for SSG for the world unless it's like a insane salary. And we all know that just about nobody can offer him an insane salary. So I think he's chilling. Meanwhile, though, Ents have got to get a touch here. Probably looking at Kevster to get a last-second touch, or maybe Vistola will go instead. Yep, he's got it. Window v window. Can Landon do it again? Can the kid do it again?
Gets thrown down. Hardy able to play from behind his shield here. Both teams with Ant Matrices that mirror one another. Side room is where Renta looking to play through here. They're able to take control of it. Space Station have no reason to give up any play.
SSG are just going to play it slow, play it smart. You burnt down the window. You got ultim. Oh my god, Landon again. This guy is insane.
Oh, the pressure mounting on Ghost. He has to use a self-immortality field, and it's still not enough to keep him alive. He stepped out of this. Oh, I mean, the Deadeye here is hardly an issue. Psycho is on borrowed health. And yeah.
SSG taking map 1. Really great first map. Landon completely turned that on its head, though. Insanely clutch plays from that dude.
Good early on, but then
And watch Toronto sign Landon in their mid-season rebuild. That's insane.
the rest of the map is Psycho goes huge there on the Echo. We were talking a little bit,
How to fit your Toronto prediction was accurate to the letter. I mean, I was wrong by like a round, so I'll give it a B-.
But his Echo was so effective there in that last point.
Because I said I had doubts in that those were answered.
Obviously, that's something that we know
They just lost one round earlier than I thought they would.
But you could say the same for Space Station. Curious to rather hear what our desk thinks about this next map.
Thank you so much, Mitch and Matt. Yeah, let's hear it. Jake, Johnny.
Yeah, Masa did not play too good.
In this one, there were a lot of great individual
What's up,
performances
Joseph?
of both teams, but I want to focus here on the SSG side for this one. Sparker obviously did phenomenal on Cassidy, but also Psycho's Tracer. He's been such a difference maker thus far in the tournament here in Dallas.
I mean, just to match Kevster is one thing. I think that already really impresses me on when it comes to flexible DPS players. But to pull ahead, I feel, coming out on the first round, bringing out the Echo to deal with the Genji, looked wonderful. Wasn't able to take that round, but then going toe-to-toe on Tracer in round 2. I mean, if you can beat Kevster on his best heroes, you can take him down in his wheelhouse. Honestly,
where does Toronto even go from here? You just have to play better. You got to figure it out as a team, figure out where you went wrong, and play better, grind harder. That's all you can do. Because obviously they're probably not making any changes to their team. So
yeah, and also when it comes to Psycho, he showed flexibility that is really crucial in this matchup. We've seen Kevster flex over to the Genji, but hasn't really worked out for him because Psycho does such a good job on the Echo.
Try and stick to more consistent composition choices. Perfect your craft. Get more experience. Use this as a learning lesson. That's all you can do.
Comes out, for example. So keep your eyes peeled. If we see some Mauga for the SSG, Psycho could come in.
Oh yeah, they can definitely do better than what we saw yesterday. It just fell apart for them. It happens.
Yeah, I think Echo has been a really interesting hero to see come up in the comp, and with Baptiste and Cassidy on the field, there's so much pressure coming your way. It's not easy to get done. I mean, I think Matt called it out well. There's a chance that you might feel, okay, maybe I can't retake on this Echo. Maybe I need to just make some space.
And maybe you should pick up Paintbrush. I don't know about that one.
Managing to get it done on the hero, paying huge dividends later into the round, being able to hold point with that Echo, so effective with that ultimate. I mean, adding so much power.
Yeah, Toronto, I mean, it reminds me a lot of early Florida last year. Kind of got too cute with composition choices at times. Just, you don't have to make it so complicated. Be consistent on what you need to be. Like, we all know you're flexible, but be consistent on what matters, and then if you have to make changes, then do it after.
Right? Because those are some of the greats we have in Overwatch esports history. So that is no small feat. Let's talk about the Cassidy play here as well a little bit. Yeah. Sparker, I think, yesterday already did so much for this team. Today, once again, really a standout performance on Cassidy.
Yeah, and Sparker is another player who I think is instrumental in this matchup because Sparker dictates.
When is the next event starting after Dallas? November.
Look at the tank players as,
it's gonna be a long time.
What is the play style? What are we going to achieve with this composition? But Sparker,
like late November, November 22nd to be exact. That is when Sweden is. We are a long ways off. And we don't even get OWCS Stage 3 until August, so there is a big break coming. What's up, Danny?
Matrix placement for your Cassidy, playing around the Deadeye as well and setting up your Cassidy player. Sparker is a player to keep your eyes on because he does so much for this SSG team.
And now, of course, with this loss in map number 1, Ence's pick will be coming up. Which map type do you think they want to go for here?
I mean, it's got to be Circuit Royale or something.
As the game even started, yeah. First map, SSG took map 1.
I think you do. I mean, it's Circuit Royale. It has to be an escort map. I feel Gibraltar is almost an auto loss for Ents. I don't think they can compete on that map without
an auto loss. Sag.
So lacking chase here at the tournament. I feel like you have to block pick escort. They could throw a wrench in the works. I think Circle Royale, if anything, is the obvious choice. Take it to a map where
stream started super early.
However, another escort pick.
They started about 2 hours earlier than the last 2 days for some reason.
Something that if I was SSG, I would have come into this.
Are you interested in watching old games during the break till August? I might try and do some stuff here and there, like on the weekend. I'm gonna start to be a bit busier starting this week, and by a bit I mean a lot busier, because I landed a job and I start this week, so things are going to be a bit more sporadic with content until I get a feel for things.
But SSG has the edge.
Yeah, I mean, this is a map we haven't really seen that much from the EVA.
What's the takeaway from map 1? Landon is a Chad.
Havana hasn't really been around in the pool, so it's a new map for both of those teams. And if you're ENCE, of course, this is another opportunity to get a leg up.
Yeah, I've been trying to find a job literally for months. It feels good.
The thing is, with those two teams, obviously, coming
I've been
from the
unemployed
same
for 2
region,
years, so it feels good.
With each other, with each other's play styles, those players go way back as well. Do you feel like elements of surprise will be
Danny.
any favorites here, or do you just feel like both should just really rely heavily on their comforts?
In the end, though, I think if you're ENCE, I think you're the ones who need to throw a wrench in the works. To be honest, the Rush Mirror, yes, they play well, but SSG is on a different level when it comes to the team play. We talk about individuals, but I think the team play is what really elevates SSG as a unit, that they work together so effectively. All the individuals are very comfortable on their hero, but what that allows them to do is push things to the next level, be just a little bit greedier. You see Funny Astro holding his beats so late into these fights. It's really hard to deal with that. Normally, the punishment is it's just not easy to keep people alive while being greedy and holding the sound barrier, but they're so experienced as a unit. Their communication, every time we do a listen in, is so on point. I mean, you've got to change something up if you're ENCE. Maybe make this more of an individualistic game where I think head-to-head, there's more of an even matchup.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're going to see the Sigma come out from Bestolen.
Appreciate it, Max, and everyone else congratulating me.
Because we've seen M80. M80 has picked this.
I'm excited to start, honestly. Things have been kind of rough recently, so I'm excited to start.
The SSG spawn camp here and get out of the spawn doors.
Well, we find out in just a second as map number 2 is ready.
We're getting right back into things? Hell yeah.
Folks, we're headed over to Havana for our second map.
Gonna do some social media work. Social media management for a company in my state.
By going circuit, for example, but that was not the plan for ENCE. And I'm glad we're talking about the spawn camp because that's something we've seen already from SSG, and it is oppressive.
Yeah, no, something we've, in the games that we've casted for SSG.
Surely, Danny, surely.
Psycho for map number 1, but then sometimes we see Backbone come in, a lot of times for like May, different types of...
Havana's interesting. We're going to see more of this Brawl v Brawl.
For this map, so it looks like it will be Space Station.
They're really liking this Echo,
They're
huh?
gonna go with that aggressive spawn camp, like mentioned. It's going to be all the pressure on ENCE to get out.
Kevy boy gonna hit a big shot out of spawn.
No.
No.
I don't know if there's an echo in play. Yes. Just a little pick from Kevster and onto the...
Whoever pulls out Maga first loses.
Looking to exchange pleasantries right at the front door. Very much an expected circumstance as far as ENCE are concerned. Here comes Psycho, now revealing himself on that echo. Sticky bombs of the stolen.
Stickies.
Force him back into spawn.
Yes, Kevster makes the swap. So we saw them have
Appreciate it, Cam.
with the Genji
I hope it works
composition
out too.
on ENCE, but you ultimately have no answer for this echo, and your tank is going to get burst down, and that's kind of ended up what's happening. So at least it makes maybe Solar's like
What I really need to just be a bit more stable, feel a lot better about where I'm at in life. When I figure that stuff out, because, I have a long distance partner, I want to bring her to the United States, and like I need to be stable for that to happen, so it's a big step for me to have this. I can look towards that process, the marriage visa application.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have both support ults for Space Station Gaming, right? Funny Astro basically at a beat Masa. And not a great opportunity to build it here on offense. Kai does have this Deadeye, maybe backs players up a little bit. That's the Amp Matrix early.
All right, Funny Astro here trying to make it hard for Pistola to get back into spawn, but with the tenacity buff.
All right, so far, ends are still stuck in spawn.
Amp Matrix here for Ghost now. Let's it go. Might be a beaten response for Funny
Oh, I'm
Astro.
sure, Byron. Oh, nasty shot there.
And it's a little too late. That beat just doesn't come quickly enough to keep Sparker alive, but Psycho's going to be there with the focusing beam.
But I mean, hey, this is fine. Yeah, this is Psycho, the 3K. You lose one, but like, it works out for you still. You're stalling time, big time.
This map, we see everybody play the close spawn door hold. Oh, that's the Deadeye there from Psycho there towards the end of
Not
that.
it's Thor time. Okay,
It
dude.
feels super bad though, right? You have these ultimates, but to use them just to get out of the spawn feels pretty brutal. As a walk up with the Deadeye, it's a nice.
That'll have to be enough. One pick here for ENCE, and then a pulse bomb used to remove at least Lander's immortality field.
Yeah, like they lost one, but they still won that fight before. It's massive. Minute 40 on the clock now, that's it. In a good position to maybe full hold, but this next fight's going to be pretty dangerous.
And they'll continue with this Echo look. It's been pretty effective thus far.
Vestola's HP always below half, that poor guy. The nature of playing tank.
Put some even more pressure on the tank. And as Jake mentioned, the duplicate so impactful, whether it's like a Ramantra dude or a Baptiste.
PlayStation again, playing close together.
Bro, Vestola?
Vestola goes for the Annihilation here.
He had to use Annihilation just to get out of there. That was not great. Both Ramatras kind of just threw away their ult there. Oh my god, Masa almost just Ajax. That was terrifying. Looks like they got it though. No full holds. Point B.
Yes, SSG looked like they were trying to get players set up.
Still though, you stall for time a lot, which is nice.
All the way towards that left, and nice play by Masa. They use the sound barrier. They go right up towards that.
Now this is where we see the Tracer. Okay, makes sense.
So, and still, once they break that spawn hold, they're able to get that first point. And here, this is a good swap, right? We were talking about this Echo versus Tracer. The Echo is not good at this part of the map, right? This low ceiling makes it very difficult to lose.
Awkward place for Space Station to be here. They don't really have a staging ground, whereas Ents have taken control of this causeway.
Still remember that backbone Maywall against Toronto.
Dangerous though, but it denied this range. Could be devastating.
Oof.
Nicely done by Masa. Ghost had an immortality field up. Well, the funny Astro able to redirect Kai there.
How did they lose Ghost there? What on earth?
In a pole position.
Where was he positioned? That's unfortunate.
Extremely low, just gonna make it back towards that choke is
Okay, don't get too cute here, guys. Just get out of there. Back out.
Has some help from Funny Astro as well, so they'll back up a little bit here. Want to control that. You see they're just blocking off that right-hand side, right? You know, denying that staircase to that high ground, maybe forcing them to go all the way around the opposite way.
This will be telegraphed though. Space Station will see it coming. Kevster wants to sneak in behind his low ground, I think. It's what's Psycho. He's attending to the cart. It's opted not to try and fight for the stairs. So they are in a bit of an awkward spot though. Well, having that high ground. To what degree they're willing to spend on getting up here? You got your answer. Here they come. Hardy a little bit low. That barrier was a problem for Landon. It does get cleared so we can get.
Oh yeah, booped. That was a nasty boop. This is dangerous. Oh boy. Good ult from Vestola there. Clean stuff.
Catch out the enemy Tracer. Sound barrier for Ents. Kepsi doesn't get it, but the rest of the squad looking healthy. Funny Astro went to reciprocate and
still though.
For the shots that come in from the high grounds.
Landon and Spark are doing their thing again. Wait, but Vestola, wait, this is his form ran out.
Maybe bait Hardy a little bit, get him quite low, then Ents pushes up through that high ground, and then you get that Ant Matrix there.
Again, every fight feels so damn scrappy between these two. This really is a top tier rivalry that we have in OWCS. It's kind of cool these two met each other in the tournament.
You know, his Annihilation just kind of takes out Psycho on the payload, right? He's having this like mini game on the side, and that 1v1 against Kevster, he's quite low, gets taken out right away. And see a Sparker dead up, you'll walk up, get some damage down the player.
Oh, he was too low.
Psycho doesn't stick it, but Kai didn't have the mobility to avoid it. Shot after shot here, Sparker lining him up. Losing Vestola so early, devastating for Ents potentially, but Ghost gives as good as he gets. He takes care of the Cassidy from the low ground, but aren't in a position to really fight.
All right, final fight here.
And with Ghost in that position, there's no way you're going to be able
no
to
ults on the board currently.
So far away on that
Who's going to get a big pick here?
It'll be Kepser gets on the payload. It'll keep it moving here for Ents, and we get closer to OT.
But Ents have this high ground now. They have a lot of space.
Honestly, Kim, it just depends on like the meta. If the meta were to change in a certain way, suddenly Backbone could be pretty useful for them again. I don't think you can drop him. He's been an important part of the culture. They love him there.
But he's knocked back. Now Sparker can make use of this. But it's not a target-rich environment by any stretch. The card is moving. Master exposes himself briefly, but it's brought down. Hardy needs to
simultaneous beats.
Funny Astro has given him the time to build it up. But Psycho's gone. There's no Tracer in.
Hardy's gonna have ult.
Position might be good for Sparker to make use of, but Hardy's seen better days. Yes, Sparker gets Master. Now Hardy back to the.
Oh, that's a big kill though. Killing Hardy there is crazy. And they're going to push it in. Kai.
Aren't done just yet.
Kai with
wow.
3 is Psycho will back out as they get that second checkpoint. And
You could say he's their backbone. Very funny.
But where the payload is at the time, there's really no great line of sight for Sparker, right? So he kind of comes out, doesn't want to walk all the way out because then you lose the benefits of the
Kai's been having some good moments.
As the payload, the position there at the time.
He's hit some big shots. Also, what the hell happened to Vestola's health bar there? He almost just died instantly. Another pick from Kai. Heating up when his team needs it. Pushing it in here would be massive. Finishing this map.
Pushing the cart up behind this fight. You can see it about to round the corner.
Yeah, and think about how this map started, right? A really good spawn camp from SSG. It looked pretty brutal for Ensign. I know they clutch out points A and B, and now look at this payload progress here towards the end. Only 30 seconds on the clock, but honestly pretty brutal, though.
Nice. Wait, where was the immo? What was that miscommunication from Ghost and Kai? How did they screw that up? What on earth, man? Was that late? Did he like not understand what Kai was going for? Did Kai just like sit there in silence holding Q? That was really, really weird. Kai desperation would have swapped.
Couple of shots for Kovacs Kai here, but no kills as a result, and Kempster's down. Air Matrix for Landon. It's a tough proposition for Ents to address.
And that should be where the cart stops. Still, though, all things considered with how the map started, pretty good push for Ents. This is very doable.
Yeah, I mean, they're forced to charge face first into Landon's Ant Matrix there towards the end. Very difficult to play from that position, especially when the sound barrier comes in as well. So, but I will say, I think that's actually, if you're Ents, right, pretty positive in the sense that you were getting spawn camp for, what was it, probably a minute and a half, right?
Oh, it was 2.5 minutes.
Two and a half minutes. And then now you go into like OT in the second checkpoint, right? So to even be able to get through this, how far they did, probably a pretty positive sign if you're Ents.
And let's not forget, time was getting very short in this second phase of the map too, is Ents were constantly jockeying for a way to get that high ground. I think they end up having like a messy fight, and they just use spawn advantage to be able to take that bridge, to be able to move up on that right-hand side, just above where they're running now. Or whatever it takes. I mean, we knew it would be a dogfight. I think that's exactly what Master said yesterday. That's playing out here on Havana thus far.
Danny, why?
And this is something interesting from Ents.
What are you on about, bro?
This is a comp type of variant you'd expect to see from SSG, right? You know, Kevster, obviously a fantastic Mei player. For SSG, we usually see like Backbone come in, play that Mei at an extremely high level. It's typically a comp you would see SSG use to give a lot of other teams some fits. We'll see how they adjust.
It's the biggest strength for Ents. I really think the flexibility that Kevster brings is tough to replicate. Space Station have an extra player in order to do that, so.
What are you on about? Everything I say sounds good. What now?
And it's the Venture.
What happened to that humble guy? Where did he go?
Popped up behind Kempster there. May wall used to attempt to catch them out. Psycho, those quick enough to get back to safety.
I really, really like when teams pull out the Venture for the spawn door hold. It always works, every time. It is such a great solution to the hold here. Venture just opens it all up.
Where they don't need to take any damage on the way in, right? I know typically with some of our other flankers, whether it be Genji, Tracer, I guess you want to throw Reaper in the mix, right? Potentially.
White Nutella does sound pretty insane, I'm not gonna lie. I don't think I have that here though, unfortunately.
They often have to use Drill Rush to escape, but, well, you can also do it in this order, right? Sequencing of Drill Rush first, then Burrow. Psycho here is threatening. Can't drop down, no one looking at this Venture. So a lot of free damage.
Holy damage.
Find success. There is the Romantra.
Dang, they're just pressing W. Finally, the Venture gets put to a stop. Any cart pushers?
Much more comfortable playing this style.
Yeah, something we were thinking about, you know, for like Crazy Raccoon versus Falcons.
At least not where I live, I don't think we have it. What if in a parallel universe, the 2018 Florida Mayhem was 2022 London Spitfire, and 2022 London Spitfire was 2018 Florida Mayhem?
Tons of damage on the outcome.
I just had a brain aneurysm reading that. What?
They go in, do some damage, and right there you see they lose Ghost straight away. Oh, there goes Monk.
Oh, Psycho, don't do it to him.
Psycho, 2 off the ultimate. And again, Baptiste is definitely threatened by this. He doesn't have lateral mobility. He can pop up with the Exo boots. But that doesn't allow him to get some distance from Venture. Psycho might switch to Trace here.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I love Venture gameplay.
It's, you know, with some of the high ground and whatnot, the Venture may not work as well.
Venture, I mean, they suffer the same sort of issues with verticality to some degree as Tracer does. Venture can actually use that drill rush to get up. I digress though. Ghost again getting picked off first. A lot of pressure on the newest addition to end this Baptiste player. Struggling to hang. Yeah, Stoll's not getting away. Hardy, the left, right, good night.
I think it's just a really early Amp Matrix. I think that kind of catches Ends off guard. Ends thinks they're going to kind of like wrap up there, take that high ground, you know, play from the position that we kind of saw SSG.
The meta, it kind of depends. We see a lot of variation depending on the team. The Korean teams really like Pharah, you know, like the EMEA teams like to play Ram. We see Mauga. It's kind of a mess. We see Sig.
Looking to serve an eviction notice to the attackers, but there's a dead-eye from Sparker. Both teams make use of those amp matrices.
I did not, Vulcan.
Okay, a little awkward for Sparker, but he's able to avoid this line of sight. Stolen can't be much more than
Dude, Kevster standing on top of Hadi. What?
Go down. So here it is, and finally break back in to the brewery phase.
Yeah, but I mean, 3 minutes on the clock. They're going to get a lot of things to go their way as Kai finishes off some players there. Can take a
Yeah, I'll try to later, Vulcan.
Basically, both teams just mirroring.
Is Falcons the only team playing Venture? No, they're not.
Both
Beat, Amp Matrix, Annihilation.
Both Dead Eyes, you know, the Immortality field used basically the same exact time to kind of protect those Cassidys with those Dead Eyes. So now get a real good shot here. The big thing is look how big, look how fast Landon is able to build towards these Amp Matrices. That's going to be 2 kills.
Dude, what? How does Sparker just casually find 2 there? Okay.
Just to walk up and then you set Sparker in an awesome spot to be very punishing from that high ground. Just a little moment there from Funny Astro ends up basically turning the fight in favor of Space Station.
And it looks like Kevster going to position himself here.
Crazy Raccoon even play some Venture too.
He hits Kevster. Kevster might not be able to push
We just saw SSG play it.
Pulse here would end the Ramatra. Good patience though.
That's a dead Ramatra.
Kevster was able to find Landon. Kai has no choice but to roll up and roll out.
Even though Kevster
All right.
finds a kill onto Landon, doesn't really
3:20 on the clock for SSG to get this through.
A little bit of extra
77.5 meters.
I mean, this is historically the toughest part of Havana. You know, getting towards this last point where there's so much inherent high ground here for the defense. But luckily for Space Station, you don't actually even have to kind of get it like under that underpass, right? That's usually where we see a lot of teams really struggle. The you know, checkpoint, the box of victory is kind of right in front of them here.
Rasa, quick footwork there.
Zoning.
A true zoning ultimate at the end there. From Sparker.
Whoa, oh! Kai knows that was going to be a nasty ult too. That's unlucky. That's tragic.
Goes there, brazenly standing out in the open behind that window, and he's asking for it. Nice couple of shots here from Sparker. He is free fire.
That should be this might just be the map here.
Yeah, this is going to be really brutal.
Kai emergency Widow swap.
Kai over Widow, just
psych.
Shot off as they're going to switch back. Try and recontest. They're going to be walking into another Amp Matrix.
Kevster's got a touch here. You have a couple of key ults. It sucks you have to burn it that early, but you know that might be enough to get you through. Win you this fight. Wait a second. Oh no, they got it. They got it. Surely they got it, right? Oh my God, they're lost still. They still lost it. The clutch plays from Sparker and Psycho. 2-0 lead for SSG, just like that. On the brink of sweeping their way to the lower bracket final. They just looked like the better team that map. I'm not gonna lie.
And Psycho to come up with some huge kills here on the point. Match point already upon us. That was a ENCE selection. The choice to go to Havana was one they made.
I will say though, we've seen these two play in a close game where a lead was blown. Anything's possible. But man, I'm gonna need to see some clutch plays out of that ENCE backline. They're starting to fall behind, and then Sparker's heating up. Really dangerous situation to be in here.
Let's break it down. At the very end there, Kevster's Tracer tried to make one last valiant effort, but really felt like Sparker's pickup on Kai kind of sealed the deal on Bridge.
Why am I just noticing that Crimson's missing? Yeah, Crimson's the coach now, man.
Off the map though, looking at the compositions.
I'm assuming Venture's more fun to watch than Malga. Oh yeah, 100%. Venture's mad fun to watch.
Very honest EMEA
It
brawl.
was an honest EMEA brawl. That's exactly what we expected. That's what we wanted to see. However, SSG, they managed to sprinkle in their
Well,
own
Chase
flavor. They
isn't
showed us
even
again
there,
that they
yeah,
have
so
flexibility
even if they had the option to...
It makes some
But they don't have the
interesting
option to play him.
composition.
And even if they did, he still may not play. At least for like the non-Winston maps. That's what we saw before.
Call that a Tracer favorite matchup. She's able to do a lot. Echo's not really going to contest the other Tracer all too often. But if your supports can hang and battle against a player like Kevster, it opens you up to be a lot greedier with the Echo, much more poke pressure, put a lot more damage onto Vastola, but also, you know, the flexibility to bring out the Venture, to add in a ton of aggression into the backline. And I think especially on the offense is where I felt the difference between SSG and ENCE. When they speed around those corners.
Oh yeah, ENCE looked better with Crimzo, there's no doubt about it.
Blowing open these setups.
Yeah, I mean, when they get high ground for Sparker, like he's able to...
You gotta think about it, if you're Ghost, I mean, this is the first official, like, big event that he's with the team that's, like, not Face It. He didn't play any OWCS before, they just had Crimzo in there.
The last 2 points of the map, point B and point C for SSG, Sparker just had an unbelievable Cassidy performance. And again, it's like I said the last game break, right? Sparker, I think, is like real ace up the sleeve for SSG. He has so much impact on this specific matchup and it feels real comfortable, right? This is why we talk so much about Sparker. It's performances like this. So, I mean, if he continues playing like this might turn into a 3-0.
Yeah, no, it's gonna be a tough road ahead for ENCE. They took us here to Havana. Do you feel in hindsight that may not have been the play? Like, why were you so confident on this particular map?
Honestly, I don't hate it. I think you had to throw some kind of spanner in the works. It would have been, I mean, Circle Royale is the obvious pick, but it would have been so obvious. I mean,
what has happened to my team? And they're just getting outplayed. SSG are thoroughly beating them. Oasis was really close, but Havana, not so much.
And so I think they wanted to mix things up. I think they wanted to force this into a Ramatra mirror.
Backline looks stronger from SSG right now. Sparker doing his thing. Psycho looking good.
Players to execute a rush comp, they're very, very competent. But SSG is another level above. They have the basics down so clean that they get creative, right? They're not necessarily going to stack up. Sparker swings one way, you know, Hadi and Landon pushing through another door, Astra and Psycho on the flank, and you're just being attacked from all sides because this is a team that, you know, the basics are nothing to them. They don't even have to discuss it.
Yeah, one little clue we learned from this map as well is the pick that came out from Psycho, and I think it had something perhaps to do with Kevster coming out on the May as well.
Danny, what's with this obsession with spiders, bro? You good?
That is just one thing to keep in mind. Yesterday we saw Kevster play on the May, had a lot of impact on that hero. What are SSG going to do to counter it? Will we see Psycho more on the Vature later on in the series?
I mean, Vulcan, to be fair, kind of doing it to yourself, my guy.
All right, let's discuss the upcoming...
You were talking about yesterday, people falling for bait. You are currently falling for it. The roles have been reversed.
It sounded like, Johnny, where in Hybrid are we going with this? You want to see a return to Midtown?
I think you should ask Jake because I've actually seen a monitor over there that shows...
Are you already...
I don't know, so let me maybe you can tell me. I think I would go Nimbani right now. If I'm ENCE, I'd go Nimbani.
Mr. X is currently blocking the monitor to make sure we can't...
My second pick is Midtown. I think Nimbani and Midtown make the most sense. But
well, I guess not. Midtown, so...
Midtown, yeah, this is where you can kind of calm down a little bit. Play more up to your style. Play the Sigma here. Maybe we see SSG rock out with the Rhine.
Maybe this is a return to the Vistola Sigma, but I mean, we've seen SSG dismantle some of these holds with, especially, so sometimes the Rhine, sometimes the Ram, but they're really great at breaking these slow defensive setups. There's a reason we haven't seen Vistola come out on the Sig this series. That's a respect right there. They know they cannot play their best hero, what they've shown all tournament, because they know SSG has the download on that style. It's just not going to work against them. And so maybe Midtown, maybe that's a map where the ranges can be played. You know, maybe Kevster has some niche counter pick that he thinks he can make it work with. But honestly, this is desperation for ENCE. I think Midtown's a good map, but even if they win it, they're facing a push and a hybrid. It's going to be a long road home for ENCE.
All right.
Break his wall. Okay, dude.
At this point, let's see if ENCE can bring it back as we're headed to Midtown.
Back to Midtown, folks, and ENCE's backs are up against the wall. This had better be enough to bail them out of this sticky situation. But like Jake put it, it's a long road home to climb from here on out for this ENCE squad to fight back against someone that knows them awfully well. After many, many series played against each other, Space Station, as the desk put it, have the download on ENCE.
Yeah, and sometimes it's a little bit of the nature of like styles make fights, right? Where you know, ENCE probably good to play Sigma and a lot of the things that they like to play just about it against every other team here, but the one team that they can kind of like play different types of rush style comps that would love to play rush style comps is the team they get matched up here today, who's also in their region.
Which is already worrying, right?
Yeah. Right, so I mean, they already have experience against them, right? They have experience playing the comps that are pretty good against them as well, so it's a bit of a tough draw.
All right, mirror compositions here. It will be the Tracer Cassidy.
I do think it's pretty telling, though, agreeing with the desk. Like, they haven't even tried it, right? They haven't even tried it.
Oh yeah, no, Chase is not available. Visa issues. Unfortunately. At least that's what I've been told. Okay, so no Sigma here. We're just gonna hope for the best in this Ram matchup. Once again, oh my god, he's getting destroyed.
Pistola's always 20% HP when he picks out.
Yes, Kevster getting quite low here as well. He had to use the recall there, but you do give up high ground straight away, right? We see a lot of teams, you know, maybe actually on offense go here towards this firehouse, but they push straight up through that subway car. Makes it a little bit more awkward.
They don't have to use that regenerative burst there because Financial was in midair when he threw a grenade at him. They had to make sure he could get the quick heal on the Lucio.
They were tied down already here for ENCE.
Body's really low, never mind.
Not great. Now it's 4. Have to hope that Kev's still stolen. Can get enough done here. Space Station don't need to play for the high ground. They play back behind the fire engine. Yeah, and no one's going to be saving ENCE from the burning window.
Yeah, they get high ground, but it just takes.
If I had to choose a bad game from prior seasons to stream, which one stands out aside from the toilet bowl? Ooh, an excellent question.
Get things going where typically we see teams kind of take the opposite route as we'll see.
That Titans Paris Eternal game from 2021 was something. The Bread Bowl. That game was awful. Florida versus Shanghai Dragons. Yeah, I'm always a good choice.
That grenade will go wayward, but Psycho gets no healing right now. Landon's busy. Cool later. Here they go, sound barrier now. Landon gonna receive that at least for Funny Astro, but the pressure's too great. The pulse bomb breaks through the overshield. The Ghost is traded. A Deadeye here from Sparker. Getting a back piece for your Lucio, probably worth it. But both Cassidys are now down. Annihilation though, in play. Pistola will use in a couple of moments. Can't be taking the risk.
Paris versus NYXL 2022. Yeah, that one was quite bad. Oh, Florida versus the Justice in Season 2 on GOATS was one of the worst games I've ever seen. Honestly, my pick might be that one. Yeah, Byron. I think that's my pick. Screw the Bread Bowl. Florida versus the Justice 2019 GOATS is one of the most abysmal matches I've ever seen in the history of Overwatch esports. Congrats, Vulcan.
With the Deadeye, he'll get Funny Astro.
Save Landon's life.
Oh yeah, entertainment value, Toilet Bowl wins out. It triumphs overall.
Still able to push up. Masa kept to the stolen. Last three standing here. Prince. All good for Landon. Should be brought down here. Well, Kemp's able to find a kill. This would be on. But now it's going to be some stagger, some stall. And the cap begins.
Yeah, that's the one, Evan.
One tick. Everybody now back up for SSG. It looks like you may be in position here to get a touch.
Yeah, goats between two bad teams is one of the worst things you can possibly watch. That was the biggest problem with goats, honestly. There was no room for like individuals to carry to make it slightly better. No.
Yeah, and I think actually they just wanted, ideally, right? I think ideally you want everybody to live. But for SSG, Psycho would live a little bit longer because you saw Hottie and Code like kind of speed boost right on pass. They want to make a play for the backline. But when Psycho falls, you see Hottie like from the point of view we were watching, just kind of stop because he's now the one now taking position on the point to try and hold it, and that kind of ruins what they were attempting.
So much pressure Landon's under right now. Looks like Kempster those left him for the time being.
The freaking Justice won that match.
Good vortex.
It was a battle of who wants to lose more.
Tries to edge around it. Does know Kempster's there. Can't afford to give him all of his attention though. This air matrix is well set up for Space Station to push into. Ensky again can see that high ground, but they don't lose any players. Kempster's still doggedly harassing.
I think if you're SSG also giving up that first.
Oh, you know what game also sucked?
That upsetting, right?
Remember that Florida game? When they somehow took Dallas to a map 5 with checkmate on tank? That was hilarious.
You get a hold here for SSG, you're in a great spot.
Down barrier to answer the Deadeye. Spark still wants to hold his ground.
Oh, nice.
Drops in, that's 2. Kai's in trouble. Okay, mag grenade on Sparker, he does not care. Immortality field is more than enough to keep Cassidy fighting fit. And it's get removed.
And a little stagger on top.
Sound barrier came out from Massa, and it wasn't enough. Oh no. Well, welcome to the top level of play, Ghost. Could have been worse. You could be FRD.
Why do you hate my blood pressure? It's not my fault that Florida choose to be a part of many of the worst games I've ever seen.
Big win there.
Don't blame me. Blame your own team, bro.
Deadeye just drops down to the low ground.
It's backbreaking.
Makes it pretty difficult. So no B here for Ents. You have this annihilation.
Oh my god, London versus Titans 2021. That game. London winning their only game of the season, the final opportunity. That game sucked. Actually, it wasn't that bad. It was just funny, the nature around it.
Alright, too late. Ghost is down. Kai now, awkward. There's a lot going on here with 2 annihilations in play. Kai eventually picked up here. God, that last fight with Master beating and still getting picked off. It's gonna hurt them. It's gonna haunt them.
Another stagger. 30 seconds to go. It just looks like SSG are just the better team, all in all.
Really rough spot for Ents. You ended up using pretty much everything you had there in that previous fight. The Ant Matrix, they try and get it up on that high ground. So maybe you can make a play for Hottie. They get it really
The checkmate pins through the TP. Yeah, those were something.
Push around that corner, right? So you're not going to kind of just sacrifice your Ramatra for a trade there in that situation.
Ents have nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing to work with. An Air Matrix with Sparker to play with, and he already has high ground by default.
Oh, then of course there's the game that made me mauled uncontrollably on stream last year. That London versus Washington game, that was awful.
Against Kempster, that's quite a titanic battle.
Alright, sounds good, Danny.
Kempster touch park here and then build up towards the sound barrier. They knew this Air Matrix was coming. Now they get the beat.
This will leave Kempster isolated.
How's this compared to OWL? I mean, it's not as special as OWL, but I still enjoy it.
Did he not benefit from it? Ents have lost their centerpiece now.
I still enjoy it because I was watching Pro Overwatch way before OWL started, so I enjoy this too. Alright, the win condition is set.
That is a disappointing push through the map. Space Station once again clamped down on him.
It Ents plays that really towards the end the only way they actually could, right? I'll play a little bit slower, let Kev, keep that card contested, get us into OT, and then build towards that sound barrier, right? They get it. Masa connects with everybody. It just did not hit Vestola, which is huge. I mean, obviously the Ramatra, essential to keep alive in these types of situations. So you end up losing your tank, and everything starts to fall apart.
In the past, Ents have been able to keep it close against Space Station, competitive. Back and forth have been dogfights. But they come here to Dallas, missing one of their tanks. And Ents, as we talked about it, they're quiet. They're all quiet. They're not outspoken, not super outgoing guys. So again, when they get to situations like this, someone has to stand up for them. Oh, stand up, I guess, yeah, for them. get them excited, get them energized. You know, Crimzo has said that's been Pistola and Ghost in the past, but I don't know if either of those naturally have that tendency. Someone from Ents really needs to give this team a lift.
And now they're going to try this Sigma-based composition. So on defense, a lot like what the desk was mentioning, you can kind of create some space here. There's just a lot of space to cover for Space Station games. You have a good idea, though, without backbone in the game, potentially not like some kind of sim shenanigans, right? So
Ensur, they're just... Space Station have their number, man. They're getting outplayed in every way. Back to the Sig. I don't know how I feel about the Mei. We'll see. Oh, they're gonna go Ryan. Ryan coming. Ryan incoming.
Dealing with a Sigma comp.
Ah, yes.
It is time, folks. This is why Ents have avoided playing Sigma. Over this series, the dreaded Charlie Reinhardt has come out to play.
Yeah, it'll be curious how they try and get this Reinhardt into advantageous positions, though, because there is a lot of space to cover here, right?
The Mei is still awkward to deal with.
The Mei is awkward to deal with, right? But then also just getting the Reinhardt in positions where he can be very
nice wall, nice wall.
That's going to be a Mei wall. They break it, they get inside of the fire.
They're still split off. You could take advantage of this if you're Ents, maybe here. That's a early freaking immo, though. Oh boy, he's swinging for the fences.
Caught by the wall. Immortality field in play. Hardy shield is not going to be enough. Disrupt the shot there from Kai, making it very hard to escape. Good start here for Ents. This poke comp works out.
Yeah, we'll get a stagger here onto Landon with adding stats there to some damage.
Landon regretting the evolution in map design here.
Yeah, right.
But surely there's a manhole that could be opened on this map to allow for a quick exit.
Oh, that'd be interesting.
See what that New York sewage system looks like. I shudder at the thought.
But you see there, you know, Hadi, the Mei wall's in the mix, right? It's not as easy without the sim to get in this position. So we'll see them rotate around this good wall side again. Nice.
Nice wall again.
Matrix here as well for
very good.
Okay, Kevster's ready for it. Kevster's ready for prime time.
Okay. That's worked 2 consecutive fights now. It's feeling good about this. Okay,
There are some trades going here.
Supports are missing. Oh, wait a minute. It's lost the foundations. Space Station again, running on fumes. Landon is going to get himself up here. This can be exploitable. What's Hardy doing?
he just gets back into the mix. Maybe he thought he kind of joined the fight there.
Suddenly, this could be a game if they could just full hold here. They have 4 ults. They're looking pretty good.
A good attempt here maybe for Space Station, right? With like Sound Barrier in the mix. Sound Barrier, Shattered, Deadeye. But Ents has had to use nothing. I mean, the Mei walls have really been, you know...
Kevster's been hitting them with some really solid walls.
They have just about everything to work with here.
Oh, boy. Right into the blizzard. He's dead. We use beat there, huh?
But OWCS, you've still spent the beat here. This is very awkward for Space Station. Only getting master for their troubles. Worrying signs now for your EMEA #1. Oh yeah, they're getting nothing done here.
This has been dominant here from Ents. You have not been able to get this Reinhardt into position to really...
This might be a full hold, ladies and gentlemen.
Since they win that, right? They end up holding on to their Sound Barrier. They'll have a Amp Matrix for this next fight. Overclock as well as... Maybe even try and take I was going to say, you try and take the high ground here and like push them all the way
They're
back.
taking the train.
The speed boost just isn't enough, right? Like, the sim adds such an element to this that is very difficult for a sim to come.
Shatters in. Good wall. Pulse misses. Hadi's gonna die, looks like here. That's looking like a full hold for Ents. All right. And suddenly there is life. Dominant hold there. Baited into playing the Rhine, and they win the map, hook, line, and sinker.
It'd be extremely difficult to make work that Sigma comp, especially with a team that is so good at rush on the other side. But that time, with all that open space here on Midtown, not able to get that Reinhardt in position is SSG, and Ents makes it look easy.
Makes you wonder if there's a Symmetra there for SSG. if it's a little bit easier to maneuver the Reinhardt in a position to actually get you value. Because for the most part, Hardy looked like he was out at sea, struggling to get his team where they needed to be. Let's head over to the desk, much to dig into now as ENCE keep themselves going in this series.
Thank you so much. Yeah, the bread and butter of SSG did not find any success here, and pulling out that Sigma comp.
Yeah, I gotta say,
Confident on it as well.
Kevster
Shutting them
looked real
down
good on
by
that May.
Full hold on Midtown.
That was nice.
I mean, we talked
Really
about
needed their
what's
star
going on
player to
TPS. I think,
step
be
up, and he
honest,
did.
SSG were really missing the presence of backbone here. I think they needed either a May or Symmetra, perhaps both, to really catch that Sigma. The Rhine, that's what it does, right? It catches the Sigma, runs him down, but there's no one to put a backstop there. You've got the Tracer Cassidy. I think that's a strategic mistake. I think what's the Tracer going to do? You're battling up against a May, up against a Bap Lucio, and the Rhine wants to target Sigma. So there's really a split decision, I think, from SSG. They know, okay, the Rhine can beat the Sigma, but I think Kevster's May really denied that. I think they needed a different DPS lineup to win that on attack on Midtown.
Yeah, up until that first point hold, it really felt like SSG had this one in the bag, obviously superior in their Ramatra composition, and you can just see, like, whenever we see the Ramatra mirror, SSG has the upper hand. So you see this Sigma composition come out from ENCE. Maybe that could be the composition that brings them back in this series. But now we face this big problem, Jake. Like, okay, well, what maps do you go to? What map really allows you to see these Sigma compositions, right? And now it's SSG's map pick as well. So a lot to think about. Kevster, though, stand-up performance on the May here, especially shutting down Hades Reinhardt. And, you know, I feel like maybe you could have worked around this May pick, like you said, Jake. But, I mean, the Tracer gameplay as well. Kevster is so good on this Tracer and has tremendous impact in this series. But, you know, we don't typically talk a lot about the May because he's so good on the high mechanical skill heroes. But, you know, going into this series, Jake, we talked about the May could come out and it could have a big difference in this series.
Yeah, when we talk about Kevster's mechanics, but I think May displays he's a really intelligent player. It's way beyond mechanics when it comes to Kevster's skill.
Absolutely. Well, this means it's the first time we see SSG being in charge of the map coming up. Obviously, we are now reduced in terms of map types and maps that we can actually head towards to. Where do you want to take it if you are SSG?
I think if I'm SSG, I do want to pick a push map here because that just gives you the most expression, right? Most value when it comes to these picks, right? I do think that you want to avoid Colosseo. We saw, of course, ENCE yesterday had a really good series against Toronto Defiant. They shut them down on Colosseo, so you want to avoid that. So that leaves Esperanza and you, Queen Street. I think it's a bit of a flip here. You know, Esperanza has been the go-to pick all year, Jake, but you could perhaps push it to New Queen Street.
I mean, if it's me, it's
What happened to PGE? He
it's the
lost.
range of all the push maps, the tightest corners, especially that mid-section of the map that's most crucial. But they are going to go to Queen Street. This
Very
could be,
interesting
I really want to see Backbone in. Hopefully they do. I think the Sim and the May might be critical to defeating Sigma here.
We're going to
Or at
New
least one of the
Queen
two, some kind of
Street.
but we got confirmation it's not going to be sub, so more confidence in Psycho leading him in, wanted to end the series here. But to be honest, I think there's an opportunity now for ENCE. I think the Sigma could work on this map. I'm not sure how it's going to play out because, to be honest, Kevster's flexibility, bringing out the May, honestly, I wonder about SSG right now. I think you're right, head-to-head in the Ram Mirror, I think it's SSG all day. We've seen that throughout the whole series. But if ENCE can force their will in the match, if they can rely on a player like Kevster to navigate through all these comp swaps, I mean, there's few players in that position I'd put more faith in.
Yeah, with ENCE with their backs against the wall here, the matchup I'm looking for once again is Psycho against Kevster. If you're an ENCE fan here, I really do think you need Kevster to come in clutch in this one. We've been hyping out Kevster going into this tournament as one of the best damage players in the world. Well, now you're down 2-1. You need to bring this one back. You need to reverse sweep SSG. This is Kevster's time to shine. This is where he needs to come in clutch for the team.
Absolutely. Let's talk a little bit more about Psycho, though. A player with quite a journey as well, finding a lot of success here in OWCS, but he's come a long way, Jake.
You know, I think he's always been kind of second fiddle to players like Kevster. I think we, wouldn't really put him in the same conversation, but he's kind of forcing his way there. I mean, this series has really shown he can go toe-to-toe. In many ways, he's been leading on the flexibility front. I think that was sort of a rare anomaly on Midtown that Kevster's May completely shut down everything SSG was trying to do. But for the most part, the rest of the series, it's been Psycho's Echo, it's been the Venture that have actually given SSG the strategic edge. And so I think if they've got something cooked up for New Queen Street, which, to be honest, I'm sure they do if they're going to pick this map. Maybe have some confidence. The Echo could be strong on this map, but
Oh, it was a bit ago, Evan. It was back in
just putting a lot of faith
October.
in Psycho's ability to earn his place right alongside Kevster.
Things are
one of
going
the
really
best
good, though, yeah.
players in Europe.
So we're keeping our eyes here on the front lines.
I'm working on hopefully starting the K1 visa process once I get settled with my new job, so that'll be exciting.
Ton of value so far on the Batiste. The amplification matrix usage, especially for Space Station, has been crucial. Taking that high ground with the Ramatra, setting up Sparker for success, has been really good so far. Now, New Queen Street, I mean, it's such a wide open flanks, right? So maybe you look towards the Lucios here to actually have a bit more impact when it comes to these duels, right, Jake?
Yeah, I want to see the Lucios showing up into the Tracer 1v1. You know, the Tracers think they're having a nice little honorable skill, and then Lucio just rolls up and blows you away.
The classic.
I mean, at this level, just getting your CDs forced by a surprising appearance of the Lucio can quickly turn into a death that you can't beat, right? The other Tracer has a huge cooldown advantage on you. At this level, there's no amount of skill that's going to actually get you out of this scenario because the other Tracer, they're just too good. So a lot of pressure on, I think, Funny Astro and Masa to make the right decision, because if you leave too early, you leave your Batiste alone, he could get caught, he could get killed, he could get punished. So tons of pressure on, I think, the Lucio players making the right decision where to be. It's a really open-ended hero. You could sit with the team the whole time, you could flank the whole time, and the reality is you got to find your way through without any obvious, there's no clear, obvious position to be. You've got to be constantly mixing it up, catching your opponents off guard. And to be fair, when it comes to that, I favor Astro. I think he's got the individual mechanics that are pretty much unmatched on Lucio.
Yeah, I mean, this is why we hype up Funny Astro, right? For moments like these. We talk about Funny Astro, some of the best Lucio.
Greenforce's voice is dying.
World, right? And now you go to New Queen Street. Perhaps Lucio will have a lot of impact in this Tracer duel. This is where Funny Astro needs to come in clutch for SSG and actually maybe build a bit of an advantage here.
I mean, both Masa and Funny Astro, of course, no slouches in that particularly. They're veterans. They're some of the deadliest Lucios as well that we are just known in competitive esports. So we're in for a treat in every single head-to-head. I guess we haven't discussed the tanks as much, so let's just dive in there as well. Do you feel like any of them has been favored in this match?
I feel like Hadi is way more comfortable in the Ramatra mirror, and that is part of why SSG are up 2-1 in this series. Hadi, maybe the Reinhardt is a no-go. I'm sorry to everyone in the crowd, everyone at home. Reinhardt,
but
maybe
if there's ever a player who's willing to die on the hill, it would be Hadi.
Exactly, right?
I mean, I think if they've got the Mei or the Sim, I think the Ride absolutely does work against Sigma. I think that was just a strategic mistake on Midtown, not having a DPS that actually assists in catching for Reinhardt. I think that Sigma could die really easily if it comes out. When it comes to the Ramatra like skill head-to-head, honestly, I think that's like very, very even. I think it's way less about the individual player on Ramatra, like how their mastery of the hero is, where Sigma and Ryan, I think the individual skill really matters a lot. For Ramatra, I think it's the team play that makes the difference. It's the communication. It's working around your Ramatra. When both Ramatras are holding down the chotes, blocking, it's just a stat check on the other team, checking whose backline is quicker, more efficient, more aggressive at coming in and taking the space, while both Ramatras do their best to sort of hold the door against the opposing backline.
Well, we're heading now to a New Queen Street with this one. Of course, this is match point still for SSG, but ends they made sure that we got a series on our hand here in the lower bracket. So let's get ready for all the action.
You're watching OWCS at DreamHack Dallas.
Good job.
Nice.
You let me know when you're done out here. We'll make it happen.
Hey, he said that with more passion than Jake. Jake was like, he would have been like,
hello, heroes.
Exactly. Hey, heroes.
I tell you what, I mean, yeah,
Jake sounded like Homelander a little bit during that.
There's so many layers to that joke, dude. We are back, of course, and we have seen ENCE find themselves some footing in this series. SSG, though, now with the privilege of selecting the map.
Can we get some forward momentum now for ENCE after a big full hold to calm the nerves?
You know, Hadi is playing Sigma.
Kevster seemed a bit more focused. He a bit more woke. Made some good plays.
Thanks for the advice. So that's maybe why we're seeing a little bit of that Reinhardt played into the Sigma. But on a map like this, maybe more
nope, no backbone.
Makes an appearance, at least initially, from Hadi.
Sticking with Psycho.
Throughout the series of UCAS, right? A lot of teams, you know, once we see Escort and Hybrid out of the way, have gone actually over to Flashpoint, which has been a bit surprising.
Right.
They consider playing. They're going to play the Mei again here. Gave them a lot of trouble. They're going to stick with it. A bit more difficult to make it work on New Queen Street, I feel like. But hey, they had a hard time dealing with it last round.
Space Station, yep, running out with the Sojourn. They're going to be dealing with the Kevster Mei once more.
I also like that it's the Soj matchup rather than the Cass. Sparker was looking really dominant on Cass. Good opportunity for ENCE here.
May with the
Could be a
Soul
little
Gear.
rough playing the Sig into the Ram, I feel like, on this kind of map.
Look that great against it. This time playing the Ramatra. So
Do we like the Ramatra into the Sigma here?
it's a little speedier, right? You can close the gap a little bit more, but and also Ramatra provides some long range damage as well, right? But still might not be the best matchup as Hadi uses Nemesis Form to get in the mix.
Sparky here having to play from a respectful distance. Found a
Base Station, though, important to note, have been getting some progress.
Outgunned by Psycho, who descends upon him with the pulse pistols.
And they're going to win that one easily. Okay, now that you lose the first fight on May, maybe consider going Tracer instead here? Maybe? No?
You don't want to underestimate it.
Yeah, I mean, Ramatra can do some damage on the way in, right? The Reinhardt, like, if you're not in the mix behind the shield.
What's going on with the audio? Oh my god.
Not really providing much, right?
Whenever the
So,
bot takes a step, jeez, man.
Better here is Kevster will now.
Okay, yeah, Kev, I think you give up on the May. Didn't work.
You split players off, whatnot. It doesn't really pay off.
Do your thing now.
Match this Psycho Tracer.
All right, Kevster sees Tracer. Psycho. Kind of who he's going to be trying to keep tabs on a lot of the time here. Can't really fully commit to picking off Psycho in a 1 versus 1, but keep him busy, keep him away from his backline. Trying to tangle up that enemy Tracer. 37 meters already for Space Station, though, after that successful first fight. Pistola already has to give some ground.
Yeah, Space Station backs around the corner there for a brief second as Sparker Buddy gets one through the Amp Matrix. They backed up to actually try and build the beat there as well. They were so close that they already had the Amp Matrix. Now you gotta wonder if your Space Station would even need to use this beat.
Maybe now. Who's in the flux, though? Who's in there?
Is that so, Byron?
Maybe anyone was inside that gravitic flux. Here's the Annihilation Master desperately trying to get away. Sparker almost caught him with a rail. Hardy doesn't need to overpush here. They got the checkpoint already. That's unreal. And they're far from done.
It's kind of dirty.
Popped up, but is ready to go aggressive once more.
Kev or Kai need to find a pick here ASAP. This could get dangerous super fast. Bunny Astro feeding, can't kill him. Okay, you're gonna get the Ram here. He's gonna die. Surely, right? Surely Surely Hadi's gonna die, right? Surely. Okay. God. But they're still finding the picks. It took them so long to kill this Ram. Okay, you gotta get out now.
The cart just being moved here by Pistola, but not much help. See players coming back from the spawn, just trying to get over there.
Space Station will be back at about the same time. They just have to wait for Sparker, who likely will get taxied into the fray by Funny Asteroid. You see on the wireframe there, Space Station aren't going to run that stairway, try and take an early fight. They'll play on the corner.
Well, I do wonder if they think that they have an opportunity to kind of catch them off guard a little bit with this Amp Matrix, right? You already have another one here for land-in. Maybe drop down from the high ground, use it, just go fast around this first corner.
Sparker being respectful here. All the Space Station are waiting for the...
Oh boy.
But this might give them a reason to go forward. Kai's gone. Pistola can't do too much except have some presence inside too. But yeah, here comes Space Station now. Without Sojourn, they have no worries. Sparker has a beautiful...
If you could only lose one here, it's not that bad.
Funny Astro competing for dominance over the cart.
Well, Ents as well, right? You're like setting up for high ground there, potentially.
That's not too bad, only losing Kai there.
There's not really a reason, like Space
You're still set up on the high ground here.
Right? They have such a lead. It's really kind of dictated now on their...
Can Crimso be coach and player? If he wanted to, he could, but he does not want that. So...
Okay, Flux on Hardy. Where's landed? In position for an immortality field? It's not necessary. Sound barrier got used there by Funny Astro. It's a later one from Master. Connects leverage this now into a winning fight.
Oh.
Pulse there, no stick. Landon able to back up. Kevster now looking at 2 players.
Okay, good follow-up from Kai. There you go. How about Kevster?
It's the Sigma that has fallen for Ents. Hardy hoping for more.
Maybe not the best ult by Hadi, unless he can find a kill here.
But he holds it for quite a long time. He still can't get away.
Oh, wait. They're Sparker and Hadi turning this around.
Space Station still with their tank in play. They're not going to give the bot up.
Nice. Oh. 9 HP in a dream.
Yeah. Kevster had no choice. He thought he could maybe sneak a kill there, but isn't ready for that cooldown out of Sojourn.
Yeah, you throw it on that staircase, right, to kind of wards off any flankers coming your way.
Sounds good, Max.
Lived through all of that, by the way. I mean, just tremendous stuff. The Annihilation
it puts down so much damage and never actually able to get the Ramatra out of the mid.
Yeah, he got solo fucks at the start of the fight as well. Ents are spending so heavily to try and neutralize Hardy. They've switched off the Sigma over to the Ramatra of their own, which is a confident. I mean, Space Station probably want to see. They look favored in the mirror at all times this series. Nicely done by Kai, though. That immortality field looking a little silly. Coming out a little late.
Yeah, I mean, I also feel like matching is almost essential. Like, if you would have gotten a really nice early lead for Ents and could kind of play in space in distance and
slowly making their way back into this.
Team, not the team that's going to kind of set the pace and, you know, be a little bit further back. Oh, sure. But now that you're kind of forced to, you know, match the meterage here.
Just need another fight. They've got the resources. Kai lands a big one. He lands 2 big ones. All right. Ents in the driver's seat. Lead and checkpoint are basically theirs now.
Knows that Sparker's inside here. I think he just wants to finish off the Sojourn, but you might take the lead off of this here. If you're Ents, which is huge, right? Ever since they switched to the Ramatra, they've gotten the ball moving pretty fast into Space Station territory.
Yeah, maybe we start the conversation about potential reverse sweep. They're in
Yeah, this is getting kind of dangerous.
Available here, beat and annihilation here for Ents. So this push is probably I was going to say probably not over, but Sparker, the railgun shot a massive huge.
Needed that one.
No master here. And say, well, okay,
Teams are trading punches.
Stick around. We draw out like another DPS ultimate. They're going to go for an annihilation. They're going to go for it without master in play as well. The Immortality Field there allows Landon to head up to the high ground and away from Bastola's annihilation. Psycho looking for Kev. Found him here. Might want to try and find a way to use the pulse in this fight though. Space Station won't have any chance of getting the bomb back under their control.
Man.
Psycho's going to have to wait just a little bit longer for that, but he spotted Ghost. Pulse. Ghost gets away from it, but only just. Sparker looks to come in as the second wave to follow up.
Can't hit the shot. Kai's got the moves. He can't hit the shot.
AD strafing, making it impossible for Sparker to connect with him. But Lana found Kevster earlier and spend a fair bit to stay around to keep the pressure up. Eventually they crumble.
Yeah, and losing Masa really early in that previous fight was quite brutal. This is also terrible.
Okay, that's an important stagger.
You want Matrix Ghost? Throw it down.
But when you lost Masa there, there was a window where there was no beat on the other side. You had beat. You could have also had your annihilation. They didn't have it either. You could have gone aggressive around that corner, but you lose Masa.
I think a lot of people are disappointed in Toronto for sure.
Footing in terms of what they have to use in the next fight, it's kind of huge.
It made the annihilation from Bastola look pretty interesting, I think. Like really committing into that fight. Good off angle here.
Oh, Landon!
Kill credit, but Sparker had the railgun hit.
Don't do it to him like that.
Now, Space Station
Masa, where are you going?
Beautiful shooting from
All right, well, lead goes right back for SSG. Just a window.
They have the advantage.
Welcome back, Benji.
They will take the lead, push it further into Ents territory.
Yeah, NA is down bad.
For a stop.
We gotta get Seeker on a relevant team, man.
Not allow much more progress. That's a huge pulse bomb.
Yeah, love that pulse. That really worked.
That's a big play by Kev. Kevin Gaming.
A bit of an engagement with Psycho. The latter who doesn't really want to give him his attention. Space Station are going to take this, but they can't really back away safely, so they may have to commit even further.
What happened to Toronto? They're already out. They already lost.
Another annihilation there from Bastola.
They lost to Ents last night.
It does secure it, sure, but that is such a big ability to have thrown.
This is
I
it.
think they were just worried about it getting
Last fight of the match, maybe of the series here.
Right, overclock's pretty good even against sound barrier to kind of like burn some of that off as you get Kai into a position where he can start to build up towards that rail. Alright. Sojourn, really, it's going to be a lot of pressure on Kai, I think.
Alright, maybe you'll get two fights if Ents win this one.
Play defensively for what will be the last fight. You can hardly blame them. They've got 4 ultimates to work with. But Master's coming up on his sound barrier. That's a big edge for Ents if they can exploit it. It's going to come down to timing. It's going to come down to execution. This is Ents' last chance for survival here at your Dallas Major. We'll have overtime now before the fight begins, and Sparky's going to have an overclock ready.
The stick. There goes the immo out early.
That's punishing. They have an amp matrix so far.
Kite the window as well. You can come back in with a window of your own. You got 4 ults here. Hardy needs help.
Hardy went low, and now Lana gets to pop his own window.
Oh boy, that might be it.
Psycho cleans him up, and Kai needs to make his top bank
Big sound barrier for Masa. Hottie still has an ult of his own to use here if he wants to pop it. He's gonna pop it. There it is. And that'll be it. SSG hang on in a tight series. Going to the lower bracket semis. The London boys back at it. Another tournament run. Top 3 secured. Wow.
SSG proved to be too strong for Ents here today as...
Well, at least Ents made it interesting. Outside of, you know, like the middle portion of that series, some of those maps were really good.
SSG, Hottie with that annihilation there at the end. Gets right in that doorway, seals the deal. Pistola not able to get back towards that bot, but really strong overall performance from SSG.
They have the flexibility. They have the mastery in the rush mirror. They have the charty. Everything you could ask for this team. And let's not forget, they just downed the team who were able to vanquish North America's #1 seed. Now you get an idea just the kind of gap we're seeing regionally. And now, fans of Overwatch teams from the West pinning their hopes on Space Station to go all the way. But it only gets tougher from here. And I mean it.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're going to have to play against either Crazy Raccoons or Falcons, right? Two incredibly strong teams. I will say, SSG plays a little bit of a different play style.
Lower bracket final, yeah, you know what I mean though. But they're top 3 secured though for Space Station.
Potentially, could give either of those teams some trouble, right? Especially whoever comes off of that loss.
Yeah, the one thing that both of those teams have, well, they can boast, of course, this Falcons team, this Crazy Raccoon team, deep bench, a lot of flexibility, ability to sort of switch to dive and find a lot of success there. Really frightening DPS players. But I think the story is right now about how Space Station seem to be thoroughly unbothered. Going back into a matchup which historically has been really close between these teams.
Some ups and downs for Space Station, but in the end,
and I think, take a win by a larger margin.
they're here,
against their regional
top in their region.
This year.
Yeah, and I think
best non-Korean team in this bracket in terms of performance.
Rush is not.
Is it just one more game today? No, we got 3 more ahead of us still.
World is a team, right? Yeah, Chase is here, right?
We got the upper bracket finals, Falcons versus Raccoon. Loser of that plays Space Station, then the grand final.
You just kind of, I think it almost stings a little bit more, losing to the other team in your region.
Absolutely. And we talked about it quite a lot throughout the series. We didn't see a lot of the Sigma play from Pistola. Mentioned on the desk was maybe a respect, maybe concern about having to run into the Ryan comp. So when you're locked out of your signature composition, your ideal setup, that really makes it hard. You had to make it work with a Ramatra for much of the series. Good effort, good showing from Ents, but ultimately it's Space Station that take the win and advance in this lower bracket. Let's listen in on those winning moments for SSG.
Nice, no drone. Guys, I can win a bottom right soon, okay?
Hardy,
can you come to me? I want to win a bottom right.
Yes. I'll zone the tree.
Okay. Ram no form on point. Ram no form. Trey one.
Buff. Give it slow right.
So right.
Can't beat, break shit. Ram.
Source to right.
Source, buff. Walk on source, buff.
Social side.
Source is a free kill. Lulu. Ram.
Nice!
DreamHack Dallas, give it up for Chatty and Space Station Gaming. Amazing performance. I know we had the interview book. I mean, I heard the crowd going crazy for you, Chatty. So I had to ask you to do the
Landon is the last hope for NA.
Doing the interview. How do you feel right now? I'm sure you expected the win. I know yesterday you told me that, that Ryan comp was gonna come in clutch. Did it come in clutch?
I mean, unfortunately, I don't think it came in clutch this time, but it's just our European brothers. They're a bit more used to it, but I'm sure we can catch a lot of the Koreans off guard coming in the tournament.
I mean, even so, you guys were fantastic. I do want to ask, because Space Station Gaming and Ents, you guys have been going back and forth even before Dallas too. You guys have been, fighting for it for a very long time. What was different this time around?
I think, to be honest, this time we were the most calm we've been so far, and we just execute our team play. It can let our mechanics shine, and we're just better on every role. So we just executed. It was good.
Yeah.
And now Space Station Gaming, you guys are one step closer to the grand finals. You guys have one more match, and then after that, if you win that, you guys are heading to grand finals. Who would you, Hadi, who would you rather face? Would you rather face Falcons or Crazy Raccoons, and why?
I think Falcons. I think a lot of the players like have a trauma getting knocked out by us.
Nice. I love that Hadi brought that up. Based.
So I think this trauma might come back for them. So we're gonna beat Falcons, and then we're gonna beat Crazy Raccoons after.
That sounds so exciting. Everybody give it up for Hadi one more time. That's it for the post-match interview. Zoe, back to you.
He is right. A lot of those guys do have PTSD playing against them and getting eliminated by them in tournaments.
He's not wrong though. She went fielder.
I think he's wrong, but that's just me.
You think that, you don't think they remember that at all?
No, I just don't think they
Or do you
want
think
the
it
Falcons
eggs them
matchup.
on?
I think they have a better chance against Crazy Raccoon. Actually, I think that's a much more winnable matchup.
I disagree.
I think Falcons has the download on the European teams. I don't think those styles will work against Falcons. I think that the cutting the hit scan.
I think Falcons makes more sense just knowing the matchup.
The intangibles.
The trauma, yeah. I don't feel very much fear emanating from a team like Falcons or Crazy Raccoon for that matter. But I think strategically, I think they have a better chance against the Raccoons.
Do you think that the Korean team is particularly prepared for Reinhard comes though?
Oh, believe me. I mean, Falcons played both European teams in their bracket, so they came into this tournament ready for these matchups.
I guess Shake is kind of right about that, though.
And to be honest, I think Sigma is your best hope against Malga, and it didn't work. It didn't work for ENCE, who I think is like the Sigma. That's their bread and butter. That is their wheelhouse, and it didn't work. And for me, when I saw that at the beginning of the tournament,
What is important to note is, I mean, the loser of this game, Falcons and Crazy Raccoon, they're going to be tired and, you know, maybe a little boomed. Like, if Falcons, like, let's say lose to Crazy Raccoon again, it's going to be like, crap. Now I have to play another game to get back there. That mental battle could help in favor of SSG a little. Maybe. Who's ready for Jake to glaze Falcons for at least 2 games? Yep, I'm ready.
Yeah, I mean, the flexibility from
Psycho did have an excellent series. I would give it to Landon personally, though.
And really, this is the kind of the Swiss Army knife of this team now where, okay, well, yes, puns, but Psycho, I mean, it's been so clutch for this team because it really was Backbones and Sparker's team, right? You're known for playing these symmetric kind of compositions, but Psycho this year came into SSG, and the Tracer play has really unlocked a different view for this team. It has unlocked a different playstyle for this team. I can't, you know, speak enough about how good he's been so far this tournament and what he does for SSG, and another clutch performance from him, earning himself the Porsche performance of the match.
Can't take anything away from Psycho. I love that word, unlocked. I feel like that's how I see this team now. Their potential,
yeah, it's true, Thomas.
When you do play Rush, you always have to be scared. What can Psycho bring out next? Because he's got it all in the bag. For me, this makes this team so much more difficult to strategize against because they won't be just locking in Sim May, right? They will have different looks to throw at you, different maps, different strategies, you know, potentially in the bag, and that makes the preparation so much more difficult. So when they do bring out the Rush, you weren't ready for it, right? You had to think about 10 different things, and that's honestly the impact that Psycho's having here in the match. Really, really annoying player to play against, and to be honest, he just took down one of the best Hyperflex players of all time. He looked better in the head-to-head. That's an impressive accomplishment.
He did. Let's actually roll some of the highlights from this match.
Hanbin said the team locks in to avoid being made fun of in chat.
Competitive here and there, but
I don't know how I feel about that.
Like they're just one step ahead of them.
I mean, honestly, one step ahead. It feels like this should have been
kind of a soft mentality to have.
Midtown, right? Because
thinking about the chat and what they think of you.
And really,
gotta focus on the game.
Paying dividends. They were calm and composed, just like Hadi said on stage. You know, they're the calmest they've ever been so far. They've played in so many tournaments, right? But it's their experience playing this brawl composition, and it really did feel like they were in control for pretty much all of this series. Hadi with a great performance on Ramatra, but really, it comes down to Sparker. His Cassidy was so clutch, especially here in Havana, and also Landon did a spectacular job on the Batiste. So this is their comfort. This is what they do best. And it felt like ENCE Esports was almost forced into it, playing this Ramatra composition. It's what they've played in all the series past. And once again, Space Station Gaming, they come up. And now, I mean, they have a 3-0 streak going here against...
yeah, the rivalry. SSG have not lost a game to them in this rivalry yet. In terms of, like, the big official games. Like, not including Swiss and all those other things. He said he needs to prevent the C9 and Ajax spam. God.
His coaching has made
Of all things to motivate you.
Everything about this team is just clean. They're efficient. They execute so well. It's individual performances, but in these comps, in the end, it's not about the individuals. It's about the team. It's about the collective unit, and that's what Space Station Gaming emphasizes to me is they've just mastered the team play of Overwatch.
But still, though, I feel like Sparker, like the first picks he got, and even on New Queen Street, you're playing the Sojourn instead of the Cassidy. Sparker was so clutch. The first picks he got for his team opened up so many of these fights.
Yeah, and to be able to have those highlight performances on an individual basis, but then also, of course, having that synergy, that team play, which, I mean, we know that from those players. They've been playing for many years at this point together. They really just picked up a few new pieces heading into the OWCS, and I think that's really been showing from the very get-go. Yes, stage 1 may not have gone quiet as we hoped or wanted to see from them, but they really picked it up in stage 2, and now they are making such a good run through that lower bracket. Let's actually take a look at how we got there as SSG just took it down.
Proper said that ENCE is better than SSG. Pepe laughed. No one tell him.
Have a tough road ahead of them.
Probably said that because he loves
Will be
Kevster.
one of the Korean super teams.
This NA EMEA bracket is looking really good. It's looking clean.
Loving that. Yeah, we should just ignore the upper side.
All right, there's more North American players on Space Station Gaming. You know what? Let's think about that.
That's something we'd love to just ignore here. No, but
Landon keeping the hopes alive.
I do think we got to call out Landon. I think maybe we haven't been doing him justice because I remember in NA, he was always on these tier 2 teams, always talked about his potential, and here it's realized.
Absolutely. Now, with this match, of course, concluded, we are one step closer to having our competitors selected for the EWC. Yes! These players run in Overwatch Esports. It does not end here after the DreamHack in Dallas. They can set their eyes on a $1 million prize pool to be fought for in July in Riyadh. Now, there are still more spots to be claimed there as well. We have 4 different regions, of course, competing in the Faceit Leagues for their regional spots. And you too, by the way, can sign up to compete as well in Faceit Season 2. So make sure to make that happen and begin your ascent to Overwatch greatness. We spoke about EWC spots earlier this weekend, and well, everyone, I think it is now time to put some rumors to rest. Let's take a look at this.
Huh? Hey! Team once again, baby! Yo, leave, based. Let's go!
Once again. That's right! I can see them once again.
The Sparker back, baby. China's back.
Blinking like a psychopath. We are so back. But this one, like, rumors on the street were out there. We knew we were going to see those Chinese players again. I
mean, come on, this is a fan favorite squad coming back. It's been too long since we've seen them. One of the
It would actually be very poetic if they won Esports World Cup.
They deserve to be at the Esports World Cup. I can't wait to see what they bring to the competition. We've been missing these guys, honestly.
The tournament.
They are not Red One, no. Because there's no BlizzCon. It got canceled this year, so they're doing this Esports World Cup in Saudi Arabia this year.
We just talked about the
it's Esports World Cup.
Once again, also, of course, with the performance here.
It would be poetic if they won, chat.
Dallas. ENCE as well as Space Station Gaming have also qualified alongside Crazy Raccoons and Falcons. Yeah, we do have more slots up for grabs as well.
More slot up for grabs. The winning region gets 1 extra invite, right? So technically, it's not Asia's yet. It's not Asia's spot yet. So there's a chance.
Wait, invite Dallas Major winning region. Oh wait, so if Falcons or Crazy Raccoon were to win this, then they could add another Korea slot into the mix. That'd be sick.
Space Station has walked it so far, so.
That's right. Well, while we're looking ahead already at EWC, we're not done here yet. We still have more matches to go. We still have a champion to crown for our first OWCS Major. I can't wait to bring you all the action. Up next, the 2 beasts from the East face off. Who would win between a Falcon and a Crazy Raccoon? We'll answer that question and much more after this break.
No, you misunderstand. If Falcons or Crazy Raccoon were to win, then it means another team from Korea gets to join them. Whichever region wins this tournament adds an extra invite slot for their region. Yeti's already in. They already have a spot. Yeti, FTG, Falcons, and Crazy Raccoon are locked in for the Esports World Cup. I believe that spot goes to the next Pacific team, not Korean team. Well, that's dumb. Why is that? I'm a little disappointed to hear that, not gonna lie. Oh well. One sec, chat.
What?
That Porsche looking mighty clean right by our stage. Make sure to check it out, matching our gameplay, I dare say. Yeah, also, of course, if you're a big Porsche fan, I got just the right thing for you. The 911 speaker, that is something you can win here right now. Well, not right now, but you can start your winning journey right now by entering in our raffle. You see the URL on your screens right there. So make sure to sign up for a chance to win this beautiful speaker. You have one more day to go, and we will be announcing the winners over on social media. So make sure to join in on all the fun. We've already signed up.
We have.
Was that a question or a statement?
No, I just definitively. Of course I have, Zoe.
Of course we have.
Oh, the NA teams in the Esports World Cup. I know that. I know that freaking
ended yesterday, but what's the experience been like for you?
It did. I think.
Actually, I don't know
I think,
if
after
any are
the
confirmed
little
yet
issues
from
we had on
NA.
day one, I think everything's been going really smooth.
Or maybe like
and I think
Toronto?
stage looks great,
Looking at
team looks great,
Wikipedia, I'm not
but
seeing any NA
unfortunately,
teams on the
we couldn't make it this
Wikipedia
far yet,
page.
so I get to be here.
You know what? Better for us.
Space Station
That's
and
a
Ents
victory
got
for
their
everyone
invites
who
locked
doesn't
up.
Get to chat to you a little bit about the games we've seen so far. Are you surprised? This is the first time, of course, we've seen those regional clashes. Are you surprised at the different compositions, the different metas, and how it panned out?
I feel like the meta has developed like really fast in the long term. Like I think us and Falcons started playing that Mauga comp like pretty early on, and it seems like now, like every region has their own flair. Like Falcons, they have their 2 flex DPS. You've got Crazy Raccoon with Lip on the hit scan, but they still play a lot of dive and try to mix that in. And then you've got EU playing a lot of Baptiste and like these rush compositions. So I'd say it's like really healthy. And because every like region is segregated now, every like team gets to bring their flair to the competition. I think that's really great.
I do have a question about specifically the tanks we've seen. For Ents, it's pretty understandable. You're going to see a lot of Sigma. But we've seen a lot
RuPaul and
of
Vega
Mauga
tweeted they're going to
from
practice for
Asia,
World
and
Cup. Well, I
specifically,
think
Falcons played a lot
they're
of
going to have to
Mauga.
qualify
Why haven't we seen as
through
much
Face
Mauga
It
perhaps from the
to
other
make
NA
it
and EA
first.
teams? And at this level that we've seen it from players like Hanbin, for example.
I mean, had they beaten Ents yesterday, they would have locked up their spot already.
Refined on it that it
But they
almost
did
feels
not.
like when you go into them, you almost don't want to mirror because they can hit the Mauga 2 flex DPS, which on certain maps I feel like is better than the Mauga with the hit scan, which a lot of teams are forced to run, right? I think not a lot of teams have the same flexibility as Falcons does, but they also can't play the hit scan as well as Crazy Raccoon can. So I think that's like a really good segue leading into this match. Can the hit scan win against the 2 flex DPS?
I mean, if anyone can do it, it would be Lip, right? Like, I
Time
think a
for
lot of
Heesing
people
to
call him
clear,
the best
perhaps.
hit scan in the world right now, but I think he faces maybe the toughest test he's ever faced. For me, if Falcons can win the day on a compositional game and take Lip off of the Cassidy, I think they may have already won the series. I think that will decide it. Who can force their will on the series and have their vision of the game be coming out correct?
Kasaris, which of these individuals
Always a
has
tough
stood
call
out
when these
to
two
you
kinds of
thus
teams
far?
play each other, but just knowing the history, I think you gotta favor Raccoon for
I
sure.
feel like the way Crazy Raccoons played against us, their tempo was so much higher than any NA or EU team. They played the game so much faster.
I picked Crazy Raccoon to win this game. I'm gonna stick with it. I think it might be close. They could just follow the script and beat Falcons 3-1 again, but Falcons seem kind of locked in to me.
Let's actually take a look at the opposition here. Of course, Crazy Raccoon, and look ahead at what they might be bringing to the table. Are they prepared and ready for that double flex DPS action?
I mean, that has been the big question on our minds this entire weekend, really, is that Falcons have so much flexibility to their name. So what are you going to see Lip, for example? Is Lip going to be forced to play a lot more Tracer in this matchup? The thing is, though, Crazy Raccoon, they've almost established some form of dominance over Falcons. We've been taking a look at the Asia main event, of course, but even besides that, in the group stages, it always feels like Crazy Raccoon has been the superior team. Falcons got the one back once and won in the series, but for the most part, Crazy Raccoon has been the best team in Asia. So it's really on Falcons to like, hey, we got a solution, we got a plan, this meta suits us. It's really on them to overcome the odds and take over that #1 spot. I feel like Crazy Raccoon, they have a stacked roster, but like Lip has been so good. Can he realistically do it again against a double flex player?
Yeah, they lost to Crazy Raccoons have only lost to Falcons one time out of like 4 meetings or something like that.
Now it's more of a Lucio Kiriko, and I do
Or honestly, even more than that, but they've only lost to them once.
Like, Shu is elite on Ana, but I think in Kiriko, Fielder has got his number.
You know, to be honest, I think Chorong has actually really, really impressed me all season long. I think for a long time we've talked about Chio and Fielder as the duo, but maybe finally Shu has met a perfect combo in Chorong. This backline has been honestly monstrous all season long, but I think you are right to call it because for me it's like Chorong on the brig when we really feel how much he gets done, how much risk he takes, and yet with the trust in Shu, they pull it out time and time again. So if there's anybody who can keep Lip alive on the Cassidy, it would be these guys. However, you're talking about Proper's Genji and then Stalker, whether he brings the Venture, the Tracer. it almost doesn't matter to me in terms of his skill.
Yeah, this is going to be a banger of a match. I don't know if Crazy Raccoon will live so rent-free in their heads again. It's possible,
I mean, that is going to be game plan.
but I feel like this one's got to be
Lemon knows it, up
closer,
and knows it.
surely.
Just a question of who can make it happen.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta target the Warlord, you know, that 7-foot Warlord. Someone has to break it down or bring him down. Let's hear it from the desk. Let's look at our predictions. I think this one is a tough one, actually. It is a rematch, of course. Those two teams are very familiar with each other. They know what they have in store for one another. Honestly, though, while heading into this tournament, I would have said Crazy Raccoons, they are the favorite to win it. After the performance we've seen thus far from Team Falcons, I actually am going to give it to them. And I feel it might be a lot more convincing than some might expect.
So he's going with
I think they found
Falcons.
an answer to what we've seen thus far.
Jake convinced her behind the set.
Crazy Raccoons have not been pushed at all yet. I think Team Falcons have this in the bag.
You know, I agree. I think it's going to be an upset win for Falcons. I would call it an upset because I think Crazy Raccoon have had the edge in past matchups for these teams. But for me, I'm a believer in the Genji Venture combo. I think no matter how good you are at Cassidy, these are heroes that just don't give you a chance. Genji comes out with the deflect, with the blade. He's on top of your head. Venture coming in from under the ground. I think finally Genji has a true partner in this type of all-in, hyper-aggressive dive. I think Venture has unlocked a new style of Overwatch that we've never seen before. And I think it's going to be a really tough test for Lim.
You know, I really think that it's going to be a test of the proper Genji against the Lip Cassidy.
It's a battle of wills.
With, you know, we haven't talked about it yet, but with Oasis being the first map, I feel like that's a closer range map. That's incredibly valuable for that Mauga Genji comp that we've seen the Falcons pull out. So I think with, you know, the loser picks map system, it'll be a close match. I think 3-2 Falcons.
Johnny's grinning because he picked Crazy Raccoon.
Are you that guy?
Wow. I'm not even that guy. You are these people.
For real. I mean,
Crazy Raccoon has been the best team so far in Asia.
True.
And I think they've earned the respect to actually have me predict them. In any case, I mean...
Why is there a
it's
Falcons logo?
trying to come up with
And
an
a
alternate
production.
solution. What are we going to do to get the upper hand in this matchup against Crazy Raccoon? So it actually says Falcons 3-2 here, but I am going with Crazy Raccoon 3-2. And I promise you, I'm not flip-flopping, despite my past reputation. From the start, from this morning, before I even had coffee,
I can confirm.
it was
I can
Crazy
confirm.
Raccoon 3-2 all the way. So I'm going with the Raccoons on this one.
All right. You sound not super confident.
Johnny stands with his 6-foot brother in the back line.
Yeah, me and Lip, you know,
go way back.
we're tall people.
The 6-foot Chads got to stick together. Understandable.
Yeah, take it to the little man.
Have the same
That's-
perspective on things.
Yeah, Proper is pretty short, so I can't
Very
predict
nice.
Falcons. You know,
Yep,
that's how it goes.
that's how we make predictions.
Logic.
That's what we pay the big bucks. I think there's just one way to find out who's gonna come out.
No
on top.
Wolfenite.
Of course, playing the game. I'm ready. You guys are ready.
Zoe, I think,
Everyone
probably
is
just got
ready for this
influenced by
one.
Jake.
So let's
Jake
bring
has his own
out
reasons, and then
our team.
Kasaurus thinks because of the way the maps are gonna go, that it favors Falcons.
Crazy!
Here we go. Korean Gigabanger incoming.
Crazy Raccoon, undoubtedly the champion of the Asia region, the toughest Overwatch on the planet. These are your champions.
There's a whole
your
podcast
survivors,
where Jake said he hates
favorite.
predicting. I don't know, I think predicting's
Side with
fun.
them, but they face an incredible test today, perhaps the toughest yet in Team Falcons.
And their opponents. Put your hands together for Team Falcons!
Team Falcons looking for the upset win against the Crazy Raccoons. What do they have cooked up for this one? We've seen so many compositions from this team. They've dominated so far on the Mauga, Venture, and Genji composition, but also the Pharah, the Lifeweaver. They got everything in their bag. What are they going to bring out on stage to claim their spot in the grand finals?
The earth is about to shake, folks. Our two titans of the Overwatch world lock horns once again. It's a renewal, of course, of a regional rivalry. Our top two teams from the Asia-Pacific region who look to be the two best teams here at DreamHack Dallas. One of them moves straight to the final. The other down to the lower bracket to take on Space Station Gaming.
Yeah, and coming in, I think, you know, Crazy Raccoon's obviously the favorite. It looks like, though, with the meta that we've seen so far, and the desk obviously favoring it, Johnny picking both teams as per usual.
Yeah.
But
Hedge your bets, love that.
The Venture Genji with the Mauga seems to be what will win out. It'll be interesting what we see from Crazy Raccoons, like if they continue to play Cassidy and whatnot, and they're able to make that work, then I think things completely change. But I think a lot of the people watching and whatnot believe that that dive is going to be too strong, too aggressive.
I think for Venture, what makes them so powerful here is that they can advance through poke comps without taking any of that damage. That was an issue for Tracer in the past.
Oh yeah, I'm all in on Crazy Raccoon. They're my pick to win the tournament. I'm not going against them. I'm a full-on Crazy Raccoon believer. I like how their team plays. I think they can do it. This is not an easy matchup, though. Don't get me wrong. This is not an easy game. Falcons looked really good. They have so far, I should say.
On another level, they're very fast.
I wouldn't be surprised if Falcons win, but Crazy Raccoon just have their number, man. Not going against it.
Who will stand tall here in this battle of giants? Godzilla vs. King Kong in Overwatch terms. We'll be heading over to Oasis to kick this off.
Like you mentioned, the amount of damage output right when Venture, they pop up out of the ground, Maga slam into Genji dash. I mean the burst is unreal that comes out from that combination.
We used to think Tracer, Genji, Winston was ridiculous in terms of just being able to dive on in and do work. This is even worse.
Yeah, now we've gone a long way. This is see, I think it's
unfortunately not Mir.
I think the pressure is more on Crazy Raccoon to be like, okay, we know what Falcons has run so far. It's been quite aggressive and impactful. How do we counter that?
Here we go, DreamHack Dallas, make some noise! It's Crazy Raccoon!
Proper gonna roll on Genji here.
Looking
Nope, Tracer v Tracer, okay.
Upper bracket final.
They will actually come out.
Slight comp variations.
Echo here is a combination for Crazy Raccoon. So Proper doesn't play the Genji. Maybe this is a little bit of a read, right? That they would come out with the Echo. So we'll see Venture Tracer is a combination for Falcons.
Fine Kangles are good for Tracy here. You can play around the point fairly effectively, providing your cooldowns are available to you. There is, of course, the issue for Venture, but Tracy versus Venture is an interesting matchup indeed. Junbin already fell.
We're gonna start with a quick pick for Smurf and Falcons. That's as good of a start as you could ask for.
We've talked a little bit about it. I know that Jake's talked about it as well, where if you have that Pharah, for instance, like
we're gonna see a quick swap over to Doom for Junbin.
This is almost better for Falcons in a sense that like you
I don't know how I feel about it. We'll see.
On the other side, nothing you really have to deal with is Junbin. Now we'll go over to the Doom Fist.
I think Crazy Raccoon not having their point favor a bit more verticality. I think Junbin wants to ignore Smurf as much as is humanly possible. Proper makes a foray though, causes Junbin and Co to turn their heads. Cardiac overdrive, here's the
yeah, no, that's a dead Doom Fist. I don't know why they're playing Doom.
Couldn't even throw up the power block. That is disgusting.
You can't power block from the ground. That is filthy stuff. For Falcons, you almost kind of consider Fielder on the Baptiste kind of like your hit scan, right? You kind of drop that completely. The first two fights here have gone heavily in favor of Falcon.
Not close so far.
Above 50% on the point for Crazy Raccoon. How do you, like, the rush, right? You're going to have to use this Kitsune rush here. Get Junbin and Co inside of it and make a play as it looks like Smurf trying to back up a little bit here. Not time to go just yet.
Oh, Falcons ready to crack back though like a sapling in the breeze. Here's the sound barrier now. They're in for young and old. Pulse bomb there, knocked Heesang out of Doom, but eventually Proper's able to clip the wings of the Echo after the fact. Here's that Venture ultimate.
Oh, nice punch.
Back around the corner now, we get accosted by the Doom Fist. Didn't have any help there. And a later sound barrier for Crazy Raccoon. Everyone up now. A cardiac overdrive, not getting much use here as Falcons are turning tail.
Murph's still living though, yeah, that's pretty big.
Joron gonna be picked up and it's gonna be traded as Lip descends on the Tracer. Smurf looking healthy though.
They might have to concede point here. Okay, there you go. Back down. Dude, they just cannot kill Smurf. They have absolutely no way to kill him. You have to get rid of the back line first. It's your only chance.
Fielder out of the way, right? Fielder putting down a ton of damage there on that Baptiste. Make a play for him in the back line. You're able to get him. So a few changes here. So you'll actually also have Stalker move away from Venture and play the Echo. So Echo Tracer battle here. Just the difference now in terms of the tanks.
What is this Echo from the Stalker POV we have here?
Everybody can sort of avoid it. It all comes down to execution in this fight as Falcons are already up to 81%. Stalker playing from the ground for the most part now, opts to take that ledge.
That's a dead echo. Goodbye.
And who's in the cage? Absolutely bloody no one.
Yeah, it looks like maybe trying to use that cage to kind of corral the Doomfist in. Stomp there from Smurf.
She's low. Very, very low. And Spurs able to finish up Kiriko. Falcons able to flip the point back midway through the fight. This favors them so much. They didn't have to wait for a clean.
I'm surprised Crazy Raccoon just gave up on this Mauga match after one freaking fight. This wire map's predetermined. It's just this first map. Okay, the dupe gives you a touch, at least.
Doesn't have much to do here. Fight this time. Still 6 seconds left on that duplicate. There'll be 2 traces for a while for Crazy Raccoon. He's a sound barrier. Stalker's able to use that window to find Choron. Falcons doubling down now. Getting closer to a duplicate is Stalker, but he's comfortable. It's got to be a Kitsune rush here from Crazy Raccoon. But can they get value from it? It doesn't look like it. Smurf eventually falls. The sticky bombs of Heesang get the job done, but it's just not enough players here for Crazy Raccoon. Proper making sure of it. He slapped Jumbin in the next Tuesday. And your APAC number 2 start with a round win.
Yes, it's in response to the Crazy Raccoon Kitsune Rush. It's a great sound barrier there from Chio, and then they have their own Kitsune Rush a little bit later into the fight, where I think you can already see, right? That Crazy Raccoon needs to kind of figure out an answer, right? Playing this.
Crazy Raccoon want to make it look close, of course.
Series we passed to them as well, but how does this go against the Mauga now going back to Venture, and then the proper as options? Tracer, Genji, a bunch of different options here to be able to play.
Last time these 2 teams played in a fight.
The MVPs, whomever fixed the tech difficulties, real.
And these 2 teams have a different take on the best way to play it.
Again,
pretty powerful.
The disruption.
Crazy Raccoon just not interested in this mirror, this Mauga mirror.
And I think for Falcons, it's like, okay, well, I don't know if the game plan changes much outside of, the supports are going to be a little bit slippery to hit, right? The Lucio and the Freako, very difficult to kind of track down. Now with the Wrecking Ball in the mix.
Oh, the Tankus and Junbin. Nice little flanking route there. Doesn't really get a lot done with the pile driver. The Falcons are forced.
Fortunately, there's no cast to slow down Junbin here, which is nice, but better hope you can get a backline kill or you're absolutely screwed.
Junbin swings on out of there. Crazy Raccoon taking their time, really not fully committing to the point here, waiting for Junbin to set them up. But for what? We'll have to wait and see.
And it seems like Falcons is totally fine playing this game, right? That eventually, with the Immortality Field and some of the other damage they have in the mix, it'll work out as Smurf pushes up through the choke cardiac overdrive there. They're able to find Choron.
I mean, all this Falcons, composition. They want Smurf to take fights. They want him to get engagements. And Crazy Raccoon are trying to avoid him again. You can only do that for so long, though. The Venture here for Stalker.
Lip got 2 guys.
Big early on, and Lip gets felled by his own pulse bomb. Lynx gets Fielder for his troubles, but that's just not enough.
Yeah, but Fielder gets 2 before it even happens, right? So Fielder putting in work on the BAP, just the extra damage output, right, from having the Baptiste, the Immortality.
I just don't know how I feel about Raccoon's strategy here.
No. And you can also play the Venture with a Tracer, right? It's not like you have to play it with the Genji.
2 bump here for Heesang. And Matrix over Fielder is a frightening prospect indeed.
Big beat. Just not close right now.
And a leap upon the Lucio early in the fight. Mr. 250k. All them Benjamins go spilling on the floor.
This is not, if you're a Crazy Raccoons and you're kind of wondering like, okay, can we hang with some of these compositions? This is not the start for them.
Nice, Mir.
It's going to be about 60% in counting now. I guess the positive here you look at is that there's no Ant Matrix sound barrier available anymore for Team Falcons, but they are having a hard time dealing with this comp.
Still waiting to see what the
look how low.
Again.
So we don't.
I just think what they're playing does not do good into Mauga.
Get hit by like a slam there, and they're so weak right at the start. That's a Kitsune rush here from Shu, just trying to keep this one going.
Oh, this is a gap.
This is a gap. It's not close. Time to reevaluate.
Lip emerges into a harpoon. Now Stalker can wrap around here. It's all clean up. It's all done, but the crying. This Team Falcons are nothing short of splendid on City Center. Junbin keeps it alive, keeps it going.
Is, you know, I mean, could get
Can't
maybe a
even.
little bit interesting,
Oh
right?
boy.
He stays
Getting
alive.
hunted down by Fielder.
You have a sound barrier. That's going to be a cage.
Where are you going, Heesang?
And he is going back to the spawn there. Chorong with the sound barrier connects to 3.
Chorong at least got the first casualty in this fight for once, able to find Smurf even. Hey, there's something here. Good
Support's doing something.
Fielder down, but Jumpin has been removed. Recall from Proper. Only 3 up right now for Team Falcons. They're still going to stand and fight. They've got no reason not to, but it's getting a little dicey for your blue side. Yep, back goes the Venture. Stalker gets on out of there. Fielder switching over to the
Chia with the beat.
Can he get it down? Yes.
Sound barrier to turn it back.
Smurf even gets it. In they go, and Limp once more gets flattened.
They're still gonna lose this. Rip.
Trying to get in the back line, but the cardiac overdrive makes it tough. Can't find the burst damage he's looking for as Heesang's able to get rid of him back on the Genji.
And now Junbin wants to play Mauga.
Here's Smurf on the Doom this time around. Junbin found some success on this Mauga, but it's a little too little. It's a little too late.
Damn, not even close.
Complete, and the first match
Woof. That is a good sign for Falcons. That
There towards the end,
was
Falcons did
easy.
a tremendous job keeping it in OT, allowing, you know, whether it was like Stalker Chia getting around the corner, keep it cycled.
This whole thing is gonna rerun in
Getting
August.
that
Yeah,
sound barrier.
essentially.
Once they come around the corner with the sound barrier, Smurf launches himself like a cannon on the Doom into the back line. And there is nothing that Crazy Raccoons can do. Is they look a bit stunned there after that first map.
A lot of our players that we interviewed, they weren't really upfront about this, but they did say that they felt that perhaps the seeding for these APAC teams was not quite accurate.
Like a little bit misleading.
Right, not quite accurate to where they stood because it was a result of a victory that Crazy Raccoon found in a very different metagame. Let's head to the desk breakdown. Map number 1, Oasis goes to Falcons.
Thank you, Mitch and Matt. Yeah, let's break it all down here on the desk as Team Falcons is taking that first map, Oasis. And throughout the series, it looked pretty clear that Crazy Raccoon are just trying to avoid taking that Mauga mirror.
I think that's a losing strategy, frankly. I don't think the ball really works against the Mauga, especially on a map like Oasis. I think they're trying to keep the game in their wheelhouse, but we haven't seen enough this series. I mean, that was not the true value test that I think we need to see.
Control is not a real map anyway.
Yeah. A little bit crazy with the ball.
I think these teams are scrimmed against each other so much that I think the Lucio BAP is really taking the Crazy Raccoons off guard. I feel like the BAP has done such a good job at shutting down that echo, but I feel like this venture that's coming out is really like combining with the Mauga very well.
What's Kasora's doing here should be at the airport, real.
2 flex DPS, and
What is bro doing here?
Raccoons also play 2 flex DPS. Falcons come out on top. I think Crazy Raccoons need to figure out a way to play the hit scan.
Yeah. But this is why you love having Proper on your team, right? Because he can play that hit scan role and he can do really well when it comes to the Soldier and the Widowmaker all these years, right? But also flex over to these projectile heroes if required. And that has really been the recipe for success here for Falcons. Playing the Tracer in an extremely high level, of course, the 2022 Rookie of the Year MVP as well. I mean, this guy is absolutely insane on this hero. And now we have Falcons who, yeah, we have Stalker, who's one of the best players in the world, but Proper can really take over these games and really flex over to whatever's required of him. So, okay, you have Lip on your team. Well, Proper can kind of match you with that Tracer. And if we feel like we have a stronger matchup, we want to play something like Vent or Genji, then you can do that too. But Proper offers you that flexibility, and that is why he's so clutch for this Falcons team as they go up 1-0 over Crazy Raccoon.
And he's such a self-sufficient player, regardless of what hero he's actually playing, really opening up a lot of support from Fielder and Shio to be allocated to the rest of the team.
I think this map 1, looking at these stats, I mean, a very one-sided map in terms of final blows. It's going to test the veteran resilience on the side of Crazy Raccoon because that's a beatdown on map 1 of what's supposed to be a hotly contested series. I do think what Crazy Raccoon can feel good about is this isn't their true form. I think the form that they've been preparing for, the one that they hope will carry them to victory in this series, is going to be Lip on the Cassidy, Heesang on the Pharah, taking that Mauga mirror with their vision of it. But I think you're right, Cass, to highlight the Batiste. I think that flex support player is going to be super crucial for Falcons. The BAP is the one, if you're not running a hit scan in your DPS line, the BAP has to carry the load, and that's no easy feat when you're also tasked with keeping everybody live and protecting yourself while you're at it.
Well, the ball is now in Crazy Raccoon's court, of course, as they get to choose the map as well as the map type. Kasoras, you as a coach, where would you take us here?
I think you know, if you're playing this series, I think you try to avoid the Malgamere as much as you can. I think you really want to pick a dive map because we've seen in Asia
Any
that
Gibraltar
Crazy
enjoyers?
beat Falcons on that dive. So if I'm them, I'm
Any
just looking
Gibraltar
like a
and or
Gibraltar where
Numbani
you wanna play that
enthusiasts?
Brianna Winston, and I don't think we've seen much of those maps yet in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, there's also
Has King's Row been picked a single time? Maybe once? Suravasa?
A map they're pretty comfortable with. Would you just like,
Okay, I was not expecting that, but here we go.
You've actually matched some of the Malga compositions in the past. Against M80, for example. Hawk used to play a ton of Malga. Are you just abandoning like a Doomfist kind of composition to play around the Malga? Do you think it's over if to play the dive?
I think the shout is so strong when the Doomfist goes in, and you can make such a strong push with the Malga that it's really hard to play dive. And I feel like last map was really the value test for Crazy Raccoons. Can we play dive into this Malga? It didn't work. I don't think we'll see like more dive coming out from Crazy Raccoon. I think they're picking Suravasa because they want to play that cast fair Malga.
I mean, to be honest, I'm really worried about a Flashpoint pick coming out this early in the series. For me, in this format, the reason you pick Flashpoint is you have low confidence in the ability to win the series. You're desperate to do something to get a map win because for
No
me,
math,
Escort and
please,
Vipers are
no.
obviously the most valuable map types to pick. You can shut out the most variety in the map pool. And so when you pick Flashpoint, you're trying to get purchase in this series. You're trying to get some kind of win because theoretically, the Flashpoint map would come out eventually anyway, right? Like, you don't really need to pick it this early in the series unless you're feeling as a team like, we just need to put
Fielder got tired of people calling Shoe better than him, maybe.
Saying, we know what Escort and Hybrid you guys are going to pick. So
I
you
find
wanna
it
pick
strange though,
Flashpoint
like
because
I'm
we're
surprised that
confident
Raccoon
all your
aren't
picks.
tempted to
He's the coach.
fight in a BAP mirror because Shoe is so damn good at BAP.
Well, we are ready for map number 2. Let's see if Crazy Raccoon can bring this one back.
Suravasa, our second map of this series selected, and interesting takes on the desk here. You know, Jake's on a feeling that this is a sign of low confidence from Crazy Raccoon. Already we're kind of flipping the narrative from the pre-game on its head.
Yeah, I kind of would tend to agree with Jake and also the, okay, so even
If Jungman plays ball right now, we're about to see a masterclass. Not if what we saw in Oasis is any kind of indicator.
Hybrid or Escort. And maybe they feel like that, you know, they know which maps those are going to be, and they feel pretty good about those. I think this is also to try and maybe
Hey, yo,
get
a
some
croc.
hit scan into the mix, right? I know, see, potentially pick up that Cassidy yet.
Okay, maybe this time Malga v Malga.
All right.
This could be a bit of a problem for Crazy Raccoon if they walk out of spawn with a Pharah here if you're Falcons.
Especially on City Center, they tried a few different comps. Tried the Wrecking Ball, tried the Doom, nothing stuck. Team Falcons happy enough to stick with the Malga composition, why wouldn't you be?
Okay, yeah, I think Cass makes more
Coming out
sense.
of the gates, as we head into our second map of this best of 5.
I like this look for Raccoon a lot more. This is the preference.
Actually, Crazy Raccoons will actually be playing the Genji here, so not going to be playing a Pharah Cassidy combination. They're actually going to be playing the Genji in combination with the model.
Jumin eventually will have to cede that high ground. Looks like Crazy Raccoon tried to push ahead of this. Make it hard for
Ooh,
Falcons to get in
nice.
easy. Okay, fair enough.
Big slam too.
Down, but it's traded. Both Malgas able to find purchase here, but the damage is too much.
However, we're seeing Fielder and Smurf get a couple of picks to turn this here a little bit.
Jumin tries to get a big stop, but that is sidestepped by the
Proper finds a kill. Wait, they're going to win this fight.
Now with one Malga versus the world, you have as many rippling muscles as you like, friend. That is a numbers disadvantage.
Yeah,
Despite the great start for Crazy Raccoon, they still lose out.
Killed the entire rest of the team. It doesn't exactly matter that much.
Fielder
right?
and Proper just putting in God's work here.
Gio and Fielder keep themselves alive throughout all of that as well. So even with that early kill on the Stalker, it does not pay off there for Crazy Raccoon.
Now what? You have a Pharah in control of the point here. You have
Yep,
to find a way to
Proper's got a
press
pulse
this.
lined up. Could be dangerous.
Making it hard to catch him. The C-Sang pops up, brings a little bit of burn from the Malga. Jungmin moves up as well. You hear those shots coming out from the Peacekeeper. They're trying to lay Falcons low here as Proper will advance. Cardiac overdrive already used by Crazy Raccoon.
Oof.
Bomb, gotta be dodged away. Jungmin
There you
will
go.
have to show
Carry
himself
down.
to
You
the
killed
other
Fielder, who's been absolutely dominating so far.
Thought he might have had a freebie there, but
There it
Jungmin
is.
Go to work, and eventually Smurf is the only one left.
And I wonder if Falcons will move away from this, like with the hit scan on the other side. this is a perfect opportunity to potentially play, that venture that they've been so good on.
You could just keep playing Pharah. You keep playing Pharah.
Ooh, Genji v Genji action. Proper versus Heesing on Genji, sign me up.
For them.
Crazy Raccoon though, have a bit of a support economy advantage here.
Proper make the switch over the Genji, right? So this will put a little bit more pressure onto Lit.
All right, German's had to drop off the point there, just too exposed to these rockets. From a little bit of a deflect here, good hook damage. Here come the Falcons. Barrage on the high ground though, of course it'll be a sound barrier. Crazy Raccoon withstand.
I mean, I'm assuming Stalker's gonna swap now, right? Surely.
Now Fielder is caught out in the open. Beautiful dash from Heesang. Proper finished off. A nice cleanup sees Crazy Raccoon in position to take.
Yeah, that's the play. That Pharah was not doing anything.
Out of that Kitsune rush. Assassinating Smurf as he tries to leave. So now you'll see the swap. So seeing Proper go over to Genji there.
Who are my top 5 Maugas? Oh god, I don't know, man.
Use it, and then we're gonna switch here over to the Venture. So Crazy Raccoon, they make it work here with the Cassidy Genji. Let's see now if this is kind of a real test, right? Can they make it work here? Now, this has been Falcons' kind of bread and butter throughout the tournament in terms of comp.
And they got to respect their Lip Cassidy here. Pharah has such a vulnerability against that. So Crazy Raccoon moving first. They have
You just don't like Falcons with the exception of Smurf? Well, fair enough. You do you.
Falcons try and get advantageous positioning first, but Junbin might throw a cage fight here. Drags people down. Don't know how Proper got caught out there. He's saying able to finish the job though.
Yeah, I mean, that is huge, right? I know the Genji is such a big part of that dive, right? The Malga, Venture, and Genji getting into the back line. So without the Genji, that's a large source of damage. Basically gives Crazy Raccoon the point early.
The error's starting to creep in already for Falcons. Couple players getting picked off here. Uncharacteristic for Proper, but it happens to the best of them. Here's the cage fight. Both teams going to use that. Too much of an advantage not to. Two glancing blows taken by Lip, and he's able to back away behind the masonry and get ready to throw himself in. The Stalker's waiting with open arms.
Oh, Proper.
Wait a minute, okay, that wasn't an Ajax.
Nah, this blade doesn't turn it. Surely not. Yeah, no.
Falcons emerged here on top.
See, though, Crazy Raccoon, stop getting cute with it. They're playing some normal stuff and it's working. So much better. No, that's everyone. The broadcast is messing up with the audio.
Yeah, absolutely. You will lose jump in here towards the end of this, so not able to fully back out. That was also blade there from Heesang, so ended up trying to pop the blade there to keep that one going. It was actually a Kitsune rush from Fielder when that cage fight was coming down.
Understandable, Brooks.
Everybody alive.
Everyone's got their reasons.
Have a sound barrier here available for Falcons. Sound barrier with a blade. Proper is taking some big damage. Has to be real careful.
It takes a while for Fielder to top him up as well in relative terms. And he that blade in the fight here. Choron going to be verging on that sound barrier though. Here he goes. He's going to force that ultimate out. That's Proper. How heavily does he commit to this? Okay, waits a little bit, gives it a beat, and then goes on in.
Oh my god. Bro, and flying.
Good one to find, but is it too late in the fight? Proper seems to think so. He'll get a health pack, try and get back in. There was a flip back by Crazy Raccoon there. They're in control once more.
Yes, it looks like everybody on Falcons just trying to hightail it. Nobody wants to fall here. Would just stagger them out even further in a scenario where they really can't. Well, you have everybody back. Cardiac overdrive here.
Is someone going to be able to touch on the side of Team Falcons, though? No, they can't touch.
Falcons give yet another one up. Crazy Raccoon on the verge of taking the map away.
Yes, we were a little bit curious about their decision here to go to Surapasa. Everybody's gonna go home and play Venture, not play like this.
I do want to go play Venture, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
And again, Stalker makes it look easy. However, that's the only thing that has looked simple for Falcons so far this map. They have been a step behind at every turn.
Crazy Raccoon have a chance to just steal away this map instantly and make this a brand new series.
Previous fights. It's gonna be a continuing.
Surely, Cam, surely.
It's gonna be a cage fight blade combo here. For Crazy Raccoon.
That's all you need.
Working around the fringes of it. Never had to fully commit. And when it's just a Malga left standing, you know your target priority has been good. Little stagger here. Let me out, he says. Let me out. Choron. Okay, we're all good.
Yeah, that is one of the more devastating combos, right? If you're able to land one of those big cage fights and then a Dragon Blade comes on through, especially with no sound barrier on the other side. I mean, it is chalk at that point. So Crazy Raccoon get control of the point first, as now the able to dominate here.
No excuse for Falcons not to win this fight. Unless something goes wrong, then Choron gets a beat in time. Here we go.
They're out of there.
You see how they disengage, so they're so fast once they see that.
Crazy Raccoon do play at a very fast tempo.
They just get everybody out of the way.
That did look like more of a feint from Falcons, in fairness. Here come the real cooldowns. Susie got popped there. Here's the cage fight. Gio holds the beat, lets it go now. Choron's able to build one up of his own.
Smurf needs some help, brother.
In the middle of the cage fight. Well, I said that.
And that is an easy map win for Crazy Raccoon. Damn! That's how you clap back. Not even close. Two not even close maps back to back.
That was not close.
Crazy Raccoon, remember they're the favorites. Yeah.
That was lightning fast. I'd love to know in terms of like Flashpoint games where that ranks off time in terms of speed. As to me, it felt like that. I mean, I think the
they did stop trolling on ball. True.
Just in terms of like consistent damage, it didn't really feel like that was like the biggest difference between these two teams.
AO Team once again as an official sponsor. Chat, let's go. Wufeng Tech is going to be the official sponsor for Team once again.
Well, here we are. It is
Based.
serious now. 1-1 apiece as Crazy Raccoon are matching them. What a phenomenal performance there on their very own map pick, Ravasa. That's why they took this. Quite frankly, Team Falcons, I want to talk about the composition. They rocking out with that Pharah really didn't work for them. They only switched at the very end. What was that Pharah pick again? Can anyone walk me through this?
What are you gonna do about it, Vulcan? Huh?
Guys, we were talking about this.
So interesting how the series has gone so far. Let's see what Falcons' pick is. Are they gonna like really change things up after them getting dominated in the neutral and the Mauga battle like that? Do they consider picking their pocket pick? Will they go to Circuit and sub in Majed and play some Sigma, maybe?
To out-main game each other, and I feel like Crazy Raccoon's got the better first fight comp, and then you saw like Falcons try to catch up the whole map, and you know, you criticized it earlier, Jake, but maybe Ravasa was the map pick, because I can't imagine right now that they're not feeling like incredible and confident in that Mauga mirror.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredible how this is currently developing throughout the series, and we're likely to see a lot more developments as this series progresses, right? He's sang with a great performance here on the Genji on Ravasa and a lot of impact. Of course, it's a bit of a different style here because we talked pre-game about how Lip, you don't expect him to swap over to the Genji or Venture at all. More, it's going to be the hit scan, right? And that is something they can lean on. He sang with a clutch Dragon Blade there, and you can see the stats themselves against Proper as well, coming through with the 14-9 final blows. Obviously, a 3-0 Ravasa. Like, how often do you see a 3-0 Ravasa? Like, that was really dominant. I really want to give a shout out as well to Choron and Chu. I think they layered their support elements really clutch. You saw it on point B, for example. You see that Lip playing the Cassidy, it shifts the way the neutral happens a little bit. So Falcons, they want to get in there with their Genji and Venture, and Lip is like public enemy number 1 on that Cassidy, right? Well, you see Choron coming clutch with a sound barrier.
Give Johnny some honey lemon real.
To shift the momentum when Falcons have really engaged. So a great execution by Crazy Raccoon.
Well, Team Falcon now get the map pick here, obviously. So where are we taking it? Are we going to see us on the Escort? Are we heading to Circuit or something along those lines to really play to their strength?
I think there's a really good chance that we do see Circuit come out. I think for Falcons, you want to avoid something like Gibraltar. And I think, to be honest, Crazy Raccoon, they got what they wanted out of this pick, taking Flashpoint out of the pool. We got pushed right out, but it is Flashpoint that's been taken out of the pool, avoiding New Junk City. But the cost is that Falcons now has the opportunity to block something like a Gibraltar, something where, you know, maybe Shoes on a Chorong's break. They can avoid that. I think it's most likely going to be an Escort. And to be honest, Surmajed has been a great performer for this team. I think some people criticize his appearance on Team Falcons, questioning why he's on the team. But every time this guy comes in, he looks
Midtown. That does give you the ability to run sync still if you want to, but I don't think there are any subs, so
just depends on your preference in terms of
I
pick.
feel like it's almost like an unspoken secret that maybe this series is gonna go to Circuit, so neither team wants to pick Escort, and they both want to pick like other maps to like just play to their strengths and play that, you know, confidence role. I think Falcons now really feeling less confidence, and they're picking this map because it's one of their stronger maps. They want to play into max, perhaps, and, you know, go from there.
It's going to be interesting to see the change up. I think one thing we saw in that last map that I really wanted to highlight from the Raccoons is that with so much pressure on Lip, right? The double flex DPS, we talked about how they're going to target Lip. That's what's been focused. But that leaves Heesang, the Genji swap. That's a new innovation we haven't seen yet. Traditionally, he's been always on the far to pair with the Cassidy, but Genji now can be maybe really, really aggressive. You don't have anyone
Max substitution from the looks of it.
That role, really playing to the tempo that Crazy Raccoon has been their signature all season long. And so while everyone's looking at Lip, it's Junbin and Heesang feasting on your backline, maybe not receiving enough pressure from the double flex DPS. So a new look from Raccoons that I don't think Falcons are ready for here.
So in this situation, Kasaurus, we know that both teams, they have two extremely good tank players on either team. As you're making these map picks, do you target individual substitutions to maybe try and get an edge that way?
So I feel like if you know a certain player is coming in on a certain map, I think you want to take the momentum out of like the Crazy Raccoons here. I think Junbin just played an incredible map to pick that Midtown and take Junbin out and put in maybe like a cold, you know, coming off the bench Max. I think is actually a really good choice. And I think they want to play like, oh, Junbin, Max. Oh, and then Junbin has to come in cold again. I think it's such a good choice by the Falcons here.
We're very far away from like Overwatch League 2018. We're like, oh, map 5. You go in cold and see if you can clutch it out. We're very far away from those days. Now we're actually, like you said, maybe wanting to put the people on the bench in just to have them come in mid-match and maybe throw off some of that momentum that Crazy Raccoon built up here.
I mean, frankly, in the format we're playing, especially here at DreamHack, there's so many layers to it with the substitutions, but also with the opportunity to pick those maps. Did they make preparations more difficult for you and your team?
100%. I mean, I think there's so many choices on like the map. You could pick your best map. You can pick the take maps away, or you can pick for enemy substitutions. I think both teams really playing mind games here. And I think, you know, we criticized the Suravasa pick because maybe for variety's sake, like there's only 2 Flashpoint maps. So, and those two are quite similar, but I think, you know, Crazy Raccoon's really saying like, we're ready for any escort and hybrid map. So throw it, that's what you got. And we've seen Midtown so many times between these two teams. I think we're going to see that Breakbap Sigma, and let's see which team can take it.
When it comes to those heroes too, I'm honestly a little worried for the Falcons because, I mean, Shu on the BAP, I mean, we talk about his Ana, we talk about his Kiri, but the BAP for me is where Shu shines. Like, it's ridiculous. You get on this guy's first person, and check his PC. It doesn't look right. He's a freak on the BAP. He is another DPS on the server, and he doesn't stop healing. I mean, he's not abandoning his duties as a healer. He's doing it all at once. It's a little ridiculous. Chorong, the aggression, the confidence in Shu we see from that main support role. I think Chorong is at his peak on Brig. So this is a dangerous pick, but I think both these teams, like you said, tons of confidence. Maybe they want to challenge each other. Like, yeah, bring out your best. We will match it. And
are you talking about Casares? he's the coach for Toronto. He's just there chilling because he has nothing better to do. His team lost, lol.
You know, maybe taking something from the EUs. Maybe we'll see Reinhardt, or maybe they'll go with that Mauga strat.
Wait,
I can see it.
I think maybe baiting a Sigma out as a traditional Midtown defense strategy. We've seen Falcons run Ana with the Mauga against the Sigma, leaving the Ana to often die, but get that nade off crucially on the enemy backline. And no matter how good you are at healing, you're not healing through the anti-nade. So that could be playing to some of Fielder's incredible potential on that hero, the Nano Blade combo with Proper, maybe leaning into trying to bait out some Sigma from the Falcons, or from the Raccoons rather. So who knows, strategically, I think you're right.
No, I don't think Casares will get fired, no.
Reinforcing to Hopium for some Reinhardt.
I feel bad for him if that happened, man. That'd be rough.
How far do we have to wait until we start like really going down into the depths and like, you know, the NRG Esports Lifeweaver Ilari comp? Like, you know, when do we? No. A 1% chance, Drake? One?
Well, Chio's played Lifeweaver before.
I mean, look, I don't hate the Lifeweaver, but I don't think Falcons is doing that.
But still.
I don't think Falcons is doing that here.
No.
I mean, it's 1-1 in the series. Teams could take some risks here and there. Maybe not that risky, but, you know, like something maybe a little more out there. Which of the two teams is more likely to throw a wrench in the spanner?
Oh, I definitely think it's Falcons right here. They just got beaten at Malgamir. They're picking this map to not go to a Malgamir. So we're going to see some interesting picks, I think. I think they're ready for this Max's Sigma.
That's right. We have a lot of great head-to-heads in this very matchup. Hitting you up with some stats here as well. All right.
Yeah,
all
I mean,
right,
Proper
see
had
you.
the upper hand when it came to the Tracer duel there as well, but I feel like this is constantly going to develop. And, you know, when you're playing this Mauga compositions as well, like, it's so, like, brawly that, you know, you can't really look at the, like, individual duels.
Their Toronto's literally, how can you upgrade? Yeah, they're in a weird spot.
So, you know, we have all these fantastic individual players, but it really comes down to the teamwork. And
Oh, you missed it. We've seen some Life Weaver throughout this tournament. I just said Wife Weaver again. Life Weaver gameplay.
It's all about teamwork makes the dream work. Taylor's oldest time here, of course. Looking at those two teams, which of them would struggle more against SSG if they're dropping down to the lower bracket?
To be honest, I think Falcons have the download on the European teams. I think they came. That was the first two matches.
Not according to Hadi, they don't.
Well, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. But
I mean, that game with Falcons, it was, or that Falcons with SSG versus Falcons, it was like a 3-0, right? But
you got one draw.
all those maps were super close.
You didn't win a map. No one has won it. None of the European teams have won a map against Falcons. And to be honest, I can't expect anything to be different.
I'm a little nervous that the pace of Crazy Raccoons, that they just run circles around SSG. I don't know, man.
Falcons have prepared for anything that could come. Crazy Raccoon, to be honest, I don't think they're going to have much trouble either. I think they have the flexibility to match.
How do you think OWCS can improve the format so that all the regions are more competitive against Korean teams? Allow for more imports from other countries so you can get more Koreans to play against the Koreans. There you go. There's no other way, unfortunately. There's not enough talent to go around.
So I think they're going to pull it through on that Rhine comp, on that Mauga comp, on the Ramatra comp, and I think, you know, Falcons has such a good matchup into that. So if I'm, you know, SSG right now, I'm hoping that Crazy Raccoons loses so that I can face them.
Seriously, I agree.
Yeah, I mean, it is to be said that I think these two are the best teams in the tournament so far. And in many ways, this is a preview, I think, of the grand finals, regardless of who loses in this series. But that just makes it so much more interesting when it comes to the in-depth stuff, right? Because in many ways, you want to learn as much as you can about your opponent, because this is just the winner brackets finals. You want to win the grand finals. And so it's about getting a good read before then too.
You know,
in this situation, though, what do you do? Maybe some insight from you here.
I think a lot of players from Al would come back. Some might, but generally no.
There again, will you be holding something back?
I feel like in this tournament, actually going through the upper bracket has been more valuable than in any other Overwatch tournament so far. You get the first map pick that's absolutely massive because of this losers pick system. So I think Crazy Raccoons and Falcons definitely aren't holding anything back. I think they're going to put it all on the table so that they can value test their matchups and go into this like finals.
That's right. Everything on the table. They do want that advantage going through the upper bracket. Let's see which team can get it done as we're heading to map number 2.
Finally, oh my god.
Our Titans for the APAC region are locked at 1 apiece in this series. And a substitution sees Max come on in for Junbin. Notably, Matthew, no sign of margin yet today. Fielder looked very good on the Baptiste on Oasis.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, yeah, I think that Fielder, look, he's tremendous on all the flex supports. If you didn't want to take him out, you don't have to.
But that Shu Bap,
yeah, it's true.
That's something a little bit different. Noted by the desk is probably his most famed hero. I think actually initially when Shu came on the scene with Guangzhou Charge, it was his Ana that lit the world on fire. But yeah, he made that famous.
It'll be Crazy Raccoons here on defense here to start. So Sigma-based composition, they bring
Farah's back. Ooh, Falcons are gonna play Rhine, pulling a page out of SSG's book. Okay. Oh no, they're going back to spawn, you cowards. Oh, I know, it's just proper. Okay, false alarm. Just proper changing. Based. Rhine, let's go. Rhine Gaming, Smurf Rhine. Hell yeah.
They switched off it. Gonna go for it. Straight through the train they go.
I like it because, you know, the... Woo! What a shot by Heesing, though.
Nicely done. I mean, you're not dodging a fire strike in that train car. No siree. The bar is down. This is awkward though for Falcons. The Ryan comes crashing down.
They take so much damage on the way in, right? I mean, they do end up getting Heesang as Heesang gets into a really awkward spot, going the opposite way down that train car. So some changes now here for Falcons.
Yeah, enough of that. Venture Malga, it is.
Yeah, we know like hit scan, right? You play the Tracer here, the hit
and it's over, chat.
Or that far up in the sky.
Still, though, could be a little tough to deal with this Pharah. You're looking at Smurf, looking at Fielder. Oh, Fielder again. Fielder's playing like a man possessed on this map.
With a lot of involvement for the rest of Falcons. And hey, who would have thought the comp switch pays off? They're moving up. 5 versus 3 it is. Proper able to recall there as Max tries to hold his ground. Stalker wants the pressure, wants to make it costly for Raccoons to push it up to the point.
Yeah, they don't even have to push around the corner here, Falcons, right? As you see how low
Separate Max from the team. There you go. Well done.
Low, and then when the supports try and push up, they have a Maga stomping in their face. That'll be Falcons taking the first point.
Yeah. Crazy Raccoons bit the curb in that fight. Now Falcons set up here behind Fielder's amplification matrix. Again, in this composition, more for Fielder's own use than anyone else's.
Sigma bring Ana Venture here for Crazy Raccoon. So this is we've seen the Venture played mostly with the
Proper Widow?
Now proper Widow here. So
all right, we're going a little crazy here. It's what you get when two teams know each other so well. And Casper is pulling this out. They're going to pull out all the stops to try and get into that final from the upper bracket.
Proper Widow is kind of crazy, though. Bro, he's not missing. All right, they got him.
Yeah, Crazy Raccoon swarming all over the Falcons.
yes, Heesang gets the high ground as well. So the grief for him in the fight. But
Go too far out now.
Very difficult to beat.
You don't have a Lucio to get yourself out of here.
He's got the benefits of the nano boost that come
Okay, this is a mistake. Why are they playing this far up?
Impossible. Give Lib space. He's going to come up with some big plays.
They're going for this.
That was dumb.
The sound barrier here, they're able to fire to kill, but it's 1-for-1 stuff. Yeah, spawn advantage here favors Falcons. So trading is acceptable. They spend that Lucio ultimate.
I mean, it's a winning fight, right? You're able to get the fight.
Yeah, Evan, for sure.
They actually stagger Heesang out.
I like what I'm seeing from Fielder. I like how he's being aggressive against his rival Shu.
We'll see a Maga mirror here. You're just not going to play the Tracer here if you're Crazy Raccoon. And then also, this is something that we saw that Falcons did earlier in the tournament, right? Where they played this Ana Lucio backline. So they moved exclusively almost over to the back tees.
You're back. What's happened? We're currently in a pivotal map 3.
Hard to argue with that decision. He's saying, of course, there. The splash damage off those harpoons is pretty effective in those tight corridors. Gio got flat in there, I think.
Well, we saw plenty of carry in the other maps.
You got Choron. Max is down. This is heavy stuff. Zorka able to fight.
This time it's going to be Falcons winning out in this battle.
The fight's already won.
Yeah, I mean, even
This Maga battle, they're the ones looking better. Yeah, time to go to the Genji. I agree.
Falcons running it down now. Ever since we've had a kind of competitional change, even mirror this Maga is cardiac overdrive. Smurf runs away, gets back towards the car.
No touchers.
But they don't make it there, so that's going to be the second checkpoint there for Falcons.
Yeah, they lose Choron there as well. The pulse bomb that was really meant for Max.
Yo, I gotta say, Smurf always does a really good job with those counter pins.
Let's mode over, able to find one for his troubles. That's not enough, really a constellation only. Falcons do a very good job of setting a line of scrimmage quite far forward.
Yeah, now they're playing with Genji Rika here. So Falcons, Crazy Raccoon just trying to make some changes. Quite notably, the only thing they really haven't changed is playing this Cassidy. They want to try and force this hit scan into the mix.
Oh.
From Heesang. Great predictive shuriken. Better lucky than good sometimes, and if you got both, then hey, you're laughing all the way to the bank.
We'll see how far they decide to push. The Immortality Guild in the spawn there for Falcons.
Uh-oh, he's saying.
Fielder is maybe you can actually come out of this. As Shio's going to use sound barrier.
Choron, what?
Well, only connects with 3.
I like it from Lip though. Smurf doesn't get the sound barrier.
Wait, they're winning. Lip is killing things, but this is a horrible place to be taking a fight.
Falcons committing a sound barrier after picking Heesang off.
Bruh.
It's inconclusive, but Akadi's on the move once more. Care of Chio.
Big miscues from Crazy Raccoon.
Maybe you don't have the sound barrier back up when
He's saying overstep. Choron really should. They should have just conceded that fight.
Hey, we want to finish this one right here, right? You have the cage fight, cage fight pulse bomb plus the Venture ultimate coming on. So it's going to be cage fight for both teams.
Lip Deadeye, cage fight makes this a bit complicated. Waiting, holding, finds the shot proper down. He waited until the cage fell. And the curtain comes down on that fight for Falcons.
All right, so you get a fight win here for Crazy Raccoon.
Don't do it again, man. Stop chasing them into the spawn, I'm begging you.
They've been getting like consistently up to the spawn door here, wanting to force out some of these.
Okay, that was gross though.
As they try and get out of the spawn.
Man, he's saying again. Last time we got punished, if you remember, that's when Falcons committed Chio's beat and tried to.
You know, I didn't mean it like that, Brian. But sure, that was totally intended. Totally.
Overcommitting there, leaving Crazy Raccoon at full strength now. Spawn camping.
Really good.
Probably not, Jort.
Stun instantly. That might have been the stop, I think.
I think it was.
Good little turnabout by Smurf to receive his sank. Falcons though waiting on it. They need to get top back up inside the immortality field, and now it's go time.
It's kind of a weird window, but I guess it gives you some space at the very least.
They do have the capacity to disengage here. Shu able to use a swift step to get back to the rest of his team, but here come Falcons. Here comes Smurf. Proper there as well. We're going to push up to the Venture Ultimate. Sound Barrier even committed along with the Kitsune Rush. Crazy Raccoon love to fight. They're born to do it. Kisang here around the kiosk will eventually be brought down by Proper. Glocks him. The dash from Max to get away from the Tracer. Shu drops down, knows Proper is coming. Can hear the pitter-patter of those Tracer footsteps. Cardiac overdrive now as Crazy Raccoon try and find a way to stand tall, to stand their ground. Fielder briefly switching to the Moira, but thinks better of it. Finally, Crazy Raccoon taking the feet off the gas. There's 10 seconds left for Falcons.
One more fight, here we go.
Yes, they tried to get around
It's looking good for Falcons, but suddenly they may be getting held right here.
Here it is. Lip lets it go. Chio, ooh, somehow gets away, but Chorong's got the extra damage to follow up. Cardiac overdrive for Smurf, but lacks the healing, lacks the backup of Chio. Dangerous here. Immortality field removed by Falcons. They don't have enough to be going on.
Lip is gross, dude. He's so good.
With a 79-80 meter push.
Lip on land is just built different. Honestly, Lip and Proper on land is just so fun.
Falcons trying to run the Reinhardt comp. Does not work out, but you know, back to kind of like Maga venture-based stuff is able to do a nice job there. You get the payload pretty far down here towards
Sombra one trick, remember? Yeah, those allegations back then were insane.
Offense, right? Playing some of that Sigma, you have Max in the game, a little bit of a different hero pool, and Junbin. What do we see them decide to do now on offense?
So much of the conversation on the desk has been about the pace of play from these teams, and I think that was really exemplified there.
Is it true that Jaws is scared of the pigeons? Somebody said that to me the other day, but I wasn't.
Honestly, I believe it. I don't really know why. That's fine. I think, again, it's the fish side of him. I think he feels threatened by, you know, someone that is above him on the food chain, in theory.
Pigeons eat fish?
They probably would if they could. I don't know. Birds eat fish, right? You're an ornithologist.
Neither am I, surprisingly.
That is 6
Bro, there were still people calling Lip a one trick after like 2021. It was insane. I don't know why people hated that guy so much.
That is a Volskaya Industries line. Oh, buddy.
We paid it off, though, 6 years later. They paid that one off.
Like, I'll admit, like, I still had some doubts about Lip maybe after 2020, like, in some aspects, but if you still were down that guy after 2021, I want to take whatever you're taking, man.
We actually see sometimes on circuit, right? That Life Weaver with the Pharah being able to kind of keep Stalker in the air a little bit longer than per usual, right? Using kind of the pedal as a bit of a launch pad of new ground.
We go, I'm going to catch, says Max, but who's he after exactly? Well, we're not sure.
I don't have enough to share, fair enough. Chio dead, okay. Life Weaver Gaming.
And we get up to the high ground. Popper has ever used that window to deal with Lip, so no Cassidy for the attackers. Smurf comes trundling back.
I'm the world's #1 Lip hater. I admit he's good, but I still hate. See, that's the difference. If you at least admit that he's good, I don't have a problem if you hate him. Like, it's me. Like, I despise Tom Brady, but I still admit he's the GOAT.
Just run straight into the corner. They make a play for Chio. He's just completely out of the fight, right? They deal with him, and then Falcons has no choice but to double back. It's not work out for them on defense, as that is a fast point they take for Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, 5:21 to play here. Nice position to be in. Lip, though, not so much attacked in their last fight. Proper able to take him to task pretty comfortably. Stalker now has to play maybe a little differently. This is a wide opening.
I don't like Overwatch. Yes, real.
Yes. very tight line that you have to play as far.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons trying to like sit up here on the high ground, right? See the bar, not really going up high.
Something like that, Dynamite. Something.
Ground lip on that opposite side of this wall.
You know how it goes with like Gunbon, uncoachable though.
Like Barrage with a grip back. There it is. Yeah.
Okay, no kills from that barrage here, but enough to get Crazy Raccoon to disengage.
They always say what's on their mind, which I respect. It's mad entertaining.
Relative to the rest of his team, this is great for Crazy Raccoon.
The grip happens.
Oh yeah, it was during playoffs. That's right. It wasn't uncoachable.
Large, yeah, amounts of damage. I think obviously you're always worried when your Faragos and rocket barrages, but you know, in the past we've seen them kind of extend it. Let Stalkers HP.
I'm surprised Falcons are still playing Life Weaver.
It's rocket barrage, instant life grip, and they don't really get anything for it. Not even an ultimate force out.
This is pretty disastrous for Falcons. This is going awful fast. Then I stop. Here comes Smurf. He's on the scene, but a sound barrier here means Link doesn't have to worry. Chio.
Oh, Chio.
Lined up by Hisang, who gets a free lift.
Wait. Wait, Chio? He's alive?
In the meantime, but elsewhere, the
Wait, base tree. Wait a second.
They're going to get this one home. It's going to be an absolutely
Maybe winnable. Never mind.
5 minutes. Wow.
Dude, how did Chio live through that? What a Chad.
Falcons at the moment, over 5 minutes to not even complete the map, right? Just 80 meters needed here for Crazy Raccoon to take a lead in the series. His Falcons seems like a little bit of desperation here, right? Now because
honestly, I think after point A, they should have just swapped. They took a long time to swap. That could change the outcome of this map very poorly for them. Like, if they maybe stuck to their guns, point B could have at least gone a little better. This is going to be rough. 4.5 minutes is doable, but oh damn, it's going to be rough. Dude. Smurf. Yeah. The supports are like, yeah, ain't no way am I going in there with you, bruh. But Chio's gaming.
You've got to respect what Chio can do there. Chorong not nearly as fortunate in the Lucio versus anyone matchup.
It feels like the last two always alive for Falcons are somehow proper in Chio, as they always make it quite interesting towards the end. So they're able to pick up a few kills, at least slow Crazy Raccoon down. That's going to allow Falcons to get back in for another fight.
Max got 2 kills off the back of that engagement though, so Falcons had to disengage. You saw Smurf charging backwards, never a good sign for Valga. Poke damage here now, Shu's getting ready for a Katrina rush, but in they go.
That was dangerous. Damn near Ajax. That looks like map, unless proper goes on a miracle run here.
For Falcons. Crazy Raccoon snowballing that old advantage that the Falcons had to give up by switching their comp as late as they did. And now we're on the precipice of a MAC victory for CR. Smurf's gonna have to try and charge out here. A little indirect as he tries to avoid some of the poke damage, and Stalker's going in
Rip.
there under cover of some
Rip.
It's not enough. It's the watch, folks.
Not even close yet again. What's up, Bake?
Yeah, and I was like, maybe Falcons will make this a little bit interesting because Chio ends up getting the beat there at the end. But as
So far, we have not seen a single close map in this series. Man.
It's like watching a documentary where the Apex Predator just goes to town on its food. I was watching. I'm sure the desk was too. Let's hear from them on Midtown.
Indeed, we were watching that series for once we get paid to do so. But also, we do enjoy some good Overwatch, and that's what the teams are delivering. I'm back here on the desk with Jake, with Thesaurus, as well as Johnny to break it all down for you. I mean, Crazy Raccoon running away with this one, and quite frankly, on the attack, on the defense.
Yo, what's going on, Devin? Krusty Crackbite is making me lose my mind. I mean, the Life Weaver Pharah strat is something that is effective. I just think they stayed on it for too long when it didn't work. It has been successful.
On a Pharah, that's a very unique strategy on the defense. We haven't seen that, I think, on at least on Midtown. They played it on Kings Row previously, we were talking about, but I mean, the Rhine sim, it's nice, but on a Pharah, just eats you up on those TPs.
Right, the Rhine works really well into that breakback Sigma, but I feel like
a podcast called Wash Point.
It's just too much
Ah,
to
yes.
sit on point, so they had to push, but I feel like Crazy Raccoon's really
No
had to
technical
cover there.
problems aside from a little bit of a hiccup when they subbed in Max. There's a bit of a delay setting his stuff up, but aside from that, we've been good.
And Crazy Raccoon's is happily taking it, and you can see this Hisang Genji, I think, is the game changer for me.
Yeah, and I mean, the big question heading into this as we were setting up this match.
Oh yeah,
Johnny,
Mir. Last 2 maps, all
can we get away
Raccoon.
from playing
Not
Cassidy?
close.
Surely the Heesan Genji has opened that up for him.
Yeah, I mean, he was incredibly comfortable on this Cassidy and everything.
Yesterday worked good too. It's just the first day, honestly.
That entire series, getting so much value.
Yeah, that's rough. 55 to 36. It's a bit of a diff.
Contention that we've been talking about in the Dust 2, but like it's so lethal as well. Proper playing Tracer in that matchup. I feel like Lip was really comfortable there. But I agree with Kasoris here. Now if you're Crazy Raccoon going into the series with question, can they hang with Falcons Mauga composition here? Now it's almost like bring it. Like, let's play more Mauga, right? Because we have the advantage in this one. So now it gets even more interesting for Falcons. Like, are you still gonna keep playing the Mauga, or do you give up and maybe go to other maps, like we've seen Circuit Real, for example, where maybe we've seen some other Sigma compositions being played?
For me, I think, honestly, Heesang's Genji is a massive spanner in the works. I think Falcons came into this match, especially looking at that flex support role with the Batiste as their pocket pick in the comp, thinking, okay, you're going to run Casfara, you're going to play so passive and poke, and we're going to get away with a Baptiste just gunning you down from the back line while my DPS chop up your DPS.
Well, unfortunately, only some of those supports are useful. You know, there's still not that many supports in the game.
Now there's a hero on the server that is actively hunting your Batiste.
And some are just very broken, while others are not.
Trades are so favoring that Kiriko. I mean, the Kitsune Rush, every time these Maugas face off under a Kitsune,
A lot of these support heroes don't have the utility,
so valuable.
sadly.
It is insane on like a Mauga to Mauga brawl. The lifesteal is just out of control, and so honestly, Crazy Raccoons, I think the Genji pick is just genius right now. I think they found the response. Falcons back to the drawing board.
Kasaras, would you say that this Genji pick is specifically for Team Falcons? Is that a result of what we've seen from Team Falcons in the last 2 days with their double flex DPS?
Yeah, I'd say so 100%. I think that Baptiste, like Jake talked about,
Hope Space Ranger is
so
good.
good against the Pharah and the Echo, which Crazy Raccoons like to pull out. But now Heesang's come out on the Genji. He's completely shutting that down, forcing a mirror. And the big thing for me is Falcons don't seem comfortable right now. They're putting proper on this Tracer in the Malgamir. I don't think the Tracer keeps up the tempo that the Genji can bring, and the Cassidy's now roaming free. So I think Falcons really need to pick
And bring back Sim as support, man. What a time to be alive. Sim support. It was always such a waste.
Yeah, so how can they avoid? Where should we take it in order to not have Lip just firing in a shooting range?
Yeah, I mean, that's the problem, right? Because even if you go to Circuit Real, for example, which, you know, even if we do see some kind of like alternate...
Honestly, if Ana's evolved in any way, shape, or form, I'm happy. I'm good. I love Ana. I never get tired of Ana.
If that's gonna happen. I think it's an interesting question. I feel like if you go to a map like maybe like Route 66, like you'll probably see more of this stuff, right? I don't think we're gonna see much difference. So when it comes to the escort maps, you know, Gibraltar again, I feel like Crazy Raccoon is the favorite in this one. Maybe you shake things up, go to Circuit Real. I feel like it's really tough.
I know you like Zenmir, I'm aware.
I don't think there's an obvious answer here. Like, what is your next choice?
It has to be a choice between Gibraltar and Circuit Royale. I think they can't force that Malgamir anymore. I think they need
Honestly, I'm just chilling if there's no Moira, if there's no Mercy, I'm pretty happy.
Out of their game, pick a map where they don't have to Malgamir, which I think both Gibraltar and Circuit Royale are great picks for that.
I think they've got to drop the BAP. Wherever they go, I would have thought going into the series it would have been great, but I think the Genji is the perfect response. I don't think BAP works into the Genji. The tempo is just not there when the Genji's constantly attacking your BAP. You're peeling back to defend. So I think that'll be a real challenge as we do go to New Queen Street. So both teams disrespecting the escort pool, feeling like they can win it. New Queen Street, what I want to see most of all, though, is I want to see actually a match of Fielder rather on the Kiriko. I think you've got to take the Kiriko mirror, at least as long as the Genji's in the server. The BAP's not working.
Yeah, Kasoris, you shrugged when you saw the pick. What's your reaction to New Queen Street?
I think, you know, both teams are shrugging off the escort in the whole tournament, and even in the Asia playoffs, we've seen teams pick escort first because that's the most varied map pool. So I think maybe both these teams know like what the enemy team's gonna pick for escort, and they're ready for it. So they're both playing chicken, like, oh, you pick escort, you pick escort.
Fielder's played Zen. He's okay. He's not like anything you're gonna write home about. He's not like greatest of all time tier, but statistically he was always pretty good.
That's like Lucio Kingdom. That's where the Mauga comp is.
Just okay.
Well, I'm excited for this one. Not as confident about our predictions there anymore. We also have a sub coming in, so we should be getting confirmation. Okay, yeah, Max is out jumping in. What does that tell you, Jake?
I mean, I don't think strategically this is going to be a huge shift for the teams. I think it's about comfort, about map.
Jonek or me or
Violet,
Violet, the big three. Ah, yes, Smear, true.
Crazy Raccoon. I think it's going to take Falcons finding an answer to force a change.
What do you think of the team Super said he would play with? The team is himself, Proper, Lenny, Violet, and RuPaul. Sounds like a pretty solid team. It's not anything to write home about, but it ain't horrible.
And be the ones taking the tempo. Junbin has been hugely gapping on that front. Smurf has not been able to find the same level of aggression as a unit. They're not able to lead the game.
Going into New Queen Street here, you know, we talked a little bit about Proper sticking on that Tracer on Midtown, for example, but maybe they didn't get the rune really there to be enabled. Going into this map as well, do you think that maybe they're trying to force a bit of a Tracer duel here? Or do you think that Crazy Raccoon, they don't care, they're just going to stick to what they already played?
Izzyaki was an amazing Zen, yeah.
So if they want to play the Tracer, they have to play a different composition. I think this map, they're really trying to force it because they're scared of the other two push maps, right? They really want to go to this map so they don't have to Amalgamate. So it's really up to Falcons.
Izzyaki still plays, yeah, but his team was irrelevant.
It's a great Tracer map, but
Rock Esports did absolutely nothing.
The tempo's not there. The aggression, the consistency, you can't stay in on top of the cast.
Well, we're about to find out. New Queen Street is coming up, and we have a match point for Crazy Raccoon. Let's see if he can close it out.
I stand Badoshan Zen. Badoshan Zen was good back in the day for those standards, absolutely.
Now backed into a corner.
Second best Zen in Season 1.
The silver bullet that gets them out.
Yeah, I think Krusty's a good coach. I think people give him too much of a hard time because of recent years. He's not the best anymore, but I think calling him a bad coach is kind of mean.
Probably the wise move now to put Fielder on like a Greek in that instance. So we'll see what going to New Queen Street does.
Monk had a great Zen, yeah.
Falcons seems like both teams probably have a good idea of where Escort would go.
Yeah, Falcons would have had Smurf, but Fearless retired. Or Falcons would have had Fearless, but they got Smurf instead because Fearless retired. Who's the best coach currently? I mean, with how Crazy Raccoon are playing, you might argue Moon.
Oasis, we were definitely impressed by how they were able to get value out of this Malga composition, but since then we've seen them
Shubap, Twilight, Anna, Fielder, Moira. Yeah, crazy.
Even with this venture comp, which has been really good, they've still been losing here to this Cassidy Genji matchup.
I think the Baptiste again.
Yeah, and I think it's also like Shu is able to have a little bit more, personal survivability and whatnot on the Rico, right?
You want to see Choi? Man, I wish, dude. I miss Choi Hyobin. Guy was goated.
Easy target for the Maga intervention.
Wow.
Gets flattened there, though.
I can't believe the amount of New Queen Street we're seeing. No one's picking Esperanza all of a sudden.
Pretty shocking to see such a big health pool of like Malgas disappear in a second like that, but that's what this composition can do.
Is Lip performing? Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, John Bin's dead before the fight even really begins. He just kind of like steps up. Maybe did not expect all that burst damage.
Yeah, that's true, Byron. That's really true.
You could do without your Maga, right?
I was just answering for the fans.
Super important, but cardiac overdrive.
Yeah,
important cooldown.
Malga doesn't have as much.
I don't really think about the coaching as much as I used to.
I mean, it looks like Junbin's got half the health of Smurf.
Yeah, it's like a duped Malga, you know?
Yeah.
Little dollar store Malga. Little Malga at home action, you know?
Yeah, Malga has 2 hearts. It looks like the single heart version of Malga there.
I think Cho would fare with 1 tank. Now I don't think he could definitely be good in a rotation, but as a solo tank, no.
Hitting hard, hitting fast. Smurf wants to back up a little bit here as Heesang gets ahead of the Amp Matrix, but in we come once more. Smurf looks to reassume the position.
Like, obviously, he could play Choi in a Sig or a Diva setup. I think he could probably play Ram effectively as well.
The blade from Heesang hoping to punctuate this. And he's gotten Crazy Raccoon out of the submission hold.
Yeah, Falcons tried to back up there, but not.
Imagine Choi playing Monkey. Yeah, I'm good. No thanks. Definitely not.
Had a huge series in my opinion. On the Genji. It's just been so instrumental in their success. This will get the bot moving here for CR.
I remember that, Evan. Good times.
Proper's got a blade and you have no sound barrier.
Yeah, you're just gonna have to grit your teeth and find a way to find
Constant versus Win Hyobin. God.
Falcons reaching a peak in ultimate charge.
I wonder if Smurf will go quick here, do a cage fight setup. Doesn't look like it.
He will be continuing the Deadeye from here. No support ultimates to answer that.
Playing around the corner, we're being
They
patient.
don't want to like exactly just kind of push in here around the corner. This is a great spot for the
Nice.
fight.
Yep, just be patient.
With that Deadeye, is killed.
Be disciplined. That was the right play.
You know, of the boss in there, whatnot. Maybe trying to get off of the bot a little bit.
Season 1, your flex support is judged by how good your hog was. Okay, only to a certain extent. In very specific parts of the season. A lot of it was Zen.
To engage in that fight with the Deadeye to open things up, and it's not worked out.
Falcons only had to use their Venture ultimate.
To be fair though, a lot of those flex supports were kind of nasty at hog, and even like some Bastion from time to time. Back when flex support actually had a real meaning. When we were a real nation, chat. Back when the word flex truly packed a punch.
And they do. Proper eventually bisect Slick with that Dragon Blade. And the cleanup is quality. Shu will have to hold on to that Kitsune Rush for a later date.
So interesting, we talked about like, oh, do you have to drop the Baptiste? I think we thought that, like, okay, you probably do, right? Nice. Shot there from Proper towards the end.
Checkpoint secured, looking good.
Kind of hard to vote.
Falcons are playing this very well.
At least so far here on New Queen Street. He's not been able
Oh yeah, flex support would occasionally break out. Tracer, Sombra, Widowmaker even. Soldier.
He's in the backline right now. He was behind Falcons and he comes with the blade.
Another solid blade from Hisang.
Pick that up instantly. So once again, the Newton's Kratos swings back. But Crazy Raccoon find themselves without that checkpoint. They need to get butt scratch status going here.
They'll have Deadeye. Speed boost, kind of like Deadeye around the corner. They tried that the last time, right? But the pressure was so fast.
It's so rough, the Deadeye into the Stalker ult though.
Checkpoint would be
I really underestimate the range on that ult from Venture. It can snipe you.
Nothing off that Deadeye, but some room for Crazy Raccoon to breathe. That's fine. But no other ultimates to play off of. Stalker
Should be Falcons' fight to win here though.
Cardiac overdrive, Stalker dives. Periscope up. Falcons are back in control here now, and Matrix built.
Yeah, I think it's the same type of thing I was talking about before. I don't think Crazy Raccoon exactly wants to take this fight around the corner. It's a
Good times, Wolfenite, good times.
They will back up, try and fight from the spot where maybe you can get Lip set up on some of that high ground.
Team seems a little split right now.
Stalker backs up here, takes a bit of poke. Lip definitely threatening to the Venture at these kind of ranges. Crazy Raccoon set up in a position to try and get their Cassidy online. Here's another blade. They back away. With the hindrance there for Proper, but he mostly shrugs it off now as the blade goes to work.
Nice. The final swipe gets 2 at the end there. Wow.
2-for-1 deal. Falcons again in control. The bot is headed back to parity.
Yeah, his Venture does a great job.
Nice stagger.
Right? But they don't really have a great way of kind of using the verticality to get them off. So
That is a brutal stagger.
Area there, just trying to force it like where the Genji can get to that high ground. The Venture really
Not necessarily Penguin.
they kind of
Proper is certainly a good guy to argue for too though.
fight at that high ground. That's where the Venture comp has a little bit of an advantage.
Goodman chose to use Cardiac Overdrive while he was being staggered, so that got drawn out a little bit longer than maybe he would have liked. Trying to threaten Falcons into, just getting the elimination. But we close. Suju already used the start of the fight.
This is I swear to God, this is the only time they're winning fights is with friggin' Blade.
All right, Crazy Raccoon gets back in the game once more with 3 minutes 30 on the clock. They're behind by about 20 meters.
The stagger had me physically cringe.
I feel like each fight is basically just like a replay. It's like we kind of go back and forth
same flow
with
chart.
the same type of flow on both sides of things. So you'll have to have CR go back, escort Lit back into the fight. So, okay, this might be a little bit different here. Jumping has to be so careful, gets extremely low.
Crazy Raccoon never give up on the ground. They just gained from winning the fight, Matt. All of a sudden, they're no better
Bro.
off than they were before.
Yeah,
They won that and they didn't even get anywhere.
Him all the way back to the rest of the team. Kind of slows things down. Junbin comes
Now Proper Blade coming back up again.
Here at Falcons, and he gets extremely low. They have to back out.
Here's the rush. Cave match, though, thrown up. And we see Jude
They're all right there, all lined up for him.
Where's his target?
Or
He must have a
hopeful,
feel for
maybe?
Field, but it's done his job. Falcons are still standing tall.
Wait a second. Average blade experience. Oh.
Finally, 2 in a row, 1, and what a deflect from Heesang.
They're putting together a montage. That was a sick deflect. And this is a huge opportunity here for CR. Heesang's got this blade, nothing on the other side. You at least need checkpoint out of this.
Yes. And again, the back cap there from Stalker. Easy Crazy Raccoon are about 5-10 seconds behind that. So they need to win 2 fights again. Oh, wow.
Did I miss the part when Blade became a pool noodle? Baze.
I'm going to ignore it. Just gets fielded with the blade. That's probably enough here. Plays a Raccoon again, maybe a 3rd consecutive fight win on the docket.
Another deflect kill.
This could mean checkpoint, folks.
Guess what? You might, I mean, you're going to lose here the Maga late, so...
Yeah, looks like checkpoint's going to be picked up here.
Off of spawn is, we're down below.
Potentially, actually. Maybe they get another touch. We'll see. No, they're not going to. Never mind. No touch.
There's going to be a stoppage here, right? You know, for that checkpoint, so you're going to gain
But
some time here for Falcons to regroup.
checkpoint gives you a chance. Aggressive window. Wait, the bot actually gave some great coverage there. What? They actually played around the point well there, but it may not matter. They still want to commit. They still want to win this. Fielder's on an island. They gotta get this back. They got it. It's still, yeah, it doesn't matter. Okay, so really good for Falcons there. If you can hunt. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Wait a second. Surely not. Wait, Junbin. What a 99 IQ play there. Oh, he knows his teammates are coming back. Wow.
Doesn't go chase the Maga, takes the bot back towards that mid-map.
Still though, spawn advantage for Falcons. Crazy Raccoon can't do that much here. And now, unfortunately, Smurf's got an ult of his own. And they, okay, this should be the map. This should absolutely be the map. They're running into double DPS ult and a cage fight. Surely this is done. Surely they win this fight.
Still damage on Heesang. It's going to be a sound barrier now that comes out. Proper's holding onto the blade, though he still has it available. And he pulls it late.
Okay, yeah.
In we go, Proper. Sees shoot low. Descends upon his prey.
Oof.
Into Crazy Raccoon. And Team Falcons have secured another map for themselves.
Map 5. The promised Gigabanger. And that was the first close map we've seen all series. Took almost an entire game, but we got it, chat.
Give us a game 5. We were talking like, oh, Fielder, you have to drop this Baptiste. The Bap's not looking great. They continue to run it, even with Heesang and Genji on the other side. Now I think this will be kind of like a really interesting moment. Why we've all been wondering, like, okay, typically we've seen hybrid escort, first 2 things picked. It kind of comes now all the way down to the end. It's like, okay, why are we not seeing escort? What are we going to see here from Crazy Raccoon?
All right, I can hear some conjecture.
Pressure is on. Map 5. Trip to the grand finals on the line.
To catch us up on what we just witnessed, which was a mess.
It's an analyst desk. It's a panel.
Panel of experts.
I know. It's yeah, it makes me feel like more of an expert. I do dig it. Heading into this match, Jake, you were concerned about the Baptiste. You also touched on it that this might be an issue here. You'd rather see the Kiriko. Fielder did stick to that Baptiste though, and that made it work really well.
Yeah, I mean, I think New Queen Street, maybe that's the reason for the map selection, is there's so many juking paths for Baptiste. He has all these little ledges he can hop up to, hop down, and while Genji can follow you, I think having a little bit more range, like compared to Surabasa, at least so much easier to fall back and yet still be effective and still heal your team.
Dorado, ain't no way, bro.
Genji was on fire on New Queen Street. The combos.
It's Crazy Raccoon map pick here.
So incredibly well executed. They're able to hold it down, but that was a very close map. I mean, Heesang still battling back on the Genji. This is a serious dogfight when it comes.
You're missing a crazy match right now, Big.
We see throughout the series. Well, okay, the Tracer didn't work out for us.
Going to a map 5 5 Falcons and Crazy Raccoon.
And I mean, it's really worked out. Genji has been.
You played for Honor last night. You regret that decision. Nice.
Every time Heesang pulls the Dragon Blade, he's targeting Fielder, and for most of that map, I felt like Heesang got the better of Fielder every time he pulled out that Dragon Blade. But when Falcons is playing with the lead, they're able to utilize those corners and really force Crazy Raccoon to push into Fielder's line of sight, and really create some distance as well. Because if Lip is playing on the Cassidy, I mean, there's so much.
I can't believe it's going to come down to Escort.
So Fielder, he's pretty comfortable playing those long sight lines.
It was such a close game, though. I mean, look at those stats. This was really just one team fight away to go the other side.
Yeah, 100%. I feel like a big change here is on Suravasa and the Malgramir. Falcons look quite sloppy. They had some deaths here and there. Their ult com was right on point. I feel like on this.
So the choices are going to be Circuit, Root, Watch Point, or Havana.
They found value. And even though I think the Baptiste window is a lot worse than the Kiriko ult, I think they made it work.
Circuit would be a major change of pace.
With, you know, their tempo being a lot higher than they showed on Suravasa and being able to take.
Honestly, Watch Point as well. You know, there's.
A lot better.
Escort could really change how this series is approached depending on the map here.
It also means that we're now at 2-2 score.
Circuit or Watch Point could be very different compared to the Malga stuff.
Very interesting. I think we would have expected to see Escort coming up a lot sooner. Now, of course, the big question is, which Escort
Disney Dreamlight Valley, nice.
I mean, you have such a huge decision ahead of you as Crazy Raccoon right now. There's such variety in the Escort map pick pool. It's the reason we see this map pick almost always come out first after Control in the series. You could go to Gibraltar and just throw a huge wrench into the series, force a potential Winston dive comp. Who knows how that would go?
But if you wanna play the Malga composition, I mean, it would make a lot of sense if you took it to Route 66 here. I feel like, right? Because if you're going to Gibraltar, if you're going to Circuit Real, I mean, a lot of these. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm just joking. I mean, I've literally seen it on the monitor over there. Matt did big sixes at me, so I'm just sorry. Trying to sound smart here, but yes, we are going to Route 66 actually. So
Route 66. Oh.
Knowing that we're going to Route 66, what do you think it means for the series?
I feel like Route 66 is like the map where you can play dive and you can play Malga. So I wonder if Jumpin's gonna pull out like a Winston, or if they're gonna go hard for that.
You
Malga
really think you can match the
Any divers?
I feel like Root second point and first point has like quite strong high ground. So historically, it's been more of a Malga map, but. Like, I feel like if you're the Crazy Raccoons, if you want to take another Amalgamir, you go Havana. If you want to take a Sig mirror, you go to Circuit Royale. If you want to take a Dive mirror, you go to Gibraltar. So I'm not sure like why they're picking Route 66. I think they want to force a dive into Malga like matchup, and I think they're quite confident on this map at that.
I'm a little worried now for Fielder because New Queen Street, Fielder navigated the map so well. 66, very accessible for a Genji to get on top of you. A lot of sharp corners on the map. It's going to be a really tough test for the flex support of Falcons.
That's right. We're getting ready for our last map of
All right.
the series. 2-2
Here we go, chat.
One of the teams will be moving
Map
on to the grand
5.
The other one will be dropping down to the lower bracket to fight.
Can Falcons finally get a little payback against Crazy Raccoon? I see a Doomfist.
One thing is for sure, this series has delivered. Of two very best teams from the APAC region, arguably.
Oh wait, no, they're
two
actually
very best teams in the world right now.
Wait, not enough players in the lobby? What the hell was that?
Advances to the grand final with that advantage from the upper bracket.
Yeah, Route 66 offers a lot of options in terms of what you decide to play, right? You can play Malga-based compositions. You can play dive, right?
Yeah, we could very easily see a point A hold. We see it a lot on Route. It's a very tough map to navigate.
Pretty decent for Genji, so.
Will we see any Winton?
Gives you a lot of different options, right? If this isn't working, do this.
No. Never mind. I'm sad now. I was hoping Winton would make an appearance.
This is interesting for Falcons, right? So coming out on this composition that we talked, endlessly about, I feel like, throughout this weekend. Do you play? You probably don't play this. Yeah, you're gonna have to. You're not gonna play Venture Genji from Big Earls and kind of stand there. That would probably be some like plat level stuff. You're gonna see them push up right to the card and make this as close quarter of a game as possible. Then potentially you see them, either switch or you're gonna see consistent fights on the payload.
No, he's baiting. Oh, this is very risky.
OWCS major, Crazy Raccoon.
Oh, nope. Jebaited.
Brought all the way here to Route 66, and Judman thought about the ball for a moment. Here's a Malga Mirror with the Cassidy point of difference, and Shu on the Kiriko.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit longer sight lines here on Route 66 to play some Cassidy, so see if they can make this work for them. But, like, look at this. I mean, Fielder can play at a distance here on the back. It's not a terrible spot to be in as well.
Oh, he is in. You gotta, if you don't find a kill here. Oh, the dive is successful.
It takes a while. There's a flat healing component, and then healing over time. And the ladder
But
quickly enough.
rest of the team is faltering.
Judman is surrounded and has to turn tail.
I mean, they give up Fielder, so Proper can turn around and kill Chorong and Heesen. So finish jumping as well.
That was a really well telegraphed play by Raccoon, though, you know, because Fielder's got the spawns, like the long spawn, the long walk back. It still benefits you. You can still buy yourself a little space.
Gets a little messy sometimes. Both of these squads very good at finding opportunities to turn the tides in their favor. Either way, Falcons will have to back up here to the top of Big Earls, with two players coming back in. Chio getting Stalker, ready to throw down once more.
Alright, Chio's gonna have an ult opportunity here.
Just a little bit.
Look at this beat gap.
Yeah, they're building up these support.
I'd assume he's waiting for Heesen, though.
Chio was the only support alive there for Falcons for a while.
Oh.
Lit though, finds Proper first. That might make up
Flip.
the sound barrier. The Falcons don't want to make use of here. Crazy Raccoon. Blow them to smithereens.
We've seen him get diffed on this map in the past in big game scenarios, so I'm sure playing well here means a lot for him.
Strong in terms of an ult, but you see a payoff there. Like, there's not really like tons of value you're getting out of the Ant Matrix.
Flashbacks to Spark.
Damage with what Victor Genji, Malga. Not exactly a spot you want those heroes in. Deadeye here, trying to walk the payload on him.
They're holding it. There was a deflect coming. Here comes the blade from Heesen in from above. Pressure again now.
It is against Shy, but Falcons have some damn good players still on that DPS.
Back in the direction of their spawn to await Heesen to rejoin them.
Chorong holds on to that blade because they know that this is a combination that Falcons.
I mean, 90 seconds to go coming up here.
Combination.
90 seconds.
Kinda scary.
A lot of time off the clock.
Time is very short. That's 2.5 minutes already off the back of a nice spawn camp from Falcons. Now they have big ultimates to leverage, but not a beat. That's Chorong's job here. They're out of sync, these loser ultimates for now. So further forward, the payload inches. Lip still playing from a very comfortable spot back there. Shu flanking him.
You're okay here if you're Falcons letting this clock even dwindle down some more.
Oh, the double.
Stalker makes the earth shake.
Only good news for Crazy Raccoon, though, is Chorong did not ult.
That is a kill completed.
That is really important.
This is dangerous territory for your #1 seed from APAC.
And I think Crazy Raccoon, you need to take this fight a little bit earlier.
I did slash. I'm starting tomorrow.
You're going to allow Falcons to build up these support ultimates, and you just kind of sit around that corner and hope.
Chorong at least not using beat in that lost fight. No chance to really. Blown up.
They're going to play in the Esports World Cup.
Here they come once more. Crazy
The new
Raccoon.
Spark.
It's gonna be any time. It has to be now. He's gonna be a blade though from
Oh,
Proper.
but the blade from Proper, the beat is too late.
Trapped inside the cage matches Proper, but he's in a safe spot. Smurf is removed now. The 4 versus 4. Chio under a little bit of pressure, and Judman charging towards Big Earls, and T-Sack able to pick up that mega from above. Comes Stalker, drops back down. T-Sack takes note of it and has to back away from the eruption. Stalker back.
They can kill Proper here, that'd be huge.
Waits patiently, can't complete the kill, but Crazy Raccoon.
They can't contest, though. Oof. Staying alive.
And that boop comes through there and knocks Stalker off course. As Stalker was trying to get a touch, you would have had the supports back in the mix. This Chio's so close to the beat, so massive play there from Chorong. Knocking Stalker out of the way, at least getting Crazy Raccoon that first checkpoint.
Now want to push up this second phase of the map, of course, again. Still fine for Malga to play from. Crazy Raccoon want Falcons
He's
to
saying,
to them.
gonna have a blade here.
Give them an advantageous positioning. Allow them to be reactive.
There it
Late
is.
for Heesen, no. More like a proactive approach for the attackers. Again, pressure on
They
Fielder.
still managed to find a kill. 2 support ults down for Falcons.
Smurf able to do some good work from the low ground though, as the defenders can surge back into a dominant position.
Not bad for Crazy Raccoon. You lose that, but you trade out your blade for 2 support ults. It's not a bad trade.
On in, right? Sound barrier used there as well for Falcons.
90 seconds again, Matt.
Yeah, I bet you do have this Kitsune Rush. The Kitsune Rush is so good for Crazy Raccoon to be able to get some of these fights, especially with Lick playing inside of it.
It's been very impactful. Chu knows, though, he needs to turn it into a fight win. Here it is, the rush going to be thrown out, but Smurf already heads into the back line. A Crazy Raccoon Stalker, airborne, throws some of those harpoons down, but his cross is picked up by Lip. The attack is here with a surge.
Oh, Lip's by him. Oh.
They've got ultimates to play with. He's saying he's removed. Feel to the hit stand pressure.
Falcons did a really good job of splitting the team up there.
Will force Chio to turn tail once more, and a stagger now on Fielder.
He just gets on, gets himself eliminated there. As Falcons will have another opportunity here, but Halo will get very close to that second checkpoint. Crazy Raccoon, they hold on to that sound barrier cage fight here.
SSG one.
You also have this Deadeye, you can just try and walk it in here with the Lip's ultimate.
There's the touch.
Deadeye from afar. Lip is protected by the cage matches. I love that from Smurf. Throw it up to break up the Deadeye if you possibly can.
Nice plays there. And that should be where the payload stops.
The defenders are coming alive. And what a time to do it. Crazy Raccoon on their last legs. No ultimates to work with. He's saying maybe can build something, but that's it.
And that was the beat from Chorong, so it's going to be...
They might be able to get another contest, but it's not going to be pretty. It looks like Junbin has a chance to get there. Or maybe it'll be Heesang. Okay, so they're on. They got the touch, but it is not going to be pretty.
Into the saloon they go. Gio knows he needs a good beat here. He's going to get involved in the fight. Dash from Heesang.
Alright, yeah, that's it.
Falcons now have the players to work with. It is over. Chorong the first to fall, but Crazy Raccoon are like dominoes. And Falcons take flight directly into our grand finals.
Uber?
How do you come back from that? That's not enough push.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be tough potentially here for Crazy Raccoon to get a hold here on defense. So the one positive for CR is that
Falcons have a chance here in this upper bracket final to get a little revenge for Crazy Raccoon seemingly always having their number.
Getting on top of Big Earls, especially if Lip is going to end up playing that Cassidy, right? How do you access that? With that
This is not the grand final, no. This is upper bracket final.
CR probably plays a close-up hold, but then gets more fights around that gas station.
Yeah, you've got to buy some time at the big spawn camp here.
Yeah, it's got to be a good hold if Crazy Raccoon want any kind of chance.
Falcons not getting to that last phase of the map, though. I'd rather Crazy Raccoon.
Point B is always kind of rough to hold.
It's going to hurt them. But again, Route 66 is that kind of game. We've seen holds on first. Especially if you can put a real...
This is not the grand finals, but in all likelihood it should be the grand final, yeah.
Down to 30 seconds before getting that checkpoint.
And with some of that high ground now, and access to it here.
Chu Bap, okay. Little bit of a change up here.
You're actually seeing them play the Baptiste, so
Chu looking for some Bap domination, perhaps. It looks like they're not gonna full-on hold up the spawn door from the looks of
a
it.
little bit more sense for Crazy Raccoon because of the Cassidy. But that immortality feels right. If they're gonna go to the high ground and try and make a play for that Cassidy, make it very difficult and costly in terms of overall HP pool to take out that character.
No change to Crazy Raccoon. Chu and the Baptiste, though, I guess. Point of difference. And Air Matrix can be feast or famine at times.
And they don't play close. So Crazy Raccoon, they don't play close. They play this Cassidy up on that high ground. And now let's see how they attack it with that venture-based composition. It feels like you're going to have to like rotate all the way around. Potentially, you know, try and get an angle on the backside of Big Earls. As you see, you're going to be walking.
Giving up a lot of space, Crazy Raccoon.
And just going right into what Maga Cassidy Baptiste. Not exactly the three you want to see.
Well, they're taking it to him though. Falcons getting aggressive here.
On Virtue probably of safe positioning to throw that poke down.
Oh my! Well, that works.
To try and maybe move Lip further back up on top. A good stop here for Crazy Raccoon, and without having to take the risk of a close spawn camp, this is big.
As Proper will end up jumping off the side there. So Falcons does get a good amount of payload progress here, right? They get it around the corner. They almost, remember what teams used to call almost like hide under Big Earls, not take damage, and then push up through it. So
all right, Fielder, here's your chance to prove yourself in this BAP battle. You've been having a good series on BAP. How's it gonna go when Chu's matching you?
Damage that takes place,
both teams jockeying for positions. Support galore. Somehow Spurs gets back out of the immortality field. Able to buy enough time.
And there it is. Shu gets the better of his half. But Stalker, wait!
Across the map, switching to that Baptiste. Sound barrier for Crazy Raccoon.
Shu's in big trouble here, maybe. Yeah, he's gonna die for sure. Oh, the boop! What a boop by Chorong! Shu lives! What a boop by Chorong! Goated! But still, they lose anyway. Uh-oh. With how this, yeah, with the order in which they died, I don't know if contest here is gonna be super realistic. I mean, they can get there, but it's gonna be a little rough. Maybe a Junbin cage match here. There it is. The blade, the wombo combo. Oh, Fielder with a clutch headshot. Fielder, oh my god. What a crazy play when his team needs him the most. Wow. Holy Fielder.
They've been saying, hey, Fielder maybe has to switch.
That's payback for all the Shu comparisons he's been getting as of late. Oh man.
As well, so Baptiste gone from both sides of things. Now the game right in front of Falcons, right? The grand finals right there.
3 minutes 30, so much for Falcons to work with. And so much
3:30 to go, looking good for Falcons here.
But they still need to land the plane. Gio.
I was about to say, look at the beat difference, right?
I guess they're out of
Yeah, Fielder playing out of his mind, bro. That landing that headshot was so clutch.
They want to take this fight. Bit of stacking here is going to be
Oh, overextension. It's been happening a lot in this series.
And here comes Gio off a spawn, right? So now you think you have an advantage. Now it's completely flipped, especially you're probably going to get around this next corner. Put yourself in a really difficult position. He's saying he's going to go over to the far here.
Proper dives in. Okay, mag grenade hitting.
Oh my god.
Timing a little bit too early to stop the Deadeye now. It's scary, but they bring Lip down. It's so close. Victory! It's within striking distance for Crazy Raccoon.
Yep, not looking good here.
With all of them down, Team Falcons here. It's going to be impossible to stop them.
Falcons chants in the crowd.
The 2:30 on the clock still for Team Falcons to work with. Even if they don't get it here, you have to feel like it's inexorable. They back up a little bit. Crazy Raccoon are allowed to come in and defend.
Yeah, Fielder's on the way back, so Fielder was considering coming back. Maybe on the back, switch back to the Kurigo is taking a little bit of an off angle here.
Double DPS ults again from Falcons here. Don't see 9 now. Oh, this is nasty. Don't let them... Oh, never mind. I was gonna say, try and force them off high ground, but they cannot.
2 minutes left for Falcons, plenty of time.
Proper didn't blade yet. Proper can end it right here. Does he smell blood in the water? No. But this might be it still anyway. It's Jover and Proper and the Team Falcons. Grand finals bound. Wow. What a crazy game that was. Started off a little slow, but man, it picked up afterwards. I'm sure they'll see each other again in a couple of hours' time, though. But, you know, that was a pretty crazy game. You gotta give all the credit in the world to Fielder, man. That was insane. Appreciate it, Slash. Fielder was so good in this series, man. He really needed to step up, and he did the entire time. Bap, Kiri, clutch plays all around from that guy, man.
And at least in this series, right? Potentially we see it again later today in the grand final.
Fielder was goated with it. Proper did his thing.
It was so back and forth, but the time is right for this Falcons roster. They are peaking at the correct point.
That's big for their confidence, because Raccoon's been living in their heads rent-free.
Coming into the grand final as their top seed, not to mention the fact that you don't have to play that extra game. By getting your choice of maps to kick things
Fielder
off.
finally played better than Shu in a match.
Massive. And there's a good chance it could be a rematch. Crazy Raccoon, I'm
Yeah,
sure,
Lip is very, very
after
tall.
Suffering to the number 2 seed from their same region.
Yeah, but you know, obviously, you know,
Man.
Falcons, they make a tremendous run here now to our final.
Sick match.
With a loser final, right? With
Can't wait to see them play again in like 3 hours. Well, not even like 2 hours probably.
Crazy Raccoon that they would have said, hey, we would have loved to see them. You know, probably don't want to see either.
Yeah, in the end, it looks like Jake gets the upper hand this time around.
Not that much. what a competitive series for this Crazy Raccoon team. I mean, think back to Oasis.
Yeah.
I mean, look, these guys have a lot up their sleeve here, but when they had to match the Malgamera, just there's slight variations in composition. Fielder onto the Kiriko had an incredible
What?
Kunai to shut down the Dragon Blade. What an
It's
Oh.
so interesting that we didn't see Escort.
No, I definitely
earlier
did not
on,
mean
and then
SSG,
once we
no.
get to the end, it's like Route 66. It's like the one map I feel like we didn't talk about. Potentially
All it took for
being
Falcons
enough
to become a
to
genuine
discuss
threat to
on,
Crazy
yeah,
Raccoon again was to put Proper on flex DPS again. And Fielder playing like his OWL days. True.
Absolutely. We've got to hear from the winners. They've got to be feeling incredible getting straight into that grand final. Let's head down to the stage with Danny and Proper.
A proper
Thank
interview.
you very much. I am here with the Porsche performance of the match. It is none other than Proper from Team Falcons. Amazing job. Big congratulations on getting the win. I mean, this was looking kind of grim for Team Falcons starting off. You guys were losing 1-2, and then you guys were able to turn the series around. How were you guys able to do that? How were you guys able to get the win against Crazy Raccoons today? 자, 일단 오늘 승리 축하드리면서 처음에 초반에 굉장히 좀 힘들어하는 모습을 보여주다가 끝에 가서 다시 또 살아나는 굉장한 경기력을 보여준 또 프로퍼 선수와 또 팀 팔콘즈가 아니었나 생각을 합니다. 프로퍼 선수 이번 승리 좀 어떻게 해서 이루시게 되셨나요?
일단 크레이지 라콘이 좀 강팀이기도 하고 이제 라콘 상대로 어떻게 해야 게임 이길지 대해서 팀적으로 되게 고민 많이 하면서 좀 힘들었는데 네, 이제 좀 해결 방안을 좀 찾은 것 같아가지고 이겼던 것 같아요.
Definitely, because Crazy Raccoons are a great team, and we had to really wrap our head around like what to do against the Crazy Raccoons, and I think we found the solution to our problem, and I think that's how we got the win. Do you think you could explain a little bit about that solution? 혹시 그 방금 말씀하신 그 해결 방법을 좀 살짝 설명 가능할까요? No? I tried. All right. Well, we'll save that for the grand finals. Maybe after the grand finals, if they win.
Am I SSG kind of guy? Listen, I love SSG,
you guys are very close to.
but bro, I don't know if I can pick them over Crazy Raccoon.
Going into grand finals. 자, 이제 그랜드 파이널 하나만 남겨두고 있습니다. 프로포 선수 지금 심정 짧게 듣고 넘기도록 하겠습니다.
그랜드 파이널 들어가는 심정은 그냥 아직 끝난 건 아니니까 끝까지 포기하지 않고 집중 끝까지 해서 파이팅 하겠습니다.
We're not done yet. We're gonna focus and we're gonna try our best to win it all. All right, Proper. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Proper. To the desk. Zoe, back to you.
Thank you so much, Danny. Having a quick chat there with Proper. He's not going to give away secrets just yet or ever. I mean, can't blame him for that. Gentlemen, let's break down the action first. However, let's talk about Proper's hand in it as we're looking at the Porsche performance of the match, highlights and some stats to go with it. Proper, for the first time this tournament, on that Genji, definitely being contested. Heesang on the other side tried his hardest to shut him down or like make him work even harder for his team.
Yeah, Proper.
All I'm saying is Hotties Riders a winning record against Jinbin. Not wrong.
But
Technically true.
It felt like Heesang was taking the edge, and I mean, it just showed really Proper's calmness under pressure. You know, you see him on the cam, even when he's playing well, he's just ice cold, bringing out the Genji and having the confidence to come back to the Genji after a really challenging Suravasa. What an impressive performance.
Yeah, I thought on the Midtown, you saw the Tracer come out. It felt like it had lower impact, but once he swapped over to that Genji, what a performance. I think in that final Route 66.
Alright, chat, go crazy with your vote. Who do you got? Crazy Raccoon or SSG? It might be a bit before that game comes on. Obviously, Crazy Raccoon just played a game, so
I feel like the blades are just so consistent.
might be a few moments.
If you really not put it into perspective here, right? You're thinking about the legacies and the careers of these guys. I mean, this is a Falcons team that has championship experience. You have Smurf, of course, a two-time Overwatch League champion with the San Francisco Shock. You have Chio and Fielder, who, with the Dallas Fuel, it has to be said, won the 2022 Overwatch League championship as well. And as much as we talk about Proper, you know, this Hyperflex, who is so incredibly good, you know, an MVP, Rookie of the Year, he hasn't won that tournament yet. He's yet to get first place in a major tournament in the Overwatch League or even outside of it in the OWCS, right? So, you know, Proper, he's so hungry to finally claim that first place to lift that trophy, right? And
New hero reveal? Potentially. I'd assume maybe they do that before grand finals.
Track to getting that first OWCS championship title, but this was a
If at
very
all.
close match, and it really came down to those small adaptations from both of those sides. So let's take a look at the general highlights and walk us through all the action that we just got to witness. It was a 5-map banger, and it first seemed like Crazy Raccoons that did find an answer to that double flex DPS that we're seeing, but then adaptations were made, Jake.
Yeah, you know, that first map, trying to play dive into the Maga, it did not work, but the very surprising for us. I think pick of Suravasa, it was a big risk by Crazy Raccoon, but it paid off massively. It felt like that set the tempo for the next map as well in the series, bringing them to the precipice of taking themselves to the grand finals. But Falcons, what an impressive rally. I mean, I honestly didn't see that coming after map 2.
Yeah, and I felt like this was a
If
really,
Proper and Lip played together, it would be
way the
disgusting.
series went, right? You could see like first Crazy Raccoon
That'd
was
be an
trying to
insane
dodge
duo.
the Malgamir. Then the Falcons were trying to dodge the Malgamir.
They'd be very dominant, no doubt about that.
With these push maps, they end up with the the Malgamir, and I feel like both teams felt like confident going into that last map, and you could really see like the tempo throughout the series got turned up, and I think especially Falcons really impressed me with that Venture Genji comp and how fast they were taking fights.
Yeah, and I feel like this final adaptation here on Route 66, we talked about how Fielder getting targeted on that Baptiste, but as the series progressed, it felt like Stalker specifically and the rest of the Falcons, they kind of slowed down, they didn't go as hard aggressively, right? And they kind of felt like they could trade pretty efficiently with the Baptiste, with the Venture, against Lip, playing the Cassidy and Shu playing the Kiriko. So maybe they figured out some kind of like micro tactic right there, or maybe they feel like they're more comfortable trading in the front line. We saw Stalker a lot more dig in and actually play around this Mauga rather than going for big flanks around and trying to get to Lip. Maybe they felt a bit more comfortable slowing things down and taking the frontline duel instead. So there's many things that could still shift for the grand final. This series, between these two teams, the adaptations are not done yet.
They have each other's numbers. They were both very much prepared. They were able to flex over to different compositions or variations of such compositions. Alas, Falcons did end up in the grand finals now. You already touched on it. Those players are no strangers to that position. They are now awaiting their next opponent. It could be a rematch between them and Crazy Raccoon, or wait for it, it could be Space Station Gaming, the more unlikely one of the two. However, would they be prepared for it?
I do think, you know, Falcons is pretty happy going to the grand finals, but there's no team quite as happy as Space Station because I think this is a much more winnable matchup for them. I think Lip's flexibility is going to be really put to the test. So far, it's been the Genji that's been a consistent answer to these Sigma comps, the Rush comps from the European teams.
I wanted to have faith against SSG against Falcons though, man.
Into the Sigma or the Ram. I'm not sure.
I don't know if I can do it against Crazy Raccoon. I don't know if I can.
Raccoon is so high. Even if you have a strategic,
I mean, I guess it kind of depends on what Raccoon play.
I can attest to that. We, Defiant, of course, tried to run the hit scan into the European like blocking tank style. Didn't go well for us. So let's see if Crazy Raccoon can make it work or what they will bring. I do feel like this is such like a mental boon. It reminds me of last year in the Overwatch League when we lost to that Boston Uprising in a map 5 like final fight scenario. It's such a mental setback, and they have to go into the next series right away. I think there's any chance for SSG beating them, it's right here, because Crazy Raccoons need to like reset their mental like really fast, and that's quite tough.
Well, if you want to dig deep into the archives, you know, let's not forget that Atlanta Reign was...
Hey, Math with the 20 gifted. Thanks, man. What the heck?
You know, we always talk about Dallas Fuel, Shanghai Dragons...
Or was that 10 gifted? Or did it play twice? Why are there two? No, it's just 10. Why did it say 20? What the hell?
Atlanta Reign is waiting for them.
The 10 gifted. I'm sorry.
So we've seen it before.
On my thing over here, it appears twice. Not 20. Like on my screen, it shows you gifted 10 and then you gifted 10 again. It's weird. I don't know what that's about, but thank you for the 10 gifted is what I meant to say.
There as well. So, you know, they're playing with their backs against the wall now. Let's see if they can get it done. We're getting ready for SSG versus Raccoon up next. Oh, what's Danny doing though right now at DreamHack? Let's take a look.
I got a discount apparently. Yeah, if you got a gift sub from Map.
What is he doing?
From Map, what the hell? From Math. Be sure to thank him.
So chill.
Wow.
What is that? Yeah, ain't no way you made that, bro.
How do we do numbers?
Math with that Brazilian one. Yeah, I don't know why my YouTube is acting up though. It's so strange. It's like glitched. Math is one of the biggest SSG believers out here, man. The benefit though for SSG is, you know, Crazy Raccoon, like Kasoras was saying, they kind of have to reset their mental really fast here. Not much time to waste, you know, just lost a tough game, but you gotta go again against a team that plays a very different style. Not easy to do. Especially if they start playing Ryan and stuff, could get real confusing. Oh boy, there's the be right back screen. Kind of figured that was coming. There's no way they're only giving Crazy Raccoon 3 minutes. A bigger upset would 1000% be SSG beating Crazy Raccoon. Not even close. Seems like a good time to get some water and reset for the second half of our day. Give me a few minutes, chat. Looks like I made it back in time. Let's go. I think everyone on Crazy Raccoon has lost to London/SSG at some point. Yeah, I believe so. All right, let's get it. Half number 2 of the day, boys. Oh boy. Danny is not doing too well, is he?
What's going on, y'all? PG here, and today we're watching OWCS Major. Hey.
Oh no, why? Oh, there he is. Wait!
OWCS Major here at
Look at these goats.
As you can see, we brought some special guests.
PGE Raccoon Infected on the desk.
NRG Shock just announced this weekend.
Where's the Shock jersey, PGE? What's going on?
Feels awesome. Nice seeing everybody and playing on stage for the first time.
It's definitely great. I mean, I've been to like all the OWL events recently, like past over the years, and being able to play at one, definitely surreal. Better experience than watching.
Yeah, just playing on stage was like just super fun. I can't wait to do it again.
Yeah, we
First you got to make it there again, buddy.
Lands coming out of NA. I mean, what an incredible set of games we've had today. Incredible matches, so close. Although coming up next, EU coming back, trying for vengeance against Asia. Do you think they have what it takes? I'm a little bit of a doubter. I'm believing in the Korean teams. What do you guys think?
How Crazy Raccoon head.
All right.
I'm definitely an EU believer. I mean, I might be biased. Like, we kind of need them to win. So, helping for the EWC slots. So, SSG all the way.
Ah, Rack Attack with the tactical. The tactical cheer for moment.
You think the tank matchup's winnable? You think you can make it happen into the Mauga?
Yeah, no, I think Hottie can play against Junvin Mauga for sure.
Maybe if anyone can do it, it might be Hottie. He's got the crowd behind him. He's got NRG Shock behind him.
Yeah, I mean, it's always tough. SSG play a lot differently than what Crazy Raccoon are used to against Falcons. It's a bit of a style change. It's a bit of a shock to the system going from one style to the other in the same day.
Can he take it to lip?
I think Sparker definitely has what it takes. I think coming into this tournament, he's definitely one of the most underrated hits games coming out.
You think he can take it to lip, though? I mean, we're talking about lip. This is arguably the hit scan GOAT.
I think Sparker has what it takes. He's definitely underrated.
Okay. Rack, how about you? What about the support lineup?
Honestly, Funny Astro, Landon, dominant support line. Played with Landon in the past. I think he's insane at what he does. Perfect for the team. Funny Astro, insane Lucio pickup for the team as well.
Yeah. What about Hottie? You think the Rhine? You think we're gonna see Rhine in this series infected?
Yeah, they're definitely gonna pull out the Rhine somewhere.
Absolutely, they're playing Rhine.
Sure, so.
No doubt. I'm super curious to see what strategy Space Station comes
Depending on what Crazy Raccoon plays, Space Station might be able to pull off some maps here. I mean, I could see it. There's a lot going on in their favor, I feel like, in a way. But it's still an uphill battle, of course. They're the underdogs.
By SSG, but I mean, regardless of strategy, there's just a raw skill situation here on Crazy Raccoons. I mean, you just load into the server. What would you guys feel? You come into the ranked lobby and you got Crazy Raccoons players on the other team. Are you feeling confident? Can you play with that confidence on stage against these guys?
It's definitely scary playing against Liv. Like, after looking up to a player and then playing against them, or like being in the same playing field as them is insane. So,
yeah, I'm saying, like, if I go against any Crazy Raccoon on their own in like ranked, I'm scared for my life. But, you know, if I go against 5 of the SSG players, I'm more scared than, you know, just a few of them.
Yeah, their team play has been one of the things I've been highlighting all tournament long. It's been incredibly impressive. Whenever we do the comms listen in, SSG is just ice cold, even in the clutch moments. That's really impressed me. I mean, you guys can speak to how difficult it is to execute on that level with the pressure of land. I mean, what was it like for you guys, for those of you first time playing on stage? What is that experience like? What is the pressure like having the crowd there right in front of you?
Personally, I was like really nervous because we just got signed to Shock and we're playing on stage for the first time, but I think it was a good experience for us. And like players like these are gonna do perfectly fine on stage.
Yeah, I think the veterancy is definitely gonna come in clutch for Space Station Gaming. They're really gonna need to lock in because I think the team play is gonna be critical. That's their real hope in this series. That the
Yeah, that's true.
be so clean,
Gotta
so
play up to your strengths if you're SSG and hope for the best.
a bit here in these tournaments is, you know, in the past, London Spitfire, they were so
London needs to take it to Shu, man.
only look they had.
Play
But with
more
this
of that crazy BAP we saw in the previous
really
series.
elevated their flexibility. How important is that flexibility when it comes to the strategy at this level of the game?
I think the game itself has just evolved so much. You see so much change now, like especially widening the hero pool. Back when, you know, Insane May, but you're not going to be able to run that against, you know, Pharah, Venture. You're not even going to be able to shoot them. You put a Tracer in there, can pressure everyone. Just a really good pickup overall.
Yeah, PGE, what about you? What about the flexibility? You've been known as a hit scan god. What do you think about this, what we're seeing from players like Proper? Are you ready to bring out the Genji?
I'm ready to bring out the Flex DPS. I've been working on it a little bit. My Genji might be there.
He's just like Proper.
Yep.
Surely.
You gotta believe, you gotta have the comments. I think that's the future of Overwatch 2. Infected, what about playing
Falcons took it. They won 3-2.
I feel like right now, for the Overwatch 2, you kind of gotta play everything. Is that a lot of pressure coming into the game, coming into the server?
I think it is for like a lot of players because there's like 12 tanks.
Barker's gonna need a god tier game if they want to win this one.
That's why I think someone is the best tank in the world too, because he's just very good at all of them. So flexibility is really important.
Yeah, and I think of you, honestly, Infected, as a player who kind of has been playing everything for a long time. How do you see that in terms of your future and in terms of your hope to come back here playing on stage? Is that flexibility something that you continue to rely on?
Yeah, I want to keep working on my flexibility too. Like if it's Zarya or Doom, I'm gonna have to like work on it a lot. But for most of the heroes, I think I'll be pretty okay, and our team will be okay.
We had Falcons, Crazy Raccoon. Falcons won 3-2, and then before that, SSG beat Ents 3-1.
Dallas, Texas, put your hands together for Crazy Raccoons!
Crazy Raccoons. They may have been knocked down.
Yeah, Chad, I'll be real with you.
This team is no stranger.
I was gonna pick SSG, but they're not playing Falcons, so I gotta go with my boys, Crazy Raccoon. I'm saying 3-1, Crazy Raccoon. I think maybe SSG can get a map early, steal a map quickly, but then after that, I think Crazy Raccoon will recover. I think they'll adjust and they'll be okay. I think they're prepared. I think they got it. They didn't come this far just to lose.
And their opponents, give it up for Space Station!
The crowd is also heavily against them.
Fan favorites here in the crowd. You can hear their response is absolutely electric. This is a team that sticks together no matter what. Even facing one of the best in the whole world, you know that they'll be coming with confidence. Psycho here in the starting lineup, giving them flexibility, ready to match anything that Crazy Raccoons throws at them. Nonetheless, this might be the toughest team Space Station Gaming has ever faced here on an international land.
Thank you very much, Jake and the desk. Yes, we are here in the lower finals at DreamHack Dallas, the major. Crazy Raccoon versus Space Station Gaming.
3-0 SSG, they boomed. Easy clap. We shall see about that.
Into lobby, and then we'll be underway.
It's crazy to think about the fact that we only have 3 teams remaining here at DreamHack Dallas, only one of which gets a chance to
The finals will be right after this game ends, and then that'll be that.
One of those teams that everybody has had their eyes on as one of the front runners for this tournament, and Crazy Raccoon also up there with them. So can Space Station Gaming actually get the job done?
Well, Crazy Raccoon's probably feeling a little bit worse for wear right now, being beaten by Team Falcons for the first time. I mean, they're #1 seed in the Asia region versus the #1 seed, in EU in Space Station Gaming. I bumped into Space Station Gaming. I didn't bump into Party in the Bathroom this time. It was just out back. I said, you know what? give me the lowdown, give me the score, what's going to go in, what's going to go down in this series. And they're like, look, we got so much confidence rocking in here. It's going to be a
SSG are confident though, and that could make them a very dangerous opponent
You gotta
here.
respect the chatty level of confidence. I feel like he's always so cool, calm, and collected when it comes down to being able to lead this team, and I think it gives a whole boast of confidence to everybody that's standing beside him, sitting on that stage, getting ready to load into the server. So no surprise there that they are confident and ready to go against this squad.
Yeah, Falcons are in grand finals. They await the winner of this match.
Up against an Asian team, well, it was a 3-0, and it was not in their favor.
It was Team Falcons, though, which just comes stacked with this super power venture that gave them a lot of trouble in that backline. One thing that we have not really gotten a chance to see from Crazy Raccoon quite yet. So maybe that will be a little bit in their favor as they look towards how to figure out how to break one of these Korean teams.
I think this is the perfect way to play this out as well, because Crazy Raccoons want to win here to get that revenge match against Team Falcons in the grand final. But if Space Station win here, truly the heart and soul of a lot of people in this arena right now. They've become fan favorites ever since they were London Spitfire in the Overwatch League, and every single time Hardy and the rest of the gang step up on the stage, the crowd goes absolutely ballistic. And I'm ready to rock and roll as soon as the players are. I mean, look, their clash of styles has been something that might tilt it in the favor of Crazy Raccoons. This Mauga play versus this more rush style with the Ram, with the Rhine. It might come back to bite Space Station. We are quickly getting an issue sorted very fast, just a mic issue, but it shouldn't be too long before we get it.
But I think a lot of these teams underestimated the overall power that comes out of the EMEA region. Take a look at how Toronto Defiant fell yesterday to EU hands. So you have to really come in with a lot of respect for both ends. Of course, unfortunately, they are out of the competition now, but Space Station Gaming still that last bastion of hope for EU and NA fans.
Yeah, for NA fans, exactly. I'm sure a lot of them will be cheering for Space Station right now. But I think it's about time we get this underway. Lower bracket finals. Space Station Gaming and Crazy Raccoon. We're going to Ilios first, Rose.
Ilios could work really well for Crazy Raccoon here.
We want to hear you. Let's make some noise.
Why do you think Toronto flopped? They weren't ready for prime time. Went widely unchallenged in NA, weren't ready for the elevated level of play in this tournament.
Space Station. Of course, they've just been backstage watching how Crazy Raccoon's been playing against Team Falcons.
And that's going to have to influence a little bit of their decision making. Can they actually figure out a way to get the jump on them when you might be expecting that Mauga composition to come out? Space Station have had to figure something out.
Here we go. Doors on lock in 5 seconds. Space Station Gaming. They're going to have to fight with courage to upset the gods.
All right, the ball.
With the wrecking ball, with the echo, lip on
Let's see if Space Station can keep up with this pace of play. Let's see.
Space Station.
Or will Crazy Raccoon be completely boomed to the point of no return? The question at hand.
But it's also going to play a little bit slow. You're hoping that the poke damage coming through from Heesang's Echo is going to be able to help at least soften something up here for Junpin 2. Everyone has got to work together here on Crazy Raccoon to try to get one of those kicks in the back.
It's going to be tough for them to Space Station to lock down Junpin. Hardy are taking a lot of damage, popping that Nemesis form, making sure he stays alive. Controlling the mega health pack right now is...
Gotta hit some shots here, Sparker.
Push into his Crazy Raccoons right now. Try and look for this entrance. Psycho going low. Forced to recall now as Junpin makes his second
slam in.
Engagement. A slam onto Sparker, but a quick roll back and a few heals will do it. But Psycho, the first to fall to Heesang's sticky.
A lot of burst damage coming through from the Echo and the perk.
Good ammo, good ammo. There you go.
As we say that, Sparker able to get the better of Lip and try to even a score.
Just get out with your life, Hottie.
Crazy Raccoon with point control, though, as Chong just ints into the back line and trades 1-for-1.
Chorong ints, okay.
Sparker going down. How do you even shut down Heesang at this point, who's already got a duplicate?
The duplicate can go on to so many different targets too, but I look at Hottie's...
Scrappy is what Crazy Raccoon want, though.
Able to give yourself...
Gotta try and get point and slow things down if you're Space Station. That's what you want.
That brawl a little bit closer to their play style would be very beneficial. But as we take a look at Crazy Raccoon holding them at bay...
They know Echo soon, maybe here. The BAP.
There's the dupe.
Nice little angle here.
Once again, kind of scurrying away, using that speed up from Funny Astro. He's like super.
Oh my god.
In the backline of Space Station right now. Pops the duplicated land.
Oh no! Heesang!
And he's saying booped over as Funny Astro claims two.
Bro is playing a dangerous game there. And there's your entry point for Space Station. Funny Astro, the little 2K to set yourself up.
Look at that, even Lip trying to go in to get a touch, thinks better of it, goes back to the rest of the team so they can rethink their re-engage. As Crazy Raccoon can come in and set these minefields here from
There's the... Oh, Ajax! Oh, the slam by Junbin is clean! Oh, man. That slam was nasty.
Funny Astro, no sound barrier for the rest of his team.
Unlucky.
Space Station
And that's a quick retake.
Save this fight.
At the very least, Space Station were able to see Crazy Raccoon use so many more ultimates in that fight than they probably wanted to, throwing the Nano as well as their own sound barrier at this.
Yeah, this ball count is nasty. When you're not playing into Malga, you can do a lot of work. This is Junbin's specialty. Oh my god. Oh my god, he is flying with the speed from Chorong. Jesus, man.
He's descending on him. Funny Astro in a whole heap of hurt.
Oh my.
How does Space Station really contend with this?
This pace is way too much. No, actually, Falcons won the control map. Very easily, in fact.
You can't necessarily just send Funny Astro after him, but there's only a couple percentages.
You'll have a chance to contest, maybe? Oh, that's not good.
Sparker dead too. This is surely round. There's
Oh.
no one that can get there in time.
Well.
Psycho was so close. Tried to double blink in
That
there.
ball combo was nasty. Honestly, if you're Space Station here, you're really hoping you get the Lighthouse RNG so you can maybe set up with Ryan. That's what I'd do, personally.
You started to touch on something so important there.
RNG is not on your side, unfortunately.
This dive, it's going to be so difficult for Space Station to actually lock down any single target. How do you do that?
No, they're playing on Oasis, and they tried the ball comp, and it failed miserably.
Jumping gets a couple of pop shots, just rolls away, grabs a health pack, and it's almost like that damage was never done.
I think so, Byron, yeah.
Round number 2 now. Crazy Raccoon happy with this comp. Happy with the fact that, like you mentioned, Rose, very hard to lock any single one person down. The Magnate is such a...
No changes.
To do so, but I mean, the ball almost
Same
outruns
comps.
the Magnate. A lot of other
Oh,
people
Landon.
dive onto the back line, Landon in
Oh, Landon. Didn't even attempt to use his MO there. Wait, that anti is nasty from Shu. Hello?
That's about it. Sparker comes up with one onto Shu, but how do they convert? Psycho taking a lot of damage, and look at Hisang. It's all good. He's in the pit. Just waiting for that
Damn,
shot to come
they're
out
running
of the
circles around them right now, chat. This chaotic style is not something they are used to. Yeah, I like the idea of going to Curie instead. Landon's kind of getting bullied on BAP. Not finding the value you'd like.
With this swift step, you're able to get in, get out just a little bit better. And so you can see that Landon's already been able to have a little bit more impact in this
Bro,
game,
Junbin is... He's balling. He's zooming around the map.
Feels pretty bad though, being forced off your best hero, you must say.
Another nasty nade from Shu.
But here's the duplication from Hisang. How many pulse bombs have we got in our future? We'll have to wait and see. Hardy taking a face full of bullets there, but in the Nemesis form, he should be good to shrug them off. Hisang getting healed up. Pulse bomb now. There's at least one.
Oh, no way, dude.
It's good for 2 as well. Hardy and Sparker bite the dust.
It's a beatdown. Tis a brutal beatdown, chat.
It's going to be so tough. Oh, Hisang has just been such a
Hisang just wiping them.
The front line with that duplicate. Any of these targets have been so good. We've seen Hisang duplicate the Baptiste, duplicate the Tracer. He's been able to
So far, Space Station have won all of one fight, and it was because of a misplay by Hisang.
That pulse bomb also just being able to land too. Space Station have had a hard time coming back into this one, but they finally have ultimates to do it.
The nano ball?
Nano boost on to jump in. Oh, he's got about 1,000,000 miles an hour there in that little corner. A rush is going to see he has
That was an interesting choice.
Still has mines.
Minefield, maybe? Not a great beat from Chorong, only getting 3 members.
Well, mines come out on the point. A few of them being eliminated by Hardy there as finally someone from Crazy Raccoon is going to fall, but they're not going to go down without a fight. Both races now missing from action. Crazy Raccoon.
My God, dude.
Point control, and Hardy has nowhere to run and almost nowhere to hide. Has a Vortex himself there to make sure something can't get on top of him. But someone's going to look at Hisang. Another duplication, and Hardy, you're going to have to mess with the best or you're going to die like the rest. And he falls to Lip. And that's a 99-0 Space Station Gaming.
Man.
They're gonna get one more touch with Psycho. However, a duplicated Annihilation. I think that might just be it. Psycho is buying a lot of time here, but the ability to find and isolate kills is just so paramount to the success
That
of
was just
Crazy Raccoon's proposition.
not
And
close.
it's been so easy for them to do so. Finally, Astro at light speed trying to dump on the back line, but Shu didn't last a nanosecond. And Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah. They may be a little upset, guys. Just a
Wrecking
smidge.
Ball just caused so much havoc for Space
Not
Station Gaming
close.
to have to deal with. Really felt like they were never able to have a foot in their game there.
Map number 2 coming up soon. We'll see what the desk have to say as we go into map 3.
That's a pretty tough map for the Space Station believers, but I think we always knew Ilios was going to be really rough. That is Crazy Raccoon at their strongest, right? In the dive matchup. Super comfort zone for them, what we've seen from them all season long. I'm curious though, how do you think Space Station turns this around? I know we still got some believers on the desk.
I think bring them to a linear map, no dive. You know, you took Landon off the Baptiste, you're running the Echo, the ball, all that stuff. Just way too hard to live into. So bring them to a straight map.
Cal, what do you think on the support? Can the map work? Too difficult?
Just play Rush.
Play Rush. Stick to your
there's not
guns.
really more to it.
Yeah. No, I think you're right. Keep it simple. At this is the big stage. The pressure's on. I think there's something to be said for staying in your comfort zone. And Crazy Raccoon, I mean, they're playing ball. Like, no one else has been touching that hero pretty much all season long. Slow. I think all the tank players always want to play ball. They're like, no, it can work. Everyone's like, it does not work. But the tank players believe. Infected.
PGE was on the desk. He's gone now. Bro just
Played that
vanished.
really well, especially on Ilios too. It's definitely one of the best ball maps in the game.
They got
I think it
Cal
just
up in
favors
there.
Raccoons much better than it favors SSG.
I'm curious, actually, what you would pick, Infected, from the tank matchup perspective. Where do you think the best chance is to make SSG's signature rush style work? What map? They've got the whole pool open to them here.
I would choose either a Circuit or Midtown, just because I
Maybe
think they can play
PGE
like that
spotted a
Sager
baddie
ramp
and he
style,
ran.
that Mauga style, and probably just take it. Probably just just win that mirror matchup.
Yeah, slow the game down, maybe take some of the pace out of the game, give Sparker a little more room to work with, but they are going to have to contend with Heesang. Incredible performance from him in that first map on the Echo. I mean, you're so busy worried about Lips Tracer, about Junbin's ball, Shoes throwing nades constantly. Heesang just feasting on you from the sky. This Echo performance was monster. Oh my, the Ajax on Funny Astro. I think he got double boop there. I think that's the slam into the boop up from Lucio. Man, it is not easy facing Crazy Raccoon.
No, Ents are out. They lost to SSG. They're out.
Copy Tracer is so freakish.
Yeah, Crazy
Double
Raccoon lost to
Tracer,
Falcons.
Good luck. Trying to survive the double Tracer, multiple pulse bombs back to back. How does that feel? I'm curious for the support players on the desk. Cal,
Are we
Brad,
the
how's
baddies?
it
I
feel
don't
playing
think so.
Against this full dive comp, the Echo, the Tracer.
I think I have it at least easier than Cal. I mean, on Lucio, like you have that survivability, you have that boop, you can get out of stuff, but most of my kit is to keep this man right next to me alive on Cal. So I don't know how it feels from him.
Cal's shaking his head. Is that not going that way? How does it feel on the flex apart, taking that level of heat from this level of international competition at LAN?
It's like whatever you do to prepare in like group stage against like other NA teams, they can't replicate how the Koreans play dive, and it's like years of practice against NA players like will not prepare you for even a map against some of these Koreans. Like walking out to spawn is even a hazard.
Yeah, they're so aggressive. They play the tempo so fast. I think we've really seen that, you know, in this tournament.
In fact, his name is Boston Fine. I don't know if that's a troll name or his actual name. According to his Wikipedia page, that is his actual name.
Top with a bullet. Maybe we'll see more competition in Esports World Cup.
Bro's been grinding Overwatch for years. He's such a promising player, but he's only 17 years old. Bro was born in 2007.
I think that maybe is the right look. There's also the chance for, you know, maybe taking us to a hybrid. There's the Midtown. There's just so many threats in the map pool, though. Even if you win a map, I mean, Crazy Raccoon.
The biggest upset this tournament? I mean, I guess you'd probably say Ents over Toronto or Falcons over Crazy Raccoon. Like, probably one of those two.
Probably the worst dive map in the pool, I think it's fair to say. So at least they can maybe force a match of styles. What do you think Crazy Raccoon's going to come out on here strategically? What comp do you expect to see?
I expect to see, well, at least on SSG side, the spawn hold. I think they're gonna, Crazy Raccoon will pop out with some crazy like Pharah, Venture, Mauga, just run into them, try to break that spawn hold, and then from there, just keep hitting them from where they can't see.
I think an important thing about this map pick too is that it takes Gibraltar out. And I think that would be a really good map pick for Crazy Raccoons. And that definitely gives SSG an edge over the other maps.
Yeah, I think it maybe had to be an escort here, right? Getting that out. We are going to see a sub for Crazy Raccoon on the
Max.
Well, bringing out Max. I mean, this is one of the scary things about these teams, Crazy Raccoon and Falcons for that matter, is that, I mean, you force a tank sub and you go up against another
Vinicius
one of the best players
became
in the
old
world.
enough
In
to
fact,
drink.
you're
I
not gonna
feel
see these players
old all the
back
time.
from it. Do you
Understandable.
think this shows a stylistic preference for Crazy Raccoon? Maybe telling us something about what they want to play?
Yeah, I think both of them are really good at like the Mauga and like the Ram and stuff, but like Jun been leaning over more to like the main tank style heroes like Ball, and then Max leaning over to like more of the off tank style heroes like Sig. So I think they're both really flexible. It should work out well in their favor.
Any thoughts on, I'm curious, Cal, your perspective on the flex support with Shu, you know, world-class player, arguably #1 in the world in the pure flex support role. Where do you think he's going to go on this map? I mean, he could play slower with the bat, could play faster with the carry. What would you do in that situation?
Honestly, flex support's kind of a capital role right now.
What do you mean by that? Tell me more.
It's the character doesn't matter, just whatever your tank is playing. And
mm.
then you don't really have any like free will, like you just have to hold down one button for the entire game.
Just desperately healing, just trying to keep people alive.
But I think that I'm probably going to see Ana here. I think that that's a sleeper pick. A lot of the Koreans, when they play Maga, they love playing Ana, and it's very entertaining to watch. And so into the Landon BAP, I really think they can make something happen on Ana.
Yeah, I think Shu's Ana is a sight to behold. We'll have to see what they go with. I think you're exactly right. I think that Ana is a huge threat, especially when you run the Sig, the Mauga. I mean, you can kill the Ana, but I think Fielder, historically, he just doesn't care. He will die, but he will die nading your backline, and, you know, the cleanup is coming. We got Mauga lifesteal. We got Chio on the loser. We don't need the Ana. You know, the Ana's a sacrificial lamb, but I think that's one of Fielder's strengths as a player. I've watched him a lot, and he's just so selfless as a player, like willing to die whatever it takes for the team, and you know, it works out really well when you got somebody like Proper to throw the nano on you. You're feeling pretty good about that. You're like, yeah, you can take the nano. I trust you. I trust you.
Yeah, I mean, that is the one thing that coming to the international level is so many people did play different comps. Like NA originally was playing like a lot of Mauga. EU was running that Sig Ram, and then Korea started just playing all those comps, but with Ana. And we never saw that. That was something like we never expected. And they're also just very, very, very good at it when you have no practice and can't shield those nids.
I know. I think one of the things that people think about Korea is they often talk about, oh, it's like a dive region. That's what they play. But I think that really understates the level of flexibility. Where sure they can play dive, maybe it's the highest potential strategy in most cases, but when they bring out the rush, when they bring out the poke, it's not getting easy, right? It's that's what it is playing at this international level. This is the best players in the world, right? They're not going to give you any kind of easy matches. I'm curious for you guys, how you see this next map going. Do you think SSG can maybe take the momentum back here on Havana?
I think if they can't get it back now, I'd honestly, sadly would say I don't know if they will be able to get it.
All right, well, we're going to see if they can make it happen here on Havana. This is SSG's map pick. This is their chance to stake a claim on the series, even things up 1-1. Let's jump right into the action and see who brings it out.
Thank you very much, guys, on the desk.
You have that exact chair in your room? Nice.
Space Station's map choice. Going to Havana. Last time they played against...
They're going to play Ryan, chat. It's time. Or Ram, but hopefully Ryan.
Havana, almost
Because if you're going to go down, at least go down playing Ryan.
even on Championship Sunday.
We're here for the birds and for a good time.
Clearly.
Yeah!
Opsoja did tweet out earlier that she got the note. She got the list of the locations.
Of course.
She dropped the pin on all of them.
I'm with Rack Attack on this one, though. Havana is a great choice for Space Station to try to get the momentum back in there.
This game's first to 3.
They were able to deliver a full hold to M80 on this map, and they were also able to win it on Havana versus Ents. It took a little bit longer. We got to .3 on that one, but nonetheless, Space Station, they have a really good idea of how they want to handle these close holds on the defense. The Crazy Raccoon, they've got to be ready for that. They must have seen it. And they're also going to be on the defense first.
I smell a Ryan comp. Hopefully.
Is Sean wall riding it? Yeah, close hold. No real surprise here for Crazy Raccoon. Of course, no dive. And like Cal was mentioning on the desk too, right? There's nothing really that prepares you. Gates unlocked.
I like the... Oh, they're not on the venture anymore. I was going to say, I like the venture to try and get out of here. Spawn door. Landon is already dead. They are really doing a good job of focusing this BAP, man. Landon has no room to maneuver. He can't carry the team if he's always dead.
Look at how they're locking down both sides of the spawn as well.
I think you have to consider the venture here if you're a space station.
Shurikens from the other. Strong is a little bit low, and he's saying he's going to have to back up. His Sparker tries to take this off angle to break through this.
They do spot Heesang just dashing in. Half HP. Magne comes out, but Lip faster on the
I have a lot of Danish mods. Well, I only have one Danish mod, but I guess that's a lot, considering I don't have that many mods. Bro, Lip is literally killing them in spawn.
God, just give him a bit of breathing.
A minute in, and they have not touched the payload.
They want total domination to make their way back up into that finals versus Team Falcons. But for Space Station, maybe turning it around can start here. Landon's going to be very close to that amplification matrix.
There you go.
Break out with a big focus move.
Yeah, Landon traded again, but Choron going down. He's going to be able to speed back pretty quickly. Although now you're only relying on one healer, if that being Shoot. How quickly now can Space Station get back to grips with this map?
Duplicates up for Psycho.
Good shot by Liv.
Dude, they are still not giving an inch. They do not care. Landed into Immo in spawn. He is using window and Immo from spawn just to get out. And they're still not totally wiping them. Look at this. Hottie's still holding shield in spawn.
Finally, they're managing to clean people up, although
that was insane. It took 2 minutes to get out of there.
Spawn hold has been broken.
And only with the amplification matrix at that, so a lot more that Space Station gets to play with as they start.
Oh boy, Shubap.
We're gonna hold a little aggressive here. Sparker has the Deadeye. Hottie may be able to try to off-flank here with this Earth Shatter. It's gonna be hard to land this on to anybody. You got this big beefy Mauga in front of you, but where was Sparker?
Oh, here comes the blade from
Blade.
I'm not sure we're gonna have to stand up to this one. Hottie, unfortunately, the resets are coming, and straight back to spawn with you. Sparker, yeah,
bruh, now they're gonna go to the spawn doors again.
Over to the kind of the staircase on the right.
Actually, no, they kind of can't because you can go around right side or left side rather.
The blade on top of that initial kill, and now the payload.
Still holding rather close though.
They've always been one step ahead of where Sparker.
Chorong, my guy, you are in a dangerous place.
Shadow does land, connects with one. Shoe on the ground, but here come the duplications. Psycho.
Oh, I think he charged Max out of his ult. He canceled the cage fight.
Down Max, and here comes the payload. Is finally moving. Hardy still.
It's just crazy to me. Like they're winning fights, but still not like winning them outright.
To be cleaned up. Shoe eventually falls there. Chorong on the point.
Bro, this is insane. They just keep trading.
Forward even just a little bit to give some breathing room for Space Station to come back in. A Psycho is actually going to switch off of the Echo now. Go over to the Tracer to try.
We're down to 30 seconds already.
Only 30 seconds left. Another amplification matrix and a Deadeye here.
Burning that precious cooldown.
There's one.
As well. Sparker dashing in.
Again though, every time SSG gets one, Crazy Raccoon gets two. This is insane.
Max is holding the door in front of him too. Hardy can't fall. And unfortunately he does. Psycho unable to save.
Like they're winning fights so far behind where they need to be, they can't even like actually get a good contest on cart. 8 seconds. They're gonna get one last desperation touch.
Even though they have the amplification matrix to try to push them away, he thinks he's gonna have this blade up soon.
Adi, we need a real man's shatter here. Or Landon might just die outright. There's, oh my god. Oh, Chad charge, it doesn't even matter. Dude, this is annihilation.
As quick as that. Space Station Gaming.
Korea really on top again, chat. This is not fair at all. Korea's a different breed, man.
Space Station be able to pull off some.
Just when you close the gap, it widens once again.
This one is going to be very tough to accomplish. Not a whole lot of progress Kurt was able to get on their attack push. So they're gonna have to deliver a very, very lethal hold if they want to be able to win this map and win their map pick.
A tall task to ask as well. I mean, look, Crazy Raccoons, they come off of quite a tough loss. Went all the way to map number 5 versus Team Falcons, the first time they ever actually go down to them as well. Of course,
Korean uncoachable gonna be hype.
I mean, they are the kings.
China's got a team. They're playing in Esports World Cup.
They beat Falcons.
OWCS, probably not. But Esports World Cup, yes.
It doesn't look like it at all.
They've got a spot. Team once again, the Hangzhou Spark, they're back.
Serve up in a moment. I mean, they're close to match point here.
And they might be feeling even a little bit more confident knowing that
Adi's gonna make the switch over to Mauga.
these Mauga comps. Even though they played against Team Falcons that did have Stalker's Venture,
Crazy Raccoon is angry, but I be live in the reverse sweep.
in his hero
Thank you for the
throw out something like the Mauga.
resub on Twitch, Math.
No Winton maybe this time around, but Funny Astro giving us
Lip, please play Junkrat. I'm begging you. It'd be so funny.
Gates open up and Space Station on the defense with a Mauga comp of their own.
Oh my shoe! Full right click on the Zen.
Bro.
Insta switches. Giga Chad behavior. That's the spawn hole broken.
Swaps onto Zen and gets a
They were not
kill.
expecting any of that.
Chorong's rezzing this guy.
Chorong switches to Mercy to get the res.
Also
Insane.
chat behavior. This is wild. Like Crazy Raccoon.
Landon just like, let me show you how it's done, and then proceeds to get domed by Shu.
Open up the doors for themselves and now
This is karma for what SSG did to Ends. Yeah, this is literal bullying that we're watching right now. Actual bullying.
Isan kind of waiting for them on high ground. Tough target to take down, that being the Venture on the side of Space Station. However, they're going to need to do something. Cardiac Overdrive on the point. Hardy healing himself. I'm not sure he's going to survive that one. There's a lot of damage thrown at you, and I think that's about it. Couple of meters to go. A beautiful reflect kill. And this is all of Isang's map right here. And with 3 minutes to go,
Any percent speed run.
for Crazy Raccoons as they take the second map. One of the quickest maps I think we've seen so far here in Dallas. Unbelievable dominance.
maybe the only other one being the full hold that we saw delivered by Space Station nonetheless. A map that they wanted to pick to try to get this series back under their control. One that we thought would give them a really big advantage knowing how good their strategies have been with those close holds with that Reinhardt comp. But Crazy Raccoon, yet again, one step ahead of the curve to be able to get the better of that. I mean, come on, the Zen, the Hanzo.
I want to get a Zen replay, actually. Haven't seen a lot of Zen, unfortunately. We pop on
My
Zen,
personal favorite player? Do you mean like
you're not expecting
playing
that.
right
You're
now?
expecting Zen to come out
Like
there. You're
current day pro
expecting
player?
Literally anything else, honestly, but not the Zen. Well, with that, Crazy Raccoons are on match points. We're going to jump to the desk. You guys can take it away.
Thank you so much, Rose and Jack.
All-time agilities.
That's what the audience wants, that's for sure. Funny Astra gave us a little taste of it too. That's the most Winton we've seen at least on Havana right now. But looking at it, we gotta be real with this one. Looks a tiny bit hopeless. They can't seem to take that mirror Maga. I mean, at this point, just go back, die on your Reinhardt.
Fun fact, he has an ult account called
It's
Abilities.
the most fun to see going down on the Reinhardt hill. I do think that like there's no way you're gonna match them with the Maga composition. So just play the Reinhardt, you know, try to make it work. The best of your abilities, Jake. I feel like I have very little ability to inspire hope here for SSG, Jake.
I mean, sometimes it's
My current day favorite player?
feeling the limit. You know, you play this match. Your team has looked great all tournament against so many opponents.
A bit more of a challenge.
Playing your best Overwatch, and then
I think I'd probably have to go
completely
A couple of
hopeless.
Overwatch League teams you faced that you're like,
with either Heesang or
Never at
Chopper.
the start of the match. I think always come into the start of the match feeling hopeful, but sometimes this is the scenario, right? You're down 0-2. It's the final map. You've thrown your best shots, right? No one wants to go down 0-2. You're always giving everything. The first two maps especially, you want to take a lead in the series. But when it goes like this, I mean, it's a complete beatdown, totally one-sided. It's hard not to feel hopeless.
Yeah, well, the good news is that it is SSG, and that means that win or lose, they seem to have fun. They are actually one of the teams which is mentally at least resilient. They have not felt like the just completely doomed after they going down 1-0 to.
I like the redemption arc he's saying is on. Chopper, he's a DPS player in NA. Plays for my favorite team.
To have the mental fortitude to show up here in
Formerly Timeless, now TSM. They did not make this tournament because they were not good enough, but they're still my boys.
And that circumstance, right? To be down, backs against the wall, odds stacked against you, and to still come out swinging and to still play confidently into what could be the final map in this series. But honestly, I think we're looking at a crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, Jinmu's based. I respect Jinmu.
It also needs to be said probably that
Longtime player, Farah God.
They're probably, like we've seen a lot of EMEA and NA teams do so far, you want to get the escort pick out.
One of the OG Chengdu Chads.
Reinhardt on Circuit Real, it didn't work out earlier on in the tournament. You can't go to Gibraltar, so you pretty much have to get rid of an escort early on because, for example, if you go to hybrid or whatever and you win, well, then you know that you're just going to take it to Gibraltar, they're just going to outplay you because they're different like that. So now maybe escort out of the way, maybe you
Actually, I don't know if I like Chopper or Rocket more.
I mean, you gotta reverse sweep Crazy Raccoon like this.
Maybe I like Rocket more because he's the Tracer God. I'm changing my mind. I'm saying Rocket instead of Chopper.
I was wanting to say this.
Yo, King's Row going out in style, perhaps?
They're going back to the roots. This is comfort zone. This is home for a Space Station Gaming. Once upon a time, at least.
All-time GOAT is undeniably Silver 3. I don't know, man. Zephyr's pretty good. That guy was a GOAT.
Swinging in their comfort zone, playing what has always been the old standby, and having some fun while doing it. At the same time, though, for me, I think Crazy Raccoon perfectly happy with this. I don't think they're flustered one little bit playing against the Ride.
Do they look like they're on 2 down? They're all smiles.
No, they're still believing, they're still fighting.
Absolutely.
And as a player, that's what you got to do. You got to have confidence even when the day is darkest. And I think this is one of those really valuable things you have in that team. They've known each other for a long time. They're all cracking jokes. They're all keeping each other up. Sometimes when you don't have it yourself, you rely on your team.
Philadelphia Fusion, Chipsa.
We actually have a sub coming in here as well. Once more, Junbin coming in for Max. Lots of swapping, obviously, in the tank lineup, especially for Crazy Raccoon. I think they're the only team which has been doing so many subs throughout this tournament. This is really just like the map preferences for the individual players.
I think Infected hit on this on the desk previously, that Max, has a little bit more specialty when he needs to play, especially the Sigma wants to slow things down. They do both play the Ram, but there's just more conditions. Maybe if the enemy team brings out something different, okay, maybe we would respond with the Sigma. You got Max in, but that's the value of the 2 tank rosters, is that you need both of them to be flexible. If you've got like a locked in, guaranteed only playing off tanks player, they could get really punished. Max and Junbin are not that. They both are incredibly flexible players with just different specializations. So a different look in Overwatch 2 in that 5v5 format. Really, that's how you have to be 2 tanks in Overwatch 2. It's not just, split the tanks 50-50. You both need about 70% of the hero pool to be confident.
But knowing this team here, SSG, those players, and seeing this map pick, I don't think they care what the opposition is going to play here, Reinforce. I think this is just going to be them playing to their strength.
Yeah, I mean, come on, go out, play some Reinhardt.
That's right.
Play some Reinhardt, come on. You might as well, right? Like, they're not going to play the Sigma. They're not going to play the Winston. Even the Ramotra, I don't like the matchup into Mauga at all. So you might as well come out, play the Reinhardt. King's Row as well. Maybe some shorter side angles for Lip if Lip is going to play the hit scan. Less room to play Tracer, for example. So maybe put Crazy Raccoons in a bit of a worse position than if we were in a Midtown and a Hollywood, for example. Hollywood, of course. But I do feel like Space Station, this is the best bet you got. Go down swinging with the Reinhardt. Let's see the Hardy Reinhardt one more time here in Dallas.
That's right. I know we want to see it. I think our audience agrees with us here as well. This is, however, match point for the Crazy Raccoon squad. Can they finish it out and meet Team Falcon again in the grand final? We'll find out right after this.
Thank you very much, Desk. Yes, it's coming home. We're going to King's Row, Space Station Gaming's pick. The engine's still running, and I expect a whole lot of Ryan here.
I think we're all expecting that there's going to be a whole lot.
This is just the break for the 12-map game between Falcons and Crazy Raccoon. I mean, in all likelihood, yeah.
Crazy Raccoon may want to go with this one.
Unless Falcons just decide, yeah, we're the better team now, and they crush them.
All of those main tanks. We saw the Wrecking Ball earlier on in the series, but they also have the flexibility to be able to play the Mauga and the Ramotra. 2 heroes that we've seen a lot of teams try to take to the fold versus Space Station, either leaning into the Sigma or the
Is the food real? I don't know if unique is the word I'd use. Maybe. I don't know that much about Texas. I'm not the biggest expert.
Please, I want it. 1 headshot.
So will it take sometimes to crack open the first hole? Ooh, spots the Mauga. Ooh. All good, there we go. Spark switching over. No Reinhardt for Space Station. Spot the Mauga. Decide to go on to the Sigma.
Part of me wishes I got to go to Dallas so I could try it for myself.
Good to have the Sigma here when you know that you're going to be dealing with a lot of these corners. That Reinhardt shield, as you've seen in the past, has been able to get bursted down pretty quickly by something like the Pharah pressure. Hussein is already going to be able to do quite a bit of work here around this hotel.
Not even so low there too. As it takes Psycho out of the skies, clipped his wings. 3 minutes, I mean, Sparker needs to take, you can see how much focus he's putting onto Heesang right now, needs to be able to punish the Pharah for being anywhere close to the skybox.
But Lip has been able to mark him so well on some of these off angles that it's hard for Sparker to get a good sightline onto Heesang.
That's sleep. Uh-oh, gotta be careful. Lip
There we go, they got one, boys.
We finally managed to take this high ground, or at least attempting to. Little Lucio's having a little 1v1 there as Choron once again runs into Hardy. Almost got booped out of the window, but now the point capture is in progress for Space Station. Jumping just dashing in though, charging in, gets nano applied to it. Cardiac overdrive up to, that's a whole lot of healing and a whole lot of damage as well. Heesang, unperturbed, just jumps into the back.
Sparker popping off a little though.
Sparker's having the carry performance that he needs right now on this Cassidy. As the
Got spawns.
as soon as Space Station are back.
Bro, shoot. Stop, man. What about a little fun?
He's able to push forward.
Yeah, and it buys time. Most importantly there.
This guy.
But it's funny, Astro that actually goes down. They've lost their sound barrier now. Sparker, can he be the hero that they require?
There we go, Sparker heating up.
Lamb comes in, not killed quick though. But Sparker claims the life of Heesang. Does end up trading once again.
Surely this time they win.
Space Station Gaming.
Yeah, surely this
two
time.
check marks here. I can imagine a third two. Jump in with no ultimate. He's got another chance to get on here as Shu is closing in on that nano, but it's just too much damage and Shu
They got a point.
Backing up.
They did it, chat.
First.
You can see how effective this echo from Psycho has been in order to just really burst down this Mauga from Dunbin. Get the sticky bombs in there, a couple of really good shots to the head, and finish it off with that focusing beam. But Psycho too, he's gonna have a lot of trouble with Heesang still. Heesang on the Tracer, looking for the opportunity to just take out this echo once again. Funny Astra's playing a bit more reactively this time around to make sure that Psycho just doesn't get taken out that easily.
He's got recall too, and he's getting an extra blink there. Make that another one. Sparker now hunting him down, but look at the space he's creating. Just Heesang is still alive too. Landon eventually kills him. And with that and a duplication, it forces Raccoon to back off.
Heesang's got to go back to Echo here, right? No? Guess not.
Means that this cage isn't going to come online, and the duplicate not able to find the value that Psycho might have wanted from it. But with Space Station having all of this space to work with in this street phase, you've got the Gravitic Flux too to try to finish off this.
Yeah, hosting a tournament in Dallas in the summer, maybe not the best idea.
Landon first to fall in the engagement.
Golf ball sized hail coming down from the sky.
On a little off angle too, but he's going to get punished for it. Yep, straight into the London Underground. You got no oyster guard, my son. You're going to have to deal with the consequences now. That cage comes in, locks him in place. He's just cheekily using the shield. Nice little roll there for
You know, that's why despite me living in a state that's like on the boring side, that's no one really cares about, at least the weather over here is pretty pleasant. There aren't a lot of crazy dangerous things that happen aside from like the occasional snowstorm or downpour from rain.
Easier for Crazy Raccoon to just finish things off and take a look at she's positioning right now with this
This is disgusting.
Oh my god,
that
was nasty.
The pulse bomb connects from
Sparker was literally one. Still literally one. There it is.
A blink smack melee from around the corner. And the flank play from the Tracer and the Ana working out.
I live in Connecticut.
For Crazy Raccoon. And all this time as well, they're just buying their time bank slipping away from Space Station.
God, Shu is such a superstar. Parker's able to help at least keep Heesang off of their tails, but Shu has just been such a difference maker in a lot of these fights. Whether it was that nano flank play or just being able to have all of these nades.
That sounds awful, Penguin.
So good. Space Station, did they get another attempt at this one? A minute and a half left on the clock. Jumpin's back on the Doomfist though.
Oh, also the very rare tropical storm or hurricane.
How about the Doomfist into this comp, although
That's about it.
quite frustrating for the Lamb.
I mean, where I live in the state, not really any tornadoes. Other parts of the state, maybe occasionally, but
Get the insta-kill.
really not much that goes on.
Nothing but a fly on the wall, honestly. Nay lands again. Astro and Hardy going purple there. Psycho playing point guard. A little bit of defense there from the Tracer, making sure that Heesang cannot get to the back line and find an execution kill. 60 seconds to go with Lip dead. Space Station still struggling to kill the flankers.
But look at how far forward.
I love where trees fall onto my home. Ah, yes.
Lip actually makes his way back, but he's saying
They're still
in the
alive.
back.
They're still alive, and Chong has the sound barrier too. Can two-man if he really wants it. Nano coming in, hits Jumbit, Choron, and Heesang. Someone has to deal with him at some point. You have to kill him.
Kill him before he gets ult. Never mind.
They're forced into underground yet again, and they could try and stagger here as well. 30 seconds to go. Yeah, they're just blocking him.
Blocking him, and that's huge. He's not gonna be able to get back.
Yeah, there was that one time where a tree did fall on my house, but the tree was like completely rotted on the inside, and it was like way lighter than it looked, so it didn't cause any damage.
But look at the aggression from Heesang. He's already killed one with the help of Jumbit. A lamp on the high ground, but where's the touch? Funny Astro's having to deal with Jumping on the Doomfist. It's going to try and dash.
That is where the
but
card
he's unable
stops.
to do so. A full slate of ultimates from Space Station Gaming. But Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, for anyone who lives in the Midwest, yeah, you guys have it the worst. Like the tornadoes, the horrendous conditions you guys get down there.
Raccoons, they press the issue. If you're not able to use your ultimates, you just can't win these fights. If you play with that aggression,
Well, luckily for me, there's no others that could fall on it. For now, Penguin.
To make those aggressive engages in any of these fights so far. Heesang's been so annoying on this Tracer. Not really able to allow Landon to focus on keeping Hottie up. Not able to allow Sparker to do his job either on this Cassidy. Sparker's been one of the biggest damage dealers on this team just because of the prowess on that Cassidy, and you're limiting that. You're limiting
Yeah, like where I am, like here on the East Coast, like I get a bit of everything. You know, every season's different.
And Crazy Raccoon.
Summer, usually we get some pretty hot days, like June, July, August, occasionally September.
They're so aggressive.
Fall is like pretty chill.
Just go after
Not too much going on.
Well, like Cal said on the desk, I'll reiterate.
Occasional hurricane season, but not that often.
That level of aggression and the way the Korean teams
Winter can get cold and there's snow, but recent years, not as much snow.
how much they understand their limits as well.
Spring can be mild, maybe a little on the cool side, a little on the warm side.
Well, the milder this time.
They got the symmetric teleporter too, actually, to help get Shu up to this high ground. Allows him to get these angles a lot faster. Take a look at how he's already spotted Sparker over in that window.
Look at the Hunter as well. Very spicy.
Not a bad idea. You've got the sniper potential. You also have the Sonic Heroes to help you just get a little bit more intel for the team. We're still on this Doomfist for Chunfin.
A tree fell on my house, and it was literally, it fell right where my room is. Right where I'm streaming from right now. It was like right above me, but it caused 0 damage. Tree use tackle, not very effective.
Gets healed on up. That beam, almost 100% accuracy, but it is landed. That's fighting the good fight for Space Station on this first point. She's chasing down Lip as well now. 2 kills for landing that fight. Maybe make it another one.
He gets away. Lip gets away with his life there. Space Station still haven't really had any breathing room in this match to actually find their footing on the defense. Barker, though, able to help give them that. Heesang going down in that last engagement. But you still have to
Look at Space Station finally showing some life on this map.
Raccoon are taking these fights. Lip is still up, active, waiting with an arrow for anybody that peeks their head.
Ooh, a little punch out there from Jimin. Heard that sleep go off as well. Just trying to charge up. A bigger punch. Oh, little landed. That was close. Light flashing before his eyes right there. Oh, lands in front of Jimin, however. Still has the power-up punch. Worth keeping in mind, so can go for the slam play again if he wants to. We've got a checkpoint as well. Space Station, they're kind of playing Crazy Raccoon at their own game right now. Like, they are the ones that are whittling down this time bank.
Not a great
Ends
nano.
up missing, but he's still in the little 1v1 here with Hardy. Hardy getting pumped full of heals from the low ground and jumping, trying to put a stop to it. Has to use that slam to get away, and there you go, Sparker with the flank. And this is why Space Station wanted to come to King's Row. Both the supports. You get the nice sleep. Astro should be more than fine.
They've been playing way better around some of these flanker options from Raccoon.
Yeah, I don't know if this is it. I don't know why Crazy Raccoon are memeing so hard right now.
Jump in, kept him busy. Well, he put that trust in Sparker and Psycho to clean up the rest of Lip. He's saying Lip now on the Tracer.
So many ultimates there for Space Station. Look, they got 5 of them. Duplication from Heesang. Double Tracer now. Off on this high ground. Sparker.
Psycho finds Shu.
Heesang dashed out the window, 100 HP. Finding Astro. Not suffering a death there. Slips away. It's actually once again Shu that
Oh
goes
my
down.
god, dude.
A big kill for a Sparker again. And a sound barrier is going to keep them in this fight.
A minute to go here. Suddenly, Space Station might win a map.
Could be a powerful thing.
Hold up.
1 minute to go is Crazy Raccoons unable to crack the Space Station defense.
And they find Lip 2. Huge. Because now they're in sub 1 minute territory. It's Space Station. They only needed 2 of those ultimates in that last fight to be able to get the job done. So they get to hold on to this annihilation.
Got a good old economy. They really might just win this map. It's looking like they are.
Gear strike. Not necessarily the best engagement tool that we've seen here for this composition. Final fight potentially on our hands is Crazy Raccoon. They make another approach to this point.
Space Station do have to be very careful though. Only 33% that is required. They're setting their sights on Shu.
Landon!
Trying to level the playing field here. Shu going down is not a good start. Good punch from Jumpin. Ends Landon's life.
It's scrappy.
One, but Psycho
Favors the
Hardy, and Astro
attackers.
are alive and well, and with an annihilation and no more CDs left, Jumpin has to get out of there. He puts up the power block. Firing a few shots in, but with only 5 seconds to go.
Got a touch though, brother. There you go.
Jumpin does manage to get near in time, but there's 3 ultimates remaining for Space Station.
Missed Pulse could be the entry point here to... Nano doesn't do anything either.
What possibly has he got left? A kill onto land is one thing.
Sparker, can you turn it maybe still? There's one. No.
Execution, but doesn't get there in time. But it is Jumpin that turns it around.
Junbin with 3.
So close for Space Station to be able to get that hold.
Looks like my ranked games get a hold troll.
But Landon even coming back on the Kiriko, able to get back there faster, giving some healing over to Hadi, who was still so low when he had to actually...
I mean, 2 minutes is doable.
To keep them up with that defense. But they still have a chance here. They whittled away so much time on that Bane. The Crazy Raccoon only have 2 minutes now to try to get to that orange box of victory. Don't have a lot to work with either. Take a look at Lip already for the Psycho duel.
EU's fake last in the hangs in the balance heroes with 2 minutes to go.
Lip is going on an adventure.
You saw how much Crazy Raccoons were able to stall out Space Station before. Astro keeping the rest of his team alive, amping it up. Speed and heals, make sure Hardy stays alive here in the front line. Jumpin and Crazy Raccoon, look at the ultimates coming up now. Nano Blade could be on the menu to end it all, or just a normal one if he's feeling spicy enough.
And Astro doesn't have the sound barrier yet, so it could be devastating in this next fight.
Sound barrier coming from Choron too, a very aggressive dive straight onto the backline. Blade has been pulled as well. Where's the lamp? Sparker hits the high noon. The beat comes in. He cancels the high noon just in time, but he's saying he gets nothing with this blade. Crazy
Okay,
Raccoon,
bit of a
they've got
trade
arrow
out
and
there.
A Doomfist ult coming in. The Space Station refusing to go down without a fight here. Meteor strike into the backline.
Nano Doom, oh boy, it's devastating.
Sparker, Astro down and Jumpin with the Nano. He's getting duped out by Landon here, but he's still got it. He's still got that slam coming up, and there's the execution kill. Only a couple more meters to go now with Space Station. They're going to switch over to the sim to get the TP out. They're going to get one more touch.
They're going to need that touch.
Winnable still.
And it might just
Crazy Raccoon don't have any ults. Hottie.
Because if
He's got an annihilation.
this one here, they're going to be moving on to the finals and send Space Station home.
Annihilation coming up for Hardy as well. They got to push in with 25 seconds to go. It's coming down to the wire. Europe's hope and dreams here. Hanging in the balance. Shu playing at such a disgusting angle as well. They have to spam him out, otherwise Arna can just get free reign of nade, sleeps, and pretty much whatever you want. Nade locked in.
The nade connects onto the Lucio. That's what you want. Can I easily avoid getting picked there?
From Hardy might be able to keep them in this fight. A punch off of the high ground there, on top of the payload. They're just trying to get out of the line of sight here so it doesn't last for eternity.
No, you punched it. Oh my god, they're actually going to win the map.
Psycho with the pulse bomb. An easy kill for the Tracer, you'd have thought.
Oh, what a... No way, dude. No way. Stop. No.
It's only a couple of seconds.
Wait, big beat by Funny Astro? Question mark?
Jumping goes down to a turret, but that overhealth is fading away. And then Nano onto the Tracer now.
Uh-oh.
A perfect stick onto the tank. No way had he survived that. And Funny Astro, the last.
Dude, that's how the shoe just says, I don't think so. I don't think I'm gonna lose here. Well, 3-0.
These Korean teams, man, they're just built.
Circuit versus Toronto version 2. Real. Good God, Shu. Literally match-winning sleep there.
They never gave up in those final moments either in Raccoon. They just kept putting the pressure and the pressure and the pressure mounting until it was able to boil over and result in this victory for this all-star squad. But wow, Space Station Gaming, what an incredible journey that they've had so far here at
Yeah, I'm pretty proud of SSG though, man.
This is not the last time you're
The best Western team in the tournament by how they finished.
standing tall and get their chance at revenge.
Top 3, baby. Not too shabby. I had a feeling they'd go on a good run. I'm happy they did. Sucks it has to end here, but it's the Korea Gigabanger of Destiny, unfortunately.
We have to break down the action we just saw.
Yes, Falcons versus Crazy Raccoon Grand Final.
Senior comfort zone, play the Reinhardt. That's not what we got to see from SSG. Instead, they were actively trying. They tried to counter. They played the right positions into what we saw from Crazy Raccoon, who just kept on the aggression.
Bree's just 1 or 2 steps ahead, sadly.
They put up a really good fight against them. That was so close. They were one tiny pick or team fight even away from actually winning out Kings Road.
Yeah, I think honestly this is such huge mental progress for Space Station Gaming that, you know, in the past I thought, you know, they're going to Kings Row, maybe they will bring out the Rhine, but for me,
nice,
it would have been a little
Keon.
disappointing, right? It is what the fans want to see, but it's also giving up. I mean, strategically, it's done. If you go Rhine for me, it's done. But they kept fighting and they very nearly won it multiple times.
Only 1 or 2. I'm trying to be nice.
A 4th map in the series, really making Crazy Raccoon sweat, and that just shows Space Station Gaming. They're here to really fight for the title. They're not satisfied with just being the Kings of Europe. They want that global victory, and I'm really excited that we see more from this team in Esports World Cup.
Yeah, amazing for Space Station to finish 3rd here in the OWCS major, of course. But, you know, there was a lot of talk going into this tournament. There was some hype after the scrims. There was some banter back and forth. We got some amazing video interviews. I got a pretty grim statistic for you folks. Korea went 15-0 in maps against NA and EMEA. So
Well, there you have it. Korea did not drop a single map to Western teams. This reminds me of early Overwatch. You remember like 2016, 2017, hell, even 2018, where a lot of these guys were just trying to play catch up to Korea. Man, we really are back in those times. And this is why you add more Korea teams to your LAN event. I don't know who let only 2 go through.
I mean, this can't be understated how incredibly powerful these squads are, how effective their play is. Like many players have said, you can't prepare for this with other regions. This is just a different level.
Let's be real. Like we've said it many times in the past, but I don't think we've said it so
Yeah,
far this event.
I mean, we kind of knew that's what it was. Korea, EU, NA. We only got more confirmation.
In Overwatch Esports, going into 2024, both Team Falcons, but also Crazy Raccoon. These rosters are stacked like we've almost never seen before in Overwatch League.
Either one of these teams could have swept some Overwatch League champions. I mean, that's ridiculous.
They're
That's ridiculous.
It's 2 Avenger teams, not 1, but 2. So it's a little unfair to go up against that. I do have to say though, there were definitely moments where the NA teams or like EMEA teams, they had the right idea. But of course, the compositional differences we've seen.
All right, John, throwing up the poll. It'll be a bit before that game comes on, so we got some time to think about it, talk things over.
They are locked into those different regions. They're developing different kind of metas, and then here
It sucks only 2 Korean teams will beat Stockholm, yeah. It's 1st to 4, yes. That is worth noting. This is a first to four series.
The compositions they're running, it's individuals. There are so many star players in both of those teams, and one of them has played above the rest. That's why he's getting out.
I'm sure once again we'll be really good. That's what I've been saying. Get one of those NA seeds out of there and give it to Asia, please.
Come onto so many players' radars in the
Yeah, that was a
last year
3-0
or
game.
two. His performance continues to climb higher and higher as he challenges.
Yeah, they would have at least taken a map, but alas, Shu says no.
Insane individual mechanics, insane on every hero he touches, and such a huge monster.
For context, if you're just joining in the stream, Falcons did beat Crazy Raccoon 3-2 in the previous meeting just a couple of hours ago.
His flexibility enables
Now we're
Crazy
getting a
Raccoon
rematch.
constantly have the edge because he's just so good.
First to four. The two top teams in OWCS by a country mile. Crazy Raccoon and Falcons. Giga banger alert. The rivalry. This is for the ultimate bragging rights. Earlier, you know, it doesn't matter. This is where what it all comes down to. This game right here.
Qualifying for the grand finals, you go again head-to-head against Team Falcons, and you get to square off against Proper, who was your teammate last year before he parted ways and joined the Vancouver Titans. Two players with pretty similar hero pools and playstyles. They couldn't gel together. They couldn't get the most out of each other together. Now instead they're going head-to-head in another grand finals here at the OWCS.
Crazy Raccoon are kind of running a marathon. This is their third straight game in a row.
Another thing to be said about Heesang's performance here today thus far in their previous match against Falcons and in this very match against SSG, to be able to become the standout player on the same server like greats such as Proper or Lip in his own team. Usually, like in the past, Heesang will go under the radar. Now he's the one who's actually having the spotlights on him, and it's so well deserved. And that's why he walked away with our partial performance of the match. Now, of course, the teams are already getting ready for the action in the grand final.
What's up, Mav?
One more time, take a look at our brackets to see how we got there. 2 grueling days of matches.
Oh, the APAC
Lots
bracket.
to be played for all of these
I don't
teams.
see anything.
Let's walk us through the action. How did we end up with this grand final?
Well, the Korean teams didn't lose except to each other. I think that really tells the story here.
That was a great match, Jake. That was a great match.
what a
That
game,
win the
though,
bracket
yeah.
final.
Seriously, and I expect some serious fireworks as Crazy Raccoon.
Ready for a
honestly, that
4-0
last
Crazy
match
Raccoon to
against
win. That'd be
Space Station,
insane.
They were angry. They
I
want
doubt
votes. They
that's
don't
the
wanna mess
case.
around. They don't wanna
Proper
drop
is
the back.
hungry
They
to
wanna go
win
straight back
something.
against Falcons in the grand final, taking another swing.
Oh, it's an
I mean, I can say a
OWCS.
lot
Ah,
of
I
things. Falcons
see.
came out on top, but
Penguin
Crazy
saying
Raccoon
easy
was
game
not
for Crazy
scared. They played
Raccoon.
with
Nice.
aggression and poise throughout that whole series. They really want
That is
a
an
world
awesome
championship. They beat Falcons before. They know they could do it again.
Yeah, and I mean, there's more adaptations to be made, right? We talked about the last winner bracket final, tons of adaptations throughout the series. We thought, okay, maybe, you know, we're going to see Crazy Raccoon do something different here in the winner bracket final. At the end of the day, it turned
Alright,
out
quick
they
little
were
mental
comfortable
reset.
playing the Mauga. Falcons come back in that series with some adjustments to
Be a
their
few
vector
moments,
play.
chat.
So I don't think we've seen the end of adaptations between these two teams going into the grand final. I can't wait to see what, you know, some of our top tier coaches as well has hooked up for their players.
Absolutely, and it's going to be a best of 7, so first to 4, more Overwatch action coming our way. All of that and more after a quick break. You don't want to miss it.
You're watching OWCS Major.
It's crazy to me that the West didn't take a single map off Korea this tournament. It just goes to show there's a gap, a significant gap that needs to be overcome. Once again, the world has to play catch up.
What?
A beautiful Porsche collaboration with Overwatch 2, and you see a Porsche.
Hey, what's going on, Wookie Ninja?
Right next to our stage.
Haven't missed anything good?
In Dallas, Texas.
You did miss a pretty good game earlier between Crazy Raccoon and Falcons, but they're about to play each other again momentarily, so.
For Funny Astro, SSG, it's been so much fun to watch you guys. It's been a real treat. And speaking of treats, we're about to chat with you, but also I want to chat about the 911 speaker we're seeing here on our desk right now. And once more, remind everyone watching that you have a chance of winning this very speaker. You're doing great work here, Reinforce. Love this for all of us. Look at it. Take it all in. And then head on over to the URL you're seeing on your screen right now for a chance to win it all. Follow our socials. Within the next few days, we will be announcing the winner of the raffle. Now, speaking of winning things, it's not what you guys did today.
Oh, come on, man.
It's the only transition in my head. And listen,
Jeez. Okay, Zoe.
But I felt like a winner
Zoe
watching you guys
has
play.
chosen
Because quite frankly,
violence.
It's just so darn entertaining. You guys have such a distinct style, and you always had a distinct style throughout the last two stages. It's been incredible to watch your team perform.
Is this just the loser desk? Yeah, kinda.
You come third in this first international competition.
I mean, to be honest, we wanted to beat a Korean team, but we'll have to take being best in the West. It's fine.
It was so close, though.
It was
right?
so
It was so
close.
close.
Yeah, that last map of King's Row, you know, I think some of us on the desk were talking, oh, they picked King's Row, are they going to play Rhine? And, you know, I was like, yeah, it might happen, but I would have been a little disappointed. I was really happy to see the Sigma coming out, that you guys did not give up. I mean, I think it speaks to the sort of new mission of this team. It's beyond just winning Europe, being the best at Rush. It's, you know, wanting to take it to the very best teams in the world. What has it been like inside of the team as far as like coming through that transformation, winning the last stage in Europe, coming into this tournament, and now looking ahead to the Esports World Cup?
To be honest, the team atmosphere is great. Like, everyone loves Hattie when he's on Ryan, but he's great at everything.
Yeah.
I mean, every time he picks
Yeah, Hattie
Ryan,
proved
the
himself.
crowd just goes wild. So it's
Throughout
so
OWCS so far. He's looked good out there. Not just Ryan. Proud of that guy.
To pick like Sigma in the end. It felt good on King's Row, and I was glad that we managed to give it like one final shot.
When you're trying to strategize against some of these really good Korean
Being on the desk is like going to Cancun. That's hilarious.
Like, what's the mentality going into the series? Was there anything
The
you ever
Cancun
got to talk
desk.
about, like, this could be the answer? Did you feel confident at some point picking against them?
We felt like we had the answer with the Sigma comp, to be honest, but when we went into our first match against Falcons,
Honestly, we'll let the match do the talking with this whole proper he sang thing.
and then we just like we thought we had to.
I think y'all are making a big deal out of nothing. We'll watch the game and see what happens.
It was pretty hard to prepare for because we thought we were going to play Falcons, to be honest. It was a surprise we were against Crazy Raccoons.
I think it was a surprise for Crazy Raccoons as well. They didn't expect to roll through that upper bracket, but it shall not be so. I'm glad you're here because we're about to chat about this matchup. You played against both teams, so we're going to get the download from you in person. But also, we got an opportunity to sit down with the coach from Team Falcons. Let's hear what they have to say.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Danny.
It's
Lim here. I got
Krusty.
a special interview here with Coach Krusty from Team Falcons. Coach Krusty, thank you for joining me for this really quick interview. I mean, I saw you running up on stage as soon as your team won. What made you so happy about your win?
Well, as being a gamer, you know, you love winning, right? But that's all, you know. It's not over till it's all over, right? So I was just happy that we won, right?
I mean, also to add on that, because I mean, Crazy Raccoons did win in the Asia, finals as well, and unfortunately, you guys did lose that time. But now, the results were different. Did that make you even more happier?
You know, actually, Libanj is always sweet, right? I love Libanj. You know, I mean, always. Even like I was in Overwatch League before, I love Libanj, and we prepare a lot for this, right? So, well, but you know, we're gonna see till the end, right? So
I mean, your preparation did show in your match against Crazy Raccoons. Now, Coach, you guys are heading into the grand finals. Who do you think is going to be your opponent for the grand finals match?
SSG? Yeah.
What?
Well, Hadi's a Chadi.
Okay.
Chatty.
Bro's trolling.
Coach, thank you so much. Good luck in the grand finals, okay? Back to you, Zoe.
Thank you so much. Well, that one didn't age too well for the answer. They expected to meet you guys in the grand final. Is that a confident boost to hear that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how serious he's being.
Definitely not being serious.
It's nice words from Krusty.
Yeah,
obviously, that was done before the match, so you know, you know, no harm from Krusty, of course. But I mean, all jokes aside, you know, Krusty has done a phenomenal job with this roster as well, coming up with this solution as well, with the double flex damage composition they have, going with Mauga, Venture, and Genji, of course. You know, it was one trick up their sleeve because Falcons, they've been dominated so far over in the Asia region. Crazy Raccoon has had the edge, right? So now Falcons are on top, and like Kazuras mentioned earlier on the desk, you come from the winner bracket, you get that first map pick, right? So that's going to be an advantage here for Falcons going into this.
First map pick, and you have to play those back-to-back matches. So they definitely have their work cut out for them. They came into this tournament very confident, of course. Danny and I actually had an opportunity to sit down with them prior to all the action starting. So let's hear what they had to say.
Yo, what's good, everyone? Zoe here and
Danny here.
And we're joined by Crazy Raccoons. So
Whoa, Raccoons! Yeah!
Love Raccoons. Great animal. Great animal. Great
team as well. Yeah,
great transition.
You guys
also.
are killing it.
Obviously, heading into this tournament, everyone considers both the Korean teams to be the top. They're the ones with the target on their back. How do you feel about the other regions? How do you feel about the NA teams and the EMEA team?
토론토 말고는 잘 모르겠어요. 잘 안.
결국에는 토론토도 한국인들이 껴있는 팀이잖아요. 그래서 한국인 없는 팀은 제 생각엔 결국엔 우승 못할 것 같아요.
So I mean, it does seem like you guys have a lot of confidence. Like, where does that confidence come from?
일단 지르고 보는 거죠.
Teamwork.
Teamwork.
Okay, so when the team was formed, though, were you worried about any of the players? Was there anyone you guys?
Trouble?
Yeah. Who are you guys worried about in your own team?
저는 있었던 것 같기도 하고.
Oh, Shu, you have someone who?
저는
그나마 저는 시상이
희상.
약간 걱정되긴 했었어요. 근데 그 밴쿠버를 얘가 마지막에 갔었거든요. 쇼크에서 이제 이적을 했단 말이에요, 밴쿠버로. 근데 그때 당시에 엄청 잘하더라고요. 그러니까 딱 그것만 보고 잘할 수 있을까라고 생각했는데 되게 잘하더라고요.
희상이 아니면 유민이? 이게 초롱이 아니면 희상.
이유는?
약간 쇼크 상방이라고.
약간 희상이는 약간 이제 제가 이때까지 같이 팀이었던 이제 서브 딜러들이 엄청 곧 잘했었어가지고 그래서 희상이가 얘 정도 할 수 있을까라는 좀 생각은 좀 했었고 그리고 초롱이 같은 경우에는 이제 제가 예전에 이제 같이 뭐 테스트 겸 스크림을 같이 한 적이 있었는데 근데 이제 그때 약간 첫 인상이 좀 별로였었어가지고
Damn, Lip.
재문이 형이 좀 많이 터뜨려.
아니 별로인 게 아니고 그 말이 너무 없었어가지고.
Are we doing one final question?
Yeah, which is the craziest raccoon, I think.
Craziest raccoon.
Yeah, out of all the raccoons.
Okay. 3초 이렇게 3일 한 다음에 제일 미친 너구리 맞나? 3, 2, 1, pick. We have a clear winner. Junbin got 4 votes.
Wow.
Okay,
Congratulations. 예, 미친너구리.
Junbin's the craziest raccoon. Nice.
미친너구리. 미친너구리.
Can you elaborate why is he the craziest raccoon?
재밌어서.
정상인 아닌 것 같아요.
You guys are in Texas. Texas, we want you to do a Texas accent. 하우리 파트너 이거 안 들어봤어? 한 번도?
뭐라고요?
그 캐서디가 하우리 이거 하는 거.
아, 인사하는 거요?
하우디? 처음 들어보는데. 뭐 하우디?
All together.
자, 다 같이 3, 2, 1.
Howdy, partner.
Thank you.
All right, boys, let's move on from this whole proper thing, this proper he's saying thing. Let's just chill out and watch the game. We're done. It's one of grand finals win the Porsche. I wish.
I was like, what is happening?
They cut out half of this interview.
Churong was bad in tryouts? What is happening?
I mean, obviously, we had a lot of fun during that media day. It's been good times. Also, very impressive Texan accents across the boards in your team as well. Is that something you practice in your free time?
Not regularly.
Not regularly.
It just comes naturally.
Okay, it's just casually every once in a while.
Well, still, let's just move on,
From them,
guys.
obviously, prior to the match, it's funny to see how those kind of interviews age. Let's talk about the performance we've seen from Crazy Raccoon thus far. Obviously, the last match they played against Falcons was very, very, very close. They seem to have the answer to that double flex DPS. They are dropping in that Genji, enabling Lib on that hit scan to just have
Grand Finals MVP wins the Porsche.
Was there anything you've learned from like the winner bracket final? Because you were waiting for your opponent. What do you think was the difference between those two teams if you watched the match?
Well, I think Crazy Raccoons just put on more pressure, to be honest. Like, their DPS just seemed to do more damage. Yeah, I mean, I'm not really sure how Falcons won, to be honest.
I mean, for me, I saw that first match against Ents with Falcons, and I just felt, man, no hit scan. Like, hit scan is dead for this comp. Like, the pressure that Genji and Venture can put on together, I think really throws a spanner in the works. It's so hard to just live. Lip has been the only one who's even made it look possible.
BP Predator Falcons go out first round, so they win. Oh no.
The enemy Batiste. I think the Batiste was something big in Falcon's pocket there to bring out the greedier flex support that puts more damage down, expecting Heesang to play Pharah. But when Heesang came out of the Genji, I thought maybe they had an answer. Falcons, though, bringing it back in the end. I think these teams are going to have to bring new looks, new adaptations, because they just got a
This should be a good game, though, regardless of who wins it.
One talking point we had throughout the winner bracket finals was actually that we saw that Team Falcons, they tended to play more Batiste versus Crazy Raccoon. They prefer to have Blip on the hit scan role, and then Shu play a lot more Kiriko. Going into this matchup between those two teams, do you have a preference in the Mauga composition between the Batiste and the Kiriko?
I think the Kiri's better, especially with Magra on the board, being able just to Suzu every time someone's burning. It's a huge difference in like stopping damage. The drone doesn't feel as good. Kiriel is obviously like an insane, or it's able to win so many more team fights. So I think
that's how we felt. And then it was even more impressive.
The poll for chat is awfully close. 51% to 49 in favor of Crazy Raccoon. Get your vote in on who you think is going to win this grand final.
Especially against Genji. Stalker with incredible flexibility, looking like the best venture so far in the tournament. Still a hero we're only just starting to see in the pro meta, and already I think it's really shaken things up. So many more options to play with.
I mean, it's funny that when you're pushing Stalker off the venture, then he just gets to play Tracer, which is equally scary. So, yeah, not much of a change right there. Smurf, of course, has been playing lights out as well. Generally, this team has surprised a lot of people. They were considered to be the second best team, and now they're coming out on top.
I mean, are you going to bet against Cropper, though? Like, this guy...
Falcons have some swag to them, some confidence.
Heesang took it to him. Heesang made this very,
Beating them in that upper bracket final was really important.
He won Rookie of the Year and MVP in his first season. An unheard of accomplishment in Overwatch.
Is there one player in particular you're looking out for, Funny Astro, that like you think could be like the difference maker here in the grand finals?
I think for me it's got to be Lip. Having that hit scan diff, if they can keep him alive, if they can pocket him through all of this pressure, then he can carry them.
Is there a world? Is there anything they could do in order to actually force him off of that hit skin?
I think that's why they stick to this sort of venture Genji style. They really want to put the pressure on. They want to keep him low, keep him like shut down as much as possible.
Yeah, that venture Genji is kind of a problem for Lip.
But if their Crazy Raccoon's supporters can find a way to keep him alive,
I mean, honestly, are we gonna see Fielder go crazy again?
It is a rematch.
Or is this time Shu gonna pop off?
The big question is, can they do it again and snatch this crown? Let's take a look at our predictions for this one. I think we're gonna see the same thing again, quite frankly. I do think Falcons just have a really, really good read, and although I do think that
Yes, Funny Astro's British.
and their tempo is so difficult to deal with. Falcons got them downloaded. This is Falcons' game to win. What about you, Funny Astro?
I think it's gonna go to the Crazy Raccoons.
Hey!
Comeback.
Yeah, Astro?
I think they won grand finals in APAC and they're gonna do it again.
You know, I've got to go with the Falcons here. As much as I think Crazy Raccoon, they had that last test, can the hit scan work? I feel like Falcons made the crucial adaptation on the last map on 66. They started bringing out the Kiriko. I think
Munchkin made it to another grand finals in Valorant. Hey yo, let's go Munchkin.
Actually easily solo kill. Maybe he goes back to the Pharah, but I think the Batiste answers that. And I think Fielder's flexibility is going to be crucial. And I think it's maybe even going to be more one-sided now that Falcons has sort of seen what Crazy Raccoon can bring. That surprise Genji.
It might be more one-sided, yeah. We'll see.
I think it's going to be Falcons 4-1. I think it's going to be even more one-sided in the grand final.
Damn, everyone is on the Falcons train.
Falcons, they got some
You know what though, Chad?
especially Havana as well. You got some sustenance.
I will not surrender. I picked Crazy Raccoon to win it all, and damn it, I'm sticking with them to win it all. I think this time they win, and I don't know, it could be a 4-3. I'm gonna say 4-2, Crazy Raccoon. Screw it, man.
Eager to see more adaptations, but I actually think it's going to be even more one-sided with Falcons taking it in a 4-1.
I'm still a Crazy Raccoon believer. I don't care what happened earlier. I'm not giving up on them, chat.
That's crazy.
Okay, what about the audience in here? Let's hear it for Crazy Raccoon. Okay.
That's pretty loud.
Okay. Let's hear it for Team Falcons.
50-50 in the chat, wow.
Pretty close, pretty close.
55-45 Falcons?
Okay, well, I guess we're going with the 50-50 then. One thing's for sure, both of these teams will play their hearts out on this stage and try to get this first OWCS championship title. Let's see which one will come out on top. And we're getting started.
Wait,
right
Bad
now,
Patchy Mario
right
picked Crazy Raccoon? Oh no. Maybe I'm making a mistake. Probably not, Evan. I don't think so.
Who will stand tall here in this battle of giants? So there's a reset available, another one for Stormfront. He's far from done. Wyatt holds onto his sound barrier until no! That is filthy stuff. Not even close, baby. These players are no strangers to crushing dreams. One of the strongest rosters ever assembled. They are absolutely terrifying.
Funny Astro picked Crazy Raccoon. Oh wait, here we go, chat. Space Ranger? Boss Champ? Oh, never mind. I got jebaited. No, I got jebaited.
Introducing your first team. It's
Damn it. I was really hoping we were about to see something epic there.
Moon, everybody give it up for Crazy Raccoons. And their opponents. Everybody give it up for Proper, Stalker, Smurf, Fielder, Chio, and Coach Krusty. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Team Falcons! Coach Moon, Coach Krusty. Fist bump, please.
Coach Moon's got the heavy dad vibes.
That works as well. All right, everybody, let's get this show started. Let's go. 자리로 가시면 됩니다. 화이팅!
Thank you very much, Danny. Championship Sunday is coming to an end, but not before we crown a champion. Crazy Raccoon versus Team Falcons taking the stage now here.
It's almost like the script has written itself that it is fated that these two teams get a chance to play against each other once again. It will be the 4th time that these teams have faced each other in not only the main event for Asia, but now here at DreamHack Dallas for his 4th time the charm for either of these teams.
Yeah, a title match on the line here. I mean, look, Falcons, they may have done it earlier. Kind of with Astra on the desk, if I'm very honest with you, I got a feeling Crazy Raccoon are going to come out with something absolutely spectacular, but this will be their 3rd match. They'd already had 2 back-to-back. They're stepping into a 3rd one now, well and truly warmed up.
Yeah, today.
If there's a tournament hosted in some East Asian country, will you co-stream it? Probably not, because it's at hours of the day that just don't make sense for me, unfortunately.
Stand above the rest, but as the devs were calling out, Team Falcons, they get a chance to have a little bit of a breather. They get a chance to maybe just relax themselves, feel confident after their impressive upset just a little bit ago.
You got to wonder where the heads of Crazy Raccoon are currently at right now. Of course, Johnny mentioned it too, like a little bit exhaustion is probably kicking in as well. I mean, Falcons had the ability to kind of watch that previous match, or
they left Majen in the car.
The match they just played against Crazy Raccoon to find any sort of small weakness, any sort of flaw that they can take advantage of.
And it's going to be tough to find. Both of these teams are just so star-studded. Everybody a role star at one point or another during their time in the Overwatch League, and now coming together to form super teams on either side. Everybody heading into the DreamHack Dallas main
This is it, boys. Last game of the Dallas tournament.
Made that happen.
Get your popcorn ready. Rematch alert.
At the very end of it all.
I think that was one of the craziest things coming into this new year, into OWCS, was how are the Korean players going to form these teams? Like, what are the teams going to look like? Is it going to be a very top-heavy region? Is one team going to dominate? Are 2-3 teams going to dominate? Because we knew that at some point a super team would be formed. Can one of them prove that they are the top dogs coming out? I mean, Crazy Raccoon, they've already come off of a 3-0 and quite a convincing 3-0 against Space Station. I mean, the Asia region, well and truly #1.
They play Circuit, they'll bring him out most likely. Yeah, but Majen will play from the Porsche.
You can even see the score line right there, though.
Probably Noah. They'll probably make some kind of changes. It's the first year. It's an experiment.
Falcons that got the upset in a very, very close 5-map series in the winter finals. That's talking about something really important from this Team Falcons roster, which is that not only have they had a really good read on the meta, being able to pull out this Venture, this Genji side by side, but also making some really critical adjustments in their support lineup to pick out a Kiriko over a Baptiste. See if they can continue to make these small adjustments that will help them out with that macro game plan heading into this grand finals.
The Asia teams, of course, you just saw there, undefeated against NA and EMEA. Only one can lay their hands on the trophy, though. First to 4 format 2, not first to 3 now. So we'll be definitely going the distance. If we find a little repeat here, could go all the way to 7. Very, very classic finish. I'm, hoping it's not a clean sweep, but the way both of the teams have been playing, especially in their head-to-head earlier on, I don't think it's going to be a 3-0. It's going to be a nail-biting finish.
I mean, these coaches are so smart for either team, and they've been able to play this format before. Maybe something that gave them a bit of a leg up in this competition, knowing that we switched a format to the loser gets to pick not only the map, but the map type. So we
I know, Chara, it's crazy.
Where we're going to go.
Yeah, and that's a big switch up too. Like, coming into a format like that, you can really just, like I said, the weaknesses, they can be exploited. You don't like using these comps, we'll take you a map where you have to use those comps. But I think it's about time we get in. Ladies and gentlemen,
all right.
Grand finals here at DreamHack Dallas is about to get underway. Crazy Raccoon versus Team Falcons. So first to 4, and we're starting on Oasis.
Last time these teams played this map, it did go to the way of Team Falcons. Being able to be in the winner's side of the bracket means they got a chance to pick this map and kick things off.
Oh yeah, I'm sure that uncoachable episode's gonna go hard. All right, get hype, chat. Woo! Grand finals of Dallas DreamHack, baby. Flip gonna play a Sojourn here. Haven't really seen him play much Soj. It's been a lot of the Cassidy. Maybe kind of to have a bit of a better escapability against this whole Genji Venture thing. I think it's a good idea. Proper immediately swapping to Tracer.
Quick high ground take there from Crazy Raccoon. And try and set Lip up. And what Jake was kind of touching on the test too was this double flex. Falcons were on it a second ago, but Proper now jumping over to Tracer instead. No Genji here. I can imagine we'll see that a little bit later on. Those cardiac overdrives already being clocked by the Maugas. A dash out for Smurf goes a little bit too low. Nice move from Choron. Move from the enemy Lucio.
Immo out, but Stalker with the first pick.
Heesang falls right behind him. I think Crazy Raccoon taking that high ground first, but you haven't got the sheer firepower that Team Falcons have.
It's going to be an immediate switch from Lip there to head over to the Cassidy. Soldier maybe not finding nearly as much impact as they would want, and in fact another switch up. He's saying going over to the Tracer.
Oh, back to Cassidy. Well, now it's not as bad because like it's just the Venture, no Genji this time.
Support, especially when Fielder's going to be playing that Baptiste. How about how you get in there? Sing and Jumping going to have to play together on trying to get these eliminations.
Popper's done so much damage already. Already got some pulse, which is quite terrifying. Early lamp from Fielder. A little bit more safe now.
Whoa.
Stepping up. The lamp's not down just yet, but Lip managed to snipe it, enabling Heesang to get that kill. With the
Great, Jumpin's still kind of low. Shoot could die too here. You can still turn this if you're Falcons.
Helping Proper secure these kills now as he chases his like for like in Choron, who's still got the sound barrier here of his own.
No, Choron!
It's only a two-man.
So late.
Lucio's and Tracer's on the point right now. The Venture.
Oh, Stalker ulted. Yikes. Still though, Smurf's back, so they might still have this.
And with Smurf coming back to the
Maybe
point
not. Okay.
That's a lot of extra percent.
There are a lot of flops going on in that fight.
From Team Falcons. Oh.
Oh no!
Might have DC'd there or something because my guy was walking into the wall.
This is the worst time for this, man. It's the grand final.
Out now, okay? Come on, we had a good day yesterday.
Yeah.
We had a good day today.
We were due for a pause at some point. That last fight was crazy. You had both of our Lucio players, Chiyu and Chorong, actually used the sound barrier in those moments. 2-man for both of the players, only able to net just a little bit more staying power there for our team of Team Falcons. But
yeah, I mean, if that beat comes a little bit earlier there, maybe you save your Mauga. Assuming the Mauga kind of rotates the cooldowns, that cardiac overdrive so strong, especially with the Tracer too, does so much damage. It's hard to lock down a Tracer, but with that low health pool, like you're healing so much, if you're getting up in the face of people, it's very hard to take the Tracer down normally, even harder now with the cardiac overdrive.
But it's also just really good to make sure that you were just still able to stall out your control of that control point. Because that netted them so much extra percentage. So they're at 55% now to capturing that very first objective. And it's all in good way to be able to give yourself some confidence heading into this match.
Yeah, exactly. You need that confidence too. Of course, getting up on stage again, everybody, to be fair, is very well versed in being up on that stage in front of a crowd. Everybody blaring noises, clapping, everything, right? Cheering at every single kill. It's just getting word in now. Proper's PC having a little bit of a malfunction.
Oh no.
Get that sorted in just a moment.
Oh no, Proper's PC. Check him PC.
To this first map.
Oh boy.
Going to, of course, with Oasis. I was curious if we were going to see the Genji. Here it's very easy to kind of assail the high ground, but the Traces are so strong, especially being able to fight around the main pillar. Like, you can stay alive for so long, especially with Lucio too. The ability to stall is just so nice with those very mobile heroes. Genji a little bit less so, of course. Has to get resets for the dash and a little bit more vulnerable, especially after you use that deflect.
That's what the desk was talking about, is that the Genji, how does it actually play into a team that's going to lean a little bit more into the Kiriko? Just a swift step away, and it's harder to actually find a target to get those dash resets as well as those picks.
Oh, Proper's got his headset back on. Looking good. Should be getting into the game in just a moment. He's getting, just looking at the lobby screen as well, jumping back in. I think because he ended up disconnecting there, Not sure if he's going to retain the ult charge. I'm not sure what he was on the pulse one.
Dude.
But worth keeping in mind.
A disconnect,
Yeah,
Sag.
missing as well. It was Mauga, Smurf. It was close to the cage there, so they could go for a bigger engage with the cage. And only the rush for Shu. Deadeye for Lip. It's going to be nice, but against the cage, you know, you kind of have to walk in there. But you can charge it outside the cage, you kind of step in, and it's fine. You just get the instant one-shot right.
Good thing is I think Proper had already used the pulse bomb. So it's not something that they're actually going to be losing too much value on in terms of that ultimate charge.
Here we go.
That's a Proper.
Okay, not too bad.
Another one quickly here, but
Could have been
even
worse.
so, we are actually going to see Proper lean into this Genji as he rolls back into the server. Not worried too much about the fact that Shu is going to be on this Kiriko. Looking instead at his attention on Lip on this Cassidy. Someone that he might be able to jump on.
This double flex. Been a long time since we've seen something like this being meta. It's like an eternity almost. Yeah, this rush could be quite awkward to use. I mean, crazy Raccoon, they could look to try and take this high ground back from the Raw, even just fighting this small corridor here.
Oh my god, he disconnected again.
That's definitely
Proper DC'd again.
a Genji god, I don't think. Yeah, I'm gonna jump into it.
No, dude. No. Come on, it's the great. Can we reset this map, dude? Come on, man.
Making sure the finals is completely fair.
Builds up the suspense? Question mark?
Oh boy. Of course in the grand finals when we had the technical difficulty. Of course. They're bringing in a whole new PC. Did you see that? They're hooking up an entirely new PC. That is unreal.
In just a moment. Let's quickly jump in to the media day with Team Falcons just while we get the new PC set up.
Of course the PC can't hold out any longer.
Hi everybody, Danny
Oh
Lim here,
no,
and you're
yeah,
joined by
that's bad.
Team Falcons coming all the way from Korea. Guys, welcome
Why
to Dallas.
of all moments? It couldn't have been in that SSG series. Like, it has to be this one.
How are you liking Korea?
So nice. Everything is so good. The food is insane. I love it.
What's a go-to Korean food?
Alright chat, anyone up for some
Kaja and scrims.
Kaja and scrims?
some OWL and
You guys are definitely one of the top teams.
maybe guess the Overwatch rank?
Is there a team that you guys consider as rivals right now?
크레이지 라콘 아니면 토론토?
토론토. Why Toronto?
그나마 잘하는 선수들이 제일 많고 해외에서 그리고 연습을 했을 때 좀 약간 다른 팀보다 조금 더 힘들었어요.
You guys are literally all superstars. You guys are like crowd favorites. You guys are all just like really good at the game. If you have to choose, besides from
Yeah,
yourself,
let's do it.
who is the best player in your team?
Proper disconnected. He's the man of the hour. Okay, so they're Korean. That doesn't help me much. They are in the East. Support player.
I'm gonna count to 3.
Show me
3, 2, 1,
bliss.
and then you guys, everyone, point at the
Warmer.
that you
They
think
are a
is the
support.
best player on the team.
Not Dallas
All right, I'm
Fuel.
gonna count. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Best
Show me
player, go.
Vindame. It's not the
Alright, we got
Dynasty.
some Smurf, okay. We got Proper. We got 2 Proper.
Dynasty.
Two
Dallas.
Smurf, 2 and
Spark
2.
Charge. Maybe Fixa or Skewed, I'd assume?
Thank you, bro.
Smurf, why'd you pick
No.
Blaster Imagine?
He's best player.
Best
World
player?
champion.
Eh?
World champion.
World
I
champion.
appreciate you, man. Thank you. He's
Do
world
you
champion.
guys like feel pressured to perform because there's so many big names in the group?
I don't think there's
What am I missing from the East? Dallas, Dynasty,
How confident are you guys that you guys can
Soul
win?
Infernal, Spark are all Chinese. Shanghai? Is it a Shanghai player?
저희가 이긴다. 저도 지금 무조건 이긴다 생각.
There we go. Nice. Nailed it.
100%. Everyone says 100% they're gonna
Let's
win
go.
it. All right, let's see if that comes true. Team Falcons, thank you so much for taking the time to do the interview. And yeah, let's say bye to the camera, everybody. Thank you so much. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Hey guys, this is Crimzo, and you're watching OWCS.
Reminds me of the. Oh, God. Oh, you guys can't see that. Oh, wait. Oops. That was the wrong
That
one.
was intense.
Spooky.
I mean, hey, if
No, chat, you need to see that. Wait. What is. Why is he like that? Why is he just staring into my soul like that?
Spooky.
I mean, hey, if gaming doesn't work out for any of those players, acting is in the books for sure. Nothing beats Hey Heroes, but I think they're getting close. Well, Well,
All right, I'll take it. I'll take it.
It's a good line. Well, as we're starting things on at this stage, I want to pose a question to you guys. Obviously, we talked about...
it's not Overwatch, right?
Huh?
It's not Overwatch.
No, this one.
No more.
Although you might be able to dig into archives to find an answer for this particular question, or you just listen to your heart instead. That's not you. Like you're a brain kind of guy, Jake.
Are you saying I'm a heart kind of guy?
Yes, actually, yeah, big guy, big heart. That's reinforced for all of us. We talked about Crazy Raccoon being the team which now has to play those back-to-back matches. A more important thing I want to touch on here is though how very different the teams are that they're facing off against. Do you think Falcons might have an advantage just because they were able to prep for one particular style of a team versus, I mean, SSG and Falcons, they couldn't be more different if they tried.
I mean, I think what we saw the last time these teams matched up in that upper bracket final was it is a real battle on the Mauga comp. I think both teams recognize that is the meta. This is the final answer. We've had our value tests. The only question is, what variations will you use? Can Lips Cassidy stand the test of the double flex DPS? It's difficult. It looks like we're checking out some of the highlights from that last match. I mean, they played before on Oasis. You know, this time Crazy Raccoon was trying to bring dive. They thought they could make it work. Not when we just saw them load in the server Oasis. No. They're on Mauga. They accept this is where the series will go. I think Hisang's Genji was a huge highlight for them. I think this was not something that Falcons was ready for, but through the series, the adaptations came through, and even with the Batiste, Fielder still had the answers.
Yeah, and when you mentioned how long they're actually going to play here now, Zoe, of course, that's something that does come into play, especially when you play this many maps in a row, right? Because, you know, typically a sprint block when you practice, you know, that's sometimes, you know, 2 hours for a single team. Sometimes you place that back-to-back, you got 4 hours of practice, right? But playing on stage, there's an extra sense of adrenaline, there's an extra sense of urgency playing on stage, of course. The most I ever played, that was 10 maps in a row. And I mean, that was 2 series back-to-back, a lot of energy drinks involved. And let me tell you, like 3 hours in, your energy starts to die down. You just like get over caffeinated and you start to die down a little bit. The adrenaline kicks back a little bit and you have a hard time staying focused. So now, I mean, you're Crazy Raccoons, you already played a very intense 5-map series against your opponent. Then you have to go and play 3-0 against Space Station. Now, if we get another long series on our hands, you know, this is a first to 4, right? We could potentially see 7 maps here. This is going to be an incredible endurance test here for a team like Crazy Raccoon. The only one that really comes to mind in pro play, you know, when it comes to the Overwatch League, that was stage 1 in 2018. That's when we saw the London Spitfire go head-to-head against New York Excelsior after actually playing against Houston Outlaws when Jake was on that team. And that was an incredible test of endurance as well. When you have to play like 12, 14 maps of Overwatch in a row, like you start to see some level of play. The gameplay starts to deteriorate because you can't just keep up. You can't.
What I think of Rush coaching once again, I think it's weird, but also based. Like, it's such a strange fit because, like, you know, it's a Chinese team, but Rush deserves to be coaching a high-level team.
It starts to look like a brawl on the server as people just trying to edge it out based on individual skills. If this is where we're headed, though, who has the upper hand as we're looking at 2 super star-studded teams?
I think strategically, as long as Crazy Raccoon continues to lean on Lip as the hit scan, and that's their strategy, honestly, I think that's going to make it really hard for them because with a hit scan, you've got to be perfect. You've got to keep Lip alive through all the pressure. Ult after ult is going to be coming, hunting for this Cassidy. Every player on Falcons hunting for this Cassidy, and you can't make any mistakes letting him drop. On the other side, when it comes down to, you know, players dying on both sides, Venture and Genji, they love that type of scenario where individuals can find
Esports World Cup, July.
Pop off and find picks. I mean, we talked about that, how Falcons, how resilient they are. Even losing a player.
Yeah, currently it seems like they're replacing Proper's PC.
Yeah, so I think Falcons not only better rested
oh wait,
grand final,
Pause Champ.
Strategy that should favor them.
He's putting on his headphones.
That being said, I don't want to overstate this. I mean, these are all veteran players. None of them is new to playing on stage.
Who's Rush? Former coach of the Dallas Fuel and Paris Eternal, former Overwatch League champion.
I don't think they're going to be phased. I don't think this is Crazy Raccoons out of it just because, okay, maybe they're both experienced in these spots. I really think it's going to come down to the gameplay. It's going to come down to the strats.
Yeah, I mean, they do have a lot of experience, especially in Asia as well. They do play on a stage most of the time. You know, it's good to be aware of the fact that when you play on stage, it's not like...
Hey, is that a baby?
It's going to be a different
Some guy with his child based?
Right? So there are a couple of players, for example, on Crazy Raccoon who doesn't have the same level of stage experience. For example, Hisang, he was a rookie last year, didn't really have that much test when it comes to actually playing in the playoffs, of course, compared to like Smurf, you know, 2-time Overwatch League champion. You got Chio and Fielder, that I mentioned earlier. They are also Overwatch League champions with the Dallas Fuel. So they've been in grand finals before. And, you know, apart from the Asia main event, a couple of these players on Crazy Raccoon, you know, that's where They are also Overwatch League champions with the alexyOWL. So they've been in grand finals before, and apart from the Asia main event. Apart from the Asia
My
main
bad,
event,
chat.
so a couple of these players on Crazy Raccoon, that's where, Shu, for example, Flex support, he's been on many of those situations before with Crazy Raccoon. He has won stage calls with LA Gladiators. He can bring that experience. He's saying, for example, if you feel uncomfortable, like, I can make you feel better, give that kind of like veteran support, right? That is going to be required in this series because playing in a grand final is an incredibly different vibe from any other stage match and very different from playing at home.
It is indeed. And I think a really, really great point that Nikra brought up just a few minutes ago is, of course, also the format is different here on this event for all teams but the Asian teams.
Yeah, my bad, I'm throwing boys. Am I gonna stream Esports World Cup? Potentially, we'll see. It starts like smack dab in the middle of the week, which is not ideal for me, but I'll try. I'll try to maybe stream the later days of it.
Both of those teams again, or do you think Escort is gonna come in quicker?
I do think this gives more options for Crazy Raccoon since they pulled out the Route 66, which, yeah, they continue to play the Amalgam Mirror. I think that means there are still more bags, or more tricks rather, in the bag that Crazy Raccoon can bring. I mean, there's maps
in the back. That's where we're at now.
There's maps like Gibraltar that we haven't seen, and I think that is, I mean, we've seen a lot of dive out of Crazy Raccoon. I think that is the pinnacle of their style, their potential. You get
What's up, Mizu?
on the brig. I think that's where, especially the backline, really shines. But on a map like that, I don't think you'll see the Malga come out. I think Lip is going to have a lot easier time forcing the hit scan mirror. And historically, Falcons has lost against Crazy Raccoon when it comes to a pure hit scan mirror. Proper's flexibility is unmatched, but the raw hit scan performance, it's Lip who's been taking those championships. So honestly, I think there are still places that Crazy Raccoon can take us. I would love to see a Gibraltar come out. I'd love to see them, hey, let's try a dive mirror. Sure, your Malga's great. Maybe you can force us off the Cassidy, but can you win head-to-head in a dive mirror? So far, it's been Crazy Raccoon historically between these two teams.
Yeah, I agree with that. Gibraltar would be a lot of fun to watch between these two teams as well. Maybe we can spice it up and not see Lucio Kiriko as well.
I don't play D&D Vulcan.
It's a map that allows for some other support characters to be played as well. It would be a lot of fun, but it's almost like until we actually see one of these teams like heavily move away from the Malga composition, I really do feel like it's going to be two teams.
No, Dino.
It's honestly been a conversation within the community as well. We have a lot of content creation between coaches and players these days, and they've talked about how in Korea, there's a bit of a mentality that like, hey,
what's the point of these tournaments? Only two teams can ever win. Just get better.
Matchup, and we feel like if we make some minor adjustments, we can actually overcome the odds.
So is it a mind game then? Like the first team to switch off of the Malga kind of lost the mind battle?
Do you prefer to make broad stroke, major macro changes to the compositions where maybe you feel like a different tank hero could get a leg up? I feel like the meta's pretty much settled here, Jake. And so now it comes down to the micro adjustments. What are some micro adjustments we can make to overcome an opponent rather than just like start swinging and picking different characters? We're not going to see that.
I think it's a long series though, right? With 7 maps that could change things. And also, as much as, yes, the Asian teams, they're familiar with this format of the loser having total freedom about where to take the series next. To be honest, that should not matter. This is a format that heavily favors going long series. That means if you lose maps, you get a much bigger advantage coming back with the next pick. And so the fact that these teams have 3-0'd all of their other competition besides one another, to me, that just speaks to how far above the competition they are. I mean, there's the best possible chance for the team who loses map 1 to bring things back. No one has done it. Well, I mean, Ent's got a draw, but come on. I mean, the format for me should really help NA and EU. It should have helped these teams get maps, but it wasn't enough. I mean, there's a serious gap between the regions right now. There's a reason these are the two teams.
Surely we're almost ready.
Do you think
Surely.
Crazy Raccoon will come in major adjustments here, or will they just try to play the same thing? Because quite frankly, like the previous match was very, very close. Would it be too risky to actually take those bigger swings?
I mean, I think they're going to make the small adjustments first. I think that we saw Falcons have the edge, specifically with the Venture play, for example. The way they shifted their Venture play style, it was a little bit less all in, and they actually let Lip play that hit scan role, right, and extracting. They thought maybe like Lip won't get as much value on the Cassidy. Again, it's very map dependent. I think that this meta we've actually seen here at the OWCS Major, it's actually been one of the best metas we've ever had in Overwatch, up until it really settled here with Malga. A lot of different maps to go to if you want to play different styles. And it's really just these two teams that finally said, like, we really do think that the Malga composition is the best one. Neither of the North American or the EMEA teams, they really felt like they could match the Malga play. So now it's up to these two teams to maybe make some adjustments when it comes to different maps and stuff. But I feel like for the most part, we're just going to see more of the same on different map variations. It doesn't really matter, between the small differences between the maps. The large, broad strokes, yes, Circuit Real, Gibraltar, those are maps that really warrant some kind of different compositions. But for the most part, most maps in general, you can pull off the Maga Brawl.
It's something that Kasora said when he was on the desk here with us, that every region brought their own kind of flavor to this international tournament.
Yeah, it's all your fault, Math. True.
Clashing for the first time. What was your favorite flavor? Is it the Maga Comp? Do you think like this is peaking, or I mean, whether it's the best or not? Like that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking what entertains you. This one you have to answer with your heart. I know there's one in there.
The only thing I care about is winning, and that's what the competition is about,
okay,
right?
Jake,
That's what you come.
please.
I mean, this is harsh, but like this is the reality from playing professionally. It's like, you know, as much as fans want, oh, I want to see you play Ryan, Hottie. I'm proud actually of Space Station that they didn't do that, because for me that's giving up. That's accepting defeat. And that's the one thing I don't want to see a player do. I want to see these teams come out and give everything. For me, that is Overwatch. That's Overwatch 2 in particular. You have to constantly adapt. You have to be innovative. You have to adjust. Even within the Malga mirror, there are still small variations in terms of the picks. The Cassidy, the Baptiste, these heroes change everything. We saw a ton of Pharah in the comp, but it's been almost completely absent here in the winners finals, because these teams are continually trying to catch each other, trying to make these subtle changes that can really reshape how the game is played. And so I think through this grand final, it's Crazy Raccoon now who need to make some kind of change. For me, I feel that maybe that adaptation to allow Lip to be a little bit more free, a little bit more stable.
Oh my God, please.
Struggling to get impact. Maybe when you're over-focusing Lip, you let Heesang be free, and the responsive slowdown in the composition. I mean, without the Pharah spam, maybe you could slow it down.
You really didn't answer my question, though. I'm asking what
He did.
entertains
He said
you.
the Malga. The
So
Malga's
is it
winning.
the
We were on
Malga
good
Comp? You
pace,
think that is
man.
the
We were
most
on good
entertaining
pace to
and the
not
best
end too
comp?
late tonight, and now we get this.
I want to emphasize
And then I'm
when we
willing to
first saw
bet
the
there'll be like
Overwatch,
another
it was
pause, and it'll
both
go
like
7 maps, and I'll be here for the rest of my life.
It wasn't just a
EMP,
cage fight, yeah.
Reaper, cage fight, everyone's fully focused on the Maga. This comp, I think, is way more focused on the DPS and the supports. And Maga's coming in trying to get those stomps, land on backlines, break ults. I mean, there's been so many huge plays. It's a much more dynamic
Sounds good,
style of
Wookie.
Maga. For me, it's like a 180 from other types of Maga we've seen. I think a lot of fans watch, you just look at the tank, you think, okay, that's the style they're going to play. But at this level of Overwatch, I mean, there's
An
so
Eastern
many subtleties.
time zone.
Okay, what about you? What's got you entertained the last 3
I got a
days?
bit of a breather there. Got a moment to collect my thoughts while Jake was yapping around.
That was
about
like
the Maga
10
competition.
moments of thought picking.
Are there any Reinhardt fans in the building? Anyone want to see some
Okay,
Reinhardt being
dude.
played?
Oh, no,
There you
not
go.
from those
There you
two
go.
teams,
They want.
probably.
Okay, we're not gonna see Reinhardt being played. We're not gonna see the Reinhardt, Jake.
No, but like-
It's not happening. But I did. You know, the only viable counter really to the Maga we've seen so far has been ENCE. And they pulled out the Sigma. It was actually something you could pull out against the Maga, and they did a respectable job. But even that, like, you can't really get away playing the Sigma composition. So in my opinion, I mean, that would be equivalent to SSG pulling out the Reinhardt. That would be waving the white flag, like, we're pulling out the Sigma because we've lost answers. Like, we don't know how we're going to deal with the opponent's Maga composition. So we're going to go to Sigma. I think these two teams, they're way happier pulling out the small adjustments and maybe try to win the battle within the battle within the battle in these Maga mirror compositions.
4D underwater.
What do I
chess
think of the
being played
Falcons
on this
Maga
very
comp in
stage,
terms of
also known as
enjoyability?
Overwatch.
I do not like Maga.
yeah.
Just, you know,
He's
it's interesting
boring.
as it gets, really. You have the best
sure.
coaches in the world supporting these players, inspecting every detail and making small adjustments based on that. That's an incredible skill to have as coach, to be able to look at the
Let's vote for the
micro
MVP
adjustments,
right
small
now,
decisions
chat.
that really
Even though the
matter.
game hasn't even been
That's
played.
what we saw Falcons pull out in the winner bracket finals, because they made small venture playstyle adjustments with the Baptiste, and it made all the difference. That's credit to the coaching staff and the players for recognizing the smallest of details in a very chaotic and complex game like Overwatch.
And honestly, as much as the Maga mirror is almost certainly going to decide our champion here in Dallas, I do think there's a real window for Crazy Raccoon to bring out a Gibraltar, completely change the tempo of the series, maybe Circle Royale as well, because I think in order to bring out a new style, it might need to be a map pick that enables it. And as much as maybe like that, you could say that's a mental battle, you know, oh, like maybe you're giving up in the Maga mirror. I mean, come on, these players are vets. Like, I don't believe that that's going to completely set them on edge. We're talking about every map win counting. I mean, last series, it went to game 5. Maybe
Did you
a
just
different
drop
game
the
5
line?
could have
Every
changed
map matters.
I mean, when it's 3-2, it does.
That's a
3-0, maybe that one
7-year
doesn't matter.
throwback for
I got
everyone
another one.
who
I got
watched
another
the
one.
Overwatch
Fourth
League.
map. I got another one for you. Losing is learning, Jake. I don't know where Matt is, but if Matt was on the desk right now, he pulled
Matt?
out his learning card, and maybe that's why.
That's a good one. That's a good one. Like, put that one on the shirt.
Did he say
that
math?
one always works out. I do think there is a lot to be said, though, that there is so much nuance to the meta. There is an opportunity based on different maps and even different points in different maps to pull out different things. And that's what makes the meta, makes it look like this meta is in such a very good stage right now. So it's been actually really, really entertaining. And it also is an opportunity for so many different players to have those highlight reel performances. At the very end of the day, of course, we'll not just be crowning a champion, we also will be talking about the MVP. Has there been a player standing out to you the past 3 days where you feel like that's an easy one? This person obviously has to be in the MVP conversation.
I think it's fair to say that maybe the obvious candidate is Proper. I think he's the one that we talk about. He is the one that we focus on. But for me, I think one of the unique positions on, especially Team Falcons, is actually Stalker.
Yeah.
I think something I think it's really challenging to be the DPS following behind Proper, trying to match his tempo, because Proper, he's a very confident player. If he has a feeling like I have to play this hero, he's gonna bring it out, he's gonna play it. And so Stalker has to deal with that, has to flex around Proper, largely making those composition decisions. And so when Proper feels he has to play Tracer, Stalker maybe forced off his best hero. I oftentimes disagree with the way they do the hero assignments. I feel like maybe Stalker should be on Tracer, let Proper do something else, but he's got the read, he's got the confidence. Stalker's been the one to be so incredibly consistent. I think that was some of the, with Proper's initial season, some of their challenges were finding the ability to have both DPS find success, and it's been Stalker's incredible flexibility that has really shined on Falcons. In the past, I mean, he's been an absolutely monstrous performer on Tracer, one of the best in the world. But right now, this tournament, it's the flexibility, it's the depth. He's the one who is really holding these things together to allow Proper to shine as bright as he is.
Who is him for you, Reinforce?
Sorry, I also agree with Jake. I was gonna pick Stalker. I mean, we've seen some incredible Venture gameplay, and you know, with Venture being introduced to Overwatch, we came into this event and we asked ourselves, okay, how are we actually going to see Venture being played? Initially, you know, I think we're going to see more of like the Brawl, kind of like almost like a Reaper kind of play. You know, there were thoughts about maybe we'll see similar style to like Tracer, but it's almost been like a mix of that, where you can see you can go on these big flanks if you want. You know, you get pretty big ultimate value unless there's a shield in your way, for example. That's why we saw some teams, they countered Venture by playing Reinhardt early on.
Man, I'm having so much fun right now. Woo!
With that hero, right? But it's really come down
to technical delays, my favorite.
And you see a lot of teams, they're hesitant to engage when they see that Venture burrowing underground, because at any moment they can pop up, and you got that combo with the drill dash, you know, the primary fire. There are some nice combos you can pull off there where you actually have a lot of chunk damage in one small amount of time. And especially in a moment like this, you know, you have some of the best support players in the world. They're keeping their players topped up. The Venture comes in really handy when it comes down to chunking down small hero pools in a very...
We might need to at this rate, Penguin. We'll see.
Map presence, because no one wants to duel with the Venture. Really good dueler. And so at the same time, you got these instant winning conditions by just taking down a small character really quickly. And that has been key. So Stalker, I think he's done a phenomenal job on Venture, the new hero in Overwatch. So credit to him. And I think he's probably in the front runner here now for MVP, especially if we see more of that later on in the series, even though so far in Oasis, the short amount of time we've seen on Oasis a while ago, it was actually the Tracer that came in handy for both teams.
I mean, to be honest, every time Stalker goes Tracer, he just goes insane. I mean, he plays Venture all day. The team's like, okay, we need you to play Venture. Oh, okay, I'll play Venture. I'll do whatever the team needs. And then when he sees that little moment where it's like, oh, maybe I can Tracer now. And it's just off the blocks, hot. I mean, when I came out on Ilios, he was disgusting, man. He was lighting them up. And so for me, yeah, I can't wait to see more. I think there's potential for further adaptation in the series. We've seen Heesang bring out Pharah, Echo. If the Genji isn't working, if I think Falcons adaptations are paying off, as I agree with Johnny, I think they are, we could see another swap from Heesang, more challenges between the flex DPS players throughout the series.
Looking at Venture here as a hero generally, do you feel like other regions, other you know, Overwatch competitions and players in say competitions, maybe looking at this competition right here and feel like, okay, we're also going to start picking up Venture a lot more? Do you think that's where it's headed in all different regions, NA and EMEA as well?
I have no doubt. I think Venture is a really exciting hero to add.
No, Jeremy, I don't think so. Not any of the teams that are currently playing right now in this one.
Because they can contest angles that no one else can. They can hold the objective when your tank is busy, under pressure, you know, can't hold it down. Heroes like Tracer and Venture are very, very unique in how long they can continue to contest the space and continue to be effective on the objective. And honestly, for most people at home, you're playing Overwatch, people mostly focus on kills. They run into each other over and over again. But at this level, the objective is everything. There's so much of a dance subtly around the objective. Who can pressure the cart just a little bit more, force the enemy to come into you, creates a huge strategic lead.
Yeah, and also I think that, you know, it's worth mentioning as well that we're playing on before the latest hotfix patch with Venture, of course. So there's a slight change in the
Dude, they're standing up, they're leaving. Where are they going? No. Where are you guys going? Why is everyone leaving their chairs? They're all leaving. Oh my god. We're never gonna get through this freaking game, man.
It's so easy for you to brawl when you get
oh my god.
So you've already seen Venture being good, and now with a small buff to go with that as well, I have no doubt we'll see more. And you know, now we're going into June.
Kill us now, chat. This is
matches being played. And you know, if we don't see any major adjustments, you know, we got Season 11 on the horizon as well. So we're yet to see what that meta is going to bring, right? But
Calling All Heroes is also coming up again, so definitely make sure to follow that action.
Right?
Real and true. This is an L.
Yeah, let's hear it for Calling All Heroes. That's right. That's right.
So maybe some Venture.
Standing up for a second, chat. Hold on.
I certainly hope so. I mean, after the performance we've seen from both Falcons as well as Crazy Raccoon, I will be taking some notes there. Do you think teams in this part of the world have what it takes to execute it on the same level?
I think there definitely needs to be a seismic shift in the approach from North America. In the end, what I've heard from behind the scenes is that it was actually M80, it was actually Pelicans Pharah that was the really originator of the Mauga style, with Happy on the Cassidy, Pelican on the Pharah. They had a lot of success early in scrims. That convinced, you know, teams like Falcons and Crazy Raccoon to adopt the style as well.
What about your team, Jake? So you have matches coming up in the Faces League. Like, are you gonna take it into your strat books?
Yeah,
go back
absolutely.
To the team, convince everyone to play.
Absolutely, it's a great comp for us because we're just a YOLO team. You know, we show up on match day, we run it down. It's you know, it's not gonna look quite like Falcons, I gotta admit, but I think we can have some fun with the comp.
Falcon adjacent, like the pigeon version of it.
I mean, it's a fast, aggressive style,
That's why you face a team, pigeons.
The pigeons.
Fan favorites.
Honestly, though, Jack might be in on this one. No. Any pigeon enjoyers in the crowd? Yeah. Pigeon stomps rising.
That's why people are cheering for the Falcons. This is the bird teams.
Number one pigeons hater right there.
I don't know if you saw the Korean casters were very confused at why there was a lot of pigeons on the broadcast.
Oh, look at that sign! Look at the sign! Add more birds to Overwatch. Let's go!
Come on.
Listen. We mused about this the other day, actually. There's some really good ways we could maybe have some pigeon skins. Like, yes?
Skins?
Come on.
Pigeon skins?
Hear me out.
Let her cook.
We've fully lost it.
Let me cook. Listen, there was a fan that came up to us just at the end of yesterday that said we could have like a full Echo skin, but like a pigeon.
Oh, Echo actually does have a bird skin. Echo
Bird of
has a bird
Paradise.
skin.
Yeah.
There's Bird of Paradise. There's another one. I can't remember what the name of it is, but it's more of like that.
They're back, thank God.
That's a
yeah.
right.
Which is that suits that.
But does that mean we'll be playing a game soon?
Very bird.
I promise.
I'm telling you, the devs are listening.
They are listening.
Orisa has a griffin skin. That's a bird,
Oh
right?
yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Still not a real
Could
one.
make Orisa a pigeon.
Zen has Ra, not really kind of.
I mean,
a bird.
Sen's floating. He's as close to a bird as we can get.
Another free fan idea is make the Zen orbs just pigeons that you throw.
Wait, I like this. I like this.
Throwing pigeons?
This pause has got into our brains, bro. Like, what are we saying? Oh my god! I thought we were over this. I thought we lost all that. I mean.
Did we though?
Please,
Did we?
please
Or
get
are
back to the
we? Are we
stage.
just getting started? I feel like we're onto something good
They're
here.
getting on
no
stage.
Overwatch player called
Please
Pigeon.
get us in the game. Please.
We have Hawk, we've had Seagull. You know, why is no one called Pigeon? I don't get it.
I feel like everyone hates pigeons.
Yes.
Except the crowd. Except the crowd.
Yourself.
Thank you, Jay. Thank you.
Hey, listen,
just giving it 100.
there's 250 different types of pigeons in the world.
How do you
Surely
know that?
because I'm really into bird watching. I'm one of those people.
Definitely didn't Google that
bird
before the start of the
enthusiasts in chat. No, but like that's a lot of different pigeons to choose from. You can't tell me that you're hating 250 different species. Like
Yes.
that's
Yes,
ridiculous.
They're all pigeons. Like, there's what is the discernible
variations.
difference?
Did you pin the
Pigeons and
MVP
no
I'm not an
vote link?
ornithologist. I just don't want him to poop on my car.
Though.
Oh my god! Wait.
Look at them go.
Oh my god.
How did they keep
finding them? Seriously, how is that even possible?
They're everywhere.
They trolled
That's
us.
homework for the observers. They just go around every single map, finding every single possible pigeon. Like, I didn't realize.
That's what we're doing. Certainly this tournament, we had enough downtime to find all the pigeons on the map. But you know what? The wait is over. Let's get back into the action with our grand finals of the OWCS.
Thank God.
Thank you very much, Des. Legendary amount of fill time there as well. You're all superstars.
All right, game restarted. Here we
It's
go.
gonna be a full restart here as well. So a little bit more Overwatch for you.
We're at the grand finals here of the DreamHack Dallas Major. Might have had a little bit of a false start before, but we're still here for a good time. As both of these teams are ready to load back into the map. Let's count it down, and these gates will open.
Team Falcons and Crazy
This time he's saying get a rollout with a
Asia's number one
Farah.
and number 2 seed facing off yet again. It was the winners finals, and it was Falcons that punched their ticket to this very match in a 5-game affair. But this time around it is a first to 4, so we can go all the way to 7 maps. See Crazy Raccoon running out on the Farah and Cassidy.
If Falcons lose first fight, it's rigged. No, we'll just restart the map again. It's so simple.
The double flex DPS has been so
Make it
good
all
here.
even.
And the Venture able to get in really quick into the back line. Looking at Lip right now as the primary target for a lot of that damage, but he's saying it's going to make it very difficult to do that with all of this Pharaoh Rocket spam. The deflect from Proper's Genji can only last so long to help them get in.
Point catching up on Crazy Raccoons. You see how quickly they exited the points as soon as that went down.
Fielder is on the hunt. That's a dead Farah for sure, right?
Still managing to survive, but
Wow.
for much longer. Fielder on the flank.
The aggression from Fielder, and then he pays for it with his life.
Four Crazy Raccoons, same with Shio. They're going down.
This could be nasty from Stalker though. Stalker and Smurf. There you go.
It worked out really nice there for Crazy Raccoon too, because you know they were able to walk away with a decent bit of percentage there and still able to stall out the point for a little bit longer. But Team Falcons, they collapsed after they were trying to go after that Farah. He's saying now no longer on that hero choice, going to go over to the Tracer. A little bit more back to form for the Crazy Raccoon and how they like to be able to play this map comp.
There's a technical difficulty. They should settle it IRL. You know what? I'm down. Fist fight, cage match to the death.
That additional damage though. There's the tectonic shot, but oh dearie me. Stalker now buried 10 feet under, and Shu gets the kill, but it was enough damage for the rest of Team Falcons to run over the Crazy Raccoon. Oh, he's like, oh, doesn't quite get away either. Nice little stagger there. Team Falcons, they got a blade, they got a beat, and even that cage coming up too.
And this is where the power of the Team Falcons composition really comes into play, because you can look at that blade and you see 3 very big possibilities of how to be able to pair with that. Either the cage, you could just go for the general cardiac overdrive, or even just the sound barrier here. The Lip opens things up first.
That's a dead Cassidy. Why did he keep holding it, bro?
So much invested to try and kill the Cassidy, and still a blade available for Proper. Team Falcons only 50% over the finish line now. They're closing in on a victory for this first round. Very, very patient on their ultimates. Still got Cage and Blade. I mean, we've been seeing a lot of that in their series previous. He's staying in the back lines though, in enemy territory.
And even better though that combo has no sound barrier to answer it. It's going to be very lethal heading into potentially the final fight of this round.
Thank Costa Rico. No pulse bomb sadly, but there come the cages.
Chaos incoming.
Still got the pulse bomb. Well, could pull that at any moment here. Just wants to get out.
There's the blade.
I'd imagine. I don't think he even needed it, to be very honest with you. But with only 10% to go, you might as well throw everything in, especially if you can get these last final kills.
Should be Falcons taking round 1 anyway, so it doesn't matter in the end.
It doesn't matter when Proper's on the Genji. A couple of percentage points left. There's Junmin back on the Doomfist in a 1v4.
Just there to be able to stall for some time to allow for Heesang to come back.
Yeah, recall from Heesang as well. I mean, 5% maybe towards this post bomb, but it's going to have to net a large multi-kill for it to really be a difference maker. Smurf falls, who's also back on the Doomfist Fielder in a little bit of trouble. Easy lamp though, and there's the tectonic shot to end it all.
First round, very cleanly going over to that Genji and Venture comp. called out such patience when it came down to when to use that blade, what to pair with it to make it as lethal as possible. And in the end, Proper just doing proper things. But as we head over to City Center, this is where maybe potentially we get a chance to see some Winston if you want to take advantage of that verticality, but not a necessity. You have that elevator to help you go up to that high ground, and you can just go with the Mauga all the same.
How's it going? Yeah, don't believe the bait there. Wait.
What? Roadhog? In our grand final server?
Hog?
Junbin has left.
Junbin's playing Hog against Mauga.
Versus the Mauga.
Maybe Roadhog even versus
Probably Bap Jogo.
Right. That burrow has a little bit of a cast time. Of course, you literally have to dig. Well, there's one hook at least. Now the Hog quite vulnerable. And a large meat wall as well. As another free ult charge. Nice hook, but just displaced there as well. Such an important tool is that Lucio booping the Hog when the hook lands, so they can't get the insta-kill onto somebody. They don't want to step up to live. They're trying to focus.
Is this the secret weapon we never knew? The Junbin Hog? The Jog?
Just kind of peppering away from this high ground. Point has unlocked for quite some time at this point. Stalker relying on these heals and these shielding you get as well for using your ability to stay alive on the point. No cap coming through just yet. Jumpin's back in the fight. Finally, Falcons, they managed to get there in the end. And with the pulse bomb in hand, Proper.
Yeah, no, this ain't it.
There's so much investment going into keeping Lip alive on this Cassidy that the rest of those boosters are not available to help keep this front line all topped off. And so Team Falcons, they keep finding their target onto these DPS players.
Can't believe Junbin's playing Hog, man. It's a dream come true.
Rush to help them get back into this, but Team Falcons still have control of this point.
Yeah, it's really hard to get the Hog off of the point, but when you don't have it, the Hog just kind of sits there. You're looking for hooks. That's the only thing you're trying to
There
get
we go.
in
There we go. Lip, cook. Cook.
Oh, okay, Lip. Taking matters into his own hands.
Dude, I will die laughing if they win around with Hog.
Just clears the back line. Team Falcons just fell over.
Without using anything though. So maybe just being able to take that fight as an L, come back in, and they're going to come back even stronger. They have a sound barrier match that of Chorongs. They're also going to have this cage.
You're gonna do something you usually don't do. Oh boy.
Kind of away from that damage. City Center a little bit more territory for you to play around the architecture of the map, but still, so much damage can come out of all of these ultimates that Team Falcons are packing.
You have to play really split too. You don't want to just line up for that venture ult to just destroy your team. Oh,
Yo, Junbin, let's go! The ultimate counter to Proper. Hog.
Shot used by Stalker. Didn't find much purchase with it. Used the Drow Dash to get back to the rest of his team. Jumping on the flank. Spots Stalker out. Oh, hooks the wrong target. Still got the ultimate though.
Yes, get him now! Yes! Let's go!
Big Ben on the point as well.
Oh my god, he's cracked, Junbin! Let's go! Hog is the answer! Let's go! Oh! Junbin! Junbin! What a Chad! No way! He just fell for the oldest trick in the book.
Cage fight.
There's no way, dude. They're getting a little silly with it.
Proper deflect. Got a skull on his head. Dashes back to spawn. Buying time though. 80% on board for Raccoon.
Stalker just switched over to the Tracer. Maybe a little bit more pressure there for the Tracer and the Genji together. A little bit easier to slip out of the hook. So let's come back into this. Final fight potentially here for Crazy Raccoon.
Page the Smurf as well. Koozie locked down. Crazy Raccoon then normally quite...
Junbin's winning the mental warfare real.
To then kind of get on top of.
Our Smurf has ult here though. Surely they win this one. Surely. No, the hook! The hook! Wait! Cook! Cook, Junbin, cook! He can't be stopped! Who is this guy? Junbin on Hog. Let's go!
On a grand final stage, no less.
I think the answer is just run.
I don't think the Desper expected this either. Jake talking the big game with the Mauga.
Well, you
With
were
the hog from Jumbin.
Even in spot.
Dude, please keep playing Hog. I'm begging you. Please keep playing Hog.
That's the tip number 1. When they're in spawn, don't get baited. I got baited because it's stuck in the hog.
The whole round 2. It's so
I cannot believe they're playing Roadhog, man. They played Hog, and they won a round. The honest Overwatch wins again.
out of the way, like Stalker or Proper, line it up.
Dude, Junbin actually cooked.
But it's back to basics, back to the Malga for both of these teams. He's saying coming out on the Pharah once again. So many sight lines for him to play through with all of his rocket spam.
Yeah, not normally a farm at this one. Although when you do have control, you're looking at 2
Roadhog is very honest in this situation because screw Malga, man. It's Hog is more honest than Malga.
That hit scan can be terrifying.
Easily.
Fielder really shooting up at the skies at Isang.
Proper taking the high ground. Creating a pincer a little bit with Stalker. That's going to be taking the flank.
So low with this mini health pack room. Oh, Geo, not where you want to be. Nice direct by Hisang there, taking care of the
Bro,
Lucio.
the thing that might spark plug them winning this freaking map is Hog, of all things. Man.
So much damage for he's saying that barrage is going to be coming up.
Yeah, exactly. Hog's very honest in pro play, because who in the hell plays Hog?
Maybe Falcons even take a misstep, go into one of these small rooms, and that barrage is going to be even better. But with Shu also going to be able to have that Kitsune rush, it's going to be a world of hurt for the Falcons coming up soon.
Save the fire low enough as well. Throw that Suzu in. Well, here comes the cardiac overdrive. Just going to trade that cooldown at least for the time being. Window used. There's the barrage.
Barrage is big.
Decimates Fielder.
Got the BAP.
Here comes the charge.
Big slam. Jumbin's having a map here, boys.
Double charge kill. And crazy Raccoon right now sitting on a beat cage coming up, as well as that Deadeye. I mean, look at Proper's ult charge. Only 70% towards that blade.
Not close enough. You're hoping maybe to light it up with something like Smurf's Cage, but
And they're going quick. What a roll there from Lip, and he rolled the wrong way. Beat comes in from Crazy Raccoon.
Alright, they got one this time. That's theirs.
No shields are going to hide behind. But again, it's just chaos. Absolute chaos, but it's this time the Falcons are going to come out on top. Everybody kind of lining up there. It's an easy ult from Stalker. The AoE damage is just immense.
Exactly, and there's no shield to be able to block that damage either, so you know it's always going to be able to hit its mark as long as everybody is within your line of sight. But as you called out the blade not being online before, Proper and Smurf, they get a chance to potentially put this blade and cage together. They'll keep control of this point.
Proper peeking his little head in there. Here comes
Oh, it's kind of a dirty ult.
with the blade. Might not even need to use it, especially if he's
Just die. Yeah.
Onto Jumbin there. Saving the Ultimus. It's exactly what you want. And a little stagger on Lip. Won't be for long. Edge. Right.
Even better about the flexibility that you can have with this composition. You use the cage, you know you've won the fight. Now you get to save the blade on top of something like that cardiac overdrive from the Malga. Make that Genji really unkillable if you're able to actually land all of that damage. Crazy Raccoon, they've got a cage up their sleeves too. And almost a barrage.
Proper's pulled the blade. Oh, we can't quite get the far though. He's like dashing out of the way. Cage coming through as they spot Stalker on an off angle. An easy insta-kill on the Venture. Can't quite get the heels in there. Barrage from Hisang. He spotted the backline. He spotted an
Fielder's isolated here.
He's actually just going to put pressure on the point here and just try and get Fielder out of this fight. But it is Proper that's doing
He lives! Oh, I don't know why he went back that way.
dead. It's a train to kill here, but Falcons, they've still got control of the points. A dash away from Proper as he sees the fight. He's quite unwinnable, especially with Jumbin on the point. And now they have to walk into a beat and a barrage coming here for Crazy Raccoon.
And with no beat of their own just yet, even if you do, you're just going to have so much damage coming out from the barrage. You might even be able to just deal all that damage through all of that overhealth. So Gio's going to have to work up to this sound barrier very quickly. Might even be on Stalker to try to open up this next fight. Iconic shock, looking at that backline.
Yeah, that was funny. Like, he lives, and like a moment later he died.
That backline, everybody scattering.
Good work. No one dies to that, hopefully.
And there's the high noon from Lip.
Cholrong could have damn near Ajax there. That was terrifying.
They have to deal with the lamb, but he's still going to take down. He's 99% for Crazy Raccoon, but it is Falcons.
Evened up, 1 fight to go here. A stagger here is going to be very bad.
Could have been the map, could have been.
Yep, that's really, really bad. Despite it all, looks like Falcons may just be walking away with this map anyway.
For Falcons now, they've got the amplification matrix, be able to open up this next fight with, and they've got the cage and the blade.
Yeah, look, Crazy Raccoon has talked over their DPS as well. Tracer and the Venture. Isang popping up, but they're solo health. Lips on the point, pressuring. Can't be too much of a factor in this fight.
Oh, Blade might just seal it here.
He's already taking care of Shu. He's got the front line in his sights now. A nice little deflect.
The final slash. He's alive.
He manages to scurry away, and now he's only got to deal with this.
Oh, wait, they flipped. Wait, he's saying.
Crazy Raccoon. They still got control of the point, but for how much longer is Venture?
Oh, Stalker.
Team Falcons.
He's got reinforcements coming too. Oh, the counter from Junbin. Wait, big old hair from Stalker. Oh, he died. Shu with the headshot. This is crazy. Shu with 2. Shu finds 2. Chiu almost has beat. He's gonna get beat, but it may not matter in the end. Oh my god, they turn it. Holy. Wow. He's saying with the clutch on Venture to turn that, bro. Woo! What a map.
So much DPS.
Dang. Roadhog is the reason they won. Just remember, chat, that spark plugged their run. Hog is the reason they won. I will not hear otherwise.
Roadhog, anyone? And they made it work. Like, honestly, Team Falcons struggled. They had no idea how to deal with that. Surely
I'm in disbelief that this is my life, chat. You know that LeBron meme? Can't believe this is my life. That's me right now, because I got to see Hog in Hog 1. What a day. What a day to be alive. Roadhog of all things, get you back into a series.
What a performance from him to open up the series. 1-0 for Crazy Raccoon, equalizing any disadvantage they might have had coming from the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, this is an incredible pocket pick to bring out to Roadhog. It's a hero we haven't seen all tournament long, and made some incredible plays. Like that Roadhog right there, and then going towards spawn, hitting the
good guys win again. Yeah, the honest Overwatch wins out. Smurf's like, what are you doing here? Like, why are you going for plat brain plays right now? God, look at this based honest gameplay. Oh, it's gone now. Well, it's good while it lasted.
I mean, we got to university, and again, it was the far up pick this time from Hisang that really changed things up. Proper, you know, we had a pretty.
Why are we sure?
But I really do feel like.
Can we get some more Hog highlights?
I mean, how do you really react to this far as well? I feel like that map in particular, Crazy Raccoon, they brought 2
Which OWCS team has the best name?
To mess things up, and now again, if you're Falcons, even though you can't pull off some spectacular plays, you're on the back foot, and now it's on you. Now it's back in your court to figure out.
Maybe Crazy Raccoon. I think that's pretty good.
I think the most important thing for Falcons is actually not to overreact. I mean, the Roadhog is a very special pocket pick for a certain map. It's a great surprise. I don't think it's going to last the test of the series. And I think as well, the Far Cassidy, very, very strong comp, but also needs a certain map type where you can get on top of the Batiste. And I mean, honestly, I think Crazy Raccoons was
cannot get more even than that. 47 to 48. Wow.
To be able to win the map once. So if I'm Falcons, most important thing.
The difference between Plat and GM plays if it works out. Nice.
I think for the most part, it was an execution here. Just a masterful performance. And interesting, Falcons.
Hence, because the songs in your head won't go away. You know what? Fair. A new Junk City pick. All right. Here we go.
And raise you a flashpoint.
I mean, quite
the chaos is going to continue from control to flashpoint.
Face off against each
man,
other
oh man.
In the upper bracket. They also played on Oasis, and Raccoon actively tried to avoid that marker mirror. Now they're taking the lead in this series. Let's see if they can do it again on map number 2.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, we're going on to New Junk City. To a little rubber ducky.
Another bird the observers have had lined up for this. Yeah.
Well, I think in the new 5CP game mode, it's all right.
That's what they're forcing them into here, it feels like.
Sure, Thomas, but that's irrelevant with this game. Sure, I'm vibing with the double monitor setup, playing and watching stream. Nice.
Lineup that have given both of these teams their identity when it comes to this Malga mirror. Team Falcons once again coming out of the gates with the Genji and the Venture, and Crazy Raccoon. He's saying with an extra performance on that Venture, opts to go to the Genji for this time around.
Yeah, I love the double flex.
Agreed, Keon.
Especially when you're going against something that doesn't have shielding.
It's not anything special, in my opinion.
Cardiac overdrive too. Everybody's kind of grouped up. You either disengage and re-engage with the.
Also, only have a small sample size to work with.
Backline too. So Stalker in the mid ends up hitting the burrow. Still got a Druid Ash, I would imagine.
Junbin got destroyed. Where's Bro's health bar?
Pushing people away out of position completely, away from your team. And Stalker is just giving us a masterclass on this pick as well. It's about time we saw some Venture at the highest levels of Overwatch. And Stalker is just making this pick look honestly broken.
Very, very broken indeed. Whether it is going to be those trill runs or anything else coming at you, this Avenger has looked so good. And in fact, did enough damage. We might see this Tectonic Shock up and ready to go for this next fight. This is going to be the first to an ult, though. All of that harassment on the Tracer into the back line is netted in a pulse bomb. And he's looking for somebody. Fielder, maybe.
He's got his eyes firmly set on Chorong there. Oh, there's the
I don't think the point ticks too quickly in this game mode. I think it's chill how it is.
Like, you can reflect, sure, but when Venture uses their abilities, like you're gaining the shield, so that Genji 1v1 can be very tough for you.
Pushes back Crazy Raccoon, so they have to try to figure out a different way to attack this. Maybe taking a bit of a split push here as you see Chorong.
I think having it be fast is kind of what the appeal of the game mode is for me.
Well, this is a Tectonic Shot, like I said, no shield. No problem for Stalker. It's the burrow. A lot of damage down there. Chorong almost getting insta-kill. Here comes OT. Crazy Raccoon need to be able to get in here ASAP. Oh, they look at that damage.
Dude, Junbin is getting hard focused. They have to touch. Okay, they do. Junbin had no chance that round.
Can he do it again? There's one kill onto Chio. Dashes straight through Smurf. Assisting on the kill onto Stalker. Crazy Raccoon in the Chaos managed to find the cap as well, but Robert is still alive and still taking names with him.
We need some adjustments here from Crazy Raccoon in their approach. Junbin is getting that smoke.
They have to invest so much, though, in order to get that flip in their favor. Junbin gonna have the cage very soon. Not a whole lot to be able to pair with that just yet, but the Cardiac Overdrive can help ensure that that damage can come through from both Lip and he's saying, Team Falcons, they want to push their advantage, knowing they have the cage laid themselves.
Oh, almost waiting for Junbin there. Here comes
Proper as Blade.
Everybody caught on these stairs. That's a lot of AoE damage from this Blade.
Swing and a swing.
If he's doing damage like this, in all honesty. Junbin, he sank down. It's a 4-on-3 right now. Shu trying desperately to heal themselves up just with that aura healing from Lucio. Proper pretty low too, calling for heal, shouting for it. Crazy Raccoon almost in 90% territory, but it's Team Falcons that find this flip. Who is there to touch? Looking like it's going to be Lip for the pulse bomb in 4
Another
seconds.
touch though. Didn't get it.
Can't get there. Stalker's able to push him back, take him out.
I don't think it would have mattered anyway though.
It's going to go over to Team Falcons. They get set up for the other one. But Falcons looking to try to finish up any other kills that they can before they make their way over there.
I do not have a community Discord, no.
That recontest. Refinery now.
A lot of the time you're seeing the bat team.
Junbin plays Winston for Team Raccoon.
Kind of countered the bat of the lamp, right? You just use the Druid Dash on the bat, push him out of the lamp. Any kind of displacement is so powerful when a micro overstep can cost you a life and can cost you the game. Rush on the point, instant Suzu onto Junbin to keep him alive, but here comes the Tectonic Shot onto the points. Trying to just rain hell. Forces Lip to hit the recall though, but both sound
Yeah, Fearless retired. Again, Junbin I feel like is just... Okay, this time he's nice and healthy. Lip with little Tracer pop-off.
Keep Lip and Junbin alive, and it is Lip just throwing clips into the back of Team Falcons there. They find the team kill and the point.
That's why Lip is one of the best. Didn't even need to invest the pulse bomb into that fight in order to flip it back over into Crazy Raccoon's bench. He's gonna have the blade for this next one too. So just a lot of damage output that Crazy Raccoon can rely upon. just get this next flashpoint, keep themselves in this map, and look at Lip hunting in the back. Spots out that Baptiste.
Builder high in the sky, spots him now. Hits the regeneration from the first almost instantly there. Doesn't want to get one clip. Gotta be careful now though with this blade.
Oh, the swing gets 2 from Heesang.
I mean, what can you do when your backline instantly die like that? Crazy Raccoon with another team kill back to back now.
They wouldn't. I was gonna say they're playing a Moira. Surely not.
Fielder play a little bit of mystery heroes here.
It's the spawn tech when you jump on the Moira, go to the front of the spawn, switch.
Do I care about Overwatch politics? Not really.
The doors are incredibly small, but saves a couple of seconds, and a couple of seconds you need with only a couple of percentage points left before Crazy Raccoon take this.
I think both have their appeals. Dude, Lip's kind of going on a tear right now. And as I say that, he gets drilled. Yep. Classic ATP curse.
Caught off guard, that's going to net. Team Falcons re-control of this point. Look what they have to work with too. Smart choice for Fielder to switch off to that piece of the Kiriko.
We are fighting out here apparently.
Just coming in, blades, everything thrown in on top. It's all onto Proper now to try and just find the kills, but it's so easy when everybody's grouped up like that.
Very important to note is Choron committed beat there, which is not the best.
Raccoons here, overextending almost a little bit, but as soon as they lay down that cage, they know they've got that big combo to back them up. It's an easy win.
That's the type of aggression you should expect to see from these Korean teams, though, and why they've been so dominant in all of these matches so far at DreamHack Dallas. And they're going to keep trying to push the envelope when it comes to how to set the pace of these fights. As Lip now still hunting for a target for this pulse.
Trying to force Proper to use anything here, dash shade, reflect, literally anything. A deflect would be nice. Suzu comes in.
It should be the round for Falcons. I don't see why it wouldn't be.
Smurf hunting, searching for targets. Team Falcons, they're in a good spot to actually just take this point. They charge into the backline for Smurf. Cardiac overdrive up and available, but here comes the blade.
They're going for it. The blade is not good.
Oh, and he wins it. And of course he wins it. Team Falcons.
One more round for Falcons. We can even up the series super quick.
Away from tying the series up.
They have just been on a roll when it's come down to this Genji and Venture comp. Knowing how to really get the better of Crazy Raccoon and
He's saying going to Echo, huh?
He's saying, thinking about the Echo to attack this next one. Going over to Ducks. A little bit more area that you can play around here with this Echo, but you're hoping that the sticky bomb could be enough to maybe pull this Smurf down with this high health pool.
Yeah, I mean, you can pop with the enemy Malga too if you really want to. Get the double cage going. Double cardiac overdrive, instant value, very, very strong. Not many shields to kind of work around.
Kind of melting Smurf. Wow. Heavy pressure with the stickies.
Everything thrown in.
Very nice.
Like cardiac overdrive just to try and keep himself up. No shields. And there's a big target for Echo to fire those stickies in, and that beam to shreds any large HP bar. Oh, Chio. Gonna get
Dude, they want that kill so bad.
Echo is not bad into the Malga, and it's not bad to be able to clean up and even squishy your pick for the rest of the team. You just say like one-shot potential if you put that combo together in just the right way.
He's saying farmed quick. Got the copy for this next fight. Really, really important.
Kit is online for Heesang. Not only duplicate the Malga if you want to, but there's also the bench.
Could go double Malga.
To start this fight off. One more go of it. All right.
Stalker doesn't get much there.
Does force Jim to use that cardiac overdrive as they thought Team Falcons were gonna just push onto their front line. However, with this duplication,
Fielder coming with a okay.
Chorong is dead again. Second time that he's been picked off first in a team fight, and now Proper pulls the blade, and clean up ensues. That duplication's got no say in this fight.
Team Falcons backed up too when they saw that.
Again, ult usage from Falcons just a bit cleaner overall.
Let that ultimate go through and then came back in with a vengeance. And they are so close to being able to get this map victory and tie up the series. Might be off the back of this cage plus Kitsune run combo. And Crazy Raccoon still have so much fight in them with the sound barrier.
Well, there is a response, and that's the beat, and Jumpin needs it right here, right now, but he's not going to get it. Such a good cage from Smurf, and a little stagger too. Pretty hard to stagger the Lucio, but you can take any percentage points you can get Good cage from Smurf, and like you said, layered it with that Kitsune rush. Additional healing, attack speed, literally everything, right?
So much extra damage, and you've trapped everybody in there with you. You can't back away from any of that. But Jorong critically holding on to the sound barrier in that last engagement means that Crazy Raccoon still have a fighting chance into this next one.
And they're going to push in again.
Beat.
Going to push way past the point itself and trying to make them force.
They get a point flip? They do. Can he saying live? He can. He gets out of there. I mean, that kind of works. Okay. Oh my lord.
Brings Hisu back down with him. Stalker ends up getting focused down. Chorong and Shu.
Smurf's still kind of healthy here, though. The slam.
Now Smurf joins the fray as well. Physical cardiac overdrive's only 3
Okay,
seconds before it
not
came
dead
back up,
yet.
And that would be crazy for two taking that point.
The reverse flashpoint sweep, does it start here?
New Junk City is a very cursed map.
Crazy Raccoon.
I've seen a lot of reverse
With that
sweeps within this map
Now
happen.
get a chance to rotate over to another one with this rush in their pocket, the duplicate coming up soon too. Easy way for them to be able to get into the mix, but this proper blade. This sound barrier from Chio. Team Falcons have a lot of answers to what Crazy Raccoon want to throw at them, and taking control of this flashpoint is so important.
Rush, Suzu, instantly jumping.
We are in there, oh my.
100% HP. Nice move onto Stalker there, pushing him past the doorway.
Crazy Raccoon's starting to lock in a bit here.
No, that burn damage. Follow him to the spawn. There you go, there's the point.
Lips doing God's work on Tracer. He's saying from the sky has been an issue. Fielder having maybe a bit less of an impact compared to the previous series, which is also really important. To see him do some crazy stuff again. You gotta kill this. Dude, what a boot by Chorong. Doesn't matter though.
A lot of the health to actually slash through, but he does a damn good job of it.
The dupe onto Lucio, Omega lol.
Free sound barrier? No, not to be. Focused. Crazy Raccoons. I think they almost disengaged from that entire thing, but Team Falcons are able to hound them down and proper manage to isolate jump in. As soon as that Malga falls, I mean, that cardiac overdrive, that sustained to keep you in the fight, just non-existent.
Yeah, but as soon as you saw Crazy Raccoon try to back up after overextending, Team Falcons, they pounced on that with that sound barrier. It gave them plenty of overhealth to just take that aggression to the flashpoint to get this control. Cage now, no blade, but this pulse bomb, this rush. We've seen this combo work before, and Crazy Raccoon are gonna have it too.
Double cage coming in, everybody grouped up. The sound barrier is going to help Crazy Raccoon survive, but unfortunately Jumpin, I don't think received any of that. All the focus was just that good from Team Falcons. A charge onto the point and boom, smack down, straight on top of Chorong. Easy captain guns there from Smurf to finish him off. Falcons in a very strong position now to take this map. Late kill onto Lip maybe. Oh, 1 HP. Oh,
damn, what a deflect.
One final shuriken.
Really big though now because
Come back looking like it's not meant to be here. Touching on, oh yeah, that's bad. They're on ball now, they're cooked.
Gets the touch, but yeah, look at the rest of his team. Look at the health bars just trickling down. Shu and Chorong just being isolated. There's no front line to kind of play around. I mean, that's just about it. Team Falcons, they're gonna
tie game.
Crazy Raccoons in a very one-sided flashpoint.
Very one-sided indeed. We might just have a series on our hands, Jaws. I know a lot of people wondering whether or not we might have a bit more of a one-sided affair coming out from Team Falcons, but I think that map might tell us a different story. The team's very much still here to play for this grand final title.
It is now a 1 apiece.
Yeah, ult usage was definitely more disciplined out of Falcons on that round.
On both of those sides, an incredible brawl we've seen there from Team Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, Jake, we were both like amazed at this map pick because it really allowed the Falcons come in and play more venture here, right? So, and it put Lip in that pretty awkward position playing the Tracer. So, just an incredible map pick. Just when you think the coaches can't like out-strategize anymore, they bring it here, Jake.
You know, I think we've talked about how, okay, you don't want to pick Flashpoint first because these maps are so similar. Well, one place in which they're not similar at all is actually just the power of hit scan. Suravasa has a lot more open points with high ground positions available for the hit scan. New Junk City has very few strong hit scan positions, especially that first point mid-fight. I mean, you're just so close range. It's really one of the best venture maps, I think, in the pool right now. So not only do you deny Suravasa, been a consistent thorn in the side of Falcons, but you bring it to a map that already off the rip, Crazy Raccoon don't even attempt to play it again. They know it's not possible. They know it's not realistic. And honestly, a map like that is one that is going to be showing why Crazy Raccoon...
Oh yeah, no, you're done, dude. You're done for.
Yeah, and this is now going
No
to be
sleep to be had.
Through this series, where we're seeing Crazy Raccoons, they maybe want to shy away from that really brawl-heavy close-range stuff, where you're seeing Falcons. They like to play a lot of Venture and Genji because that aids like this really close combat, right? And a new map like New Junk City, you get a lot of value out of those characters. But even going back to Oasis University, we saw Farah come out of Heesang, for example. Suddenly now you're seeing a team like Crazy Raccoon. They want to play far back. They want to play a Cassidy, create some distance to the Mauga. They want to play a Farah, obviously using verticality to create distance from that Mauga. And instead, you're using your Mauga to sit back and maybe have some sustain with the cardiac overdrive. And now, of course, when we went to a map like New Junk City, for example, that is when Proper on the Genji and Stalker on the Venture, they can just maximize the value they're getting in these really close corridors. And if you're a Lip, you're forced over to this Tracer, like Jake just covered here, of course, like you're playing this Tracer and you can't really get close into these fights. There were multiple points here where
Toronto Defiant are Twisted Minds pre-implosion. I don't know, it's close. I might say Twisted, but like, I don't know, probably Twisted Minds.
Over to the Kiriko instead of the Baptiste. It's a much harder time to dive with these heroes. So brilliant map pick, and I think now we're starting to see two distinguished styles where Falcons, they want to engage close combat with brawl heroes like Genji and Venture, which we already knew, but now also Heesang, you know, shying away from this, wanted to play more like Echo, Farah, and then Lip maybe wanted to sit more on Cassidy where map allows him to.
Yeah, I think Lip's a great Tracer player, but this just shows how difficult the hero is to leverage in the matchup. With the Genji Venture, I feel, I mean, Tracer's great at pulling out resources, backing away, pulling out resources, backing away. But, I mean, Genji and Venture are so effective at sort of sub-tanking for the backline. I love this pick, though.
That's finally you get
Here
to
we
see
go.
it. That's exactly what you wanted to see. Are we expecting the dive to come out of Crazy Raccoon now?
I think this is going to be a Winston dive. This is a map where
Gibraltar, ayo.
to make the Maga work. So much extreme
Monkey,
so high that
monkey.
going to be able to get there without using the dash. So this is I love this pick from Crazy Raccoon. I'm worried though because in a long series we will be coming back to Maga comps.
We will, but for now, we're heading over to Gibraltar. Some Winton action in the books for us. Let's see what the teams have
Please
in store
play
for us
Winton.
as we're heading onto map number
I beg.
3.
Thank you very much, Zoe. And oh boy, am I happy to load into this map. A little bit of classic Korean dive.
Yes.
And a whole lot of Winton, I got a feeling.
We were hoping we'd get a chance to see some Winton from these teams. And it's going to feel so good to see Smurf on one of his signature hero picks. Smurf so well known for that Winston play, and even when this Winston has gotten a little bit of a rebuff, you know, a little bit of a rework, still so good with it.
We're returning to Monkey, and I'm all for it. Proper's gonna play a Widow here as well. Okay.
Spawn Proper on the Widowmaker.
Proper versus Lip in the Widow 1v1.
Maybe in for a treat.
We'll have to wait and see. Crazy.
Oh my god, the Widow duel? The Widow ego duel?
Lip locking the Widow. Oasis is
Or is he going back to spawn? Let's see.
Brig on a backline. Classic.
He's staying.
Here for Falcons with the Tracer and the Winston. Echo here from Crazy Raccoon.
Not a bad pick to
You
try
know,
to get
both
around
teams love dives, so I'm sure they're both very fine with playing this.
Keep your head out if you're Heesang, could just come clean off.
Now imagine Proper's just taking the classic Widow angle, just under the car wash here. Use the grapple to get away. Lip taking the high ground now, looking at blue box.
Hoping that Proper's going to be right there.
Yeah, there's no way. It's hard to hold blue box if you Widow if you don't have like very forward front line, back line as well. You have to have your support like right on top pretty much.
A lot of progress being given up here by Falcons. They're up through the underpass, through the car wash.
Now, Crazy Raccoon making the way up.
Pulling with Smurf right now on that Winston to take control of this high ground. He pops his head back up to try to deal with this back line.
Can't really capitalize on that sleep that much, can they? Oh, the anti! Can they? They can't get him. 47 HP in a dream. She wants this kill! It doesn't matter, though.
Didn't expect that one.
Not every day you see an Ana take out a Winston, that's for sure. But the cart stops there for Crazy Raccoon. They have to go
GG
back
with
to
sweep
the
proper here. That's
bomb
facts.
Options. Stalker has a pulse bomb already. Both of these Winstons having primal rage means that things can get a little bit chaotic in this next fight. But Fielder first to Nano.
Good pick from Lip. Sights in 10%.
Lip diff.
Pop a little bit further behind here. He's trying to take control of Blue Box. And sent towards the duplication as well. Smurf's got a primal rage to kind of fall back on here, but doesn't want to use it right now.
Nice nano monkey. Oh, he got woken up. That's tragic.
A little bit of a, oh, counter measure there. But oh, it's just Stalker. It's all
That's a bad nano. Somehow Charon got a kill. It just does not matter.
Not sure you're going to live to see another day.
Man. Again, really rough ult usage from Crazy Raccoon.
Wow, just picture perfect almost. Really, one of the reasons why Korea has been so good at these dive competitions, they've got really good opposition to practice them into as well. The Crazy Raccoon having
Again,
so much
Lip.
trouble to get through it.
Big opening
Lip
there.
is going to be able to open up with another pick.
Double sights, but Lip in a better position right now.
Primal. Oh, no, Lip.
Look at disappointment in Lip's face there.
Primal still available for both monkeys. Winton.
Little does he know, a primal rage is in the near future for this Winston.
Good sleep. Oh my god, he's dead.
Oh, Jumping does not get out of there alive. 4 players just jumping on that Winston. Even the rally was popped there for the bash. Player everything thrown in to make sure Jumping
Winton
down proper. Unfortunately, probably does fall in the end, however. And he sang with the duplication. Here comes the later rally from Crazy Raccoon. And now with a nice position there from Shu, sitting in server room. There's basically free reign over this point now. Smurf.
Alright, they got it. That was a little scary. Scary hours, but
Very late rally there from Chong, ends up winning the
we in there. Now the question will be, is proper down on Widow? Probably.
Extra bit of sustain enough to be able to keep Crazy
Damn,
Raccoon
Fielder
alive.
heating up.
Nobody does
Oh no, Proper's gonna stay on Widow.
Tracks for just a little bit, but yeah, this duel between Fielder
Bro
and
does not
Sugar
care.
and Anas, so clinical to be able to use these sleeps, use those nades, finish up all of these picks.
Wow.
And the pulse.
What was that? Not even a flinch on his face.
These Anas are popping the hell off. Gotta say.
The backline for Team Falcons collapsed on.
That nano went kind of hard from Junbin though.
That's fine, don't worry. We've got another hard carry on the team too. The Stalker chasing down Junbin. It will be Smurf finishing him off.
Just over 2 minutes for Crazy Raccoon.
True Evan, so real for that.
Stalker and Proper keep playing like that. I don't know if they're going to be able to get through this hangar. Ship control going their way. Proper with the sights can help to stall them for a little bit more.
Wipe them off the payload.
Oh, risky stuff there. Shoran getting body shot. Helped with the kill.
Another sleep,
Sad
dude.
looking bubble for Junbin. Just lays
Fielder is being a pest right now with these sleeps.
Crazy Raccoon just wiped, and yeah, Junbin resetting. Minute and 50 seconds to go.
Okay, Vulcan.
Just horrible for Crazy Raccoons to attack. It's such a tough point, even with the recent changes.
Yeah,
Not so recent.
and Lip doesn't feel comfortable being able to take that Widowmaker duel either. Switch over to the Cassidy just a team fight ago. Has the Deadeye to help a little bit here, but it's going to be so tough to actually try to get up close and personal to the rest of this team, since Cassidy would prefer a little bit shorter range than this Widowmaker.
Oh, Fielder with a narrowly missed sleep. Fortunately ended up hitting the bubble. There's the Primal Rage. Everybody off of the high ground now. As Junbin tries to juggle this Ana, but looks like he's going to have to pay attention to his own backline, just trying to protect it. As Smurf equally using the Primal Rage. Two very angry Winston's looking at each other, but it is Proper that starts the fight off strong with a headshot onto Chorong. Junbin can go for a small re-engage here. As they just
Another kill from Proper. Stop.
Body blocks there. Dynamic duo.
That's one way for the Cassidy to get back into the mix. Go into those closer rooms on the side.
Oh, nice.
Chio just can't get away.
Man, this is so scrappy. It's so back and forth. Proper found another pick. Proper and Fielder are just hitting every skill shot necessary to win this game. Man.
Right,
just trade it out and giving your.
And still, we just continue to see these teams trade.
Crazy Raccoon to try to get the second point.
Bro, there's been no organization at all.
That'll be available until OT ticks. 10 seconds to go, and Proper taking such a forward position.
Oh boy.
Live down and Proper can just play here. Just be a nuisance. You have to deal with me, but the rest of your team are going to get annihilated. Jumping finally.
Yeah, it's a good play by Proper if they can survive here.
It's going to be hard, but he's going to make a good job of it. And
Burf's living kinda here.
And here comes the later ult. Shu with the nano. Spots the Tracer. Stalker forced to recall, but Jimbin waiting. Lying for way.
Burned and Nano early there. You gotta kill Smurf. You need to kill him there.
A bubble for Jimbin there to heal up. All the way up to full HP as he drops the Prime, which
Oh my.
to spawn. It's OT once more.
Another OT push for Crazy Raccoon, just barely surviving out here in every corner.
Everything that the doctor had ordered for Crazy Raccoon on that second point. And eventually, this Cassidy able to win out in all of these damage trades. But it comes down to this high ground setup here from Team Falcons. Wants to take that away, and the opportunity from Junvin to be able to steal that high ground. You can see Smurf set up there on that left.
Yeah, this is good old honest Overwatch.
Widowmaker, feeling impact.
Chaos, skill shots, Tracer, Monkey, Ana.
Pretty quickly too after a couple of these charged shots, but he is kind of a sitting duck if he doesn't have his grapple online.
He's saying not wanting to test him.
Holy, look at this freaking juggle by Smurf, dude. He is all over it.
Small little bouncy castle in there, pretty much.
God, he's so good.
He's gross. You wouldn't expect anything less from a champion.
One fight to go yet again.
Let's talk about soccer too. Now 30 seconds left for Crazy Raccoon. One more chance at being able to make any more progress on this card. Nothing left in the tank either except for this rally, so they're gonna have to try to play close together. But Team Falcons, they're pushed so far forward right now, knowing that they
The monkey, shoot the monkey!
This
Oh.
Nano just two if things get rough.
Bubble bails him out.
Lip can't get an angle here at all, so Bob was going to have a priority one over him, and the sight's up in 5 seconds. So
A bomb could end it right here.
Two of the best artists to ever do it in Fielder and Shoot. They got to unleash the nanos at some point. Here comes the rally.
The stick is big, but Chorong's alive.
Mega health pack secure from Chorong to keep him in the fight, but it's Shoot that falls. There we go.
Junbin almost has a primal. Maybe can stall this a little here.
The cleanup is here. Mega health pack stolen by Stalker as well. Jumped with a primal rage, but I think it might be too little too late.
Chorong with a Shu. Where's Shu? Shu needs to nano. Is Shu alive? There it is. Nano is big.
This nano is good. Can he actually secure the kill?
They're clutch. Oh, I can't get on the card. No. That sucks.
They don't touch. So
No.
they forgot about it. Oh no, everything was going so right for them.
They were almost turning that again.
Into the nano boost for that extra little bit. They just forgot about the objective. So their cart push stops there. And they could have done it too. They were building up to other ultimates. They were getting more reinforcements back from spawn.
They killed the Ana as well. Managed to isolate that kill, that primal rage. You're living for so long and then getting the nano on top of that.
Yeah, Shu needed to. Yeah, Shu couldn't touch in time. It's true.
Now it's up to their defense. Of course, the map will end in this round. See,
Those are hand warmers. Those beanbag things, as you call them.
Opting for the Widow now. Okay. Cassidy, a bit more frontline damage, like you were saying, more consistent. See if Falcons want to do the same, or maybe Proper jumps over to the Widow. I mean, honestly, the hero pool both between Stalker and Proper is immense, so wouldn't be too surprised to see this.
There's a lot of agency to the attacking team. To be able to see Lip on that Cassidy may make them feel more confident being able to come out on the Widowmaker right away. You're able to counterpick.
Single bubble. Ah, yes.
Are this close. But
boo! What is this?
That they're thinking about
Oh, you guys suck. What?
Going to lean into the venture, even though it's going to.
What is this dishonest Overwatch?
Throw dash to get up onto the high ground, but you don't want to do that at all. You want to use that to
Falcons should lose by default for this, man. What the heck?
dash straight into Burrow once more. A lot of information gained.
This is cringe.
Sometimes enough to force a rotation. Venture tough to take down in the 1v1, like we mentioned previously.
But they get a chance to play together so they can play around the cart, make Crazy Raccoon come to them. They still could get surrounded though, so it's going to be important for Team Falcons to play around all of these cooldowns that Crazy Raccoon have. Look at that mobility now gone for the Winston. Think about that. Think about these.
The dishonesty, man.
Look at these nades also being off the table.
Crazy Raccoon as well as juggling this payload very well. He managed to hold him there for a long time. Oh, Proper
Bro.
to make a health back. A recall still available from me.
He's saying is outworking Proper. Holy moly. Dude was on the back foot that entire engagement. Woo.
This card is still moving.
Clean. The cleanliness.
Force the recontest.
Those magnates, they're so frustrating to play against if you're the Venture. Can't use any of your mobility skills. You'll basically sit there and your hitbox a little bit larger than some of the other DPSs as well. So quite an easy target to hit. Especially if you're left, you're only in headshots pretty much.
What up? Big kill. I gotta say, like, if they can hold on here, they really might have a chance. Point A, you have a lot of high ground. It's tough for Mauga to reach it, so I think if there's a time, you know, to really seal this map, it's gotta be on point A.
Are Team Falcons actually going to be able to get this done when they are missing a key member?
Yoda unfortunately having used the Suzu on himself there. Chio to the rescue though, but like I mentioned before, look, the juggling at the point. He's just sat here, just prepping Smurf this whole time. Easy pulse bomb as well. Speaking of which,
wow.
Proper tries something cheeky on blue box, shut down instantly with the name.
Chio's
This comp just isn't working.
running for his life.
The access to the backline is too difficult.
Man, Crazy Raccoon looking good here. Maybe Falcons should have listened and been honest and kept playing dive. They can only blame themselves for being dishonest.
If you're playing around
Crusty wooden trading?
doesn't have great access to get up there and harass you.
I wonder if they're regretting their decision now and playing this comp. They've got a lot of ults, so they don't want to swap off. And with a minute and 30 seconds to go, it's a Hail Mary here. If they do throw everything in, end up swapping up, it's going to be, oh, it's not going to be pretty.
They've got to win now.
Sound barrier available for Chio here. Escorting Smurf. Oh, Stalker's out. That additional shielding there from using the abilities paying off.
Still have a chance here. A minute left, at least they missed
He almost
the
ran into
pulse
his own pulse there. That was terrifying.
Like it was going to go down to his own pulse bomb there. Rally on the high ground to counteract that rush. This blue box fight. Oh, goodbye.
Poor Lip.
Lip pushed off the side.
There you go, there you go.
By Stalker. But luckily, they managed to follow it up with a couple of kills. Crazy Raccoon's defense. Impenetrable.
Man.
so strong. And they've also been able to limit so many options that Team Falcons have in terms of being able to get this damage down. Proper just now switching over to the Widowmaker, and Stalker as well switching off the Venture to go to this Tracer.
Nice penguin
like
base.
too late.
Proper with the desperation Widow swap.
Cage, but where are you going to actually be able to land it? Who are you locking in there?
It looks to get a big entry kill to open this up. Junbin's like, no, you don't get to play the game, unfortunately. Don't see 9. And I mean that for both sides. I mean, honestly, it's not that bad. I think Proper going to Widow actually really helped in the end there. You're just completely taking Junbin out of this fight. Oh my god. You have to touch.
And with Shio dead, that's a whole lot less healing available.
Oh my god, dude. Is this happening? They're gonna full hold. Screw your dishonest Mauga. Let's go. Crazy Raccoon back with the lead. Playing the honorable dive, too. You love to see it. That's what you get, Falcons. That is what you get.
What a scary dive team. And I mean, we knew that heading into this all stage long. That has been the
no win to no win.
So dominant on. Not that Team Falcons is not a good dive team themselves. Probably a scary opposition for any other team which made it to DreamHack Dallas. But if you're going up against the best, it's tough, man.
Map pick going back to Falcons here.
I mean, for me, this is a good sign, right? I remember back when Goats was.
It's either gonna be what, hybrid or
all hope was lost for any other
push.
strategy was Gibraltar. It was when you could have any heroes you wanted on the high ground. We don't care. We're gonna just sit on the card and push it. And I saw them roll at Malga. Me and Johnny were like, uh-oh, is this gonna work? But no, the Ana nading you from the high ground. A player like Shu, Lip, so uncontested, can't beat it.
Yeah, and I feel like they made their bet picking that Malga pick, right? Because nothing was really had to be said like, oh, you had to play Malga on attack. Like, no way. Like, they could have totally played the dive. We actually thought that, you know, it was incredibly respectable kind of like hold, right?
Is Falcons only play Malga? No.
They're looking fantastic right now. Seeing Smurf have really impactful Winston play. Stalker was just dominating all over the place. And so I thought, you know, we pretty much had a Falcons win in our hands. I think it was a really good look for them on the defense. So I'm quite surprised.
It's first to 4.
Pick the Malga.
Yeah.
It's obviously like a choice if they said like, hey, we're actually going to come out. We actually believe that the Malga can deal with the Winston. But like you said...
Yeah, they literally won against them on dive. Well, let's try Malga. Like, I get it. Malga goes crazy. It's like the better comp overall. But on Gibraltar, man, you gotta play Monkey.
Of course, Gibraltar is very conducive to be able to play that dive. Other maps might not be as accommodating for that, Jake.
I mean, this is the map in the pool where you're going to put your Ana on high ground.
Is this game important? I mean, it's the grand final of the Dallas lane event, so yeah, just a little.
They couldn't really do anything to get him off. I mean, you're so worried, peeking out, Lip, raining down headshots, Shu with the
was
nades.
just going ham.
Yeah, but honestly, I think this is a mistake. I think they should have kept playing the mirror because Stalker and Smurf together.
Quick stretch break. I have a question. Cage Rush
to be honest,
versus Cage Beat, which is generally stronger.
For me, I would have loved
I mean, Rush kind of lasts for a little longer, so I mean, really, it depends on the situation.
I think they might be kicking themselves, but now
all right, one sec, chat.
Up 2 maps in the series. That might have been a bit of a cheese compared to what is probably going to decide the series in the Malga mirror. So I still think Falcons have a good shot. 2 maps, I mean, you're starting to get a little worried, right? It might be off meta picks, but sometimes those pocket picks are what you need to win a championship.
So far, it's been a back and forth, though. Once more, of course, the loser gets to pick the map and the map type. Obviously, they would want to avoid any other dive situations, as they clearly were not comfortable until the very end to take that mirror, even though it might have looked better for them if they would have done that. So, where are we taking this next, looking at our map set here?
Well, I feel like there are a couple of options now. Well, actually, there are a couple of options, yeah. Looking at here, we have hybrid and push remaining, of course. There are a couple of options, yeah. But, you know, looking at the last years, of course, you know, Falcons did win New Queen Street, for example. We saw Midtown in the previous series did not end as well, for example. So, you know, there are a couple of options here. Could see something like King's Row is very close corner, for example. And if you want to keep playing Genji and Venture, that could be a path you could go here. But given that you also won the push map the previous round, it's a question of comfortability. Where do you want to go next?
I like Kings. Could consider New Queen Street because that was a victorious map the last time these teams face off. But I think Kings would be smarter here. Get rid of Midtown, get rid of Nambani, Hollywood, some of the longer range, better hit scan maps in the pool. I think Kings Row, probably decisively the worst map for hit scan, at least in the Malga mirror, where maybe Widow can be good on first and third, but not really going to play that with the Malga. So for me, I'd love to see KR. I think that might be the best pick here. But New Queen Street, I mean, you didn't just win on this map.
Exactly.
The map is great here.
New Queen Street might be a good idea.
They want to get the momentum going again, and that's why they will be taking us to
Yeah.
New Queen Street, a map they
Probably the right play.
do it again. Let's find out as we're heading into this next push map. Of course, there is stuff we can take away from it, though, because Oasis also went their way last time around, but Crazy Raccoon had an answer this time around. What should Crazy Raccoon change?
I mean, I'm
up
assuming the
on
playing
this
field
push map?
will repeat again, Eli, and you can kind of just pick which maps you want after that.
How you do that, it's going to be difficult. I think hit scan could be tough on New Queen Street as well. I mean, as much as the long range hit scan, maybe a Sojourn, something like that, but so far we really haven't seen that come out. I think potentially Sojourn too reliant on one single cooldown to escape the dives. Venture, Genji has so far been devastating, and Lip, I don't think the Tracer's going to do it. I just don't think the damage is really there from the hero.
Yeah, I think actually it's really important, something we don't really talk about, but I think it's actually really important here for Crazy Raccoons to get into the lead. Because one thing I noticed with Falcons, last time we saw New Queen Street, they're actually really comfortable holding the lead and holding down the fort. When you know that you already have the lead on push, you can sit back, you can hold angles in a way where you don't have to push the corners. And especially if you're playing a Baptiste, if you can plant your Baptiste on the defense on a good sideline on a high ground or an off angle where it's really hard for someone like Liv to have a lot of impact on the Cassidy, that could pay dividends for Falcons. So if I'm Crazy Raccoons, I want to get into a lead early, so I force Falcons to push around some of these awkward corners with a Baptiste, for example, and maybe are forcing Falcons to extend.
Between Ryan and Winston, I mean, Ryan's the more honest pick overall because Ryan is just so bad.
To navigate there. So I want Crazy Raccoons, if they want to win this map, I think they have to take an early lead.
Do you think there's any chance for some, I don't know, more cheesy compositions here? Maybe a little...
Things are probably going to be more basic here.
Push for me is such a dynamic map type. There's so much constant brawling, constant fighting. I don't think
You can't get cute with it on push, no.
Going to be necessary to be able to hold down the car. One of those things we haven't talked about with Venture is how effective they are at holding the car. While Mauga might not want to expose themselves, Venture could really fill that role. So let's see what micro adaptations they bring in this next map.
Well, welcome to New Queen Street. Falcons' choice, like Zoe said, map they won before. However, the start of the series didn't exactly go their way either, so anybody's guess how this is going to go, but all I want to know is this going to go to the full map 7? I hope so. The audience hopes so. I can imagine everybody watching at home hopes so as well. Let's have a little look, though, what they're going to be playing. Is there going to be a off meta? Yeah.
Well, we can expect the Team Falcons are going to lean more into this Genji and this Venture. One of the reasons why we've seen a lot of teams want to pick this new Queen Street map is because of how good this Mauga can be. But as we had
Whoa, hold on.
They don't want to play the mirror. They're going to lean into this.
Honestly, Nails, maybe they thought they could catch him off guard. Because generally Mauga's stronger than Winston, but on Gibraltar, I don't know why you would do that. It's weird. Like, I get it in principle, but they stayed on it for too long. We're rolling with Ball Pharah, huh?
The Pharah and the Ball. And the Lucio.
Yeah, so 3.
Junbin, Spinto. Oh boy. Looks like he got booped into a railgun headshot there.
Start from Crazy Raccoon.
Great map here for Sojourn.
Dude, ball on New Queen Street is wild. Crazy, oh my god. Okay, Crazy Raccoons are just the more honest team. What else can I say?
Immediately taking Fielder out of the equation and getting so much space here for Crazy Raccoon. But
Nice slam. Dude, they are literally in their spawn.
Just sliding into the front line.
Look at this. They're at their spawn right now. Stalker's gonna go over to an Echo.
In there to save Lip and really making Lip sing. Can't get taken down. And
Surely this won't work for the whole map. Surely not.
Right now.
Damn near at the checkpoint.
Team Falcons have already made
This map has just begun. And they're gonna give it to him. Oh, no, they're not. Never mind. Fielder died again! Okay, I don't think they can play BAP into this. I don't think BAP's the play here, man. Whoa, what a flick. He turned on that man.
Look, now a million pieces all over the snow. Checkpoint already. We're only, what, a minute and 45 seconds into the game, and Crazy Raccoons have a substantial...
Dude, no way Proper just died walking out of spawn. What is this?
Already taking another adjustment here. Doesn't want to play the Echo. Goes for the Sojourn.
Stalker with the Sojourn swap. It works. Okay, finally they stopped the bleeding.
It worked though. Already gone in the highlight package for sure. All right, Pop. Now in control of Team Falcons. They're trying to just grasp at straws here. Trying to find out how to control.
He's saying gonna get off of the Pharah and go over to a Venture, huh?
Of this game. He's saying with the Venture, play around the
Fielder once again just. Where is the help for Fielder? Where is his help? Where is Fielder's help? It is non-existent. Fielder's getting bullied. He cannot play BAP into this. He needs to get off of this. He has not used window. He wants to say use window. You just get off. Yeah, literally just get off BAP. It is not working.
They're just getting focused out by just jumping.
You gotta play Kiri here. It's just a better play.
I don't know what you really can do if you want to try to play around this wrecking ball.
Stayed on BAP for way too many fights.
Team Falcons have
Dude, there's no way. He's dead again. He's dead again. No way.
You can't get out of there. This gets
Fielder is getting pushed into the dirt. His lunch money's being stolen. He's being stuffed into a locker. This is crazy.
Don't test him. Right, here it comes. Gets the little mini.
This ends now.
Here comes another deadly ultimate, that being Lib's railgun. Oh,
No,
slice straight out of
dude.
the cage too.
It's
Yeah,
a
Morpheus, the
0-man
giant shield.
ult.
Your aim's pretty sick, Lib, but I'm not sure it penetrates
Okay, they're gonna
surfaces
be
like that.
okay though. They're gonna be okay.
The Crazy Raccoon are still playing from this advantageous position. They've got a huge meter reach still, and even extending that in these last couple of fights. While they get picked off here and Team Falcons get a chance to take control, they have yet to win a clean team fight.
Here's your chance. You can stabilize a little here. You've got ult. You can build upon this. You gotta stop the bleeding and win a fight here. Gotta get a couple in a row.
Slam, tectonic shock, a lot of CC.
Exactly. And
That could actually be kind of gross. A slam into the venture ult. Maybe.
Rush 2 to maybe layer over where you expect them to go after you drop those ults.
Oh, what do Proper and Short have to say about this? Suzu stops the slam damage coming in.
Alright, that should be a dead ball. There you go.
Jumbin finally killed off. It took them a long time, but they finally managed to do it. Somewhat moving in their favor now. They try and find these exit kills.
Team Falcons finally finding their footing in this map. Took them about half of the time being to do it though, but they are starting to work towards that first checkpoint for themselves. A lot of ultimates for them to work with too. The sound barrier from Chio would be really nice to have, even just as overhealth heal with this tectonic shock.
Oh no! Another miscue.
Can't rely on
Fielder's not in that, bruh.
Chio is beating in the skies. But Crazy Raccoon, they're just gonna walk over Team Falcons.
No freaking way. They're crumbling, man. They did get some good percentage, though.
50 meters to 83. Obviously, the checkpoint
That
as well.
it helps. They've evened it, but they're still without a checkpoint.
Yeah, the beat was just too late to be able to save Fielder there. You have the Kitsune rush for this next one, but pairing it with what, essentially? Jumbin's ready. Wants to be able to...
They can't see it.
No.
Dude, look at this man.
Vibing up there. Little Christmas ornament.
They have no idea.
Slam straight back down. Stalker almost didn't get the bar off there. Chio's the target for Jumbin. Here comes the beat. What's scarier than Jumbin's Wrecking Ball?
Chio's getting knocked around like a bowling pin in there, bro.
Proper. Just turned into DNA.
Yeah, better rough map for Proper and Fielder. Chio had a miscue as well earlier.
Too easy. This is not looking like the Team Falcons we saw earlier.
They just haven't had a chance to figure out how to deal with this, and it's almost becoming too late, Stalker.
Why are Crazy Raccoon just the most honest team I've ever seen? They win on dive against Mauga, and then they're playing ball on New Queen Street. The Giga Chads of OWCS, man.
Too much mobility on the side of Crazy Raccoon to really feel like you're gonna have a chance.
All right, Smurf, my guy. We need a big... Oh, here we go. Oh, no. Oh, okay, there we go. There you go. There you go.
Proper as well. Might not even need it for the kill onto Lip. Nice little burrow kill there from Stalker as they eventually once again gain control of the pot. They're 57 meters away from the lead, and Jumbin is flying through the air.
Junbin, just die, bro. Is it worth it? Is this really worth it right now?
Probably got a pulse bomb too, but doesn't want to really engage on that kill at all. He has to join the rest of his team, otherwise his team are going to get run over in the front line.
And he can't overextend because who knows who's waiting in the wings for him.
The burrow into the front line.
Okay, Lip got separated.
A nice chase there, but
Fielder's dead again. Fielder died
this
again.
little cafe room here, but a swift
Oh
step from
my
shoot to grab.
goodness.
This little burrow didn't really go all of anywhere there, Stalker. Just hit the frame of the window. Uh-oh, and yeah, Lib's in spawn, buddy, by the way. Remember when you killed that guy? Yeah, he's back. Proper with the pulse bomb, trying to chase down Shu. There's the Suzu already used, as well as the swift step. Proper with the pulse, hits the recall, doesn't want to go for it. Gets out there alive, but they've already lost Stalker.
And barely too, almost walked into the drill from Hisang, waiting for him. This Kitsune Rusher shoot too, it's about to be so deadly.
Sound barriers coming out from both sides. Slam from the skies from Junbin. Just pushing the back Smurf
Bruh.
right now. Chio
All
down
these
to
first
Lip.
picks on
Proper trying
Falcon
to chase
supports.
Junbin away. I mean,
Junbin just hunting down the squishies.
but there's nothing that can help Team Falcons right now. Hisang 2 trying to push away the DPS and the
Fielder's-
supports.
yeah.
What a late kill onto Fielder.
This is a brutal matchup right now. Embrace the chaos, embrace the craziness, as the name would suggest. Welcome back to the Chengdu zone. They're doing this one for Chengdu.
Win this fight and this map.
They low-key might complete the map. I don't think they're gonna win this fight, but well, Smurf's gonna need a little bit of help. That would be ideal.
There's no one to pin down. A good disengage there by Crazy Raccoon, spotting that fielder using that Kitsune rush. Rolling in, rolling out. Here comes the charge. Smurf trying to lock people in, but everybody just dashes away. There's too much mobility.
There you
It's
go.
actually Heesang. Burrows up straight into Smurf's LOS. And an easy ultimate, but with only a minute to go.
Uphill battle, doable, but this is not going to be easy. A minute to go. You need checkpoint. You need a lot of progress as well. Over 60. Oh boy.
Sub 1 minute territory, back over into their territory. But Team Falcons, they gotta get something done here with this tectonic shock from Stalker. Crazy Raccoon, they just keep pushing the aggression.
Well, they are stalling the bot right now as Heesang. And then here comes the mine.
Just clear out the mines, yeah.
You can see doing a bit of cleanup. That's all. Like no damage on the enemy team.
Heesang's in a dangerous spot here.
Stalker's chasing him. True to his namesake.
Oof.
Getting on top, Heesang, or at least trying to.
Got the moves.
Tectonic shock not finding too much there from Heesang either. Kitsune rush might just be the end of it all though. His Team Falcons
Smurf?
15 seconds to go to try and take the lead. Smurf is already down. Opposed to him on the floor.
What is
but no,
Smurf?
Sue's doing a beat. We'll see them through this.
Why did
fight.
Smurf charge in like that? What on earth happened there? Why did bro just charge in by himself? What in God's name was that? Okay, well, 3-1 lead for Crazy Raccoon.
Crazy Raccoon. They're looking at match point in this series. It's only Smurf left. But there's almost no
I'd love to know what Smurf was trying to communicate there.
3-1 lead now for Crazy Raccoon. Team Falcons confused at what just happened.
Confused at yet another tank pick that caught them.
Wait,
by
hold on, boys. Give me
surprise.
1 second.
Wrecking Ball on a map that we see a lot of Mauga from, able to get the job done for Crazy Raccoon and get them to this match point scenario. What a wild ride we have been on here in the grand finals of DreamHack Dallas.
They're showing us everything here, taking a page out of Reinforce's book. Your ball didn't quite succeed in show match. Looks like they got a better read though.
I mean, Queen Street, if there was a map designed for Wrecking Ball, this would be the map, but I don't think anyone expected to see that composition come out in this grand finals. I mean, it's an amazing call. They come out to that early lead, and then they can just protect that lead on push. But like, pulling out Wrecking Ball, Junbin is the best Wrecking Ball in the world, and the way he just navigated that map, that was brilliance right there, in the ways that like no one else in the world can do.
You look so happy.
This
Jake.
is
What is happening?
Junbin's revenge, man. He is coming out swinging on the ball, and we talk so much about flexibility. We've talked so much about these DPS counter picks. It's going to decide this series. I don't think anybody saw ball coming except Junbin did, you know, and the confidence, the faith. You see why this team has played ball time and time again, and I thought, oh, it can't work. It's not consistent. You can't find the way, but without Junbin doing miracles on the Wrecking Ball, I don't think you could bring out Lip Sojourn. I'm not sure you could win this map in the mirror, but it's Junbin's ball just absolutely taking over, doing different things on this hero.
I mean, you were saying it during the map as well. It's like, there's just so much chaos in the map. You thought you had this pretty predetermined Mauga matchup, and then the chaos that Junbin brings, now you have a Sojourn as well that just, you know, Lip is popping off, the best hitscan player in the world. He can navigate with the slide, go aggressive, flanking overclocks. Like, it's just so much to deal with. It's overwhelming for Falcons.
A 37-19 differential.
By Crazy Raccoon. I am just floored by like the level of strategic depth. And this is coming out of Junbin, who, again, not that much stage experience. He doesn't have a ton of experience in these grand finals matchups, right? And to just bring out heroes like Roadhog, like Wrecking Ball.
Junbin's actually balling out this series, chat. We gotta give a lot of credit to what the heck he's doing in this series. Honest Winston gameplay, Roadhog, Wrecking Ball, Junbin MVP, man.
A variety of heroes, and also just it goes to show how much depth there actually is to Crazy Raccoon. They're showing us so much variation, so many very specific compositions, clearly designed for those maps. And
I don't know, Unchained. That was just their strategy, I guess.
Thinking, you know what, we've got to win with the Mauga. We can make
Yeah, Crazy Raccoon is low-key being so honest, and I love it.
Junbin's ball, this is not a prepared strategy. I promise you, Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, no, you gotta give Crazy Raccoon all the credit in the world. They lost that upper bracket game, but they knew that this is the one that mattered. You know, the outcome of that game was irrelevant. It was this one. This is when you go into your bag and you really break out all the big tricks, and they've done that to perfection.
They still get to pick them up. Which of those would you consider the least diving?
The least diving. Well, we talked about it in the last game break. Actually, we both agree that we think King's Row is the pick here. You know, Hollywood, there's a lot of high ground. For example, we see some Cassidy Bar being played as before. It's going to be King's Row.
King's Row, okay.
I think you're just desperate to play more close combat brawl.
This puts you more in your comfort zone if you're Falcons. More likely you'll see Malgamir or something of the sort.
So I think it's back to Mauga, Genji, Venture. That's what you want to see from Falcons, and King's Row is the perfect match.
Junbin will go Ryan here. I wish.
I think it's very difficult to cheese the Mauga here. So if Falcons can win this map on the bread and butter, continue to play well, I think it's
Hanbin coming in the game.
During King's Row, you've got to
perhaps some Sigma in the works.
Off-meta ball picks. Hanbin coming in for Smurf as well, bringing a more reserved style, but coming in cold off the bench. Crazy Raccoon's series point, I mean,
cold off the bench though,
that's
a good thing to talk about here. Johnny, we discussed this already with our guests. Yay or nay? How are you feeling about cold off the bench, Hanbin?
Well, I was never on the bench because we didn't have subs back in my day, so I can't comment on that directly. But it is an interesting change-up. I mean, we saw, for example, in the previous series, SSG, they came down to King's Row as well, and they opted to play some more Sigma. There is some high ground, especially on that first point. It's a bit of a, I don't want to say it's desperation just yet because these guys are so calculated. They obviously have a plan going into this one, but it is telling that they're not leaving Smurf in. Maybe they have something that isn't Mauga in the cards here. Maybe there is some composition they're thinking they can maybe beat out Crazy Raccoon here with.
So you see it as well on your screens. Crazy Raccoon undefeated on hybrid against Falcons, 3-0. But if both teams have shown us anything, is that none of these stats matter because they just keep on flipping it on its tail.
Yeah, I don't know if this is a question of preparation. At this point, this is a battle of wills. I think bringing Hanbin in is a way to change the style up, even if you continue playing the Mauga, which honestly I expect from Falcons. I think Hanbin brings a different, more measured style. Less aggressive, less all in your face. I think Hanbin can bring maybe slowing that tempo down, maybe responding to some of these dives a little more tactically. He's got the hero picks as well. Also a ton of depth, much like Smurf. So I think this is an opportunity for Falcons to take a different approach on the series while still relying on their preparation, what's brought them this far. I think if you're just going back to the drawing board, maybe it's already over. I think you probably do need to stick with the Mauga, even with Hanbin.
I mean, honestly, at this point, we've seen Roadhog, we've seen Wrecking Ball, and like, if you just think back to like some of the legendary Hanbin moments of past years, you know, Hanbin, an Overwatch League champion, he's been so good on so many different tag heroes, known for picking up heroes early and having such a vast hero pool. I mean, we've seen brilliant play coming out of him on Junker Queen, for example, the Zarya meta back when we had like Zarya Reaper metas. There's so many different tag heroes that Hanbin can't play. After I've just seen Wrecking Ball and Roadhog, I'm like, I'm just taking a step back because obviously I still think that if you're putting Hanbin in, there has to be some like ulterior motive besides the Mauga, and I'm just so curious to see what it could be.
So am I. We have to wait a few moments more to see what they have in store for us on King's Row as we're experiencing a few tech issues on the stage. But for now, we're heading into a very quick trailer, and then afterwards, we're back with all the action.
Hey heroes. Season 2 of the multi-divisional Overwatch Faceit League is back. Join with your team or look for teammates on Faceit. Compete in weekly matches against players at your skill level at a time that works for everyone. Win your matches and rise through the divisions. Competing for your share of the prize pool, earning bigger rewards as you climb. The more teams involved, the larger the prize pool, the better the division balancing, and more fun for everyone. Rise to the top with your team and start your path to becoming a pro Overwatch player. Or just play for fun. Faceit League. Register your interest for Season 2 now at fce.gg/Faceit League.
Hi, heroes.
Hey, heroes.
You heard it here. You can sign up for Season 2 of the Faceit League as well. It's really, really cool to see, you know, unknown players, but also a lot of known players in the mix. May that be from contenders, from calling all heroes. Like, everyone is coming together to participate in the Faceit League. Jake is there. Jake's around town as well. Who's been the big surprise that you've seen signed up for the Faceit League? Was there anyone unexpected? You were like, oh, are you coming out of retirement first?
I mean, it's pretty much all the usual suspects, but it's been a lot of up-and-coming players that I've seen around the ranked ladder, making their name and now playing team play, professional Overwatch, right? Trying to make it to the next level. It's been awesome to have an environment that...
Fielder died 14 times. Damn. Yep, but Falcons has to go deep into their bag here now.
You do have to beat some of the
Getting
best players in the
outplayed,
world just to be
out-muscled, out-hustled, losing the mental warfare.
Are you still in the running for Esports World Cup, or are you like, can you make it yet? No? No? Okay. Well, maybe next season, because there is a season 2, so go sign up for season 2.
That's right. And as you just said, you could literally be playing on the stage. In fact, we had 2 of the FaceIt players playing on this very stage just yesterday in our show match, which was so much fun. You guys kind of dropped the spaghetti, but that's okay. It was certainly not the fault of the... Okay, we're just blame that guy. But you know what? We got a real game going. That's right. Match point for Crazy Raccoon. Can they get it done? Let's find out in a 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
That's right, so match point here for Crazy Raccoons. They want to remain dominant over in the Asian region. Look, at the end of the day, you lose one match, it's all good. You get that second chance. Lost to Falcons in the upper
No one plays Overwatch for fun. No shot. They're playing Monkey again? Dude, I freaking love this team, man. Let's go. Crazy Raccoon is just beyond based.
Falling to them 3 times in a row,
Who the hell cares about your Mauga?
Being their pick of poison. The only one left in the map pool that they don't have to play the dive on. Could have picked Numbani, but it is going to be King's Row as Team Falcons. They get ready to go on this attack and see if they can make some magic happen. It's going to be the Mauga here. Deal with actually his dive on Crazy Raccoon's defense.
Dive on the defense versus what you've got to expect. Crazy Raccoons know that Team Falcons are going to run in that Mauga.
They're thinking about it though. Take a look at Hanbin waiting very patiently.
It's gonna be really hard to make the monkey work here, though. I'm not gonna lie. This will be a challenge.
They're so spread out. Where are Team Falcons gonna really put their emphasis first?
You can play split and utilize this high ground, but they're just gonna chill on point. So you gotta make your move here. You can try and farm Nano and hope for the best. Wait, that was a not good Suzu, but they're okay.
It's so tough to get stuff done. Like, you need the Suzu to survive a lot of this damage too, being thrown out by Crazy Raccoon.
He's already halved. Hanbin has yet to have a full HP pool coming back out of spawn. Maybe now a brief respite will get him back up, topped up. But he's saying is still being such a menace. You're trapped in this small room right now with these fire rockets hitting you from above. Hindered though.
Nice reaction there from Heesang, just dashing away. Ends up going up to the high ground. Oh, this is where Farah is just wonderful to play. Not getting shot by Proper, that is, of course. Stalker takes down Shuable, people. It must have been a long flank for Stalker to be up here on this high ground. Heesang takes down Shio. It's been a rumble here, a royal rumble in this corner of the map. Points being capped by Team Falcons, but he's, I mean, he's still killing people. Finally,
That's Junbin, let's go.
But he might have done enough damage to actually make Team Falcons recall and maybe rethink about...
It's kind of hard to contest this, though. It's not easy. Nice plays. They nanoed him, too.
20% towards the primal, but a nice boot secures the cap for Team Falcons.
Could have had it too. I mean, Shu had the nano ready and waiting for him. Didn't even need the primal rage in order to go back in and contest.
Now the question is going to be, how long do you want to stick with this if you're Crazy Raccoon? You lost your point A high ground, so it only gets more difficult from here. Fighting through the streets, kind of more favorable for Falcons. I feel like Proper going to make a swap onto Echo.
Standing on the high ground, right, or in the skybox almost. That barrage is going to be deadly.
Proper switched over to the Echo, though. A little bit more of an aerial unit to try to deal with Heesang's Farah.
Pulse one from Stalker went wide. Heard the explosion and no kills. Builder in trouble, though. Used Suzu on himself and look
Damn.
At from Heesang.
Absolutely blown up.
Teaming up there, using that rally to pin Shio in the bookstore. Making sure he returns his library books.
Dude, Heesang smells blood in the water. This man wants a first place finish. This man wants a trophy. He wants it right now.
Especially when you've got that card stopped where it is. Because where are Team Falcons going to actually go through to grab their payload when you've got Heesang that still has yet to let this Fair Barrage loose?
Exactly, there's no cover. You have to walk out into a wave of bullets and a wave of rockets.
Well, that's an easy. Oh, Junbin didn't even bother ulting. Yeah, that's probably the play.
Chance there for Chorong or Shu to kind of get in your face. They're way too far away. They don't want to be in the front line, so that cage they re-kill.
And that was a really big victory for Team Falcons to grab because
Dripped out in my fusion merch so I could finally feel like we won something. That is a wild thing to say.
Way too powerful. Still has yet to let it rip, but Proper's been able to mark it down, and that is.
I mean, if Crazy Raccoon were to close it out, I think Junbin is a very appropriate MVP. You could argue he sang as well. He's had a really good series, but I'd give it to Junbin for the creativity, personally. But first, they gotta take care of business. It ain't over yet.
Barrage, but what else do they know Crazy Raccoons have? Nano boost available from Shu too, but
And sure as hell is gonna help if Lip's hitting shots like that.
Handily taking care of Prop. I mean, there's no way you're going to stand up to that. You're forced to back off now. And this, again, same situation, same problem right now that Falcons are going to have to overcome. Because Crazy Raccoon, they're just going to play up to this choke point.
And Falcons are going to need to have a lot of ultimates to get past that second point as well. So not only do you have to break past this archway, which they do a good job of doing right now, but they still have to get this part over, the second point. And
in my shock march, actively don't have PGE.
Give it to Hisa, get him over the top. That barrage is going to be deadly. There it is. He's going in. Barrage, but a good time Susu from Fielder was perfect.
Oh, yeah, that was a good play by Fielder, but Lip is pissed, dude. Every single fight, he is landing a headshot, I feel like. And Proper duped Monkey, and it just failed epically.
Recoil shifts backwards in order to stay alive. Wait for Hanbin to come back in.
Was hoping that the duplicate would be enough, though, in order to pressure Crazy Raccoon back and maybe even get them up to this double support ultimate. Soccer with the pulse on too. Great pick potential.
Sound barrier in as soon as they
okay, there you go.
There you go. The pulse bomb on Shu.
Falcon showing some life. We'll have point C action.
Does Junbin commit the primal rage? Taking a fair bit of damage here, but he knows he has to survive for a little bit longer than the primal rage and is 1000 HP.
I'm just wondering how long Junbin wants to stay on this Winston. I don't know, man.
Only a minute to go, but Team Falcons, they'll take
Bar low-key isn't that bad anymore, that's why.
Even if Junbin had been able to invest the primal rage there was not going to be any follow-up to make good use of the stall that he would be able to provide onto that.
And I'm all for it.
And now,
I'm a far enjoyer.
Just has free real estate with these rockets.
Little direct. Oh, Shio, not sure how he skated over that rocket. But he managed to get away nonetheless. Barrage from Heesang. No Nano to follow up this time around.
Bruh, Lip is a machine right now.
Or even just a little extra damage.
I feel like Falcons aren't getting that many opportunities to fight because their DPS are getting consistently picked. Lip is hitting them shots, boys. Lip wants this. Lip wants to feel the glory of first place again.
Initiation capability alongside this Malga. They got a couple of ultimates to spare here too.
Quite like it, but look at the ultimates coming from Crazy Raccoon. They got 5 of them.
Definitely the advantage.
Again, Lip again. Okay, yeah, I don't think this echo is gonna work, man. I'm gonna keep it real.
A double anti-nade on the back line.
This echo has found no value.
And just wait.
Crazy Raccoon have been so patient with these ultimates too. Would not surprise me if they didn't throw all 5 of these at this next fight, giving them more legs to stand on as this clock starts to wind down.
Junbin is very dead.
They might have to.
That's exactly what you needed.
I mean, that works. That works. It's not the fattest ult in the world, but it gives you the space. It gives you a chance to finish this map.
1 minute to go. Crazy Raccoon still have 5 ultimates in their bank, and they were able to get such a big one out of that cage.
OC popped from Lip. He's hunting for targets, but the duplication from Proper is going to be a little bit of a hindrance. Soundbar from Shio too. They're throwing everything in here.
Okay, now the Proper Echo gets something done.
Into the spawn. He pushes Lip all the way back. He's going to heal all the way up, but
there you go.
On the point for Crazy Raccoon, and Proper's gone about and done it.
Also, is there any reason Junbin still hasn't used Primal, like, at all? What's bro waiting for? Christmas?
The barrage from Heesang. Oh, and he can't even get it off. Hanbin takes him down. The cardiac overdrive should just see them through this. Proper leveling up for Team Falcons. A tectonic shock also available. Shu, the focus now, ends up going down to Hanbin, and now they can focus down the Winston. Nothing much left, but they want overtime. And with 5 seconds, 3, 2,
2, 1, overtime.
plenty of stall to get the overtime. They're going to be so happy about that one. But here's the next step in that journey, is completing the map with over a minute to spare, so that they are the only ones that get another attack push.
Proper, the very end there went absolutely nuclear on the Echo. The duplication, the primal, getting it very quickly, just forcing Lip into the spawn. And then as soon as that happened, Shu's just on his lonesome, near the payload. Not much you can do in the Ana in that situation. I mean, you're looking at Sleep and Nade and the Malby, you have to deal with the Duke Winston too. Like, that ain't happening.
But then Stalker on the Venture, showing everybody the capability, the power that that hero pick can have in some of those final moments. The tectonic shock underneath the card to push everybody away, finish up those picks, get that stall that you really want to have. So good on Crazy Raccoon to make sure that that was going to be an overtime.
Damn, they're really not interested in playing Maoga, huh?
Team Falcons, get ready for the defense. They want
Monkey on attack, this is gonna be wild.
that Crazy Raccoon don't want to match them on. Maybe they'll think about it again as they start to see these gates open.
I think maybe this was their grand answer, something they were cooking up in the lab for a long time and only just showing up now.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Match point for Crazy Raccoon and a very clear win condition. Just finished with more than a minute to get that free attack. And that trophy is yours.
See, he's saying, think about the Pharah, get a couple of rockets down, but eventually the leans on this Echo coming out of this spawn. See how powerful those duplicates were in that previous round, so something else that he's saying can use at his own disposal. But Team Falcons, they've got to play on this point.
Dude, the bio nades from Shu are kind of gross, though.
All of these anti-nades, Robin and Proper have to back up.
They almost managed to get Stalker there. They forced the recall. Very good response from Jumpin. They take high ground and they try and force and corral them onto the point, and then exactly
another one. Oh my god.
Onto the back line. Proper receiving a little bit of first aid there from Fielder. So hard for Proper to do much because now he has to worry about
another nade. Dude, Shu is cracked. This guy, he is just perma-focusing Proper. See how Proper only got 26% ult percentage that fight because he was just being naded on cooldown? That was insane. Bro has a chokehold on this man.
Surely this is going to be Crazy Raccoon's point.
Every time.
I'm sure if Stalker has a
another one.
Good Suzu rush in response to the payload being capped.
Okay, you needed that badly. Nice.
Stick was dirty from Stalker.
Going full DJ Khaled, yeah, for real. But even so, they're still chilling because at the end of the day, Falcons are playing what should be the better comp.
But they still have that nano, the duplicate on top of that. Lip with a pulse bomb of his own, maybe able to grab somebody in the back. Shields very close to the sound barrier though, which could be a huge answer for Crazy Raccoon's next attack push.
Fans want to see Falcons get back into this one.
A whole keeper hurt there. They're backing off. Builder once again to the rescue. Duplication, pulse bomb available. Proper in the sights of Liv. Sound barrier comes through. Hits 5. Primal Rage available from Jumbin, but he's got the nano, so he's looking for someone to actually kill.
Oh boy.
Chased down. He's then copying the Sojourn of all things. Not sure Stalker's going to get out of this one alive. Same could be said for Hanbin. Ends up slamming on the points, and there it is. A free overclock, but he didn't even need it.
That's going to be
that is pretty silly, isn't it, Vulcan?
Yet another checkpoint closer to Crazy Raccoon's victory. 3 minutes and 50 seconds in this time bank as that payload starts to get
from Echo to Pharah. All right.
Switching off of the Echo to go over to the Pharah. This Pharah has been so good, especially with these choke points, that you get to spam those rockets down. So hoping that that's going to be the big difference maker.
Still a pretty good hold for point A. And the streets is where things could go their way, I feel like. So brawly here.
Can't even hold that archway.
Not a lot of cover against the Pharah, though.
A lot of peppering damage. Okay, now they decide to take point and march on forward.
So very early Suzu.
For Crazy Raccoon right now. Hanbin stuck on the side, charges straight back to the rest of his team. Somehow manages to make it out, but
the anti again from Shu, man.
Timed by Shu.
can't use the cage there either, so Team Falcons have no choice except to try to back up as Jumpin gets up in their faces. Another nade, Hail Mary from Shu, providing an opening for Jumpin to go in with this Primal Rage.
Jumpin adding insult to injury there, proper sliding away, or at least trying to, was just caught up against that wall.
Yeah, he's just capitalizing on the fielder misplays at this point right now. Bruh, come on. There's no way he just snipes Stalker like that.
There's the cage. In a little bit of trouble, but
Wait, the bubble! Wait, the bubble! Wait, what a crazy bubble by Junpin to try and save that.
With the cage, no escaping that.
That pick was super important, but Crazy Raccoon lacked the opportunity to be able to go for some of these bigger picks with no ultimates to spare.
They're going to try and stagger too. You saw a lot of them just ignored Shu there. They were thinking maybe we can get this stagger, burn some of that time bank down. They were focusing everybody else, but wasn't to be. They ended up finishing off quite quickly, and Crazy Raccoon's okay.
All right, now it's time for the...
They want to play the mirror.
We're finally swapping over to the freaking Mauga.
This payload over that second checkpoint, but Stalker saw that pick, knows kind of how to deal with this as you see them Palka in his sights. But minute 45, the stall's been good. Team Falcons, they are actually keeping Crazy Raccoon at bay so far.
Barrage is available too from Hisak. Getting a good angle here is going to be quite
twas a good run.
The high ground here. Oh, and the overclock. Oh, but the nano boost.
Oh, not a great barrage.
Proper stays alive as well as that sound barrier that comes in. Nano boost, rally, they're all gone. Crazy Raccoon's going back to spawn. This is only a minute and 20 seconds to go.
They're losing their opportunity here to
Go Lucio here, yeah.
An attack push. If they're even able to make it to this third and final point, we're going to see a big change up here from Crazy Raccoon too, as he's saying, yet another hero in his pool going over to the Genji. As we see Team Falcons do the same. It's going to be Genji versus Genji, proper on this Sojourn. And with less than 60 seconds to go, Crazy Raccoon.
I don't know, I think Shu Chorong's a bit better.
Over on the second point.
Fielder's going to play safe here, needs to get this.
Depending on what you're playing, I guess.
Getting healed up, but the first kill actually going on to Jumpin. They end up trading Malgus, but Fielder's still with the ult advantage here. Doesn't really want to peek lit, but I don't think anybody else does.
There we go.
Proper, not quite just scared, though.
Gotta wake up a little here, proper.
They don't even need to use the rush here. Patience.
How did he? Okay, dude.
And Fielder showing it with ease. I mean, Falcons right now with 20 seconds to go.
Fielder really doesn't want to have to use this ult prematurely, and he does. But if you get a kill here, you're all good.
Stalker's going to hit these resets if they're not careful. He's already found one. He's found another. 10 seconds now for Falcons to hold on to this point. And they're going to push the issue as well. I mean, the cage is available. He can just lock anybody in he chooses. Shu's already down. The charge in onto the point. Oh,
map 6, here we come.
I think we're going to another map.
Woof.
Team Falcons, they've done it.
Crazy Raccoon getting a little cute there with the Winston, maybe.
Crazy Raccoon 3 times in a row, unable to break the curse of beating them on a hybrid map, but they do it here on Kings Row to keep themselves in this series. And we're going to another map. Jaws, this is the first of 4. This is the grand finals we've got in our hands.
Map number 7 on the horizon. I'm waiting for it. Falcons find the win on Kings Row. We're loading into a new map in just a moment.
But they really are taking us the distance. 3-2 to score. A grand finals curse broken. I couldn't be more grateful.
It's exciting. I don't know
This
who's going to come out on
This is
top.
a banger, Jake. I mean, it could go all the way. Really, the way these teams are playing so close.
You know, I think Hanbin coming in cold off the bench. He's been watching all day, and yet he shows up at the darkest hour for his team.
A 3-1 lead being blown. We've seen this happen.
Great map for Falcons.
Wouldn't be at first.
A chance to get into the series. I think they should leave Hanbin in. We'll see where we go. It could depend.
I'd leave Hanbin in too, honestly. Screw it.
Bring out something like an Ilios. You talked about that backstage there. So I'm really curious to see where they go.
The crowd is fired up. It looks like Hanbin is actually packing up, though, if I'm looking back. All smiles, though. Getting the credit that is due.
I mean, the crowd loves Hanbin, of course. Plays for the Dallas Fuel, of course. So here in Dallas, he has plenty of fans. And bringing it back here for Falcons. But really, if we take a time to review on that map as well, going into it, we said this is a really good hybrid map for Falcons, the way they're trying to play this game. And you saw the Crazy Raccoons. I mean, they were pushing the limits with their counter picks here. They were really trying, and ultimately, they couldn't force these weird heroes, and instead it was Falcons who looked pretty dominant throughout with their damage players, Jake.
Yeah, I think Stalker has been a player I've been watching all series, and when this guy comes out on Tracer, I mean, he just is unstoppable, right? Like, Shu is a monster on the Ana, and yet only a true Predator can be hunting players like Shu down. Stalker's Tracer is where I really first grew to respect him and his incredible potential as a player. It's been his flexibility that's enabled the Falcons throughout this series, but sometimes you just gotta bring out the big guns, and the Tracer is just that when it comes to Stalker.
I know this is like a weird random throwback right now, but I'm having like flashbacks to like Prophet and Stalker Soul Dynasty lineups right now. And now we have this amazing grand final where Stalker, he is now in this position to play the Tracer in a grand final like Prophet used to do in the past. This has been an incredible matchup so far. And it does feel like Falcons, they regained some control, some momentum in that. But I do think that was pretty much tied to that pick. King's Row being such a powerful kick. And now map pick is back in Crazy Raccoon's favor. And they have so many possibilities now for what they want to do next.
That's exactly it, because if you paid attention, obviously, now everything is back open again. They
Exactly
can't play the same maps again that we've already seen, but same map types. So that opens up a whole world of possibilities.
It's a very powerful map pick, but you've got to use it wisely, right? Because this is your best shot.
Yeah.
And one thing I think is interesting is even if we do go to a dive mirror, Falcons looked strong on the dive. Stalker and Smurf together on the Winston Tracer. That is a seriously dangerous duo. And so even if we do go to a dive map, I think this series is still very much in contention. All bets are off when it comes to who's going to win this.
And I told you during King's Row, you asked me, what map do you think we're going to if Falcons win this one? And I said Ilios. I think Ilios will be the clear choice here for this team, because you don't want to force... there's a lot of maps in the pool where you could cater to...
No, Stalker played some DPS for Dynasty late into mid-season madness. He was their original Sojourn player.
Really opened things up. That is why both these Asian teams are so favored on the Ilios in the first place. They're extremely good on the dive heroes, and now I think Ilios could be a really good choice. Apart from that, Jake, I'm not sure where really Crazy Raccoons would want to bring it besides Ilios.
I think there's a lot of options in the pool, but I like Ilios. I think that, for me, is the most interesting pick. Suravasa, though, remember how strong that's been. Looks like Ilios, though, will be the pick, so we're going
back to control.
I think this is still in very much contention. I mean, Crazy Raccoon have been the team that wants to play dive, but remember...
They may be trying to bait them into playing dive or like ball or something here.
On the true dive maps, I think they will be forcing the mirror. However, it's also a map with tons of cheesing potential. We've seen teams go Rhine on Lighthouse, just hold down the point.
Maybe this is what Falcons want.
And so I still think there's a lot of strategic depth.
They want them to feel comfortable playing dive.
To stay alive in the series as Crazy Raccoon.
Even though it is Crazy Raccoon's map pick, but you know what I mean. Might be something that Falcons are happy about ultimately.
Best chance at sealing the grand finals. If we go to map,
We're gonna see the hog for real.
The next map possible is going to be even better for Falcons. If Crazy Raccoons want to close out this grand finals, I think their best bet is right here on Ilios.
I mean, win or loss, like teams have made those maps look very, very close. I love that this is such a competitive final that we get to see. We do have a substitution once more.
Murphy boy.
We already alluded to it. Hanbin packed up. Smurf is back in the mix. I love that Hanbin got a shot as well on quote-unquote home turf. Not really, but kind of, but not really.
In Dallas,
Yeah, but like it's a bit of a throwback here. So yeah, obviously the fans were very hyped up about it. The Smurf, he's been performing phenomenally for this team though. So it's not like he's gonna struggle here, as you said. They're fired up. They're ready to take this, and they're coming in confident by picking Ilios, knowing that they might be facing off against Dive now.
I want to see the Smurf Stalker, Winston Tracer dive duo. I think we got to end this with some good, honest Overwatch. Or for Falcons' sake, rather, maybe not end it. Maybe keep their dreams alive. Give themselves a road back to a ultimate map 7 here. Ilios, so much pressure on these teams. Such an unconventional map, one of the weirdest in the control pool. So definitely going to really put the test on these teams. What sort of innovative strategies do they come up with? I think we're way past the point of preparation, Johnny. I think we're well into the territory of improvisation, and that's where the veterancy, the experience on these teams really comes into play.
And there is two players that we haven't really talked too much about on the Falcons so far. I think that Chio and Fielder could come in real clutch right now. I think on Gibraltar we saw especially, we talked up Soccer, we talked about Smurf, you know, looked really good holding down the fort in the front lines and in the kill feed. But Chio and Fielder, they have such insane chemistry in the backline, and going to a map like Ilios, they could come in clutch, especially, you know, you go up against Shu, we got Fielder versus Shu right here. This is going to be one of the duel for the ages. But this is a great map for the Falcon support players to step up and have their time in the sun.
What do you want to see them? How do you want to see the backline approaching this matchup?
Well, it's going to be really interesting, Jake, because, I mean, we did see Falcons commit to the Mauga, even on a map like Gibraltar, for example. And, I mean, especially on, like, Ruins, for example, that could be something where you try to force it. I might think we might see Lip even try to go Widowmaker on Ruins, because we have those long sightlines, and it's something that Lip does so extremely well. So
Dude, I'd die laughing if they played Roadhog again here.
I think it's going to be
That would
really
be
tough,
so
but I feel like
funny.
the Falcons maybe learned their lesson.
There's no way, though. There's no shot they're playing Hog. As funny as it would be, there's no way.
On Ilios' favor, very different strategies. So even winning one round does not seal the deal here. You've got to close things out.
Let's see if they can take it the distance or not. Can Falcons tie up the series? Let's find out on map number 6 in 8, 7, 6.
Match point still here for Crazy Raccoons.
Bro, I would die laughing if it goes to a map 7 and they chose freaking Junkertown. Ain't no way, bro.
The team reinvigorated. Need to find the next 2 maps back to back to claim the trophy.
Yo, honest dive alert.
To have the resilience and the grit to be able to get that job done. Smurf, Fielder, Chio, no secret and no strangers to being in these grand finals positions before, to know what it takes to win such a slobber knocker of a fight. But we've got some honest Overwatch on our hands, Jaws. It's Dive.
Dive, and it's a complete mirror, pure skill matchup here. No variations in the comps. Best Anas in the world. Some of the best
Oh
DPS
my,
to do it too.
diff.
He sang with a good
Echo
blood
diff.
on Stalker.
What else can I say?
Can't let up just yet, because it's all about these backlines.
However, with Shu going down,
There, just rolling straight over the top, and
you can get back in there. You can contest this, yeah. Don't give this up. There you go.
Speaking of nades, there's another one. My goodness.
Good collapse onto Shu.
They really
Well
want to take
played.
this to a map number 7.
And they're well on their way to be able to do just that. First capture of this point is going to go over to Team Falcons. Off the back of just some really good collapses onto Crazy Raccoon. But beat them to the punch to be able to get there to the lighthouse first. He's saying is already so low though. And
Whoa.
Proper snips it out.
He sank down. Crazy Raccoon.
Falcons are pissed.
Now playing all the way back. This
They're
was
awake, chat.
It's like this, just continually. Take as much free time as possible. Also not affording any of the DPS from the other side. A lot of ult charge either, and he's brawled.
Junbin, what is going on here?
1 HP. Can he get away?
Surely Junbin dies, right? No? Okay.
But it stalls their re-engage for even more time. All the while, Team Falcons have control of this point. They've got control of this game. Lip is looking for an opening to weave in this pulse bomb. But look at Proper doing the same.
Both Tracers forced to recall. Jumping on high ground. Double DPS ults might be a little bit of a problem for Team Falcons.
Okay, nano burn. The supports of Raccoon are very far back, though.
A Tracer duplication here from Heesang, as the point is currently being contested. Proper holding
Pulse?
down right now for Team Falcons. Forced to hit the recall and chased down by Heesang, but still, is he going to get the mega health back? Yes, he does. A stick on the wall.
Dude, Proper.
He's gone, but still Heesang finds the kill. Chio with a rally is going to keep the rest of the team alive on the point, and Stalker with a dupe. It doesn't matter, because Jumbin's got the primal, and he's already taken care of Fielder.
Sniper Monkey.
But even though that fight didn't go in their favor, there's still enough stall here for Smurf to try to get back. Had the opportunity to use the Primal Rage there to extend that fight even further, but Team Falcons got what they wanted out of that engagement. 81% capture progress on this first point. Still the Primal Rage at the ready for Team Falcons to throw into the next one. But Crazy Raccoon, they're now going to be on the defense having control at this point. So watch Lip, watch this pulse bomb. Where does he go?
Oh,
Whoa, there you go.
Placed nade by Shu. Takes care of Fielder, didn't even need the Tracer in the end. Again, they end up trading extremely scrappy, but look, Falcons already on the point.
I mean, I thought the nano on paper worked well. It's just
that Primal Rage
couldn't execute from the side of Falcons, or from from the side of Falcons. Looking like round one is going their way. Speaking of them,
90% and counting here for Team Falcons on this first round. With Proper working up to a pulse bomb, this end might be in sight.
Who's there to touch? Jumping, looking like he's gonna. There we go.
He got booped.
The boop is perfect.
Epic voice crack.
He can't get there. He just can't get there. The break, the bash. The Winston unable to make it, and that's going to be the first round going to Team Falcons. This is what they needed. They want to extend this series out into a map number 7 with Crazy Raccoon still at match point. But you heard the desk. Jaws, it's not over until it's over, and this is Control. It can go any which way. So don't count Crazy Raccoon out of this fight just yet.
That's what I want to see. I want to see that map number 7. Crazy Raccoons still sitting on match point, but a new fire lit up under Team Falcons. They are ready and roaring to go. Same comps, mirror dive.
Watch these backlines. Fielder, Chio for Falcons.
Feels weird that Uber Mr. X aren't casting a final. Yeah, it is kind of strange, isn't it?
Because with these Winstons, you're seeing that aggression go towards them, the supports, to take them out of the fight first.
You're almost hoping you're seeing a little bit of Roadhog here, maybe. A little cheekiness, but I'm more of a fan of Honest Overwatch myself. Crazy Raccoon with a nade. Did land, hit a bubble.
What a nice coordinated dive there from Proper and Smurf.
Arch Nemesis he's saying at this point in time as Falcons are there looking to cap again. Oh, good nade.
Super good nade. Means that Smurf can't go in and finish up those picks, so Torong and Shu are able to get out with their lives. With this first point capture going
Tide is turning, chat. Momentum is swinging. Crazy Raccoons need a clean fight here, or I fear it might be Jover.
9%, that'll do it. And there's the backline. Oh, post bomb goes wide. Not even a hit marker there. Still Fielder shrugging that one off. He's got a nano boost and he's got the backup required. Sleep Guard goes a little bit wide as Heesang is sent over the top, taking down Sorka with a help.
All right, that certainly helps. So Heesang pop off certainly gets the job done.
A nano boost allowing Heesang to have that extra damage to duel it out with Stalker in that 1v1. Not quite enough to be able to get him that duplicate right now, but he will have it by the time that Team Falcons move back in. But Team Falcons, they're coming in with 5 ultimates to throw at this fight. An overwhelming amount of force to try to get this point back under their control.
And no nano boost from Shu is going to be a really rough hit. Chorong's rally is going to have to be perfect. You have to use it when you're super high HP as well, because if you're low, you're going to get focused down really quickly. Pulse bomb from Proper. Sports Jumbin. He does have Primal Rage if he needs to use it. Insta pops it as soon as that.
Jumbin's already half health though.
Now 14 Falcons, Proper and Stalker hunting their prey. Looking for the back line as fast as possible. A free pulse bomb too. Fielder hits the nade on the ground.
Oh my god, Fielder, or yeah, Fielder's living there. Never mind. They don't know what happened there. They just left him behind.
There was 4 tracers on the point at that one point. And look at this. Team Falcons able to get control for even just briefly. A Stalker is able to get the better of Heesang, sending him all the way back to spawn.
I don't know, disadvantage. Crazy Raccoons, you're thinking they were going to fall there. But still, they burnt so many ults of Team Falcons. They got nothing coming into this next fight. Lip is going to be a big difference maker here.
Yeah, but these Echoes can still have a lot of potency in these matchups. Look at where Stalker is going to be hitting from, all the way behind that building, and so much flexibility when it comes to his line of sight.
He's perma-marking the tank as well. Oh! Stalker already dead. And Lip still with the pulse bomb. Might not even need it. Team Falcons, they're still in
Pulse could
control
go
of this
crazy
point.
here.
Chio and Jumpin end up a little bit of trade there, but Crazy Raccoon
Don't need
should
it.
be winning this fight. Oh,
Again, though, kind of in that one
almost
fight
99
territory, though, here. You gotta play
Team
perfect.
Falcons lose control.
Team Falcons, though, with this amount of time left, have 2 more attempts to be able to get this back in their control and win out this map and bring us into a map number 7. I would not be able to believe my eyes if we get a chance to go that far. But Crazy Raccoon, they're hoping that this nano, this pulse bomb still yet to let rip from Lip's pocket will be enough for them to match this percentage and then some.
Nice damage there onto Jimbin, but here comes
He
the
says
nano.
No!
Lip's gonna
Lip!
take 2 by fear.
What a clutch play!
Crazy Raccoons chasing Falcons now. Any kill here is huge for their percent bank.
Says Team Falcons reeling as
When they need him most, he arrives.
But now that they've gotten so many ultimates out of Crazy Raccoon, they may just get a chance to use their own. Proper with the pulse bomb this time around. Stalker and Smurf both hoping that
Falcons have a massive ult bank, though. Oh boy. Proper trading with him.
Both teams losing.
Wait, they lost their backline. They lost their backline. Fielder and Nano.
Team Falcons. Looks like we're going to a round number 3 here. There's a primal rage for Smurf. Even a duplication here from Stalker. But what more can be done? Smurf needs some crazy amount of heroics right now.
Smurf's trying his best to stall this. They might be able to get a nano. The stick! Lip again! Playing hero. Still a nano available from Fielder, though.
Still putting on the pressure in the front line. But a nano boost, actually. A rally.
Oh, what a sleep!
What are you gonna do?
Wow, holy, what a round. All right, this could be it. Will Falcons make this go to a round 7? Or Crazy Raccoon gonna close it out? That was a clutch turnaround. Lip played out of his goddamn mind.
Falcons fighting to keep themselves alive in this grand final.
Wrecking ball time. Close it out with the ball. Do it. Do it.
Out of all of our points on Ilios. Dive so good for both of these teams on well as Lighthouse. But Ruins, do we get to see some snipers? Do we get to see this wrecking ball? Junpin has been able to get the better of Team Falcon's strategy when it comes down to finding out these pocket picks, the Roadhog, the wrecking ball.
Gonna be the Mauga. Mauga versus Ball again.
No Widowmakers here. Proper on the cast. Little far play here from.
I'm more of a Smurf guy personally.
Changed his mind.
Historically.
Don't blame him either. Just jumping there to get an LOS of the Ana. Shu can play so far back as well, by the way. He's up on the Ruins right now. We're jumping more spots, just not on the other side of things. And his LOS there is just superb.
The 3rd place EU show match. What?
Himself a little bit more healthy for the second re-engage.
Junbin zooming, we ballin'.
They're being hounded down by Stalker here, you can see. He wants him there. Point unlocked. Team Falcons are capping right now. Crazy Raccoons need to stall this one out, at least for a little bit. No, is Falcons again. Capping Junbin go.
Where is bro going?
Looking for somebody to flatten.
Oh, proper. Moved into the enemy team, but that's exactly where he wanted to be. Shu's going to just die on the point there. His Team Falcons handily now kind of dealing with this ball, which they were unable to do so.
No, Jogo.
So much easier right now when you've got this Cassidy playing a little bit closer to that ball as well. Big target for just letting that clip empty into that character. The hinder nade as well. Gonna slow down this mobility available to the Wrecking Ball. So Team Falcons keep firm control of this point as they start to look at ultimates of their own. This Kiriko being so influential to deal with these big nanos that are coming through from this Ana.
Double DPS ult for both sides almost, as Slipper is nearing that pulse bomb. Duplicate available from P-Sang is going to be deadly. Double tracer time here for Crazy Raccoons. Oh, there's going to be a lot of pulse bombs, a lot of explosions, and a whole lot of death, I would imagine. A nice little slam there from
The pulse could go. Wait, use your pulse. What are you waiting for?
A little miss, but it's okay. I'll just earn myself another one.
That pulse could have gone dummy crazy.
P-Sang stay alive in the copy. It eventually runs out as Popper is focused down. A little high noon. A pulse bomb thrown in by Lip, and it actually ends up killing Fielder. Team Falcons are just standing tall on this point, refusing to go down.
Still, though, Falcons accrued a lot of percentage. 72. They had to burn a nano as well.
A small re-engage there with the nano boost. sent Team Falcons careening back to spawn. Oh, a slam kill onto Stalker too. Touch the spawn door, challenge complete.
But this is where the Wrecking Ball becomes even more potent. Because Team Falcons, they had control first. They were able to play from that defensive position. But with this Wrecking Ball getting some time to set up, with the mines as well, Team Falcons, they don't have too many avenues in which they can ingress onto this.
You don't have to be over-aggressive with this minefield. It's not necessary.
They're not going for the slam there.
It's an on point.
Swing in, waiting for Team Falcons to get back to the point. A
There
slam
you go.
Proper, but Fielders
Smurf got a 0-man. Smurf got a 0-man with that cage.
But it is traded by Shu. He sang on a nice little off angle here, just peppering away at Proper. He ends up going down, and they've got another fight yet.
Dude, Smurf.
Jumping over the edge, letting the Archangels take
No.
it. As Team Falcons go for a reset.
Reset, and this might
That
be
is
their
not
last
the
chance.
time for that, my guy. Oh boy.
Value there from
Proper
Smurf.
swap into
So
an
he's
Echo.
doing
They're gonna go
something
dive.
He wants to be able to go dive versus dive. Winston versus this Wrecking Ball. When the onus is right now on Crazy Raccoon. They've got so many ultimates. They might be able to close out this grand finals here and now.
Lip's got a pulse.
If you're Team Falcons right now, and he's playing super far up.
Oh, wow.
A little right click
Quick
from
reset,
Sturber.
quick reset.
Oh,
Never mind, they're
right
going
click
for
on
it.
the
The
Echo
dupe.
too, but he's saying, replacing that
They're
tracer
full
ball
on
with
going for
protection.
this.
A pulse bomb from Stalker, trying to track
Beat
down
as
the
well. They want to win this
Stalker.
right now. That was a horrible misplay.
Sound barrier, but a chase onto Shu. This could
Unless?
be it. Crazy
No,
Raccoon
surely not.
Nearing 99%.
Surely not.
Lasers down Shio, and they might have just done it. Stalker needs to find something dirty.
Surely not. Sure. Dude, Shu died. That's it. Lip comes back with the cleanup.
Coming in
Unreal.
with the Nano 2, this might just be enough.
Overtime is ticking through. Crazy Raccoon just needs to find the team.
That's it.
The only one left.
This is it.
Even the devil looks away in disgust.
Wow.
Smurf gets
They
back in just
win
in
that.
time.
I can't believe they won that fight.
And Crazy Raccoons have done it.
There you go, your Dallas DreamHack champions. Crazy Raccoon, baby. The honest team wins it out. They played ball, they played hog, they played the honorable dive. Crazy Raccoon deserved that one, man. Let's freaking go. Let's go. No doubting here. We don't doubt. They just saved, they were saving it for the grand final. They kept their bag a secret. That other game was meaningless. Let's freaking go, man. I'm so proud of these guys. Shu, Lip, and Chorong on top again, and then the new guys, Heesang, Junbin, Max, they win something.
Now the title here at the Dallas DreamHack Major. Truly.
Their first time winning something since 02 Blast. That's really big for them in their careers after all that they went through with the shock. I'm really happy for them.
Unbelievable. What a sight to behold.
Lip and Shu at another first place. Chorong got another first. Incredible arc for Heesang, absolutely. Look at how hyped they are they won this. Let's go, man. Coach Moon is like stealing that trophy away from the team.
Lip, 8-9 gaming warlord, taking Falcons there.
Let's freaking go, man. Deserved. Crazy Raccoon were so honest in this final. They got creative. They barely even played Mauga in this series.
It's hard to really pick
Freaking love it, man.
because Crazy Raccoons, I mean, literally anybody.
Way to go in your bag and execute. I mean, really.
The Tracer, I mean, the Wrecking Ball, everything thrown. I have Team Falcons.
Lip
and they just
played some unreal Tracer
What was a team effort?
in that map, that final map on Ilios.
Even though we have these individual performances that we can highlight.
Junbin flexed, played so well. Heesang, once again showing why he has some of the highest potential of any DPS out there.
Above the rest. And with so many amazing
Alright, good night, Math.
surprise picks coming out of the pocket of Junbin. Maybe
What an
that's the player that I
outstanding
look at right
victory.
now.
Well, I think we're going to have a word with everybody down on Danny on the stage with the winning team. Danny, take it away.
Justin Neckler, thank you so
They did a great job, you know, they made Proper go quiet for a couple of maps in that series. They freaking hunted down Fielder like wild dogs. They executed, man. They didn't back down.
You guys had a long day. It was back-to-back matches. You guys started day off with a loss, but you guys pulled through, and now you guys are the champions. How are you feeling?
Proper's got the Carpe curse for real, though. Although he did get first in the Asia final. Or Korea final, rather. Not Asia final. Korea final.
일단 오늘 되게 힘든 하루긴 했거든요. 왜냐면 저 오늘 스타벅스 초콜릿 크로와상 하나 먹고 지금 이렇게까지 하고 있는데.
Shu's so happy. I love it. It's been a while since he's tasted first place.
처음에 좀 당황을 많이 했는데 이제 저희끼리 이야기를 잘 해가지고 결국에 저희가 승리를 가져간 것 같습니다.
I mean, it definitely was a very hard day. I literally only had one chocolate croissant in the morning. I really didn't feel good, but it was definitely a hard match, a hard fought battle because
there you go, the breakfast of champions, chat.
But we actually communicated a lot, and that's how we pulled through and got the win. Everybody, give it up for Shu one more time.
Yeah, Shu's last trophy was Glad's, correct?
Jubin, you are a fantastic player. You were absolutely amazing today. Do you have anything you want to say to your fans who are watching you right now? 자, 준빈 선수 오늘 너무나도 굉장한 모습, 굉장한 퍼포먼스 너무나도 감사드리면서 어떻게 지금 보고 계신 팬분들에게 한 말씀 부탁드릴게요.
일단 오늘 상대방이 너무 잘해서 진짜 위험한 하루였는데 결국에 우승해서 너무 좋아요. 감사합니다.
I mean, our opponents were a very good team. They were very scary, but I'm just very happy to get the win. Thank you, everyone, so much. Junbin, everybody, give a round of applause.
Let's go, Junbin.
자, 두 분 다 옆으로 잠깐 가시면 됩니다. Right? I'm gonna pull you guys to the back.
I don't know about that, Prathamenj.
Very important announcement because now it's time to reveal our MVP.
Junbin or he's saying.
It's gonna win.
Please be Junbin or he's saying.
Coach, who do you think is gonna be MVP? MVP 누가 받았을 것 같아요? Heesang. Well, let's find out who is our Porsche tournament MVP is. And our Porsche tournament MVP goes to Junbin, everybody!
Yeah! Let's go! Junbin! Let's go! Junbin! Junbin was a Chad in this series. Actually deserved. What a Chad. Junhim, baby!
Alright, Junbin. I have a couple questions. Can you hold this or... 네, 알겠습니다. 감사합니다. 자, okay. I mean, you're the MVP. Did you expect this? Did you expect to be MVP? 자, MVP까지 받으면서 오늘 굉장히 좋은 하루네요. 어떻게 지금 소감 말씀?
Right now, Borf, yeah.
He says he feels really good. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Does this mean Junbin gets a Porsche now? Imagine.
Coach is saying he should get the car as a prize. I'm sorry, we can't. Maybe next year. But we do have a special gift for our MVP.
A watch.
Junbin, here is your MVP. This is Porsche Garmin Epix 2. It's a very expensive watch. This is your gift. Everybody, round of applause.
How expensive is that watch, chat? Anyone got tabs? How much is that watch worth?
What are you gonna be using this watch, or are you gonna give it to your parents? What are you gonna do with the watch? 자, 이 시계 받으셨는데 뭐 어떻게 하실 건가요? 이거를 뭐 차실 건가요? 아니면은 부모님한테 드릴 건가요?
제가 사겠습니다.
Junbin says that he's gonna be wearing the watch. All right, Junbin, thank you so
Nice.
much. Everybody, one last time, give it up for your champion.
Proper's got a lot of second places, bro.
Thank you guys so much. Back to you, Zoe.
Thank you so much, Danny. Huge congratulations to Crazy Raccoon. What a performance. Playing 3 matches in a row.
The watch is 1,250. All right.
And yet they take it the distance, the tenacity, the mental fortitude it takes, and of course the talent to make this one happen, Jake. Unmatched.
Man.
Such a challenging matchup. I think
damage taken 133,000 IS tank.
But Junbin made it look easy, masterful on the ball. Absolutely ridiculous on the Roadhog.
44 deaths in a 6-map series is kind of ridiculous, though.
Incredibly challenging day.
Yes, Hog.
So well deserved in my eyes.
I mean, what an incredible length
Based.
through 3 series to play at this incredibly high level. To come in here
That hook was gross. Goddamn. He really was a tone setter. He went deep in his bag with the hog on Oasis. The ball had max value on a couple of different maps. He really played a great series.
Falcons lineup, and they did it in such an extremely incredible fashion. Junbin, what an amazing performer here, earning himself the Porsche Tournament MVP. It couldn't have been anyone else, really. He sang, honestly, everyone deserves props on the team, of course, because it was just
There was a really good team effort.
But wow, Crazy Raccoon, so many
Like, everyone stepped up and did their thing. Chorong, you know, he had some bad timings in this series, but also some really good ones. Kind of sealed the deal at the end there. Shu with his Ana was unreal. The crazy bio nades. Lippin, he sang crazy picks. Junbin's flexibility. The final prize pool amount was 200k. I think the winning team got 80k.
It's been. Any last thoughts here, Johnny? Any final things you want to send people on the way with?
I mean, this Overwatch event, the magic is still there here in this ninth year of Overwatch esports. What an amazing weekend.
Yeah, that really was a big turning point in this series, though. When Falcons decided to play Mauga on Gibraltar Attack, that was the moment that decided the series, honestly. That was such a huge map, and it was a winnable map.
This was our first major. There is more to come. While OWCS, of course, is going.
The Porsche website says it's 1,500.
There's plenty of action to keep up with.
Maybe I'll sell it. Get a quick buck.
For the EWC, for the Face It League coming up in just a week or two. So lots of stuff to follow, lots of stuff to cheer on and support. For now, though, it is time to say goodbye to everyone watching at home.
There it
and of
is.
course, to everyone here in the crowd. Thank you so much for sticking with us. It's been absolutely incredible to share this experience with all of you. But for now, it's time to say goodbye. Thank you so much, and we see you again very soon.
Congrats to Crazy Raccoon. This was well deserved. They were the best team heading into this tourney, and they ended up being the best one by the end of it. Gotta give a shout out to Falcons, though. That was a close match. That was good. They'll come back. Sure, this will be a good learning lesson for them, and they'll improve. Looking forward to see that rivalry be renewed in Stockholm, hopefully. I appreciate it, Torb. I'm glad you enjoyed the streams. As for what's next, chat, I'm not sure. Overall, this Dallas event had some issues, obviously. No one stood up to the Korean teams. These other teams have some work to do, but there were some fun matches, some good storylines. Can't really complain with how it went. This was a good grand final. Next thing is Face It League. I don't know when that is exactly. I don't know if anyone has a date for Face It League. I don't know if I'll be streaming any of that. We'll have to see. But I'd like to try and stream Esports World Cup in July. That could be pretty fun. We'll see a lot of these same teams play again, plus the return of the Spark. That is going to start like smack dab in the middle of the week, though, so I'm unfortunately not going to be able to stream the first handful of days. I might be able to catch like the last day or two. Because I'm starting a new job, chat, officially tomorrow, so I'm not going to have as much time on my hands. I'm going to have to try and figure things out, focus on that, do content when I can. I don't know how often that will be, sadly, and I do apologize for that, but kind of have to focus on what's in front of me, and that is securing this job and just doing my thing. I really don't know what the future looks like right now, chat. Like, videos could be not nearly as often. Like, I don't even know if I can manage weekly with what's on my plate. I'm going to be doing social media work. Will there be a video about this? I'm going to try to, but this week's going to be a little crazy with me starting my new job and all. But yeah, there's going to be more streams soon. Like, you know, on the weekends, I'd like to try and do some stuff. We can maybe do some throwback watch parties again. Maybe Face It League. If not, I'll try and do Esports World Cup. Hard to say for certain. When it comes to OWCS, they're going to be on hiatus for a bit. I'm sure there'll be some roster moves and news that comes out throughout these next handful of weeks, but OWCS does not return until August. I don't know when it's going to start for Korea necessarily, but for NA and EMEA and whatnot, it starts in August again. So OWCS taking a bit of a break from that. Instead, the main focus will be Face It League, which decides who's going to qualify for the Esports World Cup. And then we'll go from there. It was fun though, chat. I appreciate y'all for hanging out with me. The support was absolutely insane throughout this entire weekend. Like, you guys are the GOATs. Like, coming into this, I kind of knew this might be one of my last hurrahs, potentially, in terms of, like, big streams and, you know, doing consistent stuff, just knowing that my future is going to be changing a bit here now. But I really do appreciate you guys a lot for coming out, watching these games with me, being chill as you always do. I really do have the best community on YouTube. I mean that from the bottom of my heart, guys. Y'all are the best. I'm going to try when I can to stream again. I don't know when that will be, but until then, thank you for watching. And I'll see you when I see you. Have a good rest of your night, guys. Peace.